Chapter 911. I've always wondered what this thing is for. As he walked, Gilliman kept fiddling with the amulet that the Mad Inquisitor had stuffed into his hand before he died. This amulet looked very strange, and it was obviously an item full of state religion style, but Gilliman vaguely felt that this thing was not simple, and thought that it should not be just an amulet used to protect something. This intuition was just an intuition, just like Gilliman felt that something was waiting for him in the Eye of Terror. That thing can protect the soul. Pico took the amulet from Gilliman. He could sense how it worked on the psychic level by closing his eyes. And it also stores a lot of data, which should be the data belonging to Vashtor stolen from the webway. Can you interpret that data? Shin-Emo immediately became excited. After experiencing too many confusing events in the webway, and having too many mysteries in his mind, Shin-Emo didn't want to miss any chance to get any clues. He thought that the things about Vashtor contained in this amulet would definitely be useful in solving the mystery. Yes. Bick let the living weapon in his hand change into a certain device again, then stuffed the amulet into it, and then inserted a dangling line extending from the living weapon into his neck. Finally, it began to interpret, and then replied disappointedly. It records some civilizations and species that Vashtor has directly or indirectly destroyed since its birth, as well as some things about extinct species and civilizations it has searched for in the universe. Even so, Shin-Emo still wanted to listen. Vashtor hates species that have no creativity and simply like to destroy, and it will destroy them. The data stolen from the amulet stores records of many civilizations of similar species. And the civilizations that were indirectly destroyed were destroyed by the overly advanced technology created by it with various temptations and influences. There are also some records of other races and civilizations in the universe. They were not destroyed indirectly or directly, but just died on their own. Listening to Piccolo's narration, Shin-Emo suddenly fell into deep thought. Gilliman asked, Vashtor is also a subspace creature that exists in the past and future. Does it record the extinction of the human species? No record. Pico crushed the amulet in his hand, but there is no doubt. Even if the human species will not die, the empire will collapse one day, and civilization will wither one day. This is the material law in the real universe. As long as humans are still creatures in the real universe, it is inevitable. If Ryan was here at this time, and heard a warp creature say that the empire would collapse, Piccolo would definitely be exiled back to the warp by the Lion King with a punch. But Gilliman would not, because in his previous intense and profound thinking, he had already reached the same conclusion. The empire that Piccolo mentioned did not refer only to the human empire, but to all the countries established by humans from the birth to the future. Does it include the Talon sector? After thinking, Shin-Emo suddenly looked up and asked Piccolo, in the future you see, has the sector I established been destroyed? I can't see that far. Picker bowed slightly, but you should know the answer better than me. Shin-Emo took a deep breath, fell silent, and walked with his head down. Gilliman noticed that Shin-Mo's mood had changed. In the real universe, there is a law of increasing entropy, just like inertia. Just as the thinking of creatures in the real universe cannot escape the influence of inertia, the same is true for increasing entropy. Picker quickened his pace, and walked parallel to Shin-Emo, as if persuading him, looking at the face of his creator's creator, and speaking gently. An object goes from birth to destruction, a plant grows prosperously, and then decays, the universe goes from birth to heat death. The same is true for civilization. The star region you establish will also inevitably go through the process of prosperity and decay, but this process may be very long, but one day it will no longer exist. Of course, the Tyrone you established is great. The constantly improved social management science and corresponding science and technology make it more and more developed. It is conceivable that if nothing unexpected happens, it will continue to prosper and be enlightened for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, but it will also slowly decay one day. In addition to Thrall, who was driving the Titan, Gilliman and Shin-Emo were listening to Piccolo's words. Gilliman was silent, while Shin-Emo responded, entropy increase is indeed an irreversible physical law, but even the smallest fragment of a star god has the power to reverse entropy. If a star god protects a civilization, will they not be restricted by the law of entropy increase? Piccolo said, if you really think that those star gods who have transcendent power, but are as barbaric, violent, selfish and cunning as primitive people are reliable, you will not restrict those star gods and prevent them from having extensive contact with your people. Shin-Emo was silent. When Piccolo wanted to speak again, Shin-Emo interrupted him. We are in Vashtor's webway. The things in the amulet are as meaningless as what we are discussing. What we should talk about now is how to fight all the way to Dragon Forest, and kill the Dissonance Engine or Vashtor, or both of them. Yes. Pico bowed slightly, and was silent. Gilliman, who was listening to the conversation between the two, withdrew his gaze and started thinking as he liked. In his opinion, Chin Mo is a complicated person. He is realistic and naive. And in the matter that Bick talked with him, just now, what Chin Mo said represented his naive side. In the Tyrone Star Zone, a person who wants to gain status and wealth can join the army, run a business, and they can often get what they want. And a person who has no desires and only expects to die in life can also live a carefree life for more than 200 years through the super cheap food and extremely cheap industrial products supplied by many agricultural worlds, as well as free longevity drugs. Gilliman thought that he was the person who knew Chin Mo best besides Chin Mo himself, and he had long recognized Chin Mo's many naive and realistic characteristics in their interactions. On the one hand, Chin Mo did not think that he could build a utopia of absolute equality and only beauty and happiness, so he pursued the improvement of material conditions. On the other hand, Chin Mo naively hoped that the Talon sector could exist forever, and that the prosperity he and the people in the sector could build could also exist forever. But there is obviously no eternity in the real universe. Not only heroes have old age, but also civilizations and species. Chapter 912. The Secret Place of the Webway. Vashtor stood in front of a device driven by the pain of demons, looking at the map-like image and the 4 red dots on it representing the invaders. Vashtor! Vashtor! The angry roar sounded behind him, and the master of the forge slowly turned around, and the next second he was strangled by a thick arm. Looking up along the arm, Vashtor saw Bilak's face full of rage. "Why don't you activate the portal to the main webway?" Bilak roared, spitting saliva on Vashtor's face. "I thought about all the obstacles that my army and I might encounter, but I didn't expect that the one who blocked us would be you." Just like the daily life of the warp creatures and the slaves of darkness, Vashtor and Bilak had another conflict. Bilak wanted to lead his demons to encircle and kill the 4 enemies who entered the webway, instead of waiting here for them to come to the door. Vashtor had the opposite opinion. When Bilak ignored the advice and led the demons to the main webway where the invaders were, the portal was closed. "What exactly is your intention?" Bilak still did not choose to go further, but let go of Vashtor and chose to question it. "You deliberately let them in. You deliberately did not station troops in the webway. What exactly do you want to do?" Vashtor remained silent. Bilak felt more and more strange, and continued to ask, "When you made the Iron Ring, you hired the Plague Warlock, and now the webway created by the Discord engine is carrying out a ritual close to the sacred number of 9. I have long known that you have made a deal with the Dark Gods, but if you have made a deal with the Lord of Change, you must tell me." "Indeed, as you said." Vashtor turned and stared at the map. "These garbage in the Eye of Terror alone cannot protect the wounds of this real universe. I must use the power of destruction." Bilak got the answer, and it felt as expected. Although he was very dissatisfied with Vashtor's deliberate concealment, Bilak also knew that the two were enemies after all, and they only came together because of common interests. However, the dissatisfaction brought by some things exceeded the dissatisfaction of being concealed. "How did you make a deal with the Lord of Change?" Bilak asked word by word. Vashtor did not answer directly, but he did not intend to hide it. He pointed to the webway space on the map and the ongoing rituals. "We all know that the enemy can materialize everything around him." Bilak knew what the enemy was. The Lord of Talon who created the Iron Man entity in the warp was the enemy mentioned by Vashtor, because Vashtor believed that the entity would compete with it. "What's the use of this?" Bilak asked. Vashtor was as calm as usual, slowly explaining everything he needed to tell. "We all know that my enemy has the ability to materialize the things he touches in the supreme heaven, but I guess it is not materialization, not the materialization that we have when we enter the real universe. But he can have an impact on the subspace and establish the rules he is familiar with and accustomed to in the chaos of disorder. This is an ability that makes it difficult for creatures like us not to panic, because although he has characteristics similar to the soulless, he is not a soulless. He has a normal human soul, which is why he can go in and out of the warp many times without disappearing, and why he can become stronger by devouring creatures like us. Isn't it terrible? He can influence us, but we can't influence him." After listening, Bilak thought about it carefully and figured out what Vashtor wanted to say. In fact, it's very simple. The enemy mentioned by Vashtor is a person with a soul, not a person without a soul as usually inferred. This means that the warp can influence his soul, corrupt him, or the 4 gods force him to become a demon or something. In theory, it should be like this. In fact, the soul can influence the subspace and forcefully construct rules, such as making the invisible demons and environment in the subspace materialize, and the four gods can't even sense his existence. Obviously, this influence is one-sided. It's really scary to think about it, but Bylak really wants to ask Vashtor a key question. What you said are all speculations. Besides, even if it is true, this matter is just like your arrangement in the webway. It has nothing to do with the deal you made with the Lord of Change, and it has nothing to do with the fact that we are being killed now. No, it matters a lot. Vashtor pointed to the location of the previous 81-person ceremony. The purpose of this ceremony is to detect. The Lord of Change disguised it as a seemingly physical ceremony, but it is actually constructed by pure psychic energy. From a material level, this ceremony does not exist. But the ceremony not only exists, but is also destroyed, confirming your theory? Bylak said. Yes, I have also checked the monitoring data returned by the ceremony, which confirms my theory. Vashtor nodded. What does this have to do with your deal? Bylak exhaled impatiently, and continued to ask. Vashtor stared at Bylak and said slowly, if my enemy can have an impact on the warp, then using this feature can achieve a purpose, and that purpose is to make him a god. When the Lord of the Forge spoke, his tone was neither hurried nor gentle, but the words he said made Bylak feel like he was struck by lightning. Ascend to the gods? Bylak was horrified. What is this for? The Lord of Change's move is tantamount to collaborating with the enemy. If you look at it from the perspective of the subspace, it is collaborating with the enemy. Bylak was obviously shocked. He paced back and forth, roaring angrily. God? What god did he become? A secondary god? Or a true god? No, he can't be a true god. There is no place for him in the Eightfold Trial. And if he is a secondary god, he was not born in the subspace, and was affected by the real universe. How could he? After thinking back and forth, Bylak returned to Vashtor and roared, You still don't want to tell me the truth. You are lying to me. No, this is the deal I made with the Lord of Change. Vashtor said. The subspace can't affect your nemesis. Those rules are meaningless to him. How can he ascend to godhood? Bylak roared. Besides, what's the point of his ascension to godhood? He is not affected, but he can actively influence. If he is willing to ascend to godhood, then he can. Vashtor replied in a deep voice, The Lord of Change hopes that he will be bound by chaos after his ascension. He will indeed become more powerful, but he will no longer be unaffected by chaos like he is now. He will be forced to join the great game instead of being a mere spectator. Bylak couldn't believe what he heard. He was more inclined to think that Vashtor was still deceiving himself. Even if it wasn't deception, it was just a ridiculous lie that the Lord of Change told Vashtor. And Vashtor didn't care what Bylak thought. It turned its head, and continued to stare at the map. What benefits did you get from the Lord of Change trading with you? Bylak asked. The whereabouts of the 3 artifacts that make up the Discord engine, your cooperation, and more. These are all benefits. Vashtor said without looking back. I warn you. I warn you. Bylak shouted. If you think the Lord of Change has a clear purpose, then you are wrong. What you think is a reasonable transaction may just be a whim of its time, a piece of fun. Vashtor stared at the map without even looking at Bylak. You have to be careful of it. Did you hear me? I don't know what you think, but I can assure you that if what you said is true, you can't guarantee that you are really a partner in this absurd deal, not a toy. Bylak continued. Vashtor still didn't react, but had thought of Bylak's past. As a person who was once favored by the dark gods, Bylak obviously understood the temperament of the gods better than anyone else. Realizing this, Vashtor suddenly turned his head to look at Bylak. On the map driven by the pain of the devil in front of the 2 people, there were several more blue marks. Chapter 9:13. The web road ahead seemed to have no end, and everything in sight was a terrifying product of the fusion of flesh and machinery. Chi Nemo and his group still had the motivation to move forward because Piccolo said they were indeed moving in the web road, not standing still. After moving forward for an unknown period of time, the detection system of Chi Mo's armor showed that there were other lives nearby. When he was about to fight, a hunched and old figure slowly walked out from the corner ahead. The moment the 2 sides met and looked at each other, they began to look at each other. In Chi Mo's eyes, it was an old man with a gray beard wearing an Inquisitor's uniform. He looked similar to Eisenhorn. The Inquisitor was obviously stunned for a moment, and then immediately saluted Gilliman. Regent, are you here to help us Inquisitors exploring the webway? Gilliman raised his eyebrows, and stroked the barrel of the gun on the hand of domination. Chi Nemo also raised the chainsaw sword. The Inquisitors were dead in the webway. This was the consensus of Chi Nemo and Gilliman. Apart from the crazy Inquisitor, who was protected by the strange amulet, there could be no other living people. After the death of the crazy Inquisitor, it is even more impossible for the Inquisitors to remain in the webway. Of course, except for those Inquisitors who were made into a ritual, and whose teams had 9 more or 9 less people than the previous team, they were still alive in a sense. In addition to Chinemo and Gilliman, who had already reacted, Piccolo's reaction was more direct, because he could directly see what the guy in front of him was. Click. The sound of the mechanical structure running sounded. Piccolo instantly raised the living weapon in his hand, and the weapon instantly turned into a pump-action shotgun. The moment Piccolo raised the gun, the trigger was pulled. With a bang, the old judge in front of him was blown away 4 meters by the flying bullets, and his body was full of holes. And the moment he was hit by the bullets, feathers splashed all over the place. Sure enough, Piccolo picked up the scattered feathers on the ground, looked at them, and then looked at the so-called judge in front of him. The judge was covered in blood, and the body under the black robe was no longer a hunched and aging human body, but a demon body covered with messy blue feathers. It looks like a changeable demon king, but it has characteristics that most demon kings do not have. A scepter with a book hanging on it, with 2 heads. No matter how it came up with the idea of getting away when it came out disguised as a human, it was exposed as Carlos when it was knocked down. The muzzle of the shotgun in Piccolo's hand emitted wisps of green smoke. When it put away the gun, Chinemo walked in front of Carlos and pointed the chainsaw sword in his hand at the Lord of Change. "What's your name?" "Carlos." One head answered. "Kuyi." Another head answered. As soon as the voice fell, the one who answered that his name was Kuyi. The head was immediately cut off by the chainsaw sword, and when it fell to the ground, it kept shouting, "I'm telling the truth, why are you chopping me? My name is Kai. My name is not Carlos." The head shouting ended when Gilliman walked up and crushed it with 1 foot. Carlos, who was left with only 1 head, touched the empty neck on the other side blankly. The head that could only tell the truth looked at Chinemo nervously. "Don't do it. We are allies." Chinemo said nothing, just looked at the remaining head of Carlos. If the previous inference about Cinch's involvement was just an inference, then now seeing Carlos, Chinemo can be sure without hesitation that Cinch did intervene. The previous 81 people ceremony, the other wanderers mentioned by the mad judge, are all related to Cinch. But Chinemo still decided to use the characteristics of this demon, otherwise he would not just chop off Carlos's head. "Why are you here?" This is Chinemo's biggest question now. "Perform the ritual." Carlos's head, which could only tell the truth, answered without hesitation. "Tell me the whole story." Chinemo shouted, and the chainsaw sword was once again placed on Carlos' neck, which was only his head left. Carlos immediately explained, "I came here to perform the ritual under the order of the Lord of Change. I have arranged more than a dozen rituals to sacrifice the Inquisitor. The purpose of the ritual is not to stop or kill you, but to destroy the webway created by Vashtor, because Vashtor used the Discord engine to help the Plague Pig find the Deathly Hallows in the webway. My purpose has nothing to do with you. If we cooperate, we can achieve our goal together." Carlos told the truth very honestly. Gilliman naturally believed it, because he also knew that Carlos's characteristic was that his head that spoke the truth would always speak the truth. But like Chinemo, although Gilliman believed the truth of what Carlos said, it did not mean that he thought what Carlos said was all. Fraud and lies are just cheap means in the eyes of the changing demon lords. They are actually better at deceiving others with the truth. Part of the truth is also the truth. Who helped Vashtor obtain the Discord engine? Chinemo asked. The Lord of Change. Carlos replied, but Vashtor is not only satisfied with cooperating with my master, it has joined forces with other destructive powers to anger my master. That's why I was sent here. What's the use of the ritual consisting of 81 sacrifices? Chinemo asked again. Detection, activation, it is the beginning and introduction of a large-scale ritual, and the ritual made by the Inquisitors can destroy Vashtor's webway. This is the purpose of my coming here. I just said it. Carlos answered again. Chinemo asked all the questions he was wondering about. Although Carlos was obviously not a qualified answering machine, what he said could at least be used as a reference. Compared with blind guessing without any clue, it finally had a clue. Destroy the webway of Vashtor? Gilliman asked. There are only more than 200 Inquisitors in total. Can the ritual they perform achieve such a goal? Of course, because they are all psychers. Carlos answered again without hesitation. Chinemo held the chainsaw sword tightly. One last question. Does your master have any conspiracy against me? Hearing this question, Carlos did not answer immediately. His eyes flashed with cunning light. He seemed to think for a while before saying, there is no conspiracy, but it is definitely not ignoring your existence. It gave you a gift? Gift? Chi Nemo raised his eyebrows, very puzzled. Yes, a gift. That's why I said, we are allies rather than enemies. It is helping you achieve your goals. Carlos nodded slowly. You want to destroy the Discord engine, you want to kill Vasher, you have more desires. It will help you achieve them one by one. This is the gift. Chapter 914. I don't need your master to give me any gifts. Will it not shrink in the warp, thinking that it will be the only god that I can't measure? It and Korn, no matter who comes first, they will be the same as Nurgle and Slaanesh. Chi Nemo stared into Carlos' eyes, as if communicating with the essence of this ever-changing demon. What if I measure them? Can you kill them? Carlos asked. Not yet, but things have to be done step by step. Chi Nemo answered frankly. Then maybe there is a better way, that is, you accept the gift from my master, then you will have more powerful power and wrestle with the gods. Carlos said, you should have realized that the best way to deal with the subspace, or the supreme heaven, is to use it itself, because it contains extremely powerful power. Chi Nemo raised his index finger. I said I don't accept it. Sorry, but the gift has been given to you since the moment you entered this webway, and it cannot be stopped. Carlos said. What exactly is the gift? Help you achieve your goals, and all the desires in your heart. I said it. Chi Nemo didn't want to ask more. He just took Carlos' words as a reference. He was tired of this kind of question and answer. The chainsaw sword was placed on the left side of Carlos' neck, and the old woman's sword was placed on the right side. You can't refuse the gift even if you kill me, because the gift has already begun. Carlos looked like he was willing to die. I used the wand of destiny to separate my power, so that I could transform into multiple selves and perform rituals for you, a good ally at the same time. It's useless for you to just kill my separated body. Then why did you beg for mercy at the beginning? Chi Nemo straightened up and slightly exerted force on the two swords with his hands. This will damage my essence, just like the individuals separated from the gods that you killed will also damage the essence of the gods. Carlos's two bird eyes looked at the blades on the left and right. If we can reconcile. I still don't want you to kill me. As soon as the voice fell, Chi Nemo exerted force with his arms, and Carlos's head that told the truth fell to the ground like the head that lied before. The body of the demon lord collapsed and gradually dissipated. The essence of the part of it turned into a stream of white light, flowing into Chi Nemo's body along the old woman's sword. At the same time, the internal space of the entire webway began to change rapidly. Those mechanical and flesh and blood objects had disappeared, and the jagged webway space was also wiped out from the vision of Chi Nemo and others. Gilliman became alert and raised his ruling hand to aim at the surroundings. He thought it was a signal that the enemy had appeared. Perhaps 9 times 9 10,000 changed demon lords would jump out and bind the 4 of them. But there was no enemy at this time, only the surrounding environment had changed drastically. Piccolo looked around and found that he could suddenly see the ether torrents scattered around. The phenomenon called ether torrents often occurs during rituals, which means that the psychic energy scattered in the subspace moves in a regular form, just like the current mobilized by technological creations in the real universe. Looking in the direction of the ether torrent, Piccolo could clearly see the wanderers moving in a regular manner in the webway. Those judges who were foolishly sent to die by the Inquisition became the materials for the ritual. As for the purpose of the entire ritual itself, Piccolo could only sense that it was forcibly creating an area that was not controlled by Vasher in the webway opened by the dissonant engine, rather than the ritual itself trying to directly achieve any form of effect. It died, so the ritual was activated? Chi Nemo looked at the body of Carlos on the ground. The staff of tomorrow in its hand disappeared, but its body remained here. However, he felt that it was probably a form of death that was materialized by himself, rather than Carlos himself dying here. No, it has nothing to do with its death. Thrall controlled the Titan to build a psychic barrier to deal with any situation that might happen at any time. It is more likely that something was activated from the moment we entered the webway, and all the strange things we encountered afterwards were related to it. Chi Nemo thought of the gift that Carlos mentioned. The gift was given from the moment they entered the webway. As everyone was alert, the surrounding environment began to change more significantly. The crystal spread to the space where everyone was, occupying a large area, and the edge extended to the seemingly clear, but seemingly endless boundary between the ever-changing domain and the webway. Just as Chi Nemo immediately thought of Cinch, when the number 9 appeared, crystal is also a representative thing. Cinch's magic domain is the crystal magic domain. Those crystals made Chi Nemo feel that everyone might be in Cinch's magic domain. Chi Nemo, Gilliman and Piccolo faced in different directions. Thrall's Titan stood behind them. In their view, countless demon kings and Cinch's numerous, ugly and hateful demon army would appear in the next second. But when the crystals completely spread to the end of the field of vision, those imagined enemies did not appear. There was only a shining road made of glowing crystals that stretched from the front of everyone to the top, like a crystal mountain range. At the end of the crystal road was a black throne. In a blink of an eye, Chin-Mo found himself alone in front of the black throne, while Gilliman and the others were at the starting point of the crystal road. They looked up at Chin-Mo in surprise after finding that their most reliable comrade-in-arms had changed positions in an instant. With the emergence of a torrent of ether, Carlos's body on the ground moved twice, and then the two heads scattered on the ground suddenly opened their eyes, as if someone else was remotely controlling them. "Don't sit on it. You will die if you sit on it. Stay away from it." The head of Carlos, who was telling lies, gave a shrill warning. "Accept it. It is a gift for you." The head that was telling the truth roared, then pecked the head that was telling lies next to it fiercely, and then roared again. "It is an olive branch to join the great game. What countless creatures in the real universe cannot obtain is already within your reach. Don't stop it. It's a curse." "It's not a curse. It is a gift that even I cannot ask for. Gift." Looking at the lying Carlos head that was crushed by Gilliman before, and screaming like a quarrel with the truthful Carlos head, Chin-Mo was a little confused and didn't understand what the two heads were shouting. "Just sit on it, and you can get what you want." The truthful head shouted, "Or you can hold me up. I won't treat you unfairly." "Don't seduce my best friend." Gilliman raised his ruling hand and fired at the two Carlos heads. The two Carlos heads were beaten to pieces, but their squirming biological tissues could still make sounds. "I never seduce him. He will make a choice according to his own desire in this ascension ceremony." Chapter 9:15. In the midst of the refutation and argument, in addition to the three people present, one tank and two heads, some more people appeared. But they were not the enemies in the cinch demon realm that Chin-Mo had imagined, but some men and women, old and young, women and children, whose bodies were as withered as old trees. When Chin-Mo saw these mummified people, the first thing he thought of was the monks who practiced ancient sects on earth that he had seen before. They were like mummies, because of their shocking asceticism in pursuit of a higher spiritual state. These mummies gathered towards the throne. There were so many of them that one could not see the end of them. They were crowded together. Adults were holding children, and young people were dragging old people. These mummies all had smiles on their faces. They gathered towards the throne and knelt down on the ground. All the mummies' eyes were focused on Chin-Mo. "You have a stronger soul power, and a stronger soul quality. You only need a small ritual, and your will to interfere with the supreme heaven in an unimaginable way. Sit on it, destroy Vashtor's webway, twist the godhood it covets, join the great game and compete with the gods. This is the gift of the Lord of Change." Carlos's true head is still chattering. Gilliman held the Emperor's sword, used psychic energy to ignite the blade, and then slashed at Carlos's body. The psychic carrier dissipated, and Carlos's mumbling completely disappeared. Gilliman immediately looked at the throne at the top of the crystal road and his best friend beside the throne, and subconsciously rushed towards the crystal road. Piccolo had already gotten there before him. Thrall was hastily asking the prophet's soul, but the prophet's soul had not foreseen the specific current situation, nor had any solution, and only gave Thrall the revelation of upon his will. And Chin-Mo, he stared at the throne in a daze. This throne had established a spiritual connection with him, a connection that was not deep into the soul level, nor was it a communication between psychics using psychic energy, but rather similar to brainwave communication. Every step closer to the throne would allow Gilliman to hear the threat that shook his soul, but Chin-Mo could not hear those psychic threats. The throne has its own consciousness. It claims to Chin-Mo that it was created by the most ancient race, which was born before the ancient saints and the fear of death. That ancient race established the first empire in the real universe, and this first gave it concepts such as authority and domination. And that extremely ancient empire is good at brain science, which is why it can communicate with Chin-Mo in a way that is neither psychic nor purely material. In addition, it hopes to have a real master. "You want me to have you?" Chin-Mo reached out and touched the throne. "Why?" "Because you want to." The throne replied, "I can sense your desire, I can fulfill it, and you know I can." Chin-Mo instantly felt a lot of information pouring into his mind, like information implanted. He knew what he could do with this throne, and the will of the throne itself. The will of the throne is to obey. Chin-Mo also learned that if he voluntarily sat on it, he would get everything he wanted. The Talon sector will no longer be a sector, which is natural, because it actually does not obey the orders of the human empire. It is still called a sector only because the species civil war with the human empire has not yet broken out. And this new country will instantly reach the peak of prosperity, and this prosperity will last forever. As his people, the human race will also be forever happy and exist forever, both before and after death. Vastra will no longer be a god, because the Lord of the East in the high heaven will no longer be a vicious skill. It will be twisted into a new godhead, the endless rule. Vastra will lose the web way, because the psychic shock brought by the successful ascension is enough to destroy everything this lesser god has worked hard to build so far. And he will have unimaginable power after ascending to godhood, just like the conceptual storms representing Sinch and Nurgle that he saw in the Nurgle realm that invaded each other. He will also become a new storm, and using the power of the warp to kill the measured gods will no longer be an unattainable idea. All of this can be achieved not because of the throne, it is just a carrier of will, a tool. With the endless power provided by Sinch to this crystal realm and his willingness to interfere, plus a tool, the extravagant wish will no longer be an extravagant wish, but a reality. Eliminating the threat of the four gods, and allowing mankind to survive and prosper is Qin Mo's wish, and he has been fighting for this until now. And now his wish is within his reach, he just needs to move his butt. Bang! A bomb exploded on the throne. The throne was not damaged at all, and Qin Mo looked back at Guilliman, who fired the bomb. Don't. Guilliman had already vaguely sensed the purpose of the throne. When the ether torrents summoned by each ritual node were lingering around him, he felt as if he knew everything. So he persuaded. Qin Mo turned around and looked at Guilliman, without saying a word, and slowly leaned back and sat on the throne. Guilliman felt like he was poured with a basin of cold water from head to toe, and his whole body was cold. After the sadness that penetrated into his soul and bones, there was rage. Guilliman roared, raised the Emperor's sword, and rushed towards Qin Mo. But the power released by the throne, which was different from psychic energy and matter, pressed Guilliman in place. Piccolo and the others were also affected, and Thrall's titans all knelt on the ground due to the pressure. No. No. Guilliman looked at Qin Mo, and saw coldness and majesty in his eyes. You said before that we were like brothers, who were punished to clean the toilet together. We agreed to make mankind prosperous together, and complete the cause that even my father could not complete, but you succumbed to the power of destruction, and succumbed to the shortest shortcut to achieve your goal. Qin Mo was expressionless and silent. He leaned on the throne, looking down, thinking. Guilliman vaguely saw a figure from his laziness and cold attitude. It was the cold-blooded face that his father showed in front of everyone 10,000 years ago, like the embodiment of the word tyrant. Kill him! Guilliman suddenly heard his father's voice. When being oppressed by a force that was different from matter and psychic energy, Guilliman felt that his father, King Connor, appeared beside him and held his sword hand. In a trance, the figure of King Connor turned into the Emperor again. Kill him! Guilliman raised the Emperor's sword actively or passively, and threw it out with a roar. The Emperor's sword flew towards the throne instead of Qin Mo himself, but halfway, as Qin Mo raised his finger and said, "Stop," the Emperor's sword fell to the ground. Robot Guilliman. Qin Mo spoke. You? His voice formed a wind pressure around him. It seemed that every word contained a terrifying power. Robot, you will grow taller than lion. As if the words came out, Guilliman's body suddenly became stronger and taller, surpassing Lion L. Johnson. He looked up blankly, and saw a smile suddenly on Qin Mo's face. Now you are no longer shorter than Lion. Chapter 916. Guilliman was stunned. Qin Mo smiled at his best friend. He once told Guilliman that they were like brothers, who were punished to clean the toilet together. He didn't expect Guilliman to still remember this sentence. And he also remembered what Guilliman said. That is, Guilliman felt that he was shorter than Lion, because he was not as tall as Lion. When Qin Mo sat on the throne, and found that his will could affect many things, he chose to have a height-increasing surgery for his good friend Hummy. Guilliman, who was stronger than before, was stunned for a long time. His dry lips opened and closed. He wanted to utter some words, but swallowed them back. He thought Qin Mo had turned into a cold creature in the warp, but obviously, he hadn't. You threw the Emperor's sword just now, not at me, but at the throne. Qin Mo leaned back and crossed his legs. As I thought, you are the most humane of the Primarchs. I never regarded Lion as a friend, nor did I regard Sanguinius as a friend. Maybe you don't believe it, but I think Sanguinius is a person who is warm on the outside but cold on the inside. In short, we are brothers in distress and good friends. Guilliman did not speak. He could not be sure what state Qin Mo was in. Just now, he had seen through everything, knew the purpose of the throne, and knew the purpose of the ceremony. The throne only needed Qin Mo's intention to interfere with the warp, and it could achieve all of Qin Mo's goals. destroy the dissonance engine in Vashtar, and establish an empire that will never decay. If his intention was like this, then outside the Eye of Terror, the Talon sector should have changed. Or maybe he... While Gilliman was thinking, a storm caught his attention. He looked sideways. A storm of blue flames gradually formed in the crystal realm, and the storm began to materialize. Until finally, it materialized enough to be expressed in words. My brother, I welcome you to participate in the great game. Together we will destroy the other three gods and monopolize the eightfold trial. When the words rang out, Gilliman felt a fear that penetrated his soul. Because he intuitively felt and heard that the thing that suddenly appeared was the power projection of Tzeentch, one of the dark gods. Chi-Nimmo sat half-lying on the throne, staring at the hellstorm in front of him with cold eyes. Just like a person sitting on his small wooden chair in the desert, facing the huge sandstorm coming towards him. Eightfold trial. Chi-Nimmo knew that the word in the mouth of Tzeentch referred to the 8 godheads in the warp. Sometimes, this word even refers to the warp itself, in the mouths of those fanatics, who think that the evil god they believe in is omnipotent. Chi-Nimmo can feel the changes in the eightfold trial. The godhead of the orthodox, which represents the evil skills, has changed into the godhead called endless domination. It is a kind of thorough distortion brought about by the power of one of the gods of darkness, the ancient concept throne, and a firm will. Endless domination means an authority that will never decay, be questioned, or overthrown. As the throne said before, this godhead will bring an everlasting empire and happy people. But Chi-Nimmo just thought about it, and knew the possible consequences of this thing. The so-called immortal empire is indeed. Not only the rulers are promoted, but also his people, because they have entered the subspace, and will no longer be bound by the rules of the real universe. They can certainly be immortal. But everything will be distorted by chaos itself. The so-called immortality and eternal happiness must be terrifying in their true appearance. The prophets of Thrall told me not to enter the web-way. They have an ominous premonition. Chi-Nimmo looked at the storm gathered by Tzeentch and spoke slowly. I entered this hellhole and experienced some mysteries and rituals. I didn't know what they were for, but later I found out, including the so-called gifts your lackey mentioned. This is a conspiracy to lure me to become a god. If I desire to become a god, then the moment I become a god, I can destroy Vashtar and its discord engine, but the price is something I am unwilling to pay. Chi-Nimmo glanced at the mummies, who were prostrating themselves under the throne with happy smiles on their faces, and those disgusting walking corpses. Look at this shit. My people's so-called eternal happiness is to turn into these ghosts. They are like mummies, with ugly smiles on their faces, just like the souls who have surrendered to Slaanesh can't feel anything except joy, they can't feel anything except happiness. This is not what I want. Hearing this, the hellstorm formed an ugly and angry face. You give up? Tzeentch's voice resounded throughout the material world and the subspace. You gave up the gift I gave you. You actually gave up. Chi-Nimmo heard that Tzeentch could not perceive his thoughts and state. Yes. He nodded. What is your gift? You crazy maggots in the cesspool almost turned everything I built, and my people into an eternal curse. They almost became my eternal guilt and unwillingness. Neither Tzeentch nor the webway could make Chi-Nimmo feel scared. What he really feared was what happened just now. He didn't dare to think about what Talon would become if he had used chaos means to achieve his desired goal just now. The guards, except for Yoan, will become exactly the same as those mummies, except that the shriveled ones may be steel and machinery. An eye of terror exploded in the Tyrone sector. The beautiful Tyrone 3, and the Tyrone Eye, which he poured his heart and soul into and regarded as a symbol of glory and the people's hearts, will all enter the subspace in an instant and become a dirty and ugly demon world, and a group of walking corpses in the demon world, who can do nothing and feel nothing except obeying orders and happiness. Short-sighted, you don't know what's good for you. The hellstorm gathered into a storm hovering over the domain, howling towards Chi-Nimmo and others. Chi-Nimmo raised his hand, and the storm formed by Tzeentch's projection stopped howling. The achievements you have established will eventually be forgotten, the country you established will eventually decay, and your people will eventually suffer generations of torture in your decaying country. Because you gave up the gift of the gods, you gave up the gift I gave you. In order to find this throne and run this ceremony, I have paid a small price, drawing power from the competition with the gods to assist your arrogant wishes, but you have discarded them. The hellstorm continued to roar. Listening to what Tzeentch said, Chi-Nimmo nodded calmly, thinking, I didn't ascend to godhood because I figured it out at that moment. An immortal empire without real people and false prosperity and happiness formed by the power of destruction are meaningless. It is true that my country will decay, and my people will face suffering again, in 100,000 years, a million years, or even longer, but I can imagine that there will be such a day, and I accept it. Qin Mo changed his sitting position, straightened his upper body, and his tone became more powerful. But no matter how many years have passed, no matter how much the world has changed, when they need me again, when they call on the name of Lord Talon again, when they need someone to pull them out of torture again, no matter whether they still remember me at that time. At this point, Qin Mo took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I am here. Chapter 917. Gilliman was silent as he witnessed this verbal confrontation, tears flowing under his heavy helmet. There was joy of surviving the catastrophe, sighs, and relief. When he threw the Emperor's sword, aiming not at Qin Mo himself but at the throne, Gilliman had a hope that his best friend would not fall, and would not succumb to the power of destruction. Now it seems to be true. Qin Mo has let it go, and he no longer worries about whether he can build an eternal empire. The moment he sat on the throne, he asked himself why he wanted the achievements he had established to prosper forever, because prosperity and strength mean stability, which means that the people of Tai Long and even future human beings will no longer return to the era of ignorance and darkness, and will no longer hide in the corner like tortured and hungry cats, feeling fear and anger at everything they can see. Eternal prosperity and strength are means, not ends. And if eternal prosperity and strength cannot be achieved, Qin Mo can be calm, because he cares about human beings themselves and all the people of the same kind that he sees or knows. Cinch also stopped for a moment. After a moment, the laughter gathered from the storm shattered the radios of Qin Mo and Gilliman's armor. It was not a loud laugh of ha ha ha, but the roar of the storm and the ether torrent. But even Qin Mo, who could not perceive psychic energy because he refused to accept the influence of psychic energy, could understand the laughter in the roar. What a change! What fun! Praise the change! The hellstorm turned into a hideous smile. Just like Qin Mo couldn't make Slaanesh feel pain by pinching his neck and slapping him, he couldn't anger Cinch by failing a plan, because failure itself was a change. Whether you believe it or not, this was planned. When Qin Mo heard Cinch speak again, he interrupted his muttering with a roar. Silence! The power released by the throne instantly dissipated Cinch's projection in the current domain. The crystal domain began to disintegrate, and the ether torrent captured by Piccolo's eyes gradually dissipated. It did indeed pull Cinch's power, and the ritual that successfully completed its mission naturally dissipated completely. Vastra replaced the previous environment with the abominable webway created by the dissonant engine. The terrifying pressure had long since dissipated. Gilliman took off his helmet and looked at Qin Mo, too excited to speak. Ha, Vastra really can't become a god. Qin Mo patted the armrest of the black throne. Although I almost became the destructive power I hate the most, at least there will be no evil god in the future that will be enhanced by technological development. It deserves it. Gilliman nodded vigorously. Then, the Primarch looked at Piccolo beside him. The moment Qin Mo sat on the throne, Gilliman still felt that something was wrong. He even thought that Piccolo was the great demon created by Qin Mo after he became the evil god, but now it seems not to be the case. How come you, the devil, have no expression on your face? Gilliman asked. Everything that happened just now was no surprise to me. Piccolo spread his hands, otherwise, I would have seen an endless god of domination in the warp. Gilliman thought to himself, why didn't you say it earlier? Guys. Thrall, who is controlling the Titan, sensed the flow of psychic energy. The Lord of Change just injected a huge amount of psychic energy to assist the Lord of Talon in his ascension, but now the psychic energy has disappeared. The psychic energy did not disappear for no reason. Qin Mo looked into the distance. When I dispelled the projection of the evil god, I directed the psychic energy to a place in the subspace, under the throne of the Corn Demon Realm. If I want to measure Corn in the future, I can go to its location without fighting with his demon army. Gilliman didn't know what effect Qin Mo said about projecting psychic energy to the throne of Corn, but a worry in his heart disappeared. He and Qin Mo both thought that it was a difficult task to measure Corn among the four gods, because the power of the other three gods was relatively less inclined to fight, and Corn's demon army was powerful enough even if nothing else was mentioned. At least there was no need to worry now. Fighting against the enemies of the real universe was a difficult and long-term task, and the most important thing at the moment was Vastra. Please stand up, Your Majesty, this throne should be useless. Gilliman bowed jokingly, and we still have one thing to deal with. No, this throne cannot be discarded directly, it is useful. Qin Mo lowered his head and looked at the armrests of the throne. Even if the influence of Cinch is removed, Qin Mo still feels that this throne is mutually attracted to him. The throne has not been contaminated by Cinch, and it was not forged by Cinch. In the ascension ceremony just now, Qin Mo could clearly feel that his thoughts were projected far and deep by the throne. Although without stronger and more spiritual power to assist, it is certainly impossible to distort the Godhead, but this does not mean that the throne is useless. I don't want to walk in the ugly webway built by Vashtor anymore. Qin Mo leaned back on the throne and looked forward. The environment of the four people changed. Everything in front of them was constantly stretching and enlarging. They felt that they were not moving, but everything around them was moving. Finally, when this stretching and enlargement stopped, everyone had come to the subspace outside the webway. Standing in the etheric void, in front of them was Lomlin Star. This planet built by Caliban fragments was like the heart of a giant, connected to countless blood vessels. And those blood vessels entrenched in the current corner of the subspace are the webways opened up by the Discord engine. Vashtor and Sinch have joined forces to try to make me a destructive power. Since he is so willing, I will bring him destruction. Qin Mo's will was sensed and amplified by the throne. A black flat circle appeared in the subspace, directly near Lomlin Star. Then the subspace entity that shaped Piccolo floated out from the black plane. It grew visibly. The factory that used the chaos-corrupted portable barracks of the ancient saints to produce soul crystals was only a small part of the entity, the tip of the iceberg. It still looked like a factory. The giant smelting furnace captured the etheric energy in the subspace, and produced countless metals on the assembly line that twisted like blood vessels. These metals were processed into Iron Man parts by the processing plant-like buildings, and finally assembled. It not only produced Iron Men like Piccolo, but also weapons and equipment. The dead souls of the Tyrone army, who died in countless wars, big and small, stood in the open space of the subspace entity, wearing power armor flowing with lava and lightning. These dead souls are composed of human souls, who still have a strong desire to fight for the Lord of Tyrone after death, and various living war machines are equipped to them. The subspace entity is not the only guest visiting Lomlin Star. In the black flat circle, another thing gradually emerged. It is obviously different from the subspace entity. It is a pure material product, the Leviathan Iron Man mothership. There is no coordinate in the subspace that allows the Tyrone Navy warships or the Iron Man mothership to travel at superluminal speed, but now they have obtained the exact coordinates and sail directly into the subspace after Qin Mo summoned them. Even if they are in the subspace, these material Iron Men are not affected by the subspace and mutated. Chapter 9:18. Those material Iron Men didn't mutate? Picker looked at the Leviathan that suddenly appeared. In his impression, material Iron Men would mutate with just a little influence from the warp. Even if there were no evil things like Vashtor affecting them, and no warp virus like the Geller Iron Plague cursing them, when they were completely in the warp, they would inevitably be cursed by the warp itself. And the environment that everyone was in was obviously different from the part of the Iron Ring, the Iron Warrior war planet called the Unbreakable Line, where the warp and reality were in conflict with each other. If they were not protected by psychic energy, the Iron Men would mutate. Piccolo looked at the throne under Qin Mo. He could feel that the throne had magnified Qin Mo's own abilities many times in a special way. This was obviously different from the influence of the Black Stone. It came from Qin Mo's unilateral interference ability in the subspace and his privilege to force the nearby subspace environment to materialize. Originally, the influence range of this ability was not very large, but it was projected and magnified by the throne. This is semi-reality. Qin Mo looked around, the reality that was created. My hostility, vigilance and fear towards Vashtor, coupled with the psychic power of Sinch driving the throne under me, can allow me to distort a chaotic godhead. Now, even without the powerful psychic power of Sinch as a driving force, I can rely on the throne and my strong will to shape a semi-reality that I think is reasonable. Amplifying strong will, this is the role of the domination engine. The domination engine, this is the word that the throne told Qin Mo in the brainwave communication, and it is also the real name of this ancient artifact. The ruler of the first empire in the real universe, who created the throne, which is the engine of domination, did not do it just to keep his butt in place. The power that can influence reality through will is not only the subspace, but also power. Power, which is composed of various factors such as supporters, trust, and force, can bring war to peace and turn prosperity into ruins. Of course, it can also bring peace to war and prosperity to poverty. The fate of countless lives will be changed for better or worse because of it. The owner of the domination engine wants to influence reality with his will, which is the greatest function of the domination engine and the reason why it was created. When the ether torrent directly infused the throne, Qin Mo made Gilliman taller than lion with his will, which was the display of the power of the domination engine. As a person with a strong personal will who can unilaterally influence the warp, He can naturally use the domination engine to create things in the warp that he has a strong desire to achieve. The use of the domination engine still needs to be explored, and Shin-Emo cannot change his will like making a wish, because the strongest will is like the subconscious, and even the person himself may not be aware of it. But it is enough to have a fair war in the warp, which is not a fair environment at all. It seems that we don't have to worry about the influence of the warp. Gilliman looked down at Longland Star, as if searching for his target on the surface of this evil planet. Although the battle has not officially started, I still feel relieved. At least we can destroy the Discord engine, and the enemy will no longer be able to open webways everywhere. It's time to be relieved. Shin-Emo nodded. Vastra must be eliminated from this war. It and the Discord engine must either be destroyed or destroyed together. The psychic and physical Iron Men had already started attacking during the conversation. Gilliman wanted to talk to Shin-Emo again about taking advantage of the chaos on Longland Star to find Vastra and the Discord engine, but he found that Shin-Emo lowered his head and remained silent after saying that sentence just now. He thought Shin-Emo was already thinking about the question he wanted to ask. However, Shin-Emo only told the current progress to the people he needed to tell, such as the military marshals, such as Lion, and the clone Primarchs. Shin-Emo was curious about the clone Primarchs, that is, what exactly is the test that the Emperor said they will have to go through. Until he felt Gilliman's gaze while thinking, Shin-Mo's mind immediately returned to the current situation and said, "The war outside the webway and the warp is also going smoothly. When we solve the problem of Vastra and go back, I will disintegrate the psychic barriers covering the Iron Ring and various planets. The enemy's doomsday has arrived." Inside Longland Star, when Vastra was just transferred to a safer place, he was still with Bylak. It didn't need Bylak to care about the battle outside, it just needed Bylak and his army to stay on Dragon Forest Star and protect the dissonance engine. Although Vastra didn't have any emotion on the surface, it was more like sadness than calmness, because it had already felt that the thing it had dreamed of no longer existed. I've said it before, you shouldn't trust those bird people who like to watch the show. You were betrayed by them. No. Not betrayed, no. You just became their fun. While Vashtal remained silent, Bylak kept talking, not sarcastically, but complaining. As if questioning his past self in a replay, Vashtal asked Bylak, "I believe that the Lord of Change is not without reason. It helped me obtain the Discord engine, and even the fact that you helped me shape the Discord engine was secretly driven by it. If it wanted to betray me from the beginning, why did it help me? What benefit did it get? It got pleasure." Bylak replied, "Even if you have no follow-up plan and just want to obtain the Discord engine, it may help you, because you can't use your machine-like logic to think about the motives of the Lord of Change, because you and I can't figure out whether it has motives when doing anything." Vastra didn't say anything else. At this time, the two observed the destruction that was about to fall outside Longland Star. Countless Iron Army was being sent to Longland Star by various means, and the subspace entity and the Iron Mothership had already started bombing Longland Star. The anti-aircraft barrage on Dragon Forest released firepower amid the demons wailing, but it could not stop the coming of destruction. If it were Bylak, he would still think that he might have a chance to save Dragon Forest and the dissonant engine that he had obtained with great difficulty. But Vastra could only conclude through cold calculations that Dragon Forest must be undefended, and as for the dissonant engine, there was still a small chance that it could be saved. "What should we do next?" Bylak asked. "War." Vastra replied, "Longland Star is bound to be lost, but we can't give it up, because it is an extension of the Ouroboros among the three artifacts. Without it, the dissonance engine will inevitably have problems." "If we can win, then what?" Bylak asked. Vastra was obviously not as optimistic as Bylak, but since Bylak was asking hypothetically, it also gave an answer: complete our contract. Bylak was very satisfied with this answer. It chose Vastra as an ally, rather than continuing to be hostile as before, because it saw that Vastra was more trustworthy than other demons. But their cooperation obviously could not end soon, and it would be prolonged because of the current situation. "Then, what do we do?" Bylak asked again, "Do you have any other purpose?" Vastra looked up, thought long and hard for a short time, and then answered, "I don't know." Bylak was not surprised. The end of the path to godhood would inevitably make Vastra confused. It might even give up, or wait for tens of millions of years to find other ways to ascend. But that was all for the future. Your nemesis might come to you in person after your demon and his Iron Man start fighting. Bylak handed the forging hammer to Vastra. "We must be prepared to be found." Vastra took the forging hammer and held it in his hand, saying calmly, "He is not my nemesis, and he will never be again." Chapter 919. Brothers. The latest battle report. Lord Tyrone and Gilliman's bodies have already fought to Dragon Forest Star, and Lord Tyrone said that when he comes out, there will be a way to weaken the barrier. Victory in the war is just around the corner. In the dark underground cave, Horus excitedly told the clone Primarch brothers about the latest battle situation. Most of the clone Primarchs were excited, except for a few Primarchs including Perturabo and Kurz. But it was just excitement, because the latest victory report had nothing to do with the situation the clone Primarchs were facing now. Even if the victory outside was progressing faster, it would not be fast enough to help the clone Primarchs solve the difficulties they were facing. In the dark underground cave, the clone Primarchs sat together. In the center of them were scattered situation maps and documents. These things had nothing to do with the siege of Terra that year. The clone Primarchs no longer had time to talk about them. Outside, there were gunfire and roars everywhere. The chaos reinforcements that gradually occupied various parts of the Iron Ring had forced the clone Primarchs to face the enemy head-on, with no way to retreat. Facing human enemies from various forces, the war resources at hand of the Primarchs were only the skinless, who worshipped the Emperor, and the Iron Warriors warband slaves, who were forced to run around in the Iron Ring and eventually collided with them. Without loyal legionnaires and strong logistical support, they were able to build a defense line with just these few people to resist the siege and clean up of the chaos reinforcements. The fact that the clone Primarchs could hold on in the enemy's hinterland was already the ultimate display of their abilities. After a brief moment of excitement and joy, Rogel Dorn stood up and pointed to the map surrounded by his brothers. "We must hold on to this last line of defense nearby, otherwise we will be killed by the swarming enemies." No one thought Rogel Dorn was exaggerating. The clone Primarchs knew the current situation very well, and they also knew what they should do. That is to leave this underground cave, and fight a defensive battle that requires their personal participation when there is no need for remote communication and command. So all the clone Primarchs got up, left the underground cave, and walked outside. In the fierce war, the figures of the Chaos Warriors on the battlefield were clearly visible in the clone Primarch's vision. There were even knights and 2 titans. What the clone Primarchs had were themselves, the weapons forged by Perturabo and Ferris, and the skinless and slaves who once belonged to the Iron Warriors traders, who died every minute and every second using those weapons. They need a break. Horus looked at Magnus. The moment he felt Horus' gaze, Magnus knew what he should do. He immediately called on his psychic power, trying to create a psychic zone that the enemy could never cross, delaying some time. It was not difficult to do this in the Eye of Terror. Magnus' power was even enough to make the psychic zone last for a long time until everyone had enough rest. In the Iron Ring they were in, many times they turned danger into safety, and had a chance to breathe were won by Magnus using his psychic power. This time was no exception. The psychic energy here. Magnus suddenly realized something was wrong. He sensed that the psychic energy in the Eye of Terror had become turbulent, which made him subconsciously slow down the speed of absorbing psychic energy. When he tried to find out the reason, psychic vision replaced everything Magnus saw, and he entered a state of prophecy and a trance. In front of him was a field shaped by crystal. Gilliman and Lord Talon, an Eldar Titan, and an Iron Man, they gathered together. There seemed to be a dispute between the first two, and then the Lord of Tyrone sat on the black throne. This is not important. What is important is that the psychic energy there is too turbulent. It is like an eye of the storm. The ether storm it stirs up spreads around, even affecting the place where the clone Primarchs are. Magnus realized that this is why he sensed the abnormality of psychic energy just now. Magnus did not know that the storm-like psychic energy was infused by Tsinch. He did not know about the Ascension ceremony, and he did not know that the Lord of Tyrone almost became one of the Chaos Gods. All he could see was the subsequent impact. The raging of the ether storm formed a projection in the subspace, like a dazzling beacon. This is the waves and projection caused by something in the subspace. And this overly dazzling and special ether storm attracted the attention of other things. Magnus saw clearly that a group of golden and black things that were entangled and fighting with each other were attracted by the ether storm. They were fighting and chasing the surging ether torrent, trying to grab the surging power to gain an advantage in the next fight. But the fighting gold and black did not reach their destination, because the ether storm suddenly subsided, and they finally only arrived nearby. If the location of the fighting gold and black corresponds to reality, Magnus thought, it should be the Eye of Terror. Father? Magnus' brain was filled with strong curiosity, and he couldn't help but explore it, so he sensed the gold. The gold gave him a friendly feeling, but it was cold and terrifying. That must be his father, Magnus thought. And the black color fighting, with the gold color representing his father. Magnus could only feel strangeness, rage, cunning, joy, and prosperity. He naturally couldn't guess what the black color was. In the end, Magnus' exploration made his projection in the warp extremely shining, and the black color fighting with the gold color representing the Emperor noticed him. The bone-chilling cold and fear made Magnus instantly cut off his connection with the warp, but he was still a step too late. However, when the black was about to swallow him, he saw the gold representing his father rushing over, finally intercepting the black thing and kicking Magnus away. I saw my father fighting with a mass of black. As the clone Primarchs waited for Magnus to cast a spell, they suddenly heard the red-skinned brother roaring. Horus looked at Magnus nervously, and found that the psychic energy was burning like a flame in Magnus' blind eye. They are in the past, fighting in the future. They exist in many time nodes of the past, present and future at the same time, fighting almost endlessly. It's coming. The clone Primarchs looked at each other, not knowing what Magnus was talking about. After a long silence, Mortarion said, "Fools who play witchcraft will become like this sooner or later. There is nothing strange about it." "What's coming?" Horus stepped forward to support Magnus. "Calm down, brother, speak slowly. That black thing is coming." Magnus looked forward. Ahead was the Chaos reinforcements attacking, demons and Chaos Space Marines advancing in parallel. But some wizards among them noticed something and turned back. The next second, the environment inside the Iron Ring began to change, and countless hatches and portholes and fake starry skies appeared. The vast steel world inside the Iron Ring became like the inside of a ship, and everyone felt as if they were inside a giant battleship. Then a surge of psychic energy spread out from the changing environment. The clone Primarchs lost consciousness for a short time. When they recovered one by one, they found that their chaos bodies were covered with wounds, and their new Thunder Warrior armor was even so shabby that it could only cover their shame. The others were gone. Enemies, friendly forces. Those people and souls, who were not strong enough to withstand the impact, all turned into dust scattered in the changing environment. After the impact dissipated, a tall and strong dark figure appeared from the horizon. It seemed to be extremely huge, but as it appeared in the field of vision and got closer, it gradually became the size of an ordinary Primarch. Clone Horus was so shocked that he stopped breathing. He saw himself. Another self. Wearing a mutated black armor, with a blank expression and a lonely figure, he walked forward slowly. And Magnus saw the concrete entity of the black thing in his psychic vision here. Horus himself. Lion shouted, "How did he come back to life? He is not resurrected." Magnus understood everything after seeing Horus' figure. He already knew about the duel on the Spirit of Vengeance 10,000 years ago, the Emperor versus Horus. That earth-shaking battle was not just two powerful warriors dueling on a warship, but the amazing power and psychic energy burst from both sides caused them to fight in the past and the future at the same time. Horus is not resurrected. He is the echo of that far-reaching duel in the past and the future. "Sanguinius, my brother, you should not stop me. I don't want to kill you, you too, father. Theris, I see you. Are you here to support my cause? But it's too late, I'm dueling with my father." Horus walked forward while slashing wildly, as if searching for a strong enemy to duel with him, and his mouth was filled with inexplicable mumbling. And the claws of Horus stained with blood and feathers hung weakly and shook. Chapter 920. The blood on the claw of Horus dripped all the way. When its holder slowly stopped and looked forward, the blood on the claw of Horus had all dried up. Only a few feathers were left on it. Just by looking at the feathers, the clone Primarchs could guess who the feathers came from. It was obviously Sanguinius, who was brutally killed 10,000 years ago. Looking at the feathers on the claw of Horus, the clone Sanguinius fell into horror and panic. He felt it was shameful because he was afraid of an enemy, but he could not control this panic because this panic emanated from the depths of his soul and could not be suppressed. Not only Sanguinius, but other clone Primarchs also felt fear, a fear that emanated from the depths of their souls. It was as if what was in front of them was not Horus's real body at all, but a killing machine driven by terrifying destructive power. Since he is the remnant of that duel, will we not be killed by him? Clone Horus tightly grasped his sword and asked Magnus in a nervous tone, and took a step forward and stood in front of all the brothers. "Of course we will be killed by him," Magnus answered, looking at the dust floating in the air. The dust was originally the enemy on the battlefield, but they turned into ashes in an instant after Horus appeared. This proved that the last trace of Horus in reality, and the warp had the ability to destroy others. Magnus couldn't figure out the specific principle, and he was not in the mood to study it now, but he could guess that, just like the interference and distortion of reality by psychic energy, although the Horus in front of him was the remnant of the peak decisive battle 10,000 years ago, not the real body, and even in terms of authenticity, it was not as good as the clone. But this did not mean that he was just a harmless phantom. Brothers, you are all here. Horus looked at the clone Primarchs in front of him. From Horus's perspective, all his brothers were standing in the spirit of vengeance, and everyone was looking at him. And he himself did not look that hideous. Until Horus's eyes swept over each of his brothers, and finally saw his own clones. No, no. You are all a bunch of damn fakes. Horus let out a soul-shaking roar, and all the clone Primarchs were almost losing their combat effectiveness at this moment. Magnus was shocked by the psychic power of Horus's body in the past and future. He lost his will to fight with just a roar, and he began to think. Based on the information he saw in his psychic vision just now, Magnus believed that this Horus's body was just the remnant of the waves caused by the earth-shaking battle in the past and future, in the warp, and the real universe 10,000 years ago, and it was just the remaining power of the dead Horus's body. This Horus was the black that fought against the gold. He was obviously attracted by the unknown ether storm that had just erupted. Looking back, Magnus also found that the gold and black that he saw fighting each other appeared not only on the spirit of vengeance, but also on multiple time points in the past. For example, on Cadia, which was experiencing a life and death situation. You are still useful. Horus himself did not attack directly, even if you are a hateful fake, even if you are a blasphemy against my brothers. But you are also a good vessel. Magnus saw Horus raise his power claw and admire the feathers left on it. You will serve as a vessel. Let the majority of my brothers, who are like lost lambs, awaken and contribute to the cause that can truly save humanity. The clone Primarchs, who heard these words, felt that they would be killed soon. But the remnants of the duel 10,000 years ago were not only Horus. As a golden light illuminated the entire battlefield, another tall and strong figure holding the Emperor's sword appeared behind Horus and slashed at him. As if it was a fateful call, the sudden attack immediately put Horus into combat mode. He no longer paid attention to the clones in front of him, but directly faced the golden figure. That was the Emperor. In the eyes of the clone Primarchs except Magnus, it was undoubtedly the Emperor himself. When the clone Primarchs saw him, they even felt that the familiar Emperor from 10,000 years ago in their memories had resurrected, stood up from the golden throne, and stood in front of them. But in Magnus' eyes, whether it was the familiar Emperor from 10,000 years ago, or the Horus, who continued to duel with the Emperor, they were just surging psychic energy, almost real entities composed of roaring ether torrents. Don't call them fakes. The Emperor and Horus fought hand to hand. They are the insurance of your loyal brothers, and they are the only salvation for the rebels led by you, the damned traitor. You betrayed humanity first, father! Horus slashed at the Emperor with his sword. The great cause you speak of is nothing but a lie, a stepping stone for you to realize your ambitions. I am the salvation of mankind, and I am the only demigod who is loyal to and serves this weak species. Every move of the two sides in the fight, refutation and argument can set off an impact with amazing power, and every word resounds like thunder on the battlefield. When he saw the remnant of the Emperor in that duel, Magnus was extremely happy, and he even felt a kind of smug joy as if he had escaped from the dead. But when the remnant of the Emperor helped them break free and fight Horus, Magnus' heart sank. Because the battle in front of them was too terrible, every slash, and even every word from the two sides caused waves in the current space, and the remaining aftermath of the turbulent psychic duel was enough to cause harm to others, who could not intervene in the battle. At this time, even mortals knew that this was not a battle they could intervene in, but knowing was one thing, and being able to react was another. The clone Primarchs couldn't even escape. They were not as good at psychic power as Magnus, but now they truly realized how powerful Horus was, who was twisted and infused with power by the four gods, and how Horus had severely injured the Emperor 10,000 years ago. Horus! Horus! Magnus struggled to hold up the psychic barrier, and shouted the name of his clone brother. Every hoarse shout was accompanied by a large mouthful of blood. The constant psychic impact made him unable to support himself. When clone Horus heard the shout, he thought Magnus was not calling his clone, and he did not react for a moment, until Magnus stretched out his hand to suck clone Horus into the barrier while maintaining the psychic barrier. On the ever-changing battlefield, amid the remnants of the earth-shaking duel 10,000 years ago, the clone Primarchs hid in the tiny barrier standing in the corner, watching the battle that they could not intervene in at all. Chapter 921. Magnus struggled to maintain the barrier, and the protective entity materialized by psychic energy began to crack. Every time the Emperor and Horus fought in close combat, the crack would appear a little more, or expand. Some people wanted to help Magnus, and some people wanted to get involved in the battle instead of just watching, but without exception, they could not help much. The clone Horus watched the Emperor fighting with his original body. He didn't know that it was an echo, nor did he know why they appeared. He only saw the present. At least now, his original body is fighting with the Emperor. The battle between the two sides is not only a duel of force, but also a battle of thoughts. When he just woke up and learned about the Great Rebellion, Clone Horus could not believe that his original body had rebelled, because he could not find the reason for the rebellion. Thinking that the Astartes are superior to mortals is a problem. But even if there is no place for the Astartes in the mortal parliament, it is not enough to cause a rebellion. But then the Clone Horus understood, and he knew the reason for the rebellion. Just like now. Horus kept shouting how much he was for humanity, and kept blaming the Emperor's ambition and conspiracy. His thinking was based on the fact that the Emperor had a conspiracy. He felt that he was fighting for the human race, not like that bastard Lorgar, who worshipped a certain god and wanted to carry out the will of a certain god. From the current perspective, Horus's worries were completely meaningless, and it was like a rhetoric to cover up the truth, because he actually succumbed to the power of destruction, and it was unknown whether he still had a self. But after thinking about it carefully, Clone Horus felt that the historical record of the Emperor's stepping stone to godhood was actually quite terrifying. Can you teleport the others away? Clone Horus turned back to look at Magnus. Magnus felt that his psychic energy was on the verge of overload, and the intense pain brought about almost made him bite his teeth to pieces. He had no way to send the others away. Perhaps the clone brother's question was too much. Magnus still responded with difficulty. Why don't you let me dispel the remnants of your original body? Have your sympathy and empathy been shaved off along with your hair? Horus said nothing more, and turned his head to look at the earth-shaking battle. In the memory of the cloned Horus, the father who seemed omnipotent had been beaten back by his original body, showing a declining trend. This was not surprising, because the cloned Horus knew about the duel. The Emperor even tried to seize more power in the warp before starting the duel, because he was worried that he could not defeat Horus, who had become a puppet of the gods. At this time, Horus was focused on the confrontation with the Emperor. He didn't care about the clones at all, so he was not alert. For some reason, the clone Horus held his weapon tightly, took a step as if possessed by a ghost, and stared at the back of the original and the gradually declining Emperor. When he was about to walk out of the barrier, Russ and Rogel Dorn grabbed his arms and dragged him back. "We have to help our father," Horus shouted back. "They are not our father and your original body. They are just psychic entities." Magnus yelled, "All we can do is survive before they disappear." The buzzing sound of the psychic barrier about to break interrupted what Magnus wanted to say. He looked up with astonishment. A crack had expanded to the entire barrier under the continuous psychic impact. Magnus' heart was hanging in the air. He seemed to be able to see the barrier breaking in the next second, and then he and his clone brothers would be penetrated by the impact and finally turned into scattered ashes. At this critical moment, a blue figure suddenly emerged from the open psychic rift, and then used psychic power to prop up the barrier that was about to break. Magnus looked at it in astonishment, and saw a space marine wearing a horned helmet. Its decoration and color matching were consistent with the Thousand Suns Legion in his memory, but there was a mutation on the armor. Ahriman? Just by sensing the specific way of using psychic power, Magnus saw through the heavy horned helmet, and perceived the face hidden under the horned helmet. It was Azak Ahriman, the former captain of the Thousand Suns. Ahriman did not respond, but took out a sphere and used psychic energy to drive it, then opened a rift under everyone's feet, and everyone escaped from the dangerous battlefield and instantly came to a dark and secluded place. Ahriman was exhausted just helping Magnus resist psychic energy, and he had no way to create a portal out of thin air, so he just used a treasure he had obtained in his long career of seeking knowledge. Thanks to Ahriman's appearance, and the spoils he obtained in his experience, everyone was away from danger and temporarily safe. However, after being teleported out and seeing the new environment, the clone Primarch still felt unsafe. It was unknown who built this dark and secluded shelter, which was still located within the Iron Ring. The ground was littered with the bodies of iron warriors and demons. Another space marine sat on the pile of corpses, looking at the people who suddenly teleported out in front of him, and asked Ahriman, "You're back so soon?" Ahriman said nothing. Magnus was surprised by Ahriman's appearance, and did not look at the other space marine. Only Horus paid special attention to the space marine sitting on the pile of corpses, because he found that the armor of this space marine was exactly the same as the Sons of Horus Legion he led in the past, but there were also some mutations, and he was holding a magic sword that seemed to have evil written on it. "Our cooperation can end, Luperci." The silent Ahriman suddenly spoke to the space marine. "The father of clone genes you dreamed of is standing in front of you. That damn Fabius deceived you and me. He had already created the clone." Hearing this, the warrior named Luperci stood up suddenly. His eyes swept over all the clone Primarchs one by one, and finally fell on Horus. Although Horus's Thunder Warrior armor was broken at this time, his helmet was still there, but Luperci still believed Ahriman's words, because he felt a certain throbbing from the moment these people appeared. "Are you my father's clone?" Luperci asked tremblingly. Horus remained silent, because he could see that Luperci in front of him was not a loyalist. "You saved me for the same purpose as this guy?" Magnus asked Ahriman. He couldn't believe Ahriman would lend a helping hand, because even in his limited memory, he felt that his original body and this captain didn't get along so well, and there were even big disagreements afterwards. Obviously not. Ahriman shook his head, turned around and walked to the chair and sat down, looking directly into Magnus' eyes without hesitation. "It was by chance that I went to where you are. I saw a strange psychic prophecy, and then I was going to investigate the sudden storm. Then I saw you. I only lent a hand to clear up a misunderstanding. I was thrown into the webway with the son of Horus, and when we were released, we were in the war between you and Vashtar. We were forced to fight, but we didn't want to get involved in this war at all, let alone serve Vashtar." Ahriman explained a few words in a calm tone, and then made a request to Magnus. "There must be a special path for you to appear in the Iron Ring. Tell me, and then we will work together to leave this damn place." Chapter 922. Although you may not believe it, the way we came to the Iron Ring was not a special path. We came in normally. If you think we have some treasure that can let us come in or leave instantly, then I can only say that you have unnecessary expectations of us. Magnus looked down at Ahriman, his tone calm and cold. Although as a clone pre-March, Magnus knew very well that the guy in front of him was just the offspring of his original body, he still had the same memory as his original body, so it was inevitable that he had subjective opinions about Ahriman, who he met for the first time. Magnus did not have a good impression of Ahriman. Even 10,000 years ago, when the Empire was still on the rise, the two had disagreements. Not to mention that Ahriman, the former captain of the Thousand Sons, had fallen. Regarding this matter, Magnus did not have the confidence to blame or reprimand him. After all, his original body was also corrupted. Magnus' attitude towards Ahriman was only indifference. "But we can still cooperate." Ahriman pondered for a moment, and it seemed that he had other plans. "The battle between the Emperor and Horus will eventually destroy all of us. We have to find a way to survive." "Why would the battle between the Emperor and my original body destroy everyone?" Horus asked. "Psychic energy." Ahriman raised his index finger and tapped his horn helmet. "I speculate that the psychic energy agitation caused by their battle will become more and more frequent and severe. In the end, all of us with souls will be annihilated by psychic energy. This is a complicated subject. I can't explain too much to you." Hearing this, Horus looked at Magnus and used his eyes to confirm with his brother. Magnus thought about it and nodded. Even though he was in a relatively safe place on the Iron Ring, Magnus could still feel the pain and the power of the surging psychic energy. How is this possible? The Emperor and his body are just echoes of the duel 10,000 years ago. They will eventually dissipate. Motarian raised an objection. They are remnants of the past, but not completely. Ahriman analyzed with interest like a scholar. They are psychic entities, just like demons in the warp. You may not understand this, but you can really feel the threat of the aftermath of their battle, right? Motarian was silent and did not respond. "I was there when the duel began 10,000 years ago." Ahriman said. "I did not observe them in front of them, but I know what they did. They did travel between the past and the future during the battle, which means that they fought on Cadia 10,000 years ago, and they appeared and fought in the war that could determine the survival of Cadia 10,000 years later. A duel that spans the past and the future. Although this duel seemed incredible to the clone Primarchs, their understanding of psychic energy and the warp made them think that Ahriman was right after careful consideration. However, Ahriman was not only an eyewitness of the event 10,000 years ago, he was also a powerful psychic. When the reverberations of the duel between the Emperor and Horus appeared, Ahriman saw everything that Magnus saw, and even because he had many ancient relics that Magnus did not have, he could understand much more than Magnus. The Emperor and Horus outside were the echoes of the duel 10,000 years ago in the warp. They have been fighting continuously, even after the duel has been decided. They were attracted here and entered the Eye of Terror for a reason. Ahriman explained the facts he knew, which aroused the interest of the clone Primarchs, because they also wanted to know why the echoes of the Emperor and Horus appeared here. I have to admit that Lord Talon is indeed a noble man. The Dark God took advantage of his characteristics and used his power of destruction to drive his wishes, and then he became an evil god in the warp. But Lord Talon gave up his wish. He figured out what was important, so even with the majestic power of destruction, he could not achieve his godhood. But the ascension ceremony and the power of destruction already existed, which set off a storm in the warp. The remaining psychic energy of the failed ceremony became a power coveted by the Emperor and the remnants of Horus. They were attracted because of the failed ascension ceremony. When Armin said this, the clone Primarchs finally knew what caused the whole thing. Magnus had seen the prophecy before, but he only had some guesses in his mind, and did not tell his brothers. Apotheosis? Guilliman stepped forward and questioned Armin nonsense. Do you know what power the Lord of Talon uses? The power of the Star God? How could he become a god in the warp? If he only used the power of the Star God, he would have perished the moment he was dragged into the warp during the defense of Talon. Armin made no secret of the fact that he had observed the Talon sector in the past. He can influence the warp, but the warp cannot influence him. Does he want to become one of the dark gods? Guilliman asked again. Otherwise, the ascension ceremony you mentioned could not have been designed and carried out. It's not that he wants to become one of the dark gods. Armin seemed to enjoy this kind of academic discussion and the pleasure of educating a Primarch who is born with knowledge like a teacher. He has a wish, that is, he hopes that everything he rules will prosper forever and will not wither. The Lord of Change took advantage of this wish and his ability to unilaterally influence the warp to design a ceremony for him to ascend to the gods. As long as he ascends to the gods, the wish of Lord Talon can be realized, indirectly realized, understand? Then the Lord of Change sent his servants to find the relics of the first empire in the real universe, a throne called the Throne of the Engine of Domination, which is the medium of the ceremony. Then he infused his own power, a huge amount of power, to play a supporting role to drive the entire ceremony, and then help Lord Talon ascend to the gods. Armin paced back and forth, speculating and explaining. But the ritual failed, because Lord Talon changed his will, and the power of the Lord of Change did not completely dissipate. The psychic energy that was not successfully transformed in the failed ritual became the bait for the remnants of the Emperor and Horus to appear here. Although I admire this guy, he is indeed a wasteful person. He actually rejected such a gift directly. Armin couldn't help but imagine what he would do if he encountered the ascension ceremony and gift. Of course, he would directly ascend to the god. That was what he dreamed of. Since he had his eyes on Vashtor's Discord engine, Armin's goal was to use the Discord engine to enter the webway library of the ancient Elden Empire, and then find a way to ascend to the god. Chapter 923. Although Armin's explanation was not completely credible to the clone Primarchs, there was no other explanation. If what he said was true, Horus could hardly imagine that the Lord of Talon was about to, or was undergoing the ascension ceremony, and then he spoke of the latest situation in a very calm tone, not like he had just experienced a big event. If he succeeds in ascension, will there be a god in the warp who is willing to do something for mankind? Horus suddenly asked. Of course not, father. Luperci, who was standing by, stared at the clone of his genetic father. He will be twisted by the warp itself, just like you were 10,000 years ago. Armin glanced at Luperci, then looked at Horus. He was a little puzzled as to why Horus asked such a naive question, and was stupid enough to think that a warp god would stick to his heart. However, Horus did not have naive expectations. He was just thinking about his father. He once heard Chinemo say that if the Emperor stepped down from the Golden Throne, he might become a god. Horus thought more than once about the consequences of the Emperor becoming a god. Let's get back to the present. Armin stopped pacing and stared at Horus. We have to find a way to dispel the reverberations of the Emperor and your original body to prevent the fierce battle between them from destroying all of us. How do you plan to dispel them? Can we get even half a step closer to them? Horus asked Armin. I think the best way for us now is to wait until Lord Talon gets rid of Vashtor and returns to solve the problem here. He can solve it, but whether he can arrive in time is a question. Armin shook his head slowly, then took out a dagger from his waist. I have a better idea. Magnus and I will use psychic energy to cover you, and then you go over and use this dagger to dispel the remnant of your body. Looking at the dagger handed over by Armin, Horus frowned slightly. Armin moved his finger slightly, turning the dagger from the blade facing Horus to facing himself, and handed over the handle. Either you tell me honestly how you came here, and how to take me out, in return for saving you. Either you work with me to find a way to dispel the reverberations of those two guys. Don't think that you are clones of the original body, and are not afraid of the impact of psychic energy. What is the use of this dagger? Horus asked. It is a weapon born from the first human resistance to wizards. Armin lowered his head and looked at the dagger, his eyes full of fear. A human paid a heavy price, and finally used this dagger to kill a wizard tyrant. Horus still did not take the dagger. He turned to look at Magnus. Magnus closed his eyes, and sensed for a moment, then nodded. Horace then took the dagger and put it on his waist. Among all the clone Primarchs, only Guilliman felt that he should not listen to any words of Ahriman, the wizard, but he did not say it. On the one hand, some things still needed to be discussed together when the brothers were alone, and on the other hand, he knew that his words could not change the judgment of others. Due to the influence of memory, all the clone Primarchs, except for those who were already on good terms with Guilliman, were still wary of him. This is not suspicion, but habitual vigilance based on memory. No matter what the reasons are for Guilliman or his clones, they have to admit that it was difficult for them not to be suspicious 10,000 years ago. Others probably think like this. Stay away from me, Guilliman. Don't let your blood splash on me when you are shot for being a bastard who is busy with a country within a country. Everyone, get ready. Ahriman turned and looked at Luperci. Prepare some weapons and equipment for your clone father and uncles. Luperci looked at Horace, then at the others, then took out an ancient treasure and emptied out all the contents of the dimensional pocket. Although Luperci did as he was told, it was because he saw that Horace agreed to Ahriman's plan, and he did not approve of Ahriman's plan. It was not because he thought Ahriman's plan was bad, but because he habitually thought that Ahriman would get into trouble again. Just like when the two of them boarded the Discord engine, they were thrown into the webway by Vashtor and got involved in the battle on the Iron Ring. Same as Luperci. Horace also did not approve of Ahriman's plan, but he quietly made his own plan in mind. Before the operation officially began, Guilliman left the hiding place of the clone Primarchs and Ahriman to find out where everyone was now. He habitually doubted everything about Ahriman, the wizard, so he did not think that Ahriman really found them because he could not find a way to leave the Iron Ring. He even suspected that this place was in the pocket space of one of Ahriman's treasures. However, after a thorough investigation, Guilliman discovered that everyone was indeed on the Iron Ring, but Ahriman was able to hide from those Chaos Warriors because he deployed a ritual. After the investigation, Guilliman returned to the original route. When he was thinking about whether Ahriman's words and deeds were suspicious, a black shadow suddenly appeared in his peripheral vision. When he subconsciously turned his head to look at the black shadow, he saw a familiar figure. Corax? Guilliman was shocked. The one in front of him was his clone brother, Corax, who had not participated in the Battle of the Iron Ring. Corax looked at Guilliman, smiled, and then walked out of the darkness carrying something. When Guilliman saw what Corax was holding, he was stunned. In Corax's hand was a human head, the head of Fabius Bile. I'm back, mission accomplished. Corax casually threw Fabius' head on the ground. At the same time, behind Corax, another figure walked out. It was a very tall but slender figure, looking like a demon, with black feathers all over his body and wings folded behind his back. The moment he saw this demon, Guilliman recognized him as Corax's original body. Why are you here? Guilliman asked anxiously. You. Corax didn't explain, because he had experienced too much after the Battle of Broom. I chased Fabius to a planet that was shrunk by Ahriman's psychic power, until my original body released me and lurked beside Ahriman until now. Corax looked at the original body beside him. Don't tell others that you saw us, it will be detrimental to our next action. Next action? Guilliman asked, are you referring to Ahriman's plan to dispel the remnants of Horus' original body? Corax nodded slowly. There are some things I have to sit down and explain to you later. Now I can only say that we are indirectly influenced by our father, including Ahriman and Fabius. The mission of us clones is not just to stay in the Iron Ring. Chapter 924. Our duty is not just to stay in the Iron Ring. Our duty. Guilliman was a little dazed when he was in the teleportation array arranged by Ahriman. The words he heard when he saw Corax just now were still lingering in his mind. He liked to think, and was used to thinking, so Corax's words would inevitably be carefully considered. Even though Guilliman had returned to the other clone brothers and Ahriman at this time, even though the experience of seeing the clone Corax and Corax's original body just now seemed like a dream lingering in the mist. Recalling the time when he came to the Iron Ring with his clone brothers, Guilliman felt that this matter had a sense of fate from the beginning, as if something big was waiting for them ahead. Now it seems that it is true. You just left. Horace walked to Guilliman. Did you see anything suspicious? Guilliman raised his head and looked up at Horace without saying a word. If you feel suspicious, I will immediately think that Ahriman is untrustworthy. Horace stared at Ahriman, who was calling on psychic energy with Magnus 100 meters away. Perhaps you feel that you are excluded, but I know very well that we are all clones, and we should not be bound by the memory of the original body. I also know how strong and hard-working your original body is after 10,000 years, so you can speak directly if you have something to say. Hearing this, Guilliman also looked at Ahriman, recalling Corax's words that we are all influenced by our father, even Ahriman. Gilliman shook his head. I went out for a walk, and didn't find anything suspicious. That's good. Horace lowered his head, and looked down at the dagger at his waist, the weapon given to him by Ahriman, which was known as the first weapon to kill a wizard. I don't know what he was thinking. The teleportation ceremony was quickly arranged. Magnus stepped aside, and Ahriman took out the instrument that had been used to take everyone out of the danger zone and held it high. Psychic energy began to gather towards the artifact. The next second, everyone would return to the dangerous place where the Emperor and the Echo of Horus fought. It stands to reason that someone should stand up and say something inspiring to boost morale, but at this time, there were not only the clone Primarchs or Ahriman's group present, so both sides tacitly chose to remain silent to avoid making mistakes. After confirming that the transmission could begin, Ahriman nodded to Magnus, and then his eyes fell on Luperci holding the magic sword. Magnus looked at his brothers. After everyone nodded, the transmission began and ended in an instant. When the powerful psychic energy rushed in like a tsunami, Magnus and Ahriman simultaneously held up the barrier. When Gilliman left, the clone Primarchs listened to Ahriman's explanation of his plan to dispel the reverberations, and then found that this guy's plan was really simple. Just as he said before, everyone hid under the psychic barrier to ensure that they would not be wiped out by the psychic torrent, and then approached Horus and the Emperor, and let the clone Horus give his original reverberation a blow. It's that simple. However, due to the difference in strength, even such a simple plan is like a war with all the preparations. The psychic barrier was cracked as soon as it was erected. Horus held a dagger in one hand, and an unknown long sword given to him by Luperci in the other, and moved forward while Magnus and Ahriman struggled to resist the psychic energy. Everything in front of him sometimes changed into the interior of the Spirit of Vengeance, and sometimes changed into the Terra Palace. What's more amazing is that the interior of the Iron Ring, a giant artificial void structure, actually had blue sky or dark clouds, and lightning storms and sandstorms were raging. Soon, clone Horus saw his original body. The Emperor was still fighting with him, and every close combat between the two sides was as powerful as before. The clone Primarchs, Ahriman, and Luperci failed to attract the attention of both sides when they appeared on the battlefield. They were like ants passing by when two humans were fighting. Clone Horus originally thought that the Emperor completely regarded his original body as an enemy. He had abandoned his humanity before the war, and no longer had any emotions. But in fact, as he heard Chinemo say, even during the battle, the Emperor did not give up awakening his son, the War Master. During the battle, the two accused and argued with each other, but the words they spoke were like thunder in the ears of a superhuman with the physical fitness of the cloned original. The words from both sides were a double torture on the mental and physical levels of everyone. Look at the consequences you caused. Your son almost conquered Cadia 10,000 years later, and almost made the human beings, who were already in the abyss, fall deeper, and almost beyond redemption. You are my proud offspring, but you succumbed to the power of destruction, and completely became a lackey of the Chaos Gods. The Emperor held the Emperor's sword made of psychic energy. The Emperor's sword in his hand was obviously not the one that Gilliman himself had taken away in front of the Golden Throne. It was made of pure psychic energy, just as the reverberations of the Emperor and Horus at this time did not have physical properties, but were also pure psychic energy. Facing the Emperor's reprimand, Horus reached out and grabbed the Emperor's sword, roaring at his father in the burning of psychic energy. I am not giving in. I am just using their power, but their power is a little dangerous. Playing with danger, dancing on the edge of a knife, isn't that what you are good at? You have planned to abandon me and my brothers. You have created more obedient counterfeits, and these counterfeits are made by your vicious children, who indirectly influence Fulgrim. As I said, this is what you are good at. I am just learning from you, as always. After saying this, Horus swung his sword to meet the Emperor's sword. The two weapons collided, and the psychic energy emitted spread all around. The aftermath of the psychic impact shattered Ahriman's will, causing him to fall into a trance for a short time. At this time, Luperci stepped forward with the magic sword in hand, slashed at the air, and the psychic impact dissipated briefly, and then hit Magnus, who was struggling to support the barrier more fiercely. Magnus was already trying his best to keep the barrier running, but some of the impact still seeped in. When the clone Horus, who was staring at the Emperor and his original body, sensed the danger, Luperci immediately left Ahriman and rushed to the front of the clone Gene Father, slashing at the front again. The psychic impact was also dissolved, but it lagged behind a little. Ahriman, who was a little far away from Magnus, was blown away by the aftermath of the impact, but he quickly recovered and assisted Magnus to maintain the barrier again. As everyone got closer to the Emperor and Horus, who were fighting, the impact became stronger. Just when Magnus and Ahriman were having trouble maintaining it, Horus turned his head and looked at them. The clone Horus met its gaze, and was stunned for a moment. Chapter 925. These counterfeits that you used to replace me and my brothers. Horus retracted his gaze, and looked at the Emperor, who swung his sword again. They may be of some use to me. The Emperor sensed the danger, but he could not guess what Horus would do next. He knew that both he and Horus had tried their best, and anyone who shifted his attention to anything other than the duel would quickly be at a disadvantage in this duel. The Emperor forced himself to focus. The Emperor's sword fell, and Horus did not block it. A wound filled with darkness and twisted layers was cut open on his chest, and surging psychic energy poured out from the wound. At the moment of being cut open, Horus looked at the other people who were like passing ants, and raised his hand to them. Except for the clone Horus, the other clone Primarchs had no idea what Horus was going to do. Only Horus's clone felt the strong malice and intention from the original body in an instant. He wants to corrupt us. When clone Horus had this thought, his other brothers knew what was happening to them without him having to explain. The psychic shock no longer continued, because Horus's psychic energy protected the people who were struggling under the psychic barrier. But this was not a gift. Every clone Primarch under protection saw a completely different scene after blinking, and scenes from their memories emerged in their brains, whether it was the memories of these clones before the end of the Great Crusade, or the experiences of their original bodies afterwards. Heavy negative emotions filled their brains. The dissatisfaction and hatred towards the Emperor were magnified countless times, occupying all the senses and thoughts of the clone Primarchs. Those clone Primarchs whose original bodies were loyalists were also inevitably affected, because there was no Primarch who only respected and was loyal to the Emperor without any other complaints or dissatisfaction. People like the cloned Onron, who hated the Emperor, almost instantly cast hostile blood-red eyes at the Emperor. In his blood-red vision, he led his former slave gladiator brothers and sisters to charge into the palace, chopped off the Emperor's head, and hung it on the wall of Terra, announcing to everyone the end of the life of this damned slave owner. Hold on. The Emperor parried Horus's sword and looked at the clone Primarchs, projecting his will and power to protect their souls. And Horus saw the right moment, and pierced the Emperor's abdomen with his power claws. You tried to replace me and my brothers with these fakes. Horus looked at the Emperor with a grin, absorbing the majestic psychic energy flowing from the Emperor's wound. We are all remnants, I know. But I can inject my psychic energy into my clone to replace his will. Have you prepared a similar clone for yourself so that you can be reborn like me? Hearing Horus's provocation, the Emperor shook his head slowly. You are wishful thinking. He cannot accommodate you, even your remnant. Okay. Horus pulled out his power claws, smiled, and took 2 steps back. It doesn't matter if I can't be resurrected. At least there will be another Horus in the universe, who is determined to destroy you. This fake can at least use my face to command my descendants and my brothers, and bring disaster to your empire again. The Emperor looked at the cloned Horus. The latter was staring at him with hatred. Although he is a fake, sometimes it doesn't matter if you cheat, as long as you can achieve your goal. Horus said, You taught me too well, liar. Clone Horus seemed to feel the call, and slowly walked towards the echo of his original body. As he slowly moved forward, he angrily accused the echo of the Emperor. Don't pretend to be a savior, father. You are not stupid, but you drove the Ultramarines to destroy the perfect city, and drove Rust to destroy Prospero. You planted the seeds of infighting with your own hands. Your sinister plan has caused humans to return to ignorance in the catastrophe. They worship you and provide you with faith. Your wish to become a god has come true. Lord Talon once said that no matter who you think you are now a true god. The clone Horus is not like his original body, who is full of direct hatred and hostility towards the Emperor due to the distortion of the 4 gods. He has distorted thoughts under the influence of his original body just now, and then feels that his original body's rebellion, the rift between brothers, and the many confusing decisions made by his father 10,000 years ago are all purposeful. That is to deliberately create a chaotic catastrophe, so that humans would think that he, the damn wizard who was curled up somewhere in the Old Night era, was really a savior, and then pray to him in the hell of ignorance. The counterfeit you created is so inferior. Horus said, he still has the same ridiculous speculation as I did before. I don't think so. I just think that the gods are the great beings worthy of my following. The Emperor stared at Horus. He noticed that Horus no longer spoke nonsense, like an idiot. He became cruel, vicious, and shrewd. The Emperor realized that if the remnant before him had once possessed some will of his own, like his original self, then now, he is completely the incarnation of the dark gods. The gods noticed this. Kill it. Horus looked at his clone, and glanced at the Emperor. Then we will merge into one, or I will guide you and help you. We will guide you and help you, as always. The clone Horus held a dagger that could dispel psychic energy and slowly walked towards the Emperor. He looked like he was struggling. He would utter meaningless mumblings, just like Horus was in the rebellion. But then the cloned Horus became determined, his eyes bloodshot, and he quickened his pace against the psychic energy flowing from the wounds of the Emperor and Horus. The dagger held tightly by the thick big hand penetrated the armor made of psychic energy, but it was not because it was very sharp, but because it dispelled the reverberation of psychic energy, and the armor on the reverberation that was also made of psychic energy. Furthermore, it also penetrated the false body made of psychic energy. The clone Horus used the dagger to pierce the enemy he wanted to kill. As the psychic energy gradually began to dissipate, Horus' body trembled, and he slowly lowered his head, looking at the dagger that emerged from his waist. The dagger destroyed his body in a strange way, not cutting flesh and blood, but the psychic energy near the dagger was dissipated, and it looked like a smooth hole was opened in the flesh. Horus raised his head and looked at the astonished Emperor, then slowly turned his head to look at the clone behind him. Obviously, the fake did not dispel the Emperor as he requested, but instead thrust the dagger into his body. The ferocious expression and gaze of the clone Horus behind him gradually dissipated, and as the reverberation gradually faded, the signs of corruption on his face also gradually dissipated, and it looked like the scarlet and black gradually dissipated from his eyes and skin. Your past achievements and glory belong to you, not to me, the fake, but I, the fake, must be ashamed and atone for your crimes. The clone Horus stared at the reverberation of the original body, and cut open his body like a disembowelment. You are the one who deserves death. Chapter 926. You are a fake Horus with low morals and no honor. The dagger did not completely dispel the reverberations of Horus. Although his reverberations had been cut into pieces, they still existed in the form of rotten meat strips. This phenomenon, which was completely non-physical, proved that Ahriman's plan was indeed effective. It was right for everyone not to treat Horus as the real Horus from the beginning. He was indeed an entity formed by the gathering of psychic energy. But even a reverberation, an entity that is a gathering of psychic energy, a false puppet, also possesses terrifying power. The anger from the reverberation of the original body alone bound the clone Horus in place, making him unable to move, unable to resist or struggle. The strong and raging psychic torrent made the clone Horus feel that he was almost dragged into the subspace, and he even saw countless hallucinations. Beyond the hallucinations, the consciousness and thoughts were being stripped away, as if the flesh was being skinned and fleshed out layer by layer. When clone Horus felt that he could no longer hold on, and his soul was about to be torn into pieces by the psychic energy, he suddenly felt a warm force. He suddenly opened his eyes, and was shocked to find that he was in a subspace. The distorted environment, that was completely inconsistent with the laws of real physics, was the best description of the environment. But what clone Horus felt was not fear and pain, but warm light. A golden round object released a light that made it difficult for clone Horus to open his eyes, and slowly fell down and approached him. Father! Clone Horus exclaimed softly. The golden sphere reminded Horus of Lord Talon's description of the Emperor in the warp. The sun. It emitted golden light, but was extremely cold. Unlike what Lord Talon said, clone Horus felt warm. Until the sphere slowly fell to the point where clone Horus felt hot, he gradually adapted to the dazzling light, and tried his best to look directly at the sphere in front of him, and then he was stunned. That was not a golden sun at all. It was a hideous-looking thing. The sphere itself was an eyeball emitting golden light, and countless smaller eyes were spread around the large eyeball like green moss covering the wall. And behind the eyeball were huge wings that slowly spread out. Angel? Clone Horus instantly searched at his brain where he had seen this thing. That was the appearance of the so-called angel engraved on historical relics by humans in the extremely ancient times of Terra. It was not a beautiful man with wings, but a monster with wings, which looked extremely terrifying. The angel in front of him was indeed abominable and terrifying, but he could not make clone Horus feel even a little bit of vigilance or horror, because the light released by the angel was so warm. It was like the will and soul were taking a nap beside a comfortable campfire. The angel looked directly at clone Horus. Clone Horus looked at the angel. The huge wings slowly spread out, and the light became more dazzling and warm. Then the psychic energy that bound the clone Horus dissipated instantly, and everything in front of him disappeared, replaced by the environment he was originally in. But that was not because of what the angel did. In the eyes of the clone Horus, a black figure with wings on his back stood in front of him. And the reverberation of his original body had been torn to pieces, and gradually disappeared. Korix! Gilliman, who was the first to wake up, shouted at Horus, "It's Corax. Just now, he completely dispelled the reverberation of your original body and saved you. It's Corax." Gilliman didn't want Horus, who had just recovered, to think that the crow demon was an enemy, so he shouted to remind Horus. But Horus himself had no hostility towards the crow demon, and he had just seen the demon give his body the final blow. But he couldn't believe that the thing in front of him was Corax. Corax glanced at Horus, said nothing, and disappeared without a trace the next second. Even his clones didn't know where he went. Elusive, this is the characteristic of Corax, who accepted the essence. Every time he appeared, his appearance was different, and no one could find out where he went. The remnant of Horus's body disappeared. Corax's body disappeared without a trace. The psychic impact was no longer continuous. The battle was over. The feeling of relief made Horus, the clone Primarch, almost lose his balance, but the clone Corax rushed from behind and supported him. At this time, Horus realized that his body was like a burnt charcoal. There were traces of burning, but the whole body was covered with frost. However, the matter did not end here. Everyone still needed to deal with another person, that is, the remnant of the Emperor. Ahem. The Emperor coughed out blood made of psychic energy. Under him, some golden steps appeared. He slowly sat on the steps, leaning on his sword to ensure that he would not lie down. However, as a psychic remnant, the Emperor was obviously not uncomfortable because of the injuries on his body, but because he was also dissipating. The golden light was like raindrops falling backwards, slowly rising to the sky. As the echo of the far-reaching and earth-shaking duel 10,000 years ago, when the remnant of Horus dissipated, the Emperor would also become part of the surging sea of souls in the warp. He himself came from that sea of souls. But the Emperor's body was not incapable of controlling this psychic entity in the past or in the future. You killed it, Horus. The Emperor looked at Horus. You dispelled the remnant of your body. You are firm, wise, strong. Your performance just now proved that you have these excellent qualities. I am not Horus. Horus put the dagger back into his waist. I am just a clone of your 16th offspring, born from the hands of a vicious bastard. He never thought that he was the real Horus, just like the other clone Primarchs. They may not be able to accept it, but they have to admit that they were created by a vicious bastard named Fabius using forbidden means. I indirectly influenced Fabius. The Emperor panted weakly. I have to admit this point among the many scoldings your original body gave me during the battle just now. Horus frowned. He couldn't believe that the Emperor had actually influenced Fabius. He felt angry and helpless because he was not only a clone of a poor sinner, but also a traitor of the Emperor's children in the eyes of others. In the current empire, if someone wants to clone a Primarch, his fate will be terrifying to me. The Emperor looked at Horus and said, You are my proud masterpieces. You can't just be born from a traitor. Chapter 927. But I'm still a clone, Horus said. The Emperor took a breath, seemingly trying to persuade him, but in the end, he swallowed it back. Finally, he just stared at Horus and said sternly, I don't want to debate with you about whether you are Horus or not. The Empire needs you now, and you need to take on the responsibilities you should take on. You sound like you are recruiting. Horus lowered his head. The recruitment advertisements of the Tyrone army will not say so dryly that Tyrone needs you, the Lord of Tyrone needs you, or humanity needs you. The Emperor was silent for a moment, lowered his head, and said slowly, Okay. I don't know what you think, but I think you are Horus, at least in terms of function, you are the same, because you now also have the essence abandoned by your original body. According to my standards for the Primarch, you are Horus. Essence? Horus raised his head, his eyes full of doubts. Yes. The Emperor glanced at all the clone Primarchs present. All the Primarchs' bodies are given by me, and their essence is still the warp. Horus thought for a moment, and then asked, Those real Primarchs who have rebelled, are they because their essence is inclined to one of the gods, such as Magnus' inclination to Tzeentch? Not so. The Emperor explained, Those Primarchs, who have ascended to the devil are already part of the gods, just like the demons you see, which has nothing to do with their essence. Then they. Horus looked back at Mordorion and Magnus, as well as other clones whose original bodies had rebelled. Can they also have the same essence as the original body? The Emperor also looked at Mordorion and the others, not to have the same essence, not to clone or copy the essence, but to have it, like the ascended body has it before the ascended body. Horus fell into deep thought. Malkador is still waiting for me. He can't hold on to the throne for too long. The Emperor suddenly became dazed, and then like a real reverberation of the past, he could no longer speak and think as if he was in the past and the future at the same time, just like when the reverberation of Horus's body just appeared, as if he was immersed in a past and couldn't extricate himself. Go to the throne. The Emperor seemed to be supported by something. He slowly stood up and walked towards the golden steps that appeared inexplicably behind him. Horus had never seen such a weak emperor. He leaned on his sword, dragged his body with a hole in it by the power claw, and walked forward slowly. "Father!" Horus stretched out his hand subconsciously to stop him, but the Emperor seemed to be unaware of his existence and just walked towards the end of the golden steps dejectedly. Horus already knew what the outcome of the duel 10,000 years ago was. The Emperor will be like before, not explaining anything to the people he cares about, nor revealing anything. This psychic carries too much reverence and hatred. He is a tyrant, executioner, saint, and savior in different people's mouths, and those who make different judgments about him can also come up with convincing deeds to prove what kind of person the Emperor is in their mouths. The Emperor will not explain anything, will not repent, and will not curse. He walked towards the golden throne, silently approaching the terrifying torture machine. He certainly knew what kind of torture he would suffer if he touched the throne. For 10,000 years, countless people have speculated what the Emperor was thinking about during his last journey on Earth. Perhaps he thought about the future of mankind, and out of love for this species, he sat on the torture machine just to allow mankind to continue to survive for a while. Perhaps this cold-blooded and cruel tyrant was a combination of knowledge and action, treating not only others as tools, but also himself as a tool, and sat on it just to play the role of a tool. In any case, the facts presented to mankind 10,000 years later are obvious. The Emperor sat on the golden throne, as if sitting on a meat grinder. His psychic energy was extracted and used to block the passage of demons into Terra, and the Astronomicon was lit to guide the starships of the human race. Humanity was able to continue to struggle for a full 10,000 years. Whatever the future of the human species is, if it is extinct, the name of the Emperor will be engraved on the tombstone of the human species. If it continues to exist, the Emperor will be passed down from generation to generation by human individuals. It's over, brothers. Horus turned around and looked at the other clone Primarchs. We will not perish in this damned iron ring. The others all breathed a sigh of relief. The corruption inflicted on them also dissipated, as the reverberation of Horus's body dissipated. Everyone was still alive, which was lucky. Indeed, at least we will not be doomed. Ahriman raised the teleporter and looked at Luperci. We should leave here. The two sides who have fought against the threat together are about to have another dispute. Luperci glanced at Ahriman, then at Horus. Father, I did not join the Black Legion, and I have never been loyal to Abaddon. Do I still have the qualifications to return to the Legion? Horus looked at Luperci. Luperci was wearing armor from 10,000 years ago, and the paint was even from the period when the Legion was called the Luna Wolves, but it was obviously not his armor, but taken from someone else. Because in Horus' memory, this warrior named Horus Luperci was a Terran warrior who joined the Legion after the Legion was renamed the Sons of Horus. Luperci did not join the Black Legion, but he was not a loyalist either. His armor had been corrupted by chaos, and the sword in his hand was a magic sword with a face and could speak. Even Luperci himself did not dare to claim that he was not corrupted by chaos. The 16th Legion has been destroyed. Horus said in a deep voice, you don't have to return to the Legion anymore. No. Luperci shook his head repeatedly. The Legion can still be rebuilt. With just your command, even the fighting brothers, who are temporarily loyal to Abaddon and Vashtor, will return. You have been mutated too severely. Horus interrupted Luperci. When Luperci wanted to say something else, Horus shouted, they will kill you. Even the Telonians cannot accept a remnant of the traitorous Legion, who has been in the Eye of Terror for too long with a magic sword in hand. They will kill you. Luperci trembled at Horus's shouting. He hesitated for a moment, and slowly retreated to Ahriman. We will meet again. Luperci saluted before teleporting away. When Ahriman and the other disappeared, Horus looked at the others. We will lurk here until the Lord of Talon returns, and the fleet's attack can no longer be blocked. We have to continue fighting. Chapter 928. Longland Star is being destroyed. Vashtor did not have any expectations for the future, but the speed of Longland Star's collapse was beyond his expectations. The demon engine was struggling to defend against the invaders on the surface, and Longland Star's orbital defense had long been annihilated. When a device driven by the demon's pain sounded an alarm, indicating that an extremely small object with huge kinetic energy and amazing speed had penetrated the surface of Longland Star, Vashtor already knew what would happen next. You shouldn't have trusted the Lord of Change. You shouldn't have. When they came to kill you, I really thought you had some big plan. Bylak was still chattering about Vashtor's belief in Cinch. Even Vashtor agreed with Bylak's opinion, but it asked Bylak, if I didn't accept the help of the Lord of Change, we would still be enemies and fighting, and I would still not get the 3 artifacts. I kept a hand for Carlos, but things didn't develop to the point I imagined, so I couldn't counter Carlos and his master. Bilak was about to retort, but Vashtor was no longer interested in talking. He took out his hammer and handed it to Bilak. I can only fulfill our deal indirectly in other ways. Take this thing and leave here. After that, whether you get what you want or perish like me, it has nothing to do with me. This deal is over. Bilak was waiting for this. He took the hammer and asked Vashtor, originally, I wanted to stay here to see if I could take you out, but now, I will also abide by the agreement, and leave all the demons that should have been given to you here. Vashtor stared at Bilak for a few seconds, then slowly turned around and walked towards his black mechanical throne. He sat on it, then quietly stared at the only entrance and exit of the fortress, waiting. Countless powerful demon engines filled every empty space from the entrance to the corridor, outside. Bilak left many demons to help those demon engines, and then escaped into the shadows to the surface of Longland Star. Whether it would live or die, Vashtor could not predict. In fact, it did not think that Bilak had the possibility of leaving Longland Star. It really did not want to stay with this guy. Soon Vashtor waited for the person it had to wait for. Accompanied by a roar, the sound of the fortress's solid shell being penetrated and shattered, and the wailing of countless demons, a figure landed outside the entrance. The smoke and dust filled the air, and Vashtor couldn't see who suddenly came, but he was sure that it must be the guy he thought of. The demon engines instantly burst into terrifying screams, and together with the surrounding demons, they rushed to the smoke and dust in front. Then a flash of lightning came out of the smoke and dust, circling like a thunder dragon and piercing many demon engines, followed by a surging sea of fire. The demon engine and the demons all disappeared. A figure holding two swords and carrying a scepter slowly walked out of the smoke and dust. Vashtor! Chin-Mo roared and called Vashtor's name. Vashtor did not run away, but sat on the throne and watched the revenge seeker slowly approaching. It noticed that Guilliman and several others were not there, and the Lord of Talon came alone. After arriving in front of Vashtor, Chin-Mo looked around. And Vashtor knocked on the throne. Don't look for it, the Discord engine is below. Chin-Mo looked down at the ground, then looked up at Vashtor. You would rather sit here and wait for death than think of a way to escape from here. I thought you should be a smart demon like Carlos, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. I'm stupid? Vashtor said, you gave up on becoming a god, which is much more stupid than me. It would be stupid if I really became a god. Chin-Mo lowered the crone sword and chainsaw sword in his hands. You and Cinch's insidious plan at least gave me a gift. If it weren't for the inspiration brought by the domination engine and the ritual, I wouldn't have been so easy to let your Dragon Forest star be gradually disintegrated like a real planet. Vashtor remained silent, and did not respond. Chin-Mo stared at Vashtor. The next second, the throne where Vashtor was sitting was pulled closer to Chin-Mo along with the ground, and the old woman's sword immediately pierced through Vashtor's body. The surging flames and lightning poured into Vashtor's body, tormenting and damaging its essence. Do you think you won? Vashtor suddenly became excited, as if the pain drove his will. Do you think you are the winner of this war? Chin-Mo drove the flames and lightning, looking down at Vashtor. Or you are the winner. Wizard Star, the home world of the Word-Bearers, the demon world of the Iron Warriors. You can't conquer them. They will escape from the Eye of Terror and escape into the warp while you waste time here. Your expedition can go here, but you can't carry the expedition into the warp now. Vashtor seemed to shake Chin-Mo's determination. It roared and sneered. You can only take back a piece of real universe in the end. Your enemies will still exist, and you have only gained a temporary advantage. You are on an expedition with no end in sight. Even if you kill me and destroy the Discord engine, you have only achieved a temporary victory. Chin-Mo had no expression on his face when he heard what Vashtor said. He was neither angry nor discouraged. On the other side of the battlefield, there is a demon named Typhons. Chin-Mo said calmly, I heard the news. Although it was just that Nurgle used part of it to create a demon named Typhons, and this demon didn't even know that he was created to play Typhons, but anyway, the name continued to exist. Vashtor was confused and pain, and didn't understand why Chin-Mo said this. Since then, I know that the things that the four gods created with part of their essence cannot be killed completely, so the thing you said about just taking a part of the real territory is actually the most important thing. Without the Eye of Terror, even if there is still a vortex, the influence of the subspace will be greatly weakened. The ritual that can summon a big demon in the past may be able to summon an ordinary demon after that. Chaos slaves like the Black Legion can no longer kill out of the Eye of Terror and burn, kill and plunder along the way. Chin-Mo said this calmly. Then when Vashtor was angry, and wanted to shake Chin-Mo's will again, the chainsaw sword was inserted into Vashtor's mouth. There are some questions that I have questioned and thought about over and over again. Don't use these to shake me. Vashtor was erased forever in torment. Chapter 929. After erasing Vashtor, Chi Nemo hung the crone's sword on his back and took off the scepter. When the scepter was stabbed on the ground at a very fast speed, the entire ground began to collapse, and the huge discordant engine gradually exposed in front of Chi Nemo. However, it did not look like a very terrifying and evil existence, but a freak with a difficult-to-describe shape and too many things added by Vashtor. A white-skinned boy with pipelines connected to his body stood under the hole, raised his head, and looked up at Chi Nemo curiously and fearfully. Chi Nemo looked down at the boy. He knew that this guy was just a puppet controlled by the Tchucha engine, not a real living person, so he had no mercy and no intention to save him. "Are you here to release me?" the boy asked softly. Chi Nemo said nothing. He knew that the dissonant engine was far more dangerous than Vashtor. He was still in the mood to talk to Vashtor before he died, but for the dissonant engine, he only wanted to kill it first and then hurry up. "Are you here?" The boy's repeated words were not finished yet, and lightning pierced through him and the Discord engine behind him. The Discord engine, which was formed by the three artifacts of Tchucha engine, Ouroboros, and Plague Heart, began to collapse at this moment. It was like a singularity opened in the subspace, and everything around the wound pierced by lightning began to collapse inward. The powerful force was also pulling Chi Nemo, but he could still resist the pull during the collapse. Longland Star, which was composed of Caliban fragments, was itself an extension of Ouroboros, so when the Discord engine began to collapse, the entire Longland Star also began to collapse and disintegrate in a literal sense. Along with the webway it opened, everything that once belonged to Vashtor began to dissipate. Taking a last look at the dissonant engine that had collapsed and left only debris, Chi Nemo leaped into the midst of everything that was beginning to be destroyed, and leaped out of Longland Star. Chi Nemo did not bring Gilliman and his men with him when he arrived at Longland Star, because he was worried that Gilliman and his men would not be able to protect themselves in the catastrophe of Longland Star's destruction. He did not take those psychic iron men, material iron men, and the souls of the Tyrone army with him when he left, because they either won't die in the destruction that can't drown the warp creatures, or they are mass-produced war bodies without self-consciousness. When Chi Nemo returned to Gilliman and others from the collapsed Dragon Forest Star, a psychic portal opened by the Emperor was waiting for them to pass through and return to the Eye of Terror. "It's over." Gilliman only asked 3 words after seeing Chi Nemo. Chi Nemo took a deep breath. "It's over. Vashtor and the dissonant engine were both destroyed, and we achieved the best result." Gilliman nodded. "Great. This war is almost over." Chi Nemo smiled and said, "Let's go back now, smash the iron ring to pieces, and then continue the expedition. Perhaps the expedition will progress much faster than we once imagined." Gilliman said thoughtfully. He was not responsible for command and grand strategic planning like Lion, but he had been paying attention to all aspects of the expedition. In Gilliman's inference, the victory scale of the entire expedition had begun to tip towards his side, and victory was only a matter of time. But Gilliman also knew that sometimes plans could not keep up with changes, so he did not speak too optimistically in front of Chi Nemo. "We can fight this war for countless years until victory," Chi Nemo said as he stepped through the portal and returned to the iron ring of the Eye of Terror. Gilliman was about to step over, but the throne called the Domination engine quickly squeezed past him and floated beside Chi Nemo. Gilliman did not say anything, but turned to look at Piccolo. "You go first. I will stay in the subspace." Piccolo made a gesture of invitation. "When we are needed, we will appear immediately, just like the Emperor's cursed legion." Gilliman nodded, and looked at Thrall, who was driving the modified war witch titan behind him. "Let's go together." Thrall said, "I'm afraid that the Emperor possessed by the blonde woman will squeeze me to death when I go through the door." Gilliman rolled his eyes at the titan helplessly. He didn't know why these Eldar, who claimed to be noble and civilized, were always suspicious. When Thrall and Gilliman passed through the portal together, Chi Nemo had already sat on the Domination engine and used his will to disintegrate the many psychic barriers that Vashtor had created to protect the iron ring itself. But he did not rush down and kill immediately, because there were no important targets like Vashtor and the dissonant engine on the iron ring. When he was in the webway, Chi Nemo knew very well that the speed of time in the webway and the subspace was different from that in the outside world, and he wanted to know what happened to the fleet during this period. So he immediately went to the fleet. The Bridge of the Glory Human. When the gate opened, the people who were attracted by the sound inadvertently looked at the door, and then stared at the person who walked in through the door. Chi Nemo and Gilliman entered the bridge side by side under the gaze of everyone. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Ryan, who was staring at the iron ring in a daze in front of the huge porthole, immediately turned his head. Ryan did not ask about Vashtor and the Discord engine, because the webway no longer appeared on the iron ring some time ago, which greatly reduced the pressure on the expeditionary force. And just now, the iron ring's defense barrier dissipated, and the bombing of the giant fleet could directly damage the iron ring itself. Outside the huge virtual porthole, every tiny explosion flash produced on the iron ring means that everything within hundreds of kilometers has been evaporated by the fleet, and such explosions are densely distributed on the iron ring. "How long have we been gone?" Gilliman asked. "A long time." Lien sat at the tactical table, preparing something to show Gilliman and Chin Mo. "How long is a long time?" Gilliman asked again. "Are you asking me the exact time in the Eye of Terror?" Lien glanced at Gilliman. "So long that in your subjective consciousness, you just greeted me and rushed into the webway, and when you came out I had to report to you on the progress of the expedition." Chin Mo and Gilliman sat down side by side. Countless information boxes and holographic images appeared above the tactical table. The iron ring is still in a stalemate. Before the fleet's orbital bombardment can take effect, it is still a stalemate. The fleets led by Sanguinius and Chagatai are progressing as fast as ever. They have begun to attack the Wizard Star, Sycharis, and Metalguard. Hearing this progress, Chin Mo calculated that he and Gilliman had spent at least several months in the webway with the Eye of Terror fleet. The Sorcerer Star is the lair of the Thousand Suns, Sycharis is the hiding place of Lorgar, the pre-march of the Word-Bearers, and as for Metalguard, that is the planet where Perturabo is. Recalling what Vashtor said about these three planets eventually escaping into the warp, Chin Mo just wanted to ridicule Vashtor for just talking nonsense before dying, and he didn't even know that the branch fleets of Sanguinius and Chagatai had already started fighting on these three worlds. Chapter 930. "It sounds like we are lagging behind?" Gilliman laughed and joked. Sanguinius and Jagatai's progress was faster than he could imagine. If they were here to face that thing, Lion looked back at the iron ring, we would have taken all three worlds by now. Gilliman knew what Lion said was true. The main fleet was indeed making slow progress. The Ultramarines and the Dark Angels, one of these two chapters had a large number of people that was not much different from the Legion period, and the other was trying every means to maintain the organizational structure of the Legion period. The two main battle groups, plus other Space Marine battle groups that were later assigned to the expedition, plus countless Astra Militarum, have not made as much progress as the other two branch fleets. But the main fleet was dragged into the vortex of war that even Fabius himself was involved in, and then fought a big battle with the Iron Warriors and many other Titan Legion fallen knights and Space Marine traders on the Iron Ring side. Plus Vashtor who opened webways everywhere. "We are almost done here." Chin Mo looked out the window along Ryan's shoulder. "I think we can make it in time to fight a decisive battle with the branch fleet on a planet like Metalguard." "It seems so now. At least the barriers have been destroyed." Ryan nodded. Gilliman certainly had the same opinion. He looked at Ryan, then at Chin Mo, and finally waved his hand to disperse everything on the tactical table. "The next thing is for me to deal with. I have to deal with the aftermath of this war and prepare from now on." "So soon?" Chin Mo was surprised. "I know you like to plan ahead, but you shouldn't start thinking about the aftermath before the expedition is victorious. The attack of the branch fleet may not go smoothly. Maybe we have to wait for a while after we arrive. There is no need to prepare for the aftermath so early, right?" Gilliman, who had not rested since entering the webway and was startled halfway, showed obvious fatigue at this time. Chin Mo could see how difficult the aftermath was from his expression, but he still didn't think it was something that needed to be prepared now. In his imagination, at least after the celebration ceremony of the end of the expedition. "Give me an example." Gilliman raised his index finger. "The Ministry of Internal Affairs has increased the tithe tax standard for the star regions including Bellis Corona, Cadia Fortress World, and the star regions around the Eye of Terror by about 30 times. Why is there such a high tax rate? Because the war has brought huge income to these places." Gilliman looked at Chin Mo and Ryan. The latter two had already sat together, looking like they were watching the fun. Gilliman continued to explain to the two why he had to start preparing for the aftermath now. "Just talking about logistics and supply transportation. You should know that the investment boom in your sector is transport ships. A huge number of transport ships pass through the sectors around the Eye of Terror. Just providing food and accommodation for the transport personnel can make a lot of money. There are also many unofficial transport fleets. In order to put more transport ships into use faster and receive more orders, the shipbuilding group in the Talon sector directly began to invest in the industry of the Imperial world around the Eye of Terror and hired Imperials as workers. These huge profits have made some worlds that were once permanently on the front lines of war and unable to develop become prosperous and large, and have also increased the tax standards of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. But it is conceivable that these economies will be affected when the war ends. If the tax standards are not lowered to match the economic situation after the end of the expedition, the tide can tax those worlds that have prospered due to the war to the point where everyone has to pay their body hair as tax, and the economy around the Eye of Terror will collapse. After hearing what Gilliman said, Chin-Mo suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. The Talon sector itself was not greatly affected, and the rationing system prepared for the long wartime state was not implemented. But the chain reaction caused by logistics supply set off a storm around the Eye of Terror. Ryan scratched his scalp. He was not very interested in logistics, but as a war master, he couldn't give Gilliman the feeling that he really didn't care, so he still thought about a question. By the way, I think the fleet supply is getting more and more efficient. It seems to be related to what you said. Of course. Gilliman nodded. The most perfect void port is no longer exclusive to the Bellis Corona sector. The Cadia system had built hundreds of giant void ports before he and I entered the webway. How could the efficiency be low? Chin-Mo fell into deep thought. The logistics supply plan was not formulated by him personally, but there was a corresponding department in the sector to plan this matter. Chin-Mo could guess that it was probably because the expedition fleet became larger and larger in the later period, and the logistics requirements became higher and higher, which led to that department to contract out a large amount of work that the engineering fleet could not complete in order to meet the logistics needs. There are also matters concerning honor and nobility, Gilliman continued. This war is too huge, and there are too many people who need to get the honor and rewards they deserve. The decision of the High Lord of Terra is to directly confer titles and feats to those with higher military merit. These people were assigned to the extremely desolate planets around the Eye of Terror, and then they developed an entire planet, all of whose population either produces weapons or serves in the military, will have a number of military families registered and divided according to the military ranks of their ancestors. These families will take weapons and lead the people on the planet to form a legion and participate in the expedition. There are many planets like this. Gilliman only said two simple things he would need to deal with in the future, two relatively simple things, and there were more things that he didn't want to tell Chin-Mo and Lion out of sympathy. There were also some secret letters sent by the Supreme Lord of the Terra High Lords Council to the Imperial Region alone, which persuaded Gilliman to allow the High Lords Council to directly suppress the star regions around the Eye of Terror, to prevent the economic impact of Tyrone on these star regions during the war from continuing to the post-war period, causing the Bellis Corona star region, the Scala star region, and other star regions to become small Cadias like Cadia, which organized the rebel army to participate in the war during the defense of Tyrone. Gilliman couldn't speak directly to such advice. By the way, should we have a decisive battle against the Iron Ring? Lion directly changed the subject, and said to Chin-Mo, Chin-Mo nodded vigorously to cooperate with Lion. I have a plan, which is to deploy the Star God directly after preparation. Chapter 931. I think we should have deployed the Star Gods a long time ago. After the Battle of Bloom, they just stayed there, and did nothing. Of course, except for the one called the Void Dragon. After hearing Chin-Mo's suggestion about deploying the Star Gods, Ryan said what he had been holding back for a long time. Before, the iron rings were either barriers driven by pain or the obsidian crowns of the word bearers. If the Star Gods were deployed in that environment, their lives would be in danger. Chin-Mo seriously explained to Ryan what he had said long ago. I once sentenced the remnants of the Skinners to be exiled to the warp. Once they entered the warp, they dissipated. This is the consequence. That's the risk. Ryan said, it doesn't necessarily mean something will go wrong. The Star Gods are not good people, but they are bound by me and fight for me, so I must be responsible for their safety. Chin-Mo interrupted Ryan's second half of the sentence. If the Dark Angels had joined the defense of Tyrone, like the Ultramarines and the Blood Angels, I would also refuse to formulate any tactics that might lead to their high probability of death. Ryan stared into Chin-Mo's eyes. Chin-Mo continued, I cannot accept the possibility that Star God could be destroyed by the energy of the subspace, even if this possibility is infinitely close to zero. Whether from my personal perspective, from the perspective of one of the three commanders of the expeditionary force, or from the perspective of humans and the real universe, I cannot accept it. After listening to Chin-Mo's firm words, Ryan was silent for a few seconds, touched his gray beard, smiled and nodded. I understand. It's natural. Chin-Mo nodded without saying anything more. Ryan slowly stood up and walked to the huge porthole of the Glory Humanities Bridge, looking down at the shining iron rings below, After a strange force caused the Iron Ring barrier to dissipate, I suggested that your admiral focus on bombing any place where the Obsidian Crown exists. I have made preparations for the orbital bombardment, and have previously formulated a series of large-scale reconnaissance operations specifically for the Obsidian Crown. We only need to wait for the orbital bombardment to remove the Obsidian Crowns. Then we can deploy the Star God to finish this offensive. Chinemo nodded. Of course. Lian also nodded, then suddenly turned back to look at Chinemo. How was the barrier created by Vashtor disintegrated? Using a tool called the Domination Engine. Chinemo did not explain too much in detail. Not only because he had just finished a grand strategy, and was a little tired and didn't want to say more, but also because he himself didn't particularly know how he used the Domination Engine to disintegrate the barrier. It was like making a wish, like making Gilliman taller. With just this thought, the barrier of the iron ring that blocked the orbital bombardment disappeared. Perhaps we could also wait for the orbital bombardment to blow up the iron ring, so that we don't have to fight the enemy on the ground. Gilliman suddenly said. For strategic reasons, I don't think we should spend too much time waiting for the orbital bombardment. Lian looked at his brother again. The Iron Ring is not just a huge void structure that binds several planets. It is a solid fortress with layers of layers. Even the orbital bombardment will take a long time. Gilliman tilted his head slightly. On the surface, he did not question Lian, but in his heart, he was thinking about another thing. Lian did not want to wait for more than 40,000 warships to blow up the Iron Ring from the outside to the inside. Even if it did take some time, how long would it take for a main fleet of this size? I am afraid that he was more likely not to want to go on a huge expedition for the first time as a warlord, but because of the poor attack, he gave the impression to other brothers and Chinemo that he was not suitable to be a warlord. Although there are convincing reasons for the slow pace of the main fleet's attack, not everyone cares about the reasons. Looking at Chinemo again, Gilliman felt that he had long been fed up with life in the Eye of Terror. He also knew that Lian was serious and naturally knew what Lian was thinking, but he might not support Lian. He should just be fed up with this place. Since you have all made a decision, my opinion is to fully support you. Gilliman thought for less than a second and responded to the two of them very naturally. Ryan and Chinemo looked at each other, and then began to make detailed arrangements. Before the orbital bombardment began, all the combat troops sent by Ryan to the Iron Ring returned one after another. The next battle to be deployed by the Star Gods did not require so many conventional troops, so only a few absolutely elite warriors from the first companies of the two regiments, the Ultramarines and the Dark Angels, participated in the battle with the Star Gods. The two regiment leaders, Calgar and Osriel, personally led the elites of these regiments. They gathered at the place where they were about to go to battle, waiting for the Star Gods to be ready. Each Space Marine's armor is pre-implanted with a cognitive filter to filter out the horrible oppression that the Star Gods bring to others, and the various negative effects they unintentionally cause. If it were just fragments such as mimics, void dragons, and burners, the cognitive filter would not be very effective, but the next battle will have a complete Star God participating. Saranoga, the Outer One. Originally, Saranoga and the Celestial Engine assisted the White Scars and their pre-march Jagatai in the battle, but when Jagatai attacked the Sorcerer Star, Saranoga could hardly play any role, and could only leave from Jagatai's fleet and run a large circle along the outer ring of the Eye of Terror, which was covered with black stones, to the main fleet. It is really needed here. When Saranoga floated from the outside of the warship to the inside, it saw countless huge black stone structures made by void dragons pouring down on the Iron Ring like a torrential rain. The orbital bombardment of more than 40,000 warships has blown the surface of the Iron Ring and other planets bound by it upside down. Any air defense position, and the exposed obsidian crown can no longer intercept the black stones launched from the fleet as before. When the black stone structure coverage rate on the surface of the Iron Ring reaches 80%, we will take those mortal bodies to end this war. The void dragon slowly floated over from behind Saranoga and stopped at his right side. Saranoga glanced at the elite space marines that had gathered. He did not see the new Thunder Warriors, because those new Thunder Warriors had not evacuated before the orbital bombardment began. They had already infiltrated the inside of the Iron Ring to ensure that those places that the orbital bombardment could not reach temporarily would not become a place for the enemy to survive. Only the two of us? Saranoga looked around, and it could not detect the breath of the mimic or the burner. This is the Eye of Terror. If we go down, won't we still have to fight the enemy face to face? I'm afraid it won't be efficient if we're the only two of us. The burner went to deal with an ant civilization, and when he came back, he went to the branch fleet. The mimic that was supposed to replace him hasn't come back yet. The recorder is nowhere to be found, and that idiot might have been punished for getting too close to a mortal. I warned him long ago. So of course, there are only the two of us, the Void Dragon said. Saranoga was obviously dissatisfied. The time flow rate of the fleet he was in was different from that of the main fleet. As far as he knew, the burner had returned to the fleet of St. Clear's, which meant that the next battle, which was likely to take place in the non-material world, would not be participated by the burner, a madman who was good at slaughtering, but by the god, who didn't like close combat. But you don't have to worry about us chopping those ants into pieces ourselves. The Void Dragon spoke again. I have improved the casting process of black stone, and now it is more useful. As more and more black stones were deployed, Saranoga found that he could gradually sense the iron ring below. This means that its power can be transmitted in matter, rather than dissipated or suppressed in the illogical ether turbulence. It is indeed as the Void Dragon said, there is no need to worry about efficiency. Chapter 932. When the coverage rate of the Black Stone reached the level required by the Void Dragon, the two star gods and the space warriors were not deployed, but were transferred from the main fleet to a corner of the Iron Ring in an instant. All those who came here with the star gods were the absolute elites of the two founding groups, but they did not need to really follow the two star gods to attack the city. They only needed to be vigilant against any powerful psychics who appeared, such as Ahriman. There was no other task besides this. I can finally sense the structure of this iron ring now. Saranoga discussed with the Void Dragon temporarily. We can just disintegrate this place from the structural level. Directly destroy the structure of the iron ring, like smashing a building, or create a black hole like we did on Bloom? The Void Dragon asked. The Void Dragon felt that it was not feasible to create a black hole directly. The reason why the Battle of Bloom ended with a huge black hole swallowing everything was because Bloom itself was a relatively normal planet. The Iron Ring is different. Even up to now, the Black Stone has not completely covered the entire Iron Ring. No, there is no need to be so simple. Saranoga shook his head slowly, thought for a while, and asked, "Lend me some of your power." The Void Dragon realized what Saranoga wanted to do, and it lent some of its power. Saranoga began to create a way to destroy the enemy that it was good at, in addition to direct attack methods such as dimensional lightning. In the eyes of those space marines, the two star gods just stood there and did nothing else. But for Saranoga himself, it did take action. A mimetic thinking virus called the Destroyer was created, and it was shaped and spread in a way that mortals could not understand or witness. In all the Blackstone ranges on the Iron Ring, where the power of the star god could reach, the Destroyer mimetic virus circulated in a way that could not be prevented or known. The enemies who were hiding from orbital bombardment in the countless fortresses inside the Iron Ring did not notice anything wrong, and then they just felt a palpitation. Whether it was the enemies sharpening their knives inside the Iron Ring and preparing to resist resolutely, or those who were not as determined as the Iron Warriors, but were forced to stay and fight due to various reasons, other Chaos Space Marines or mortals who believed in different gods, these people felt a palpitation. A palpitation of destruction and destruction. In each of the sturdy fortresses, people who once fought to the death for their beliefs suddenly became united, and they were engaged in activities that they wanted to engage in with clear division of labor. Even the Chaos believers, who were born in the Eye of Terror, and had learned nothing but evil prayers, now all became scientists who knew all kinds of material science and technology theories and practical knowledge. They used everything they could use to start making various large-scale destructive devices. Then they placed these manufactured destruction devices in various places of the Iron Ring, ensuring that the destruction devices could directly destroy the structure of the Iron Ring after they took effect, and then disintegrate this extremely huge void structure. Within the range of the Black Stone, the Space Marines or mortals loyal to the Chaos Gods were doing this. The Thunder Warriors who were performing tasks inside the Iron Ring were forcibly sent back to the fleet, where they no longer needed to trek in danger. Soon, the first destruction device built by the Dark Slaves who believed in Nurgle took effect, and a small singularity appeared in the area connecting the Iron Ring and one of the planets, swallowing everything within thousands of kilometers around it. Then came the second, third, and fourth. Many destructive devices were generating singularities, and those Chaos believers, who suddenly became great scientists, disappeared with the Iron Ring that protected them amid laughter and loud celebration. "This seems like what you like to do," the Void Dragon said. Even though the Black Stone did not cover all of the Iron Ring, within the range of the Black Stone, the Star God had absolute power as in the real universe. If 90% of the Iron Ring was realized by the Black Stone, then Saranoga could destroy this 90% of the Iron Ring in an instant with just a thought. A complete star god like it can wipe out an entire star system from the real universe in the blink of an eye without even rolling a fireball or a meteor. If it were a complete burner, it would destroy this place directly, but Saranoga would not do that. Saranoga has his own favorite way of destruction. Create a meme virus, or use other methods to tear apart the thinking logic of a species to destroy and destroy. Let the ants who are ready for the battle, thinking that they are going to fight a desperate battle, kill each other, destroy their own homes, and die unclearly before seeing the god they are trying to fight. This is what Saranoga likes. Simple and direct destruction is efficient, but Saranoga is not a god who likes simple and direct destruction like the burner. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Saranoga's tone was full of smiles and satisfaction. Singularities appeared one after another in its high-dimensional vision, but this was not the only source of satisfaction. Those chaos believers sang and danced around the destruction device that generated the singularity, loudly expressing their high hopes for the destruction device, hoping that it would cause such damage to the iron ring, until they also died in the singularity, and their souls, no longer affected by the mimetic virus, drifted out, cursing at the star god while being swallowed. This was the biggest source of satisfaction. This destruction reminds me of the war in heaven. I brought mimetic viruses to hundreds of species united by the old saints, tearing apart their logic, forcing them to self-destruct, and then tasting their souls. At that time, there were no warp rifts in the universe, nor were there abominable warp gods. Saranoga said, raising his hand and modifying the spatial coordinates of the space warriors around him, who were about to be swallowed by the singularity, so that they would not be swallowed by the singularity like their enemies. At that time, I wouldn't have to worry about the lives of these little bugs just because I was afraid of a guy who inexplicably liked humans. I never thought that I would be controlled by the caster, and then be controlled by him. Saranoga sighed. Hearing this, the Void Dragon thought of something and suddenly said, I can see some flashbacks of the past recently. I always have a feeling that I was framed by the caster, not those cowards. Saranoga stared at the Void Dragon. Although Saranoga was already mad when the Void Dragon was broken, it still knew how the Void Dragon was broken. After thinking for a while, Saranoga suddenly had a bad taste in his heart and smiled at the Void Dragon. The caster is a noble god, before and after it became a human or was eaten by a human. Your fragment doesn't even have complete memories, so don't think about it. If you believe in me, the complete Caton brother. The caster not only didn't break you, it was also trying its best to protect you, but it was really weak at the time. After hearing the words of Saranoga, the third party, the Void Dragon fragment immediately stopped doubting. After all, sometimes it thought it had shattered the forger. Those are all past events. Let's enjoy the feast of the soul first. Saranoga stretched his limbs and floated up, absorbing the countless souls that had self-destructed and died due to the mimetic virus that permeated from the iron ring. Chapter 933. Not long after the star god was deployed, Saranoga returned with the Void Dragon and the Space Marines, just in time with the Thunder Warriors, who returned to the fleet when the iron ring collapsed. However, when Saranoga entered the bridge, neither Lion, Gilliman, nor Chin Mo would question why Saranoga ran back so quickly. Because the iron ring outside the porthole had collapsed to the point where only half of the planet was left, and the remaining small piece was still trembling under the repeated bombing of the fleet's orbit. I bet with him whether you would use a black hole or lightning to destroy the iron ring. Chin Mo smiled and said to Saranoga, who penetrated the wall and entered the bridge, but you used a mimetic virus, and you made me lose 10 transport ships to Gilliman. Gilliman smiled and shook his head. He did guess that Saranoga would use a mimetic virus, but it was just a random guess. He didn't expect it to be right by chance. If there is no black stone, I'm afraid I have to use lightning, but since there is, I will naturally use the way I like. After all, you just asked me to destroy the iron ring, but you didn't tell me how to do it, Saranoga said. If there is no black stone, I will not deploy you at all. Chin Mo said, well done. Saranoga nodded, and he fully admitted that everyone worked for the caster not only because his essence was controlled by him. Compared with the caster in the past, the caster now has more trustworthy characteristics. And trust never existed in the relationship between most star gods. At least there is no need to worry that the caster will use everyone as a tool, or use it for bad things. Otherwise, even if his essence is controlled by him, he will have to find ways to get rid of it. Saranoga thought so. What is the specific situation of the White Scar fleet? Lian leaned back and asked Saranoga with his legs crossed, weren't you in Shagatai's fleet before? Help me update the information. Saranoga was silent, still looking at Chin Mo, as if he didn't hear Ryan's question at all. What is the situation of the White Scar fleet? Chin Mo asked. It's going well, much better than the fleet, he commanded. Saranoga recalled the situation when he left. The intensity of the battle was not high, and I was not needed very much. Chagatai suggested that I could return to the main fleet to assist in the battle. He didn't need to worry. I told him that he could release the Night Embracer in the Celestial Engine if necessary. Oh! Shin-Emo was thoughtful. Saranoga called Chagatai by his name instead of using other words to refer to him, which meant that he got along well with Chagatai. This made Shin-Emo feel relieved. What he was most worried about was that the Star Gods and the Primarchs of their branch fleets did not get along well. It didn't matter if they talked at each other, but they were afraid of fighting. You asked him to release the Nightbringer? Ryan stood up. You are here with us. If the Nightbringer turns around and attacks Chagatai, can Chagatai find a way to lock it back into the Celestial Engine? The burner has returned to the Birdman's fleet. When the burner left the Eye of Terror, its mimic went to Chagatai to replace it. If the Nightbringer fragments get out of control, the mimic will solve it. Saranoga looked at Shin-Emo and said, You coordinated well. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief and sat back. Shin-Emo had no more questions to ask. The Iron Ring was completely shattered, which was what would happen soon. The main fleet would go to help the branch fleet. However, for Saranoga, he still had one thing he wanted to do. Follow me. Shin-Emo stood up and walked out of the bridge. Saranoga followed him floating. Lian watched Shin-Emo and Saranoga leave, and the strong sense of threat that weighed on his heart also dissipated with Saranoga's departure, and he breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Thinking that the Iron Ring had finally been solved, his attention was no longer entirely on war affairs. Lian gathered his white hair, slowly exhaled a long breath, and then suddenly looked at Gilliman. When you came back, I wanted to ask you how come you, a dwarf, became taller after going to the webway. Maybe the speed of time in the webway is different. I've grown taller. Gilliman didn't tell the truth, just like you become an old man as time goes by. No, you are definitely hiding something. Lian certainly couldn't believe it. Yes, I am the same as you in this regard. Gilliman nodded, and then asked, if you confess the 3 artifacts in Caliban, and confess the other secrets you have concealed, I will tell you the truth about my growth. By the way, things are going pretty smoothly with Sanguinius. Lian quickly changed the subject. Tyrone Navy flagship. In Shin-Mo's room. After entering the room, Saranoga was brought to the domination engine. Some say this thing was born from the first empire in the universe. Shin-Mo wanted to consult Saranoga. Have you heard about this thing, and the first empire in the universe? Saranoga looked at the throne called the domination engine, and he felt that the forger had found the right person. Not only do I know the existence of this thing, I also know who destroyed the first empire in the universe. Saranoga responded. Who destroyed it? Shin-Mo sat on the domination engine, looking curious. He originally wanted to ask Saranoga to see if it knew about this thing. If the recorder could appear here immediately, he would not ask Saranoga. Me, Saranoga replied. Shin-Mo felt a smile on Saranoga's body, as if he was showing off his evil deeds. Saranoga told the past of the creator of the domination engine. When I was still an ignorant, unconscious body like a nebula, I once lived on a star to absorb energy. That star eventually became a supernova, destroying everything in the star system. A civilization like the ancient saints was destroyed in its own home. I only learned this after I became a sentient being. As Saranoga spoke, he showed his past memories to prove that what he said was true. Shin-Mo not only saw the birth of the domination engine, but also felt the resentment of the domination engine under him. As for himself, he only had one feeling. That is, he thought that the domination engine was born from a powerful interstellar empire, but he didn't expect it to be an ancient empire that only controlled its own star system. The role and ability of the domination engine are not very powerful, just like its creator, but for Shin-Mo himself, it is a good thing that suits his characteristics. So that's how it is. Shin-Mo's curiosity was satisfied, and then he mentioned something more important. Go to the fleet of Sanguinius. There will be no war next on the main fleet side. You have to make sure that nothing happens to them before the main fleet and the fleet of Sanguinius meet. Saranoga was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded, of course. After that, the star god instantly disappeared in front of Shin-Mo. Chapter 934. Somewhere in the Eye of Terror. A large number of warship wreckages were floating in the cold and vast void, and the symbols of the Iron Warriors after the rebellion were everywhere on those larger pieces of wreckage. Below the floating wreckage was the planet called Metalgard, and the huge fleet of the White Scars. The White Scars, who were good at void warfare, had annihilated the Iron Warriors' fleet, even though the fleet that stood in their way was so weak that they found it incredible. A small number of strike cruisers carried out orbital bombardment on the surface in the orbit of Medrengard, and the others were various auxiliary combat warships, which were used to assist the landing battle on the surface commanded by the White Scars, chapter leader Juba Khan himself. From the local battlefield, this landing battle was undoubtedly fierce to the point of astonishing. The first and second companies of the White Scars were fully deployed, and a large number of mortal auxiliary troops and chapter servants mobilized from the chapter's conscription world cooperated with the first and second companies in the battle. They even used a large number of heavy armored vehicles prepared for space marines to build positions near the landing point. The White Scars, who were weak in positional warfare, fought a positional battle with the Iron Warriors as the attackers in this landing battle. So from a macro perspective, this offensive battle limited to the landing point was just a small fight. The warsmith who commanded the war even doubted whether the White Scars really chose to attack Medrengard, because in the battle near the landing point, the Iron Warriors who wanted to recapture the landing point looked more like the attackers. And the new flagship of the regiment, the 47-kilometer-long Queen of Glory-class battleship named Lightning, was far away from Medrengard and docked there, as if it was playing a role in protecting Medrengard. As this strange war was going on, the pre-march of the White Scars, Jagatai, stood solemnly on the command deck of the Lightning. When the White Scars Space Marines fought a positional battle at the landing point, the crew members of the flagship, the Mechanicus priests, and the mechanical slaves, all kinds of people came and went beside Jagatai, passing on various information or orders, but only the pre-march Jagatai stood there motionless, like a stubborn stone. As you command. The gate of the command deck opened, and the think tank walked onto the deck and came to Jagatai, saluting with his hand on his chest. We have consolidated a position at the landing point. But the Iron Warriors' attack was very fierce, and there were fortresses and fortifications everywhere on Medrengard. We could no longer expand our position by even 1 kilometer. The think tank had obviously just returned from Medrengard. He was covered in blood and smelled of heavy gunpowder, which made Jagatai shrug his nose subconsciously. The think tank was very respectful, and his tone was calm. But the sharp-minded Jagatai still sensed a little dissatisfaction from the think tank. Ryan could not accept his son's doubts and dissatisfaction, but Jagatai was different. He knew that this was human nature, and he also understood and empathized with him. After all, the entire regiment was executing a confusing order. The entire fleet defeated the weak Iron Warriors' fleet at a very fast speed, and then, there was no orbital bombing to disintegrate the defense. The direct landing battle was completely contrary to the characteristics and strengths of the White Scars. I understand. Jagatai nodded slightly to the think tank. Continue. The think tank saluted respectfully and turned to leave. He was originally sent by Juba to report the situation. Because the ground was affected by the communication, various information could not be directly transmitted to the fleet. A large number of communication interference facilities. This is just the most insignificant of the many preparations of the Iron Warriors on Medrengard. This is the consequence of diving into Medrengard, the home of the Iron Warriors. Tyrone. After a brief silence, Jagatai looked at the man in the Tyrone Navy uniform on the command deck. Did your superior give you authorization? The Talonian said, I have obtained permission to assist you in deploying the Star God. As long as you think the time is right, the hypercube maze can be released from the celestial engine. Jagatai nodded. The branch fleets assisted by the Star God have permission to deploy the Star God, and such permission requires the person in charge and contact person sent by the Talonian Star region stationed in the fleet to obtain authorization, and then a long list of deployment links and procedures are confirmed. Just like everything in the Talonian Star region, they like and are good at highly procedural things. However, this was the first time that Jagatai asked the head of the resident fleet to deploy the Star God. Even though Saranoga was in the fleet before, it had never been deployed by Jagatai in the war. Jagatai accepted a war ally with a transcendent existence, but he never agreed with it. However, conquering Medrengard was a difficult war, even after the enemy's fleet power was completely disintegrated. Considering the price the war group might have to pay in this war, Jagatai decided to borrow the power of the Star God. Jagatai went over his plan in his mind, checking for deficiencies and filling in the gaps. It was very simple. After consolidating the landing point, make sure that the Black Stone will not be destroyed before landing. Deploy the Star God named Nightbringer in the Celestial Engine, and then evacuate all the troops on the ground. When the Nightbringer destroys a place, the Black Stone construct is deployed to consolidate the reality of that place, and so on. After the war, wait for the Star God named Mimic to arrive, and then Mimic will recover the Nightbringer. When you let go of certain obsessions and choose to use the power of the Star God, things often become so simple. However, Chagatai, who was determined not to use the power of the star god before, has not figured out how to explain it to his descendants. When another branch fleet and the main fleet asked for help from the star god, the White Scars relied on their own strength to win one victory after another. Chagatai's descendants are proud of this. And now, Chagatai felt the same way when Sanguinius asked for the deployment of the star god. The Black Stone construct is ready. A Mechanicus priest came to report to Chagatai. Evacuate the ground forces, and deploy the Black Stone construct after ensuring that there is not a single Astra Militarum soldier left on the ground. Chagatai ordered everyone on the command deck. He then looked at the Telonians on the deck. Deploy the Death God. Hearing this, the person in charge of the White Scars fleet sent by the Star Zone ordered into the communicator, activate the cognitive filter matrix on the Lightning, and ask the Celestial Engine to execute the standard deployment process. Watching the person in charge conduct various verifications, and send various authorization documents, Chagatai felt heavy-hearted. He did not want to rely on the power of the Star God, because he knew that whether it was Saranoga or the thing locked in the Celestial Engine, the only difference between them was that the former stood on their own front line, and other than that, they were equally cruel and greedy. But Chagatai felt a little relieved. At least on Medrengard, which was full of fortifications and fortresses, there was no need to leave a mortal or space warrior corpse every half a meter. Chapter 935. The Celestial Engine is not at the forefront. As a support weapon assigned by the main fleet to the White Scars branch fleet, the Celestial Engine has always been used as a super useful spaceport and supply station. In normal combat, the solar engine in the Celestial Engine will directly destroy several star systems across a distance of light years, but its role in the Eye of Terror is quite limited. The Demon World, where a few wizards can perform a ritual to turn orbital bombing into fireworks, cannot use it, and it cannot be used after deploying Black Stone to occupy the entire world. Fortunately, this giant void structure can play an excellent logistical role in the confrontation with the power of the warp. So no matter how fast the White Scars advance, there is no need to consider whether the battle line will be dragged too long. When the deployment order was issued, the core of the planetary structure of the Celestial Engine was opened, and the hypercube maze that imprisoned and extracted the fragments of the Nightbringer was taken out. The hypercube maze was directly placed in the device for cross-dimensional jumps, and it moved forward along the real space opened up by a large number of black stones in the Eye of Terror without being observed and intercepted. The landing troops attacking Metalguard used the Lightning's device to teleport and evacuate, leaving only a solid position built at the landing point. The Iron Warriors, who didn't know why the enemy suddenly ran away, rushed into the position, and cleaned up the various fortifications that they thought were very inferior. The black stone structures that were deployed on the surface with the landing troops were dismantled one by one. Those huge black stone structures that were deployed after the landing troops evacuated were handled by large war machines such as Titans. These unattended black things would be of no threat if they were not protected by friendly forces. The cost of destroying them was only a little time. If it were not for the protection of the White Scar Space Marines, they would be destroyed before they could even be built and take effect. When everything was going on in an orderly manner, the Iron Warriors on the battlefield suddenly felt a strong palpitation. The joy of victory disappeared without a trace, and everyone in the range of the Black Stone was left with only a heavy feeling on their hearts. Then a torpedo-like device suddenly appeared in the orbit of Metalguard, fell towards the Black Stone's range on the surface, and hit the center of the Iron Warriors with a bang. The Iron Warriors who came to clear the position could not help but cast their eyes on it. Torpedo. Inserted into the ground, the shell began to extend, and finally a tiny spherical object stretched out. This red and white, this-sized spherical object did not look threatening, like a toy, until the toy released a strong flash of light. All the people on the entire landing point within the range of the Black Stone, whether they were Chaos Space Marines, mortal slaves, or crew members driving Titans, all fell to the ground in less than a breath, dying silently. Even the battle robots made by the Iron Warriors fell to the ground with their creators. These immortal, powerful, eternal steel lives died in the way that only flesh and blood creatures would. The creepy black curtain enveloped every corner of the Black Stone's range. The Nightbringer, temporarily freed from the hypercube maze, floated in place, holding the replacement of the sickle lost in the subspace. It didn't have time to do anything, but its boundless anger and terrifying murderous intent after escaping the hypercube maze killed all the creatures on the battlefield, including things that were almost like creatures. Forger. The Nightbringer let out a roar that echoed in all dimensions at the same time. More black stone constructs were dropped, falling in the darkness without being detected by any air defense system on Metalguard, landing steadily on the ground and taking effect. They appeared along with the murderous roar of the Nightbringers, and the lives of the fortress garrison troops, who had not yet noticed what was happening on the other side of the position, were all withered. In the larger range of the black stone constructs that were later extended, everything within tens of thousands of square kilometers was exterminated before they had time to react. The overwhelming hatred and murderous intent were somewhat released, and as a fragment of a star god, the Nightbringer was often in an abnormal state. Its hatred for someone was suddenly diverted by something it thought was more interesting and wanted to do. That was slaughter. Outside of Metalguard, on the planetary structure of the celestial engine, the stone man created by Chin Mo was connected to the cognitive filter, accurately observing the Nightbringer's every move. Even an advanced life, like the stone man, would feel fear when observing the Nightbringer, which it should not have. This is also the result of the cognitive filter filtering out a large number of negative effects brought by the Night Holder. Otherwise, even if the stone man's brain uses a device similar to the butcher's nail as a neural carrier, it will also produce unpredictable and terrible effects after seeing the Night Holder. Fortunately, this kind of observation is not a risky behavior like walking on a tightrope. If the enemy comes, the general will block it, and the water will come, the earth will cover it. There is a way to deal with the subspace, and there is naturally a way to deal with the star god. The stone man observed safely, suppressed his fear, and controlled the black stone to land safely on the ground with the cover of the black curtain. More and more black stones began to take effect, and the reality on Metalguard was expanding rapidly, which meant that the range of activities of the Nightbringer fragments was also getting larger. The crazy Nightbringer began to slaughter more directly because of instinct. The stone man controlled the landing point of the black stones, which not only helped the Nightbringer, but also secretly guided the Nightbringer. The Nightbringer, a star god who had eaten his own kind, had gone mad, and so had its fragments, but it was definitely not stupid. It instinctively avoided any place where the subspace energy overflowed, just as other star gods would not set foot in the psychic rifts opened in the real universe during the war in heaven. It took the initiative to move forward and kill along the real domain, and under the deliberate inducement of the Stone Man, it came to the largest fortress. For this fortress, the Stone Man had only one extremely simple evaluation: it was despairing. And when the darkness of the Night Holder covered the entire fortress, the victory or defeat was revealed in an instant. The war blacksmith in the fortress saw a huge humanoid creature emerging from the black fog. Its sculpture-like metal body showed a perfect state due to the force, and it swung the sickle in an extremely powerful posture. At that moment, it was like a finely crafted sculpture. Then the fortress was split into two from the dimensional level, and everyone inside it wailed and fell into the dimension of the Night Holder. A fortress that could have left countless corpses for every centimeter of advance by the attacker was destroyed by the sickle of the Night Holder. Chapter 936. 60% of the land on Metalguard has become a land of death. The Nightbringer fragments are very efficient, and progressing very quickly. If nothing unexpected happens, we will wait a little longer, and there will be nothing left on the entire Metalguard. The person in charge sent by the Talon sector was listening to the progress report from the celestial engine on the Lightning's command deck, while informing Shagatai of the latest progress. At this time, there was not only Shagatai the Primarch on the command deck, but also his descendants. Shuba Khan and all the captains of the regiment stood behind Shagatai and listened to the latest developments. Is it possible for Metalguard to be colonized as a real world in the future? Shagatai suddenly asked. No. The person in charge answered without hesitation. The places where the Nightbringer fragments have ravaged will completely become a land of death. Unless the human empire is willing to introduce cognitive filter technology and popularize it, the creatures living in this world with an average age of 10 years old can be considered to have strong resistance. So the Nightbringer fragment destroyed the world, not reclaimed it, Shagatai said. The person in charge nodded. You can understand it that way. The atmosphere on the entire command deck became extremely solemn. Except for the person in charge, who was describing the progress in real time, no one else said a word. This was partly because the Nightbringer fragment was killing people on Metalguard. Even if the cognitive filter was activated, it did not mean that being protected by the cognitive filter would be 100% immune to the side effects of the star god. Another reason was that Shagatai, the father of the White Scar gene, changed his previous strategy. We finally relied on the power of the star god to win a victory. Juba, who was standing behind Shagatai, said, same as the main fleet and another branch fleet. But we avoided leaving hundreds of millions of corpses on Metalguard, Shagatai said. The captains behind him looked at each other, and then fell silent. No one, including Juba, commented on the fact that it had already happened. They were indeed somewhat dissatisfied with this matter, but it was also for the consideration of the Primarch Jagatai. If the White Scar's fleet completed the mission in the Golden Crusade without using the Star God, and the advancement speed was faster than the main fleet and the Angel fleet, this would have become a fact. Then after the war, the White Scar's fleet would be the only participant that could advance very quickly without using the power of the Star God. This is an honor in itself, but honor is not the ultimate goal. With this honor, Jagatai could gain the admiration and trust of other pre-March brothers, and then he could take on more important tasks in the Empire. Let's not talk about Sanguinius, who has not yet completely returned to the material world. The other two Primarchs who have returned are Guilliman and Lion. One of them is the regent of the Empire, and the other is the new War Master of the Empire. As a Primarch who has also returned, Jagatai does not have similar important responsibilities. In the eyes of Juba and others, the father of Genes also has such considerations. They don't know the real reason why Jagatai refused to deploy the Star God before. We are still the fastest fleet in the expedition. Jagatai finally turned around and faced his heirs. We already have this honor. We are also the first branch fleet to destroy a traitor's nest. Juba looked at the Primarch excitedly, because the Primarch was affirming the honor of his heirs. But Jagatai then changed the subject. If the deployment of the Star God makes you feel that this honor is not pure, then I can only say that in fact, this honor itself is not very pure. The reason why the branch fleet can advance quickly is that the main force of the traitor is fighting a bloody battle with our main fleet. If the Iron Ring is not on the main fleet side, but on Medringard, the only thing we can do is wait for the other two fleets to finish their missions and come to help us. Our goal is to close the Eye of Terror together with our friendly forces, nothing else. After listening to what Jagatai said, the chapter master and the captains could only admit and agree. Juba originally wanted to say that there was a reason why the chapter would rather leave hundreds of millions of corpses on Medringard than to rely on the power of the Star God, but on second thought, the Primarch probably knew this reason better than anyone else, and there was no point in saying it out loud. In our imagination, we would have encountered the rebel Primarch Perturabo. Juba talked about something else, but it seems that he is probably not on Medringard. The thing that made Jagatai feel most regretful in the whole expedition was the matter of Perturabo. Perturabo was obviously not on Medringard, which was completely inconsistent with the previous expectations. As for why Perturabo was not there, Jagatai could not come up with an accurate inference. Perhaps Perturabo ran away, perhaps he hated his descendants and did not stand up to lead them, perhaps he was no longer in the Eye of Terror, or perhaps there were any other reasons. When the Iron Warriors' Legion fell apart, Perturabo did not even prevent this from happening, and he thought that it was an unrealistic idea for him to stand up and lead the Iron Warriors at this time. Whether he appears or not, we have reached the final destination of this expedition. Jagatai no longer thought about Perturabo. From now on, the border of our expedition route in the Eye of Terror will be expanded outward, and the Blackstone constructs will actually occupy the areas we have already controlled. There are some demon worlds with minimal threats that we did not attack during our advance. Juba asked, I will start organizing an attack on those demon worlds now. No need, those demon worlds will be destroyed by Star Destroyers after the Eye of Terror becomes a reality. Jagatai shook his head. After giving the order, Jagatai looked at the Telonians stationed in the fleet. Can you ensure the recovery of the Nightbringer fragment? Or can you only release it, and then wait for your Lord of Telon to come and collect it? We have a set of recovery procedures, so there is no need to worry about this matter. The person in charge replied, Since we dare to deploy the Nightbringer fragment, we are sure that it will not run away or be harmed by it in turn. Can you tell me? Jagatai was also very interested in how to recycle the fragments of the Star God. He originally thought that he could only wait for other Star Gods, or more powerful people to come and recycle them. Jagatai asked not only to satisfy his curiosity, but also for longer-term considerations. Using the hypercube maze and other technological creations for recycling is a complicated procedure that I can't explain clearly. The person in charge smiled and said, But fortunately, this complicated procedure does not need to be used for the time being, because another Star God will come and recycle the Night Holder faster. Chapter 937. As more Blackstone constructs were deployed on Medringard, the entire Medringard had completely become a land of death. The scanning and observation systems of the Lightning flagship could not even observe what the planet shrouded in darkness looked like. The Nightbringer fragment completed and enjoyed its slaughter on Medringard. Only after it had a full meal of souls and vented its desires did it remember that it had one thing left to deal with. That is revenge on the one who bound it. The Nightbringer fragment jumped up, and like all Star Gods or Star God fragments, it only needed to make a jumping gesture to escape the gravity and leave a planet. Just as they could also make a physical body that surprised mortals to enter the atmosphere. But when the Nightbringer fragment was about to leave the atmosphere of Melangard, and the obsession with revenge was quickly transferred to the warships outside the orbit, a meteor suddenly flew along the orbit of the planet and bombarded the Nightbringer. The distance from the void to the surface of Melangard is about 1,000 kilometers. The Night Embracer kept accelerating during this distance. After entering the atmosphere, it even showed the performance of a burner that would burst into a planet, that is, burning like a fireball. But until it finally crashed to the ground, creating a huge pit on the dead planet's surface, its body did not suffer any damage. It even adjusted its posture when it landed, and stood decently at the center of the huge pit it had created, instead of lying in it. A sphere whose shape could not be described in any language slowly fell on top of the Nightbringer. Mimicry. A roar that would kill all the dying people in the real universe immediately came out of the Nightbringer's mouth. The moment he saw the mimicry, the memory of how this guy and the forger bound it emerged in the Nightbringer's chaotic memory. The hatred of this fragment for all the lives in the fleet outside the orbit was transferred to the mimicry. The mimic was indeed terrified by the Night Embracer's name being yelled out. This was instinctive, but it knew very well that it did not need to run away, because its integrity was much higher than the Night Embracer fragment, and this fragment could not do anything to it. And the mimic did not maintain its original appearance. Its ever-changing body became the appearance of the Night Embracer after another transformation. You should call me the Night Embracer now. The mimic swung its sickle and landed steadily on the ground, provoking the Night Embracer fragment. As a crazy cannibalistic star god, Nightbringer would not mock or scold the mimic's behavior. The only response to the mimic was the scythe that swung out, and the terrifying death power wrapped in the scythe's blade. The mimic's response was the same again. It also swung out the scythe. The scythe used by the fragment of Nightbringer was not the weapon it had when it was intact, but it was created by it, just like it made a substitute for itself, and its original weapon had been lost in the subspace. After the mimic transformed into the Nightbringer, the sickle it used should have been transformed like its appearance. At least the Nightbringer fragment thought it was transformed. When the two sickles collided with each other, the sickle in the Nightbringer's hand was instantly broken, and its arm holding the sickle was also cut off by the sickle in the mimic's hand. The weapon and arm made of living metal fell to the ground and turned into a water-like form, flowing again to the body of the Nightbringer fragment, reshaping the sickle and arm. After a brief confrontation, the Nightbringer fragment was surprised and also felt the surging death force flowing into its body. The death force would not destroy its existence, but made it feel extremely familiar. And this pure death force could not be controlled by mortals or other star gods. Only the original sickle of the Nightbringer had such power. The weapon in your hand. The Nightbringer fragment looked at the mimic in disbelief. The fake in its hand dissipated and returned to its body. That's mine. Indeed. The mimic turned the blade of the sickle and stretched out his hand to scratch the blade that could cut through dimensions. The sickle released the power of death, just like in the hands of the Nightbringer, responding to the user's actions. It was originally yours. The mimic stared at the Nightbringer. You should thank the forger for this. It took your weapon back from the warp. The sickle in the mimic's hand was not a fake like the sickle in the Nightbringer's hand, but a real weapon that belonged to the Nightbringer. During Qin Mo's first journey in the warp, the Grey Knight's Supreme Grandmaster Kaldor found this weapon, but he found that he could not use it, so he gave it to Qin Mo. Like the Crone sword, it was a trophy that Qin Mo brought out of the warp. How could you possibly use it? The Nightbringer wailed. If the star god who also controlled the power of death did not use the sickle would only be a powerful weapon in his hands, and would not have any other special functions. However, when the mimic just touched the blade, the sickle released the power of death. Because I am much more complete than the last time we met. The mimic's other hand also placed on the sickle. Do you think I turned into you just to pretend to be you? No, I can have the characteristics of the object I turned into. This is an ability I already have. The Nightbringer could no longer tolerate the object of his desire in the mimic's hands, and he immediately pounced over and tried to take the sickle back from the mimic's hands. What greeted the Night Holder was the sickle that the mimic was swinging vigorously, and the surging death force released by the sickle. The death force could not cause any damage to the Night Holder, but the blade that cut through the dimension was enough to split its living metal body in two. The separation of the living metal body was not enough to make a star god lose his fighting power, but the mimic had no intention of killing the Night Holder. During the time of body fusion, the Night Holder saw the mimic take out the Hypercube Labyrinth. Like the Hypercube Labyrinth that had been imprisoned, it was a red and white toy-like sphere. This lovely Hypercube maze released light and captured the Nightbringer inside, then trembled a few times in the hands of the mimic, and the holographic projection projected a line of words on it. Capture successful. Mimic threw the Hypercube maze away. This strange hypercube maze immediately disappeared in the real world and automatically sailed to the core of the planetary structure of the celestial engine in another dimension. In the linking dimension leading to the two hypercube mazes that imprison the star god, the Nightbringer fragment saw another companion imprisoned in the star structure of the celestial engine called the solar engine. The Deceiver fragment sitting on the black steps also noticed the return of the Nightbringer fragment. Vacation over? Chapter 938. Golden Expedition Branch Fleet, Angel Fleet. The orderly reality and psychic space divide the entire barren planet into two. Blood Angels Chapter Master Dante leads the Angels' descendants to engage in a bloody tug-of-war with the Slaves of Darkness on the surface of the planet. Outside the planet, the Angel Fleet is fighting against another huge fleet. In the battle on the surface, the Angels' descendants are fighting against the coalition of the Thousand Suns and the Word-Bearers at the same time. In the void battle outside the planet, the sons of the Angels only had to face the warships of the Word-Bearers, but it was still not easy. As one of the three legions that did not fall apart after the fall, the Word-Bearers undoubtedly had a strong foundation. The fleet they sent out was much larger than the Blood Angels' fleet. They even directly intercepted the Angels' fleet support for the battle on the surface, leaving Dante with no choice but to lead the chapter and the subchapter to fight the Thousand Suns and the Word-Bearers head-on on the surface. Just like the battle at Ball that year, Dante can no longer handle the current situation alone, as he has already awakened his genetic father. Sanguinius is personally in charge of the flagship. But the current battle situation is extremely difficult for even Dante's genetic father. Father, all the warships of the Weepers have already been deployed. Sanguinius was even more worried when he heard the report from his son. The Weepers have a powerful fleet, and this powerful fleet is Sanguinius's last trump card. If the enemy gives him another surprise next, all he can think of is what he can do, which is to personally lead the boarding team to attack the enemy's most powerful warship to open up the situation. When the war developed to this point, Sanguinius, who was awakened by Dante to help his sons, felt that he had a great responsibility. The fleet would not have ended up like this. Previously, the Thousand Suns abandoned the Sorcerer planet and began to migrate under the protection of Magnus. The Word-Bearers were also obviously not ready to stay in the Eye of Terror. They and their demon primarchs joined hands and began a migration to the warp. The Angel fleet that had just attacked the Sorcerer planet faced a choice. Either pursue the enemy, intercept the enemy, and bet that the main fleet will arrive in time, or watch the enemy leave. Sanguinius made the choice to pursue. Then the ships of the Angel fleet transporting the Black Stone were trapped by a ceremony presided over by Magnus himself, and then a large number of Word-Bearers' fleets suddenly appeared near the Angel fleet. Then, the various intelligence obtained in the war surprised Sanguinius. The Thousand Suns and the Word-Bearers, the two Chaos forces, evacuated at the cost of completely abandoning their main forces, because no matter whether the main forces they left behind successfully blocked the pursuit of the Angel fleet, these main forces would be destroyed when the main fleet arrived later. In order to keep a few people to serve their gods, they committed a near-suicidal act. Sanguinius knew that even if the war developed to this point, half of his goal had been achieved. At least this ambush could annihilate the main forces of the Thousand Suns and the Word-Bearers, who were left to die. But before the main fleet arrived and wiped out the main forces of the Thousand Suns and the Word-Bearers, how much the Blood Angels would have to pay to wait for the arrival of the main fleet was unknown. While Sanguinius was thinking about these things, a descendant slowly walked to his side. Sanguinius felt upset when he saw the offspring, not because he disliked the child, but because what he was reporting to him now was definitely not a good thing. But when the offspring spoke, Sanguinius felt ecstatic. The latest reconnaissance intelligence, the chapter leader said. A survivor of a combat team reported to him. The survivor said that he was very sure that he had witnessed Corferin on the front line. Sanguinius heard the hope of turning the tide of the war from the offspring's report. On the surface, Corferin walked on the battlefield still filled with gunpowder smoke. Not far away, a huge black stone structure stood in the center of the fortress of the battlefield, still emitting a realistic force that made Corferin feel sick. When this extremely important figure, the adoptive father of Lorgar Aurelian, the primarch of the Word-Bearers, the person with the most say in the Legion, the most respected servant of the Dark Gods, came to this battlefield, the Word-Bearers were cleaning up the corpses on the battlefield. The Blood Angels lost this place. In previous wars, once the Black Stone that brought the power of reality was erected, it meant that the servants of the Dark Gods would permanently lose the territory within the range of the Black Stone. But now, the retreat of the Blood Angels has caused this area to be recaptured by the Word-Bearers. And the black stone structure that exudes the abominable power of reality will also become a monument to show off the power of the gods under Corferan's intervention, becoming a huge obsidian crown. Are you sure your plan is feasible? Accompanying and questioning Corferan is the leader of one of the 9 sects of the Thousand Sons. Among the 1,000 sons established around the sect after the rebellion, this military leader, with the title of Templar Wizard, is often favored by Magnus and Cinch. Of course my plan is feasible. Corferan stopped and turned to look at the wizard who questioned him. This is the only chance for Sanguinius to end this war immediately. He is a Primarch who values his offspring, like your genetic father. He will not watch the Blood Angels fight us to the point of mutual destruction. Well, if you are really as important as you say in his eyes. The wizard looked Corferan up and down. In order to kill you, Sanguinius personally led his men here to carry out the decapitation tactic. How can you ensure that you can really corrupt his soul? Using himself as bait to attract Sanguinius and corrupt him? This is Corferan's goal. The Golden Crusade may succeed, that's for sure. But the souls of the angels will be the price of this crusade. I can't assure you that I can completely corrupt him, Corferan said conservatively, but I can assure you that I and the Primarch have been preparing for this day for a long time. If Sanguinius really appears, the worst result we can get is his complete destruction. Hearing this, the wizard nodded, and he was completely relieved. Corferan took the wizard's hand and promised him something else. Such as God's gift, such as a bright future. Corferan promised many things, and the reward he asked for from the wizard was just the wizard's promise to help Corferan complete the ritual at all costs. The two walked on the battlefield, towards the black stone that released the power of reality. No matter what they wanted to do against Sanguinius, they needed to take a preliminary step first, which was to corrupt the black stone structure. Not only will I give you what I promised, but if this black stone structure is corrupted, it will also belong to you. Imagine that in the future when the enemy becomes more and more proficient in using black stone, you will be able to own an obsidian crown and use your psychic power without restriction. Corferan was still talking non-stop. Then you must fulfill a promise first. The wizard pointed to the black stone structure, corrupt it, and give it to me. Corferan nodded slowly, walked to the structure, and opened his arms. Watch it. The wizard looked at Corferan intently. Corferan chanted obscure spells, drawing the power of the high heaven. Then his head suddenly exploded. With a bang, his head shattered all over the ground. Corferan's headless body straightened, then knelt down, and his body fell to the ground again. The people nearby were stunned for a few seconds, and then they reacted and looked for the person who killed Corferan. But they were destined not to find it. Not far from the position, in the ruins of a fortification that had been carefully searched countless times by the word-bearers, a black figure put away his weapon and slowly retreated. A flat and abrupt cross-section appeared behind the black figure, causing its metal body to slowly disappear into another dimension that could not be detected. A message was transmitted from the range of the black stone to the huge black fleet that was about to leave the webway. Death Mark kills the target. For the Silent King. Chapter 939. Outside the planet. A beam of light suddenly appeared in the void, and then countless huge warships emerged from it. This fleet of strangely shaped warships appeared directly behind the word-bearer's fleet that was pressing the angel fleet step by step. For this fleet, the advantage gained by appearing behind the enemy fleet and attacking from behind was the most insignificant of the countless advantages they had. A dazzling green energy ray cut through the void, as a sign that the suddenly appearing fleet was declaring war on the word-bearer's fleet. A strike cruiser instantly turned into a turbulent stream of particles floating in the void after being hit by the green ray. A large number of half-moon-shaped black warships circled from behind the word-bearers to the front of the word-bearers. They endured the fierce attacks from the word-bearers, but they would never launch a second attack before reaching the front position. When enduring the bombardment of the word-bearer's fleet, the Blood Angels and word-bearers participating in the battle discovered the unusualness of this fleet. That is, they did not use shields. For other civilizations, it would be foolish to fight in the void without shields. But for a fleet that can vaporize a ship with an incomprehensible ray, not using shields can only prove how confident they are in their materials and engineering. The half-moon-shaped warships, which endured countless artillery fire, sailed safely in the void towards the word-bearers. Their ships inevitably suffered minor damage after being bombarded, and then these warships began to repair themselves, and in a very short time, they recovered to the point where there was not even a scratch. When this fleet completely arrived in front of the word-bearer's fleet, their attack was extremely fierce. Green beams of light cut through the void. Countless attacks that the word-bearers could understand, and could not understand swarmed in. The command system was extremely chaotic, The communication system was completely paralyzed, and even the control of individual warships was gradually lost. When the main battleship of the Word-Bearer's fleet dissipated in the void, a beetle that had previously attached to the main battleship completely paralyzed the ship's control device, causing the crew on it to die in confusion. The shape construct broke away from the drifting particles, and flew towards the huge fleet of crescent-shaped warships. The beetle passed through the beam, through the battle formation of dense warships, and gradually came to the center of the fleet. Above those ships that were also crescent-shaped, but were responsible for transportation, the beetle flew past at high speed. On the surface of the warship below, the door of the tomb had been opened, and the metal-shaped warriors holding Gauss weapons were marching towards the door of the tomb in a neat large square formation. Their destination was the surface. The beetle flew over the ships transporting the warriors, and passed through the transport fleet carrying larger war machines. Rows of tomb obelisks slowly rose from the surface of the warships, locked the destination coordinates, opened a dimensional channel, and disappeared, appearing directly on the surface. Countless underworld structures and tomb obelisks arrived on the surface one after another. Finally, the beetle arrived at the flagship, the core and largest of the fleet. A throne was placed on the tiny pyramid structure on the flagship. The beetle swooped down, flying over the guardsmen near the throne, who were made of living metal and several times stronger than human primarchs, and came to the side of the king sitting on the throne. The king stood up from the throne, and the guards near the throne automatically formed a formation to make way. It passed by its own guards and came to the front. Its eyes indifferently scanned its huge fleet, as well as the wreckage of enemy ships that gradually exploded into space junk in a small amount of non-energy attacks, and finally landed on the fleet of the Blood Angels. It held its metal chest and head high. It was silent, saying nothing. "It's the fleet of the dead." Various reports flooded into Sanguinius' ears. The Imperial personnel on the ship were quickly checking many records and information, comparing the appearance of the fleet that suddenly joined the war, and then gradually came to a conclusion and confirmed it very much. That is, the fleet of the Necrons appeared and helped them. This damn alien race had fought several battles with the human empire, and each time the empire paid a heavy price. Large areas of star regions fell, and countless lives died in their hands. How could the aliens help us? I don't know, but they did help us. They are allies. How could the aliens be our allies? A quarrel broke out on the command deck. Sanguinius was a little dazed, and had not yet stopped the quarrel. The increasingly fierce quarrel ended when Dante, the commander of the Blood Angels, entered the command deck and said, "They are indeed allies, temporarily." After Sanguinius could no longer hear the quarrel, Dante walked towards his Gene father, knelt on one knee, and reported the current situation. "The aliens have overwhelmed the enemy. The black stone we lack. They are deployed on the planet. The Word-Bearers and Thousand Sons are simply unable to resist. They are overwhelmed by a large number of aliens." After hearing these three reports, Sanguinius was not surprised by the current situation, nor did he respond. His current situation is a bit strange. The same is true for Dante. "You have also seen Zolok," Sanguinius said, the leader of the alien fleet that he could see with his psychic powers. "Yes," Dante once confessed. Dante and his son have an inexplicable fate with the Necrons. The cooperation with the Necrons in the Battle of Baal was not just the first cooperation in history. Few people in this universe know that Dante once saw the king of the Necrons, the silent king named Zolok. And that damn Zolok even met Dante in the guise of Sanguinius. During that meeting, the Necrons' Grand Inquisitor spoke to Dante, and he told Dante something that Dante had always wanted to ask the Gene Father. Dante of the Blood Angels. Dante still remembered what the Grand Inquisitor had said. "The greatest and last, most noble silent King Zolok." The Grand Inquisitor called the leader of their species. "The last and greatest silent King Zolok honors your angel father, and wishes to continue the agreement we made with him in the past." Dante not only remembered these words, he also remembered how he felt when he heard them. He couldn't believe that his Gene father, the Gene ancestor of the Blood Angels, had reached an agreement with an alien. However, no matter how doubtful he was, Dante never asked the Gene father, because he thought it was best to let this matter disappear from his mouth forever. But now he has come to his door. Chapter 940. Dante. You are too young. You don't know some things from 10,000 years ago. If I didn't wake up with a lot of things to deal with every time, I would talk to you about things from 10,000 years ago. Sanguinius said so. Dante nodded. When he wanted to ask the father of genes what he thought the purpose of the sudden appearance of those aliens was, he suddenly became keenly aware of the changes around him. Everyone coming and going on the command deck suddenly stopped moving, as if time had stopped. It was as if the entire command deck was stripped out of the long river of time. Then the porthole in front of the command deck began to shatter, but it was obviously not really shattered, because there was no strong vacuum environment to replace it. Apparently some strange and incomprehensible space technology enveloped this place. After the porthole shattered, a road slowly emerged, and a more magnificent scene also emerged. Those tall undead warriors holding shields and spears lined up on both sides of the road. At the end of the road was the top of the pyramid of the huge half-moon-shaped ship, where a throne and more undead stood, looking very solemn and majestic. Then, a familiar alien slowly walked along the road. Dante quickly recognized it. It was the Grand Inquisitor he had seen before. Please. The Grand Inquisitor gestured for permission. In an environment created by incomprehensible space technology, Sanguinius and Dante could only follow, but they knew that the alien leader on the throne would not do anything to them, so they did not fight their way out. Sanguinius and Dante stepped onto the road and walked towards the throne. A black stone device that could enhance the influence of the warp and weaken the power of the star god emerged along the road, ensuring that Sanguinius would not be expelled from his living metal body. Finally, the father and son came to the throne and looked up at the king sitting on it. They had to look up, because the throne was set on a very high step. And sitting on the throne was a dead spirit sitting upright with many decorations on his body. You have received an honor. The Grand Justice raised his skull, the honor of saluting the greatest and last noblest silent King Zolek. Zolek sat on the throne, looking down at Sanguinius and Dante, without saying a word, and there was no expression on his face. It didn't look threatening, if you didn't look at the guards around it, who were taller than Perturabo. But it just exuded a kind of majestic, but dull contradictory momentum. However, although it was majestic, Sanguinius and Dante knew very well that it was actually a replica. Just like Trazyn, who always used replicas to get things. A fleet and force of this size are not worthy of Zolek's real body. Exercise your honor. The Grand Inquisitor ordered Sanguinius and Dante in a cold and bland electronic voice. Zolek did not speak. It was not without reason that it was called the King of Silence. Dante did not salute last time. What he was thinking about now was whether this guy, as a substitute for Zolek, was linked to Zolek or something. Dante of the Blood Angels, and the genetic ancestor of the Blood Angels. The Grand Justice emphasized for the third time you. The speech was interrupted. Sitting on the throne, Zolek just waved his hands twice, and the Grand Justice ended his broadcast. Then the Grand Justice no longer asked the two to salute, but ordered the warriors beside him to create chairs for the two out of thin air. Just like the creation magic of the Talon people, 2 chairs were created, perfectly fitting the body shapes of Dante and Sanguinius, very comfortable. The greatest and last noblest King of Silence. The Grand Inquisitor said, I'm asking you, where is your main fleet? The main fleet is still on the way. Sanguinius replied. The greatest and last noblest King of Silence. The Grand Inquisitor said, I'm asking you, is that guy who is not sure whether he is a human or a star god still in your main fleet? Sanguinius hesitated. The greatest and last noblest King of Silence. The Grand Inquisitor said, you must answer the questions of the greatest and last noblest King of Silence. This is your privilege, its permission, and your honor. Dante immediately said, I know it is great, and I also know that it is the last and most noble King of Silence. Are you talking so much nonsense to show that you are working hard? Barbarian. The Grand Inquisitor looked down on Dante. You have no manners at all. Of course we have manners. Dante stood up and looked at Zolek, but your greatest, last and most noble king is not our king. The Grand Inquisitor's eyes directly passed over Dante and looked at Sanguinius. The King of Silence thinks that you are still the most suitable person to be the leader of the human species, whether compared with your father, who plays witchcraft, or the guy who is not sure whether he is a human or a star god, you are more suitable. Sanguinius forced out a smile as friendly as possible, then shook his head. The Silent King wants to remind you. The Grand Justice said, you must be careful of the guy who is not sure whether he is a man or a god, because the star god once destroyed the Necrota race with a sweet lie. I hope you realize that the sweetness you are enjoying now may be the beginning of the greatest suffering in the future. Sanguinius looked at Zolek. After a moment he spoke. I respect your king, and I have always been like this 10,000 years ago, but I cannot agree with this. I know your past, and I sympathize with you. I once privately warned my brother not to get too close to a star god. But he is indeed making everything better. On Baal, which I cannot change, the medical aid team of another human force he established solved the mutation problem of the Baal people. They lent a hand to the noblest group of my descendants. When Sanguinius said this, Zarek adjusted his sitting posture slightly, and leaned on the armrest of the throne. The Grand Justice said. As the Silent King said, it was just the sweetness before suffering. The star gods once defeated the powerful and desperate enemies for the Necronter. In the end, didn't they drink our sweet souls and turn us into a group of beings like you saw? So what did you decide to do? Sanguinius asked. Let Dante and I be the guides and take you to the main fleet to destroy your enemies. If so, you don't need to tell me this. You can use your magical technology to go back to before your fleet appeared and withdraw your help. Chapter 941. Sanguinius responded fiercely to the warning raised by the Grand Inquisitor in the name of the Silent King. The words were so fierce that Dante felt a little worried. He had seen the power of this damned alien species, and knew how unfathomable they were. He also knew that he and the Primarch were not facing the Traveler, who had helped in the Battle of Baal, but the incarnation of the Silent King of the Necrons. But worrying is an inevitable instinct of a carbon-based creature. Dante really didn't think that he and the father of genes would have to fight their way out in the end. Because when Dante met the dead spirits last time, he vaguely heard about the covenant between the Gene Father and this alien species. What exactly the covenant is still unknown. The Silent King is reminding you out of kindness, the Grand Justice said. The Silent King Zolok did not react at all. He leaned on the armrest of the throne and looked down at Sanguinius and Dante, not caring at all. Even if you are an enemy, we will not take back our help just because we don't agree with you. The Grand Inquisitor looked up at the tall Sanguinius, but its digital eyes simulated contempt. This is called civilization. This is called etiquette. This is the ethics and tolerance of an ancient civilization born tens of millions of years ago. Sanguinius said nothing. Dante didn't even look at the Grand Inquisitor, but he had already cursed the people in his heart. He felt that whether it was the Necrons, the successor of the Necron, or the Eldar, they were all a group of arrogant and pretentious criminals. If he had to talk to a Necron, then Dante would rather talk to Trazen the Infinite. At least this guy knew how to appreciate the past and future of young races. What do you think of the one you say is not sure whether it is a god or a human? Sanguinius asked what he wanted to ask most. He felt that he had to test the tone and attitude of the Silent King. It's a long story. The Forger is a relatively positive star god. The Grand Justice said. It is also very cruel. Once a dynasty was unable to fully master the technology it gave according to its requirements and forge the weapons required by the Void Dragon, it completely destroyed a dynasty. When talking about this past of the Star God, the Grand Justice spoke Gothic a little slower, which meant that he felt heavy. The dynasties that were good at casting trembled, accepted its trials one by one, and lined up to be destroyed by it, until it thought that a dynasty named Casa did a good job. As I said, it is also cruel, but at least it is a tangible and certain cruelty. Do you know how reassuring this tangible cruelty is in such a pathetic and hateful group of star gods? The burner may be very protective and generous to his believers in the last second, and burn them to ashes in the next second. After listening to the Grand Justice's narration, Sanguinius recalled Chin Mo's behavior, and then he thought that Chin Mo should have the power of the Forger, rather than being parasitized by the Forger. The Grand Justice continued to explain the meaning of Silent King Zolok. No wonder you protect the guy who is not sure whether he is a man or a god. We also think that guy is okay. We observed the Forger, tracked it, and prepared to destroy it, but it was hit by a force that tore the real universe apart, and then disappeared. After that, we detected its energy again, and we set people to sneak in, and then found that it seemed that it had not fully recovered its power at that time, and was a prisoner on a human planet, and that human planet called Talon was resisting the attack of Genestealers. When his position was about to be broken through by Genestealers, we ordered a death mark to blow up a nest of Genestealers, forcing the Genestealers attacking his position to retreat, which was considered a favor to him. Then we saw in him that he was completely different from the caster, in every aspect, and we saw a possibility. Hearing this again, Sanguinius frowned. What possibilities did you see in Chin Mo? The Grand Justice looked back at Zolok, and Zolok nodded slowly. Then the Grand Justice turned his head, stared into Sanguinius' eyes, and said, the possibility of ascension. The greatest prophet and astrologer of our species has been studying how to control the power of the star god and ascend to become a transcendent existence similar to the star god. Ascension. Sanguinius slowly looked at Dante, and the father and son looked at each other in surprise. Both of them were shocked by this attempt. What also shocked the Primarch and Dante was another thing the Grand Inquisitor said. That is, the Lord of Talon was once a prisoner. You? Sanguinius became alert. You said he was a prisoner. Are you going to use this thing that you think is a fact to undermine his prestige in a star zone, or do you have other intentions? We just told the truth. The Grand Justice spread his hands. The truth is the most fragile and useless. It has no offensive power. You actually think we will use this truth as a weapon? Suppose an alien runs to the Tyrone people and tells them that your leader was once a prisoner. It is not legal for him to become the master of a star zone. The Tyrone people will not believe this is true. They will hang the alien who told them the truth to warn everyone who dares to spread rumors in the future. Sanguinius thought about it, and gradually felt relieved. In addition, he felt that the words of an alien were not very credible. It was not that the Grand Justice said that Chinemo was a prisoner. The Grand Justice said, in general, we do not regard the caster as an enemy. The war between the Colon dynasty and the caster was a misunderstanding. We will not raid his territory after the Golden Expedition. Just when Sanguinius was completely relieved, the words of the Grand Justice made him worried again. But who knows what will happen in the future? We have many conflicts within our species. Maybe one day, we will need a powerful enemy to divert our internal conflicts. The Grand Justice said, maybe, just maybe. But there are so many enemies in the galaxy, and we also have enemies that are more suitable for diverting conflicts than the Forgers, such as the enemies you are fighting. Conflicts? Dante looked around. Species like yours will also have conflicts with each other? I thought the relationship between one of your generals and those warriors was like the relationship between your Silent King and other dynasty leaders, both controlling and being controlled. There should be no more conflicts between our species, but the great King of Silence voluntarily gave up the absolute power it could have, that is, the total control agreement, for various reasons. The Grand Justice replied. Why did it give up? Did it not think about the consequences that would happen after giving up, such as the irreconcilable conflicts between your species, which could have been united? Dante asked again. The Grand Justice looked at Zolek. Zolek's brain recorded the first time the Necrotter communicated with the Star God, and then was devoured by the Star God, and now. Everything flashed quickly in his brain, which was more advanced than other undead. In the end, the Grand Justice just simulated a sigh, shook his head, and said nothing for Zolek. Chapter 942. Dante and Sanguinius thought that this conversation would continue for a while, but the place where they stood kept moving away from Zolek's throne until they returned to the command deck of the flagship. At this time, the hole on the porthole disappeared, and the people on the entire command deck were no longer fixed in place, but moved normally. It's really like witchcraft technology. Dante sighed. Sanguinius had already sighed, after meeting Zolek for the first time. However, Dante did not do what he should do immediately, but asked the Gene Father in the communication channel, the agreement you made with the Silent King 10,000 years ago. Dante did not dare to question Sanguinius, but he hoped to get an answer, even if it was false. Since he met Zolek during the Battle of Baal, his heart was filled with such questions. You are too young, otherwise you would know, Sanguinius said. Dante admitted that he was only about 1,000 years old, and did not follow the Gene Father 10,000 years ago. The agreement is cooperation. Sanguinius said bluntly, the Silent King once talked about the responsibility of mankind in the galaxy. Although what he said sounded like he wanted to use mankind as a shield, it did make some sense. That's why you met Zolek on the eve of the Battle of Baal, and heard from the Grand Justice. Continue the agreement with the Blood Angel Gene ancestor. You made an agreement with these aliens. Dante asked nervously, did they coerce you? No. Sanguinius shook his head, they helped me. This is why I arrived at Terra in time 10,000 years ago, and appeared in the duel between the Emperor and Horus. They helped me. Dante nodded thoughtfully. Go, and do what you should do, and clean up the war on the ground. Sanguinius said, our expedition is over. Main Fleet. Glorious Humanity Flagship. In one of the hundreds of meeting rooms on the battleship, Guilliman was in a dark room, and in front of him were all the Supreme Lords of the High Lords Council of Terra. However, these Supreme Lords did not come to the flagship in person, but used the technology of the Tyronians to appear in the form of projection and attend the meeting. Except for the Imperial Regent and the Supreme Lord, there was no one else in the room. Calgar, the only one who came to the meeting with Guilliman, was guarding outside the door of the meeting room. The various influences exerted by the Tyronians on the Eye of Terror must be stopped. This is the topic we have been discussing recently. A Supreme Lord talked endlessly about what happened in the Parliament recently. Whether it's economic impact, military impact, or any other impact. Regent, you mentioned the tax reduction before. We have a small opinion. That is, continue to collect taxes according to the current tax standards until the Golden Expedition is completely over and the influence of the Talons disappears. This will ensure that the economic value that a planet should not have is obtained by the Empire and invested in more important places. After the Eye of Terror is closed, the Talons will inevitably station engineering troops on the grounds of maintaining many black stone structures. We think this is not a problem, and it is difficult to refuse. It is also a balance and compensation for the Talons to completely withdraw their influence on the Eye of Terror. When the High Lord reported this, Guilliman thought about it, and thought that this idea was correct. He also felt that the Talon sector should reduce its influence on the Eye of Terror. They not only invested in the Eye of Terror surrounding areas such as the Bellis Corona sector and the Scala sector, but also interfered with the management of those areas because they wanted to ensure that their investment in those areas would not be plundered by the local chaos or unreasonable governors. If the influence is not reduced, it will inevitably intensify the conflict. The expansion of the Talon sector has stagnated due to the reduction of the number of unowned worlds around it. The Empire has included many worlds around Talon into the expansion zone to meet their expansion needs. They have also gained economic benefits through investment and various means in the Golden Crusade. If they still reach out to the Eye of Terror, the contradictions that have existed since the establishment of Talon will be intensified. When dealing with the affairs between the Empire and Talon, Guilliman's position is not Guilliman, but the Empire. Shinimo is the same. This is because the entity standing behind the two is not some substantial entity called the Empire or Talon, but a complex entity with countless people and countless interests. If Guilliman does not want the conflict between the Empire and Talon to intensify, then he has to balance from the perspective of the Empire, and decide what to give up or stick to. However, although the High Lord's proposal is correct, Guilliman also has doubts. How do you decide to reduce their influence? Do you have any specific decisions? Hearing the question from the Regent Primarch, the Supreme Lords looked at each other, but this was not a loss in the face of the unknown, but a kind of indescribable complex reaction, which is not an appropriate summary, that is, to send each other signals. There's a world in the Bellis Corona sector, and the governor on it is practicing and verifying a method. When a Supreme Lord began to speak, Guilliman was sure that this guy was pushed out to speak in countless discussions of the Parliament. Guilliman listened curiously. There are many industrial areas in this world, invested by the Talons, used to produce daily necessities for the expeditionary army. This governor is loyal to the Empire. He asked the Talons to leave his world, and as you can imagine, he was evaded. Then he used the army to close off the industrial areas one by one and fired poison gas into them, and warned the Talons that if they did not get out of the world immediately, the next step would be to bomb and massacre the main residential areas in the world. Then the effect of this method. Well, miraculous. Although it sounds funny to threaten others by slaughtering your own people, haha, it is indeed effective against the Talons. The Supreme Lord said with great enthusiasm. Even though this method was not thought out or pointed out by him, but a reference. Reference to what Katakan did when facing the attack of the Tau civilization. But in the world, he mentioned, the governor's decision is obviously more effective. Guilliman listened to the High Lord's words in silence, and took a step back, pressing his big hand on the backrest of the adamantine chair. The Primarch's face was as white as a piece of paper. Guilliman had seen countless horrific scenes, and heard countless horrific things, and his face was even paler than when he was infected by the virus in the realm of Nurgle. When the High Lord asked about the regent's physical condition with concern, Guilliman suddenly began to retch. The Pope of the Ecclesiarchy quickly lowered his head, because he didn't dare to look at the embarrassed look of the Son of God with saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth after retching. Stop. Guilliman wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, raised his head with a ferocious face, and let out a low roar that made the Supreme Lord shudder. Stop the damn governor who threatened others by slaughtering his own people. Yes. The Supreme Lord who told Guilliman about the deeds of the loyal governor became serious, bowed and nodded. The Ministry of Justice will punish that damn guy immediately, in the name of the Regent. Chapter 943. Bang. With a roar that echoed through the corridor, the door of the conference room that was deformed by the Primarch's palm slammed shut. Guilliman had already walked out of the conference room to end the meeting with the High Lords, but he was still angry. Calgar, who was outside the conference room, saw the father of Jeans come out and sensed from him that he was in a bad mood, so he lowered his head and followed Guilliman without saying a word. But Guilliman was not Perturabo or Dorn, and he would tell his offspring what he had to say. Guilliman told Calgar about the meeting with the Supreme Lords in the conference room, and the disgusting things that the Supreme Lord said. After listening to Guilliman's story, Calgar shouted, "How dare these damned insects test your bottom line?" Calgar did not feel sad for the people who were slaughtered, as a threat to force the Talons to withdraw from the industrial world. Of course, he would show mercy to those unfortunate people, but what he could not accept and cared more about was that the father of Jeans was tempted. None of the High Lords, who can stand in front of the regent of the empire are fools, because the fools who happen to sit in the position of high lords have been screened and eliminated by the horrifying game of the highest level of the empire. The ability that a high lord can have, the most basic ability, is to guess the mood of Guilliman, the regent, when Guilliman does not want to show his joy. The high lords can talk about the threat to the Telonians as a serious matter, not because they are stupid enough not to know that Guilliman hates this, but to test Guilliman. It is even more likely that this is a provocation. Guilliman is not a popular figure in the center of power in the empire. There are indeed people who regard Guilliman as a god and are willing to be loyal to him unconditionally, but there are also many bastards who want Guilliman to go through 2 rounds of daggers and conspiracies. Kalgar knows all of this, so his reaction is furious. However, Guilliman knows better. You established the High Lord's Council. Seeing that his father did not say a word, Kalgar squeezed out words of advice from his teeth. If you want to abolish it, there is legal support. Now that the Golden Crusade is almost over, we may get a chance to clean up the High Lord's Council. Guilliman walked slowly in the corridor, listening to Kalgar's words. 500 worlds in Greater Ultramar, plus the Tyrone Navy with more than 40,000 large warships. Kalgar calculated for Guilliman, the Dark Angels may not like us, but their Lion King has returned, and the Lion King must be tired of the current empire. Then we will directly enter the solar system and clean up the High Lord Council? Guilliman asked. Kalgar nodded slowly. I did establish the High Lord Council. Guilliman did not deny this, but after it was established, it was like a tree that gradually grew. Now it has tangled roots, and is so huge that it suffocates me. Hearing this, Kalgar had to admit this. Even if the Imperial Fists and the guards of Terra, who guard Terra, are on our side, the purge of the High Lords will cause the paralysis of various institutions in the Empire. In a short period of time, there will be no second entity to take over the original duties and powers of the High Lords Council. The Empire will be torn apart and completely collapsed, Guilliman said. Kalgar still admitted helplessly. Guilliman didn't want to continue this conversation. He raised his hand to stop Kalgar's next words. When facing you, I am just the Lord of the 500 worlds. I stand on the side of the 500 worlds. Tell me about the recent situation of the 500 worlds. Have they improved under the governance of the heroes? When you replaced the mortal rulers with heroes, Greater Ultramar didn't get better immediately. Kalgar said the heavy words first, but then his tone became relaxed. But more than 200 years have passed, and the 500 worlds have returned to the way our ancestors recorded. More than 200 years? Guilliman stopped. Yes. Kalgar bowed. For those outside the Eye of Terror, the Golden Crusade has been going on for more than 200 years. Guilliman nodded, turned around and continued to move forward. Some worlds are troublesome for the heroes. Many worlds have fallen into chaos and barrenness. Some worlds have never recovered after being ravaged by the Word-Bearers 10,000 years ago. For worlds like these, it takes a lot of manpower and material resources to restore their prosperity, and most of the manpower and material resources are used to maintain the war group and auxiliary forces. But fortunately, our cooperation with the Tyrone people has deepened. Kalgar knew the situation of the 500 worlds like the back of his hand. Even when Bloom was fighting on the Iron Ring, he would take time to observe the situation of the 500 worlds. For the many worlds outside the 500 worlds, the heroes arranged to invite the Tyrone people to invest. These worlds have built huge industrial zones. We share the profits with the Tyrone people, but they take the lion's share. As for the many worlds inside the 500 worlds, the heroes believe that these worlds cannot be overly influenced by the Tyrone people, but the Tyrone people have come up with a better way, that is, the 500 worlds obtain various materials lent by the Tyrone people through loans, and after construction, they will return the materials of the same value to them annually in the future. Hearing this, Guilliman said in a deep voice, the heroes are worrying too much. In addition, we must ensure that the borrowed materials can be repaid, and don't let anyone play tricks. If one day Lord Talon comes to ask me why Ultramar has a loan that has not been repaid, I will be embarrassed in front of this old friend. But they are also considering you and Greater Ultramar. Kalgar said, no matter how they develop, these worlds are changing with each passing day. Even the Onira galaxy affected by an unsolvable plague has become a place full of hospitals and medical research institutes, which not only helps local people to delay their pain to the greatest extent, but also exports medical resources to the entire Ultramar. Great. Guilliman breathed a sigh of relief. Things about Ultramar and Talon always make me feel at ease. Kalgar nodded in agreement. You seem to have something else to say? Guilliman asked. Yes. Kalgar hesitated. The heroes have a request. Although the help provided by the Talon sector is already sufficient, and their help is extremely favorable, it would be great if some free aid could be used to quickly promote the construction of people's livelihood. Hearing this, Gilliman stopped and looked down at Calgar very seriously. The Tyronians are not a high-thinking species called Tyronians. Just like you and the heroes, the high-level officials of the Tyran sector also have joys and sorrows, and they also have things they are willing to do and things they are unwilling to do. They are not like the Tyranids, who give orders from the top and do it without thinking about anything. The Lord of Tyran has the prestige to make his people do business honestly at a loss, but he will hear complaints, and the Tyronians will have complaints about us. Gilliman patted Calgar on the shoulder. Don't think about free aid, you might as well help the 4 heroes figure out how to repay the loan. Rejected Calgar immediately saluted, yes. Gilliman smiled, stopped talking about anything, and continued to walk to the door at the end of the corridor. Chapter 944. When Gilliman pushed open the door marked, Governor Do Not Disturb, he saw the largest and most luxurious lounge on the warship. Mimicry had not returned from Shagatai yet, so Gilliman did not greet him first, but walked directly into the bedroom at the end of the lounge. Chi Nemo was lying on the sofa, and the very old and primitive device he ordered for playing video images was placed in front of the sofa. The large device, which was about 1,000 inches in size, played the first-person shooter game. The UI on the game screen shows Calgar's appearance and the various weapons and equipment he can deploy. Calgar once told me that he always received large amounts of money from the Talon sector inexplicably in the Macridge Bank. Gilliman sat on the sofa next to Chi Nemo. Could it be the cost of using his image in this game? Indeed. Chi Nemo replaced Calgar with heavy bolts. Gilliman watched for a while, then he sensed the emotions from Chi Nemo, so he asked, "Are you thinking about what the Supreme Lords just told me?" Gilliman then told Chi Nemo what he had heard from the High Lords. Although he had just learned about the disgusting thing, it had already happened, and the Talonians must have let Chi Nemo know about it a long time ago. Yes. Chi Nemo nodded. Then what are you going to do? What do your people think? Gilliman asked. The Primarch's brain thought of many possible ways that the Talonians might do at this moment. For example, assassination, killing the governor's family to the root, or fleet force deterrence. But these methods will cause the balance that Gilliman tried hard to maintain to appear. Cracks. The governor who threatened others by killing civilians, he registered a huge enterprise. Chi Nemo stared at the game screen, controlling Calgar to fight on Bloom. However, the ancient technology used in the ancient equipment customized by Chi Nemo really made the engineer feel awkward. Calgar, who he controlled, began to flash and mark time on the battlefield, and finally the death screen popped up. Chi Nemo clicked on the resurrection expressionlessly, and continued, he is going to make a final fortune. There are 100 ways to make this governor lose everything, and let his own money, the money given to him by the nobles, and all the money he took to poker evaporate overnight. Gilliman thought about it, and felt that the tactics of the Talonians were more expensive and cruel than he thought. A governor is no longer a governor just because he has no money. Legally, he is still a governor. But a ruler who has no economy and has made enemies with other nobles because of one thing, then he and his power are like a woman walking naked on the road in the military camp. The investors did leave the planet, Chi Nemo said, but there was no time to take away the military rations and automatic guns produced. They are still in those industrial areas filled with poisonous gas. That's appropriate. Gilliman nodded. If the governor was killed by the locals and replaced by the locals, according to experience and convention, such a worthless world would not attract a crusade. But the Supreme Lords of the High Lords Council will definitely make a fuss about this. But Gilliman has also thought about how to respond to them, and how to argue. Balance. Balance itself is the most important. After briefly discussing this trivial matter, Gilliman talked about more important things. The main fleet does not need to go to Sanguinius. The expedition is over. What are you going to do next? Install black stones in every corner of the Eye of Terror, and seal the cracks in this real universe. Chi Nemo said, then the entire real universe can enjoy the benefits of the expedition. Gilliman knew what benefits Chi Nemo was talking about. Even when the expedition reached the Iron Ring, the benefits were already very great. The biggest benefit was the Psychic Ebb event. As the Eye of Terror became smaller and smaller, the Psychic Ebb occurred, and the psychic level of psychics became weaker. In the Necromunda Underhive, where psychic abuse was the most serious, gang members found that no matter how many psychic enhancement drugs they took, they could not improve their psychic power. In places that are often harassed by demons, demons begin to appear rarely, and various evil rituals related to psychic power can no longer easily summon demons into reality. This is only the middle stage of the Golden Crusade. When the entire Eye of Terror is closed, powerful psychics will be weakened, and weak psychics will even lose the ability to use psychic power. Although there are rifts such as the Great Whirlpool in the universe besides the Eye of Terror, there is no need for the existing primarchs of the Empire to organize a huge expedition to close them one by one. Even if they don't disappear directly, places like the Maelstrom will shrink after the Eye of Terror is stitched up, and the psychic influence will weaken again after shrinking, and shrink again. Perhaps the real universe will take hundreds of thousands of years to recover from the trauma of the warp tear, but at least humans and other material creatures can see hope. Perhaps we will have to deal with the Necrons next. Gilliman recalled what he heard from his brother. Before going to the meeting with the Supreme Lords, he learned about the situation of the Angel Fleet and knew that Sanguinius had met Zarek. Although Sanguinius was not harmed by Zalek, and Zalek's fleet played a positive role. But as the regent of the Empire, Gilliman could not rule out the possibility that humans would go to war with the Necrons, who hated living beings. During the Golden Crusade, messages from all over the Empire reported the awakening of the dynasty, and following these messages, one after another, the Empire world lost contact with Terra. I don't want to go to war with them. Chi Nimmo lowered his head and pondered. I think what happened after the war in heaven was the fault of the Star God. If the Star God hadn't pitted them, they wouldn't be like this now. Gilliman thought about it, and he began to worry that Chi Nimmo sympathized with the Necrons, and was unwilling to prepare for the most extreme situation. But it was the Star Gods who turned them into iron skeletons. There is no reason for other creatures to atone for the sins of the Star Gods. Chi Nimmo continued. I do have a judgment in my heart about right and wrong. I sympathize with them, and I am willing to help, but if they want to kill us all and want war, then they will get war. As the saying goes, every debt has its own perpetrator. Saranoga has been hiding in a place for so long after he shut himself in, but no Necrons have come to catch him. Instead, the dynasties that are awakening, and have already awakened have caught humans and slaughtered them. What's going on? After listening to Chi Nimmo's thoughts, Gilliman nodded in agreement, thought for a while, and sighed. Sometimes, think about it, in fact, the arrogance of the Eldar is not without reason. Races like them are indeed ancient and powerful, and are indeed terrible opponents. Compared with the old Dang races such as the Necromancer and the Eldar, humans are indeed immature. Chi Nimmo nodded, but as the saying goes, the young and the strong are better than the weak. These two old Dang races have also suffered defeats from humans. At most, the Empire and Talon will fight against the Necromancer together. The habit of killing people as soon as they wake up must be corrected. Chapter 945. Ha ha ha. That's right. Gilliman laughed heartily. Unlike Lion, as a pre-march with a sense of humor, Gilliman always liked to work with Chi Nimmo, because Chi Nimmo always faced everything optimistically, and always gave people confidence. The atmosphere in the whole room, which had gradually become dull due to two heavy topics, was changed. Until there was a knock on the door, and then a guard walked in, Gilliman became serious again. If it was any other guard, Gilliman would not be so serious, but the one who came was Andrada, the guard who was responsible for handling diplomatic events in the sector. There are always occasions where a big figure is needed to show sincerity. As a non-commissioned officer of the Planetary Defense Team, who was led by the Lord of Talon, when he was still a nobody, he was obviously the right big figure. Andrada's coming at this time must be related to the governor, who killed his own people. So Gilliman was serious. There is a small matter. Andrada did not say what Gilliman thought. A naval officer from the communications department on the flagship found me, and hoped that I could help report this matter. After thinking about it, I decided to help. Go ahead. Chi Nimmo nodded. This naval officer has a child, who is about 12 years old, but is about to reach the end of his life. This child is in a relatively remote place in the star zone, and his wish is to see the triumphant naval fleet passing by outside the low Earth orbit. And Ruida said. Chi Nimmo was stunned for a moment after hearing this. It is incredible that a 12-year-old child is about to reach the end of his life, regardless of age. If you want to see the triumphant naval fleet, every time the fleet gathers or goes out, there will be a lot of people going to the starport of the assembly point to watch. If you want to see it, just go directly to the starport on the return route of the Navy. This is not a secret. Gilliman was also confused, but he could think of more in an instant. Gilliman felt that Enrita's report should have been delayed for a while, and he guessed that he had waited for the news of the Sanguinius fleet before he ran to report to Lord Talon, who no longer had to take care of the war, just like he ran over to chat. They can't even afford a ticket to any starport on the fleet's return route? Chi Nimmo asked in astonishment. They really can't go, because the officer's child is a child of fear. Enrita looked helpless. Hearing the word son of fear, Chi Nimmo instantly understood everything. The son of fear is a child born in the eye of fear, and this kind of child is different from the children in the demon world. When they are born, they are in the fleet and protected by the real space created by Blackstone, but the real space will conflict with the subspace, causing reality to become less real. This is why the speed of time here in the fleet is different from that outside the eye of fear. The son of fear will suffer from a lot of soul diseases when he is born, and no matter how advanced the medical methods are, they will be unable to save him. He will die at the age of 13 at most. As soon as they are born, they will be placed in a mountain-like device to restrain and stabilize their souls. They will inevitably die when they are 13 years old. Navy personnel have been strictly prohibited from giving birth in the Eye of Terror, but no matter what happens, they always have to find out first before they can have a response. After these children of fear are born, no one dares to take them out of the Eye of Terror. The medical research department in the Star Zone wants to prolong their life by keeping them in an environment with a high influence of the subspace, but failed. They were all sent to the Star Zone not long ago. When the Blackstone construct is fully deployed and the triumphal route is planned, I don't think I will go to the planet where the child is. Chi-Nemo said thoughtfully. And Ruidon nodded. Not all starports in the Star Zone can serve the fleet. The star system where the child is probably not equipped with starports that can serve the fleet. Such a large fleet needs a lot of preparations for dimension jumps, and it is impossible for them to go there for a walk just for this matter. Chi-Nemo said again. And Ruidon thought so too, but he still asked. The officer himself thinks it is impossible, but he still hopes to get a rejection from me or you. Then you didn't reject him, you brought this problem to me. Chi-Nemo shook his head helplessly. I really have no way. How about holographic projection? Gilliman suggested. Andreida looked at the Primarch in surprise. He didn't expect that the Primarch of the Empire would participate in this topic. Projection has always existed, but there is an unbridgeable gap between projection and reality. Chi-Nemo has also thought about projection. The three of them fell silent. After thinking for a moment, Chi-Nemo said to Andreida, Please tell the naval officer that I thank him for his contribution to the Tyrone Navy. I also feel sorry for what happened to him, his wife, and his children, but I can't order a huge fleet of 40,000 warships to meet the request of one person and let hundreds of thousands of naval high-ranking officers formulate a special return route. I can't order a large team of researchers and psychics to customize a soul-binding device, and then develop various materials or psychic technologies that can completely ensure that this child can be safely transferred hundreds of light years to the military starport. But, speaking of this, Chi-Nemo paused. But when the fleet returns, I will personally go to the world where the child is. I will distort the space outside the life support device, and he will find himself in the starport after waking up, and watch the huge fleet as if it were really docked at the starport. It's not like a projection, but a one-to-one experience with reality. And Rita was stunned for a moment. You are going to that world in person? Then how come you appear at the triumphal ceremony? I can do this in the time it takes to change clothes. Chi-Nemo said, I don't have to take a ship to run all the way there, and then take a ship back after the job is done. If this does not require too much manpower and material resources, and I only need to go there in person, I am happy to do it. Yes. And Rita saluted and immediately turned around to leave to convey the good news. Gilliman watched Rita leave, and said to Chi-Nemo with a smile, But you have to swim in the void, and then swim back. Not to the point. Even if I really have to doggy paddling in the void, I have to go. Chi-Nemo shook his head. His parents are one of the countless Navy or Army personnel who can do anything as long as I give an order. Gilliman stared at Chi-Nemo. While we are not too busy, go and see Creed. Chi-Nemo stood up and said to Gilliman, When the Eye of Terror is completely closed, I will go see him again to see what kind of expression the Supreme Lord of Cadia will show because the Eye of Terror is closed. He is injured. Gilliman did not stand up. During the Titan War, he and his Lord's chosen group were hit by a volcanic cannon. When I heard the news and went to visit him, he had just been sent out of the Eye of Terror to recuperate. Oh, then I will take some time to go to Cadia to find him in person after everything is over. Chi-Nemo sat back in his seat. No. Gilliman shook his head. We will never see him again. Chi-Nemo was stunned. He is not dead. As you said, he went back to recuperate. Gilliman stared at Chi-Nemo. For people like us, when he entered the real universe with normal time flow before those Sons of Fear, we were destined to never see him again. Chapter 946. Cadia Galaxy. Starport Medical Station. A group of people were busy moving 2 beds out of the ward. Under the gaze of the expedition wounded recuperating in the medical station, the 2 beds were pushed to the top of the medical station building. Then, a variety of medical equipment was sent to the beds, and connected to the two patients lying on the beds. Finally, the equipment started, and the patients on the two beds woke up instantly. Creed suddenly opened his eyes, and a word came out of his dry and thirsty throat. Snow. The Canadian assault guard, who ran from the building to the rooftop, immediately took out a cigar, stuffed it into Creed's mouth, and quickly lit it for him. Creed took a strong puff. His shriveled and broken body could hardly support him to complete this step. The cigar's smoke entered his lungs, making him almost cough up blood, but he held back. He held back expressionlessly. Water. Creed put down the cigar with his shriveled hand and said to the soldier. The soldier immediately handed the water to Creed. After drinking it all, Creed turned his head with difficulty and looked at the person on the other bed. That was Kyle, his deputy. The moment he saw Kyle, the long-forgotten memories emerged in Creed's slowly moving brain. This man named Kyle was older than him. When Creed was still a private, Kyle was already a veteran who had been fighting for many years. He was irritable, but humble. He discovered Creed's talent and was willing to perform the duties of a deputy until now. In the Battle of Cadia, Kyle accompanied him no matter how dangerous the situation was. On the Iron Ring, Kyle also pressed on him at the moment of the volcanic cannon bombardment. Cough, cough, cough. Kyle's nose twitched, and he coughed violently. Creed immediately extinguished the cigar in his hand and pressed the lifting button of the hospital bed for his old friend. Lord Tyrone. Where is the cigar belt that Lord Tyrone gave you? Kyle asked weakly. That thing? The cigars produced by that thing are not so choking. It's blown to pieces. Creed said, You old man, it's useless to rush over. It was that thing that protected us under the roar of the volcano cannon. Kyle nodded in a trance. The weakness of the two people surprised the guards beside him. He couldn't believe that the two weak old guys in front of him were the supreme lord of the castle, and his brave deputy Kyle in the great story that has been passed down on Cadia. But the doctor told him that this was Creed, so the guards still stood aside solemnly and looked at them with reverence. Creed and Kyle are very old. Kyle was not young to begin with. Creed's iconic short neck looks long because he is too old and shriveled. Both of them resist life extension technology, and when they came down from the front line of the expedition decades ago, they were too injured. Their current state is the result of a choice and compromise between life extension and recovery. Is the Golden Expedition over? Creed looked at the guard. Yes, sir. The guard nodded. The Blackstone construct is about to completely seal the Eye of Terror. Don't call me sir, Creed said. I'm no longer the Supreme Lord. Although he had just woken up, Creed was sure of this. He was no longer the Lord. Someone must have replaced him, and someone else was needed. Maybe it was a young and promising person, or maybe it was the bastard who often called him a short-necked ghost. No matter who it was, Creed was no longer the Lord. You are the Supreme Lord, in name only. The guard replied respectfully, After you, the highest title of Cadia will only be the second Lord, because everyone thinks you are the Supreme Lord forever. Hearing this, Creed didn't know what he was thinking. He slowly turned his head and looked at the sky. The purple was already very faint, compared to before. Creed still remembered that when he participated in the expedition, he stood on the command deck, looking at the large purple outside the transport ship, and cast a hateful look at the purple. Just like him now. Even though Creed already knew what the fate of the purple representing the Eye of Fear would be, he still looked at it with hatred, full of hatred, and looked at it firmly. This behavior brought him a strong sense of discomfort, and his eyes began to bleed. I remember that when I stared at this thing before, not only did my eyes bleed, but I also felt the torment and pain deep in my soul. Creed stared at the bleeding eyes and said coldly. Kyle nodded, and he also stared at the purple. The guard didn't look, because he was not from Creed's era, his eyes were not purple, and he was not born when the Eye of Terror still had a strong influence on Cadia. For someone like him, who didn't grow up in an environment with strong psychic influence, staring at the Eye of Terror would cause serious trouble. The guard lowered his head, stood respectfully, and stared at the news projection on his palm. The last Blackstone structure will be launched by the Tyrone Navy soon, the guard reported. Creed nodded and looked at Kyle beside him. Kyle did not react at all, he just stared at the purple with bloodshot eyes. When the last Blackstone structure was launched, the timeline had been merged to the point of being almost completely consistent. Creed did not have to worry about the scene of the Eye of Terror being completely closed appearing at a time point in the past or future that he could not witness. He saw it. How the Blackstone structure was deployed could not be seen from here, but the purple color was indeed gradually dissipating, until there was no more purple in the sky. It's closed. It's closed. Creed, who had never had any emotions, shook Kyle's body and stared at the starry sky, the end of Kadia's enemy, its end. When Kyle did not respond, Creed looked at Kyle again, and found that he was still staring, but it was obvious that he had reached the end of his life. May your soul return to the golden throne. Cred reached out, and gently closed Kyle's eyes. Cred, who lost his old friend's company, lay alone on the hospital bed. He looked at Kyle's body beside him again, then lit the cigar and put it in his mouth. He was still staring at the sky, but his attention was not on the sky. Yusaka E. Creed. The life of this man passed by like a revolving lantern in front of his eyes. Cred felt like he had become a child, living a happy life on his parents' farm, and admiring his childhood sweetheart. Until one day the enemy appeared, and the farm was destroyed. Creed hid in the cupboard and shivered, watching the enemy approach, then saw the enemy die, and then saw a space warrior wearing a white robe, carrying 2 swords, and holding 2 guns coming in front of him. Creed felt that he had become a young man again. He became a new soldier, and a white shield egg. He struggled on the battlefield. One day, the ship he was on was lost in a place where no one lived. That place was called Talon No. 1. In a trance, Creed became a middle-aged man again. He saw the Lord of Talon, who used the power of thunder and fire, and always remained in his 20s. When the time comes, you only need to send someone to say a word to me, Lord Talon said. What? Cred asked in a trance. Say, Kadia asks for support. Lord Talon replied, and I will say, Talon will respond. Cred nodded in a trance. Everything began to pass again. Cred did not take the agreement to heart, because he did not think he was qualified to make any agreement on behalf of Kadia. He continued his war career and continued to serve, until one day the war spread to Kadia, and he rushed back. The merchant named Klein stayed with him. The Volscani Iron Cavalry rebelled, the castle lord died, and Creed made all the right decisions at the most critical moment, and he became the supreme castle lord. After the Battle of Kadia ended, Creed found himself talking to others about how to help the Talon sector, which was in the process of defending Talon, as much as possible. He lured the enemy to attack Kadia, obtained the right to start the war, and sent reinforcements against all odds. Then, there was the Golden Expedition. Gradually, Creed's memories slowed down, and he realized that his life was slipping away quickly. He heard a group of people rushing to the rooftop, and dozens of doctors blocked his view of the sky. He has only relied on his will to hold on until now. One person said. Let him rest in peace. Another person said. Creed felt that he was not dead yet, but those people were already chanting that they wished his soul to return to the golden throne. Then he slowly floated up, and watched a large group of people carry his body away, and put it into the farewell team composed of the entire Kadia assault force in the starport. Creed watched his body being carried into a well-decorated ship by a funeral procession, and then the priests of the state religion gathered around to pray. A ceremony began, and when the ceremony ended, Creed watched his body being loaded into a torpedo according to custom and fired in the direction of the Eye of Terror, when it still existed. All the Cadians who died in the Golden Expedition were also fired. Creed stared at the torpedoes carrying his body, which were flying in the void, flying towards the closed Eye of Terror. Suddenly, a Tyrone naval fleet sailed out, sailing along with the torpedo at the same speed as the torpedo until the torpedo exploded with a bang. Creed realized at this time that he was already a soul. The container in the subspace that specifically holds human souls released light, presenting the appearance of a straight and towering road. Creed had to follow the road because he found that the evil beings in the subspace were pouring in, but were temporarily blocked outside the road. However, when Creed was determined to walk over, he subconsciously looked back. The dazzling golden light filled his vision, and a magnificent throne stood in the golden light. There was no one sitting on the throne, but a cold sun. The light emitted by the sun dispelled all the evil that was blocked outside the road. Why are you here so late? Creed heard a voice that surprised him. He looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Kyle walking slowly under the throne. The throne allows us to choose. Kyle motioned Creed to stop, rest in peace, or continue to fight for mankind. Hearing this, Creed glanced at the evil beings around him, who were suppressed by the light of the cold sun, and dared not speak. He didn't even think about it, and walked directly towards the cold sun. Chapter 947. The fleets that had carried out the Golden Expedition gathered together, and sailed in the completely closed Eye of Terror, stopping at every star system where the Tyrone engineering fleet had built a large military starport, resupplying and advancing. This cycle continued. This sailing route was called the Victory Triumphal Road. For countless years since then, as long as humans still exist, as long as the occupied Eye of Terror and its surroundings are still under human control, There will be an endless stream of people visiting the Victory Triumphal Road. All the galaxies along this route will be bathed in the glory of the expedition. And the victory of the entire Golden Expedition will be remembered forever, because this is the first time that the creatures of the real universe have taken back their real domain from the subspace. The expedition fleet gradually sailed to the Cadia galaxy, and stopped in the giant starport built by the engineering fleet. Inside the flagship of the Glory Humanity, in the largest meeting room on the warship, Chin-Mo stood by the porthole and looked at the many worlds of the Cadia galaxy outside. The Supreme Lord has returned to the throne. The new Lord of Cadia was in the bridge. He was the one who came to welcome the expeditionary fleet back on behalf of the entire Cadia. However, his title was not the Supreme Lord, but the Second Lord. The Second Lord had already met with Guilliman and his men. Now he came to find the high-ranking officials of the Talon sector when they were discussing things in the meeting room to talk about the Lord's death. May he rest in peace. Chin-Mo closed his eyes and bowed his head in silence for Creed. When he closed his eyes, the guards, the senior officers of the Tyrone Army, and the Tyrone Navy gathered in the meeting hall, and the commanders of several Space Marine chapters rooted in the Star Zone. All bowed their heads in silence for Creed. These people did not all mourn and remember Creed because of the Lord of Tyrone. They were not as resistant to life extension technology as Creed was. Many of them were trained according to the Army training manual summarized by Creed. Even the card-playing soldier who called Creed a cannon fodder wearing a paper shell when he entered the Tyrone Underhive was there, but this soldier had been promoted to a general after countless wars and long years. When Chin-Mo finished his silence, slowly opened his eyes, and raised his head, the second Castle Lord said to him, "It must be an honor for the Supreme Castle Lord to be remembered by you." This is a polite remark. Chin-Mo doesn't like polite remarks, but the second Castle Lord, who has nothing to do with him, is standing here. What else can he say except a polite response to his silence? The news of Creed's rest has long been reported to me, and I have known about it for a long time, but at that time I was still dealing with things with the Primarchs. I could only send a fleet to escort Creed's body to be buried in the way of Eucadians. Chin-Mo said. The second Castle Lord nodded. If the High Castle Lord had not looked at the Eye of Terror until it closed before resting, and was hurt by it, he might have survived to meet you now. No, he couldn't survive anyway. Chin-Mo shook his head in denial. He could probably guess what was going on with Creed. Even if Creed didn't die under the roar of the volcanic cannon, the moment the doctors woke him up from cryogenics, it was destined that he would not be able to survive until he was cryogenically revived again. Creed just wanted to see the Eye of Terror close, and see the destruction of the old enemy of the Cadians, so he could hold on until he saw the Eye of Terror close before he died. In any case, Creed rested in peace. Thank you. Chin-Mo said to the second Castle Lord, "Thank you for coming here to tell me this. I did come to tell you this in person, but I have another thing to do, which is to deliver a letter." The second Castle Lord took out a letter from his chest. Gray, one of the guards, immediately stepped forward and took the letter to Chin-Mo. After opening the letter, Chin-Mo saw a handwritten letter from Creed. The content was very brief, without any reminiscence or long speeches. At the beginning of the letter, it was, "Thank you." This was Creed's style. He was always frugal with words. And from this brief thank you, Chin-Mo could guess what Creed wanted to thank, not only for the Golden Expedition, but also for the help he had given to Cadia, and the promise he made to Creed, who was still a White Shield recruit at the time, in the Tyrone nest. The next line of thank you was still brief, just, "May your Star Zone always prosper, may your justice and humanity always shine like light on this cruel galaxy. Please also convey my gratitude to Klein." That ends here. Klein. Chin-Mo opened the dimensional space, and sent the letter into it. He can no longer hear my gratitude. As a Dragon's Minister, Klein once had the possibility of becoming one of the Star Zone's field marshals, but he gave up his future and decided to become a wandering trader. On the eve of the Battle of Cadia, Klein served as a liaison to Creed, and the two had a good relationship. But Klein found peace earlier than Creed. Chin-Mo also learned about this not long ago. After Klein's daughter found the flagship after the transport fleet was replenished, she told him that her father had rested. Klein even asked his family to spread the news only after his death, because before his death, Chin-Mo and the guards, who were friends with him, were on an expedition. Thinking of Klein, Chin-Mo sighed again, and said to the second Castle Lord, "Thank you for sending the letter. Take a rest on the flagship for a day. After the Castle Lord's rest ceremony, there will be a celebration ceremony for the closing of the Eye of Terror." The second Castle Lord refused, "Please forgive me." Chin-Mo nodded, and the second Castle Lord saluted and left. At this time, I can personally experience the passage of time. Chi Nemo turned around and looked at Grot, one of the field marshals. Grot was very old. His face was full of wrinkles, and his hair was white. He left the Eye of Terror in the early and middle stages of the expedition to take charge of military affairs, and only returned not long ago. Klein and I, as well as many other veterans who followed you. Groot looked at Chi Nemo, who looked only in his 20s. We are all mortals. Some of us have already rested, and some of us may live for another 100 or 200 years, but we all have a death date. One day in the future, you subconsciously call us to give orders, but find that all of us are already lying in the grave. This is inevitable. But there will always be people who will continue to follow you. They will be better than us, and they will also become friends with you. No need to feel sad for us. All mortals have a death date. Groot said this very calmly. He also knew that he would die when the life extension technology could not restrain his soul, and the absolute transformation like the guards was a torment he could no longer bear. Chapter 948. I know, Groot. Chi Nemo nodded. It's not that he hadn't thought about the fact that mortals will eventually die, nor that he couldn't accept it, but he was sentimental by nature. Chi Nemo suppressed his melancholy and looked at the others. We just discussed the matter of the alien allies. Those wild Eldar and Eldar driving titans helped us in the war, and they paid a blood tax in disguise. Although they haven't mentioned it yet, but they need a place to live. Let the engineering fleet find a star system with only death worlds in the star zone, and create a Gaia world for them. This is their reward for supporting the expedition. As for the Atanza craft world, their request is to repair the craft world and satisfy them. After talking about the arrangements for Thrall and the Savage Eldar, Chi Nemo thought about it, and there was nothing else to do. The Space Marines in the Star Zone, as well as those who later defected to the Star Zone, had already made proper arrangements for these Space Marines. It was nothing more than building a home world for them according to the conventions of the Star Zone, providing logistical support, and then these war bands would assume the obligation to fight for the Star Zone. The only thing Chi Nemo needed to bring up on this occasion was the matter of Thrall and the others. Regarding our influence on the star systems around the original Eye of Terror. Amrita spoke. We don't need to take the initiative to order the withdrawal of influence. Those places will lose their investment appeal after the expedition ends. Chi Nemo said. Amrita nodded. He also speculated so. We only thought that our military force could protect our investments outside the Star Zone. Chi Nemo spoke again. We never thought of using military force to protect the people in the places where we invested outside the Star Zone, because we really couldn't think of what kind of people could threaten outsiders by slaughtering their own people. But there is no need to worry. The Golden Crusade has been going on for more than 200 years. In places like Cadia and Bellis Corona, 2 generations have been influenced by us. Our influence will continue to exist. After saying this, Chi Nemo glanced at everyone and announced the adjournment of the meeting. Under the flagship. In the Emperor's secret laboratory, the clone Primarchs and their human father, who was living in Vanessa, were watching the sarcophagus together. In the sarcophagus lay another Sanguinius. The sleeping Sanguinius. But both the Emperor and the clones knew very well that this Sanguinius was not the second clone, but a shell without any soul or consciousness. The only difference between this Sanguinius and the failed clones of the twisted flesh and blood in the laboratory culture dish was the difference in appearance. TSK. The sound of the valve reducing the pressure in the room was heard, and the shell of Sanguinius in the sarcophagus began to shrink due to the pressure change, but it did not shrink to the point of being like a skeleton, but remained in a state that looked very thin. Seeing this, the Emperor subconsciously frowned and looked at the door, but when he saw Chi Nemo walking in, his frown relaxed, and he showed off his research results to him. A more perfect body. I finally found a way to revive Sanguinius. Hearing the Emperor's boastful words, Chi Nemo walked to the sarcophagus and took a look, and found that the Sanguinius lying inside was really just a body, without any self-awareness. After thinking about it, Chi Nemo guessed that the Emperor had taken advantage of a loophole. The clone and the original body can exist at the same time, but only one clone and one original body can exist at the same time. The second clone will become a pool of rotten meat. But it seems that the empty shell without consciousness will not be affected by the metaphysics of the subspace, and become rotten meat. Can Sanguinius be resurrected? Chi Nemo asked. No, it's not that simple. The Emperor shook his head. I have found this way to exploit the loophole a long time ago. The only thing that has troubled me until now is how to let Sanguinius' soul enter this body, and then truly resurrect in the real universe. Then why did you call me here? Chi Nemo looked at the empty shell of Sanguinius. I don't understand those things about the warp metaphysics. Maybe you need to perform a ritual or something else. Why don't you let Magnus help you? Hearing this, Magnus looked embarrassed. He obviously couldn't help the Emperor. The Emperor couldn't explain to Chinemo, because the only way to communicate with Chinemo was to talk. Is there any way to use psychic communication to let Chinemo understand what he is thinking? And what are the various complicated and difficult factors in truly resurrecting Sanguinius? But the Emperor did not ask Chinemo to come here just to let him watch like those clone Primarchs. Didn't you once let the Iron Warrior's iron rings be bound by the rules of reality? The Emperor asked. Didn't you bring back the throne? Although the Emperor's words were vague, Chinemo immediately guessed what he could do. That is to use the characteristics of the domination engine and his own characteristics, and perhaps the Emperor's psychic power. In short, in the end, it should be possible to forcibly drag Sanguinius' soul into the real universe, and bind it into the real body. The me and the cold sun in the warp will locate Sanguinius' soul, bind his soul, and then... This is a complicated matter, and it is difficult for me to explain it to you clearly. You only need to sit on the domination engine, let Sanguinius' soul pass through the reality veil into the real universe, and then take over the guidance responsibilities from the other me and bring him into his body. The Emperor said, and looked at Chinemo, waiting for his reaction. Is it that simple? It's that simple. Well then. Chinemo decided to give it a try. After all, the Emperor had finally found a solution after all the trouble since the beginning of the expedition. No matter whether it was reliable or not, he had to give it a try. So Chinemo did not stay in the laboratory, but turned and disappeared from everyone's sight, and went to the place where the domination engine was placed on the battleship. The Emperor leaned over to the body of Sanguinius in the sarcophagus expectantly, waiting silently. After a long time, there was no reaction from the body of Sanguinius in the sarcophagus. Father, your idea may not be correct. Horus walked up to the Emperor and whispered. No, I am right. The Emperor shook his head. Crouching in the shadows, Kerr sneered and said, that means Lord Talon has no intention of truly resurrecting Sanguinius. The Emperor did not even look at Kurz. Everyone continued to wait. Until the clone Primarchs felt that there was not much hope, Sanguinius in the sarcophagus slowly opened his eyes. Strong psychic fluctuations instantly filled the entire laboratory, and huge white wings spread out after Sanguinius sat up. Let's borrow money to transform Ball. This was the first sentence Sanguinius said to everyone after waking up. When he saw clearly that the people in front of him were not the high-ranking officials of the Blood Angels, he found that he had suddenly come to the flagship. It was like an instant transfer, except that the living metal Sanguinius in front of Dante just now found himself lying in a sarcophagus, and his body was exactly the same as before he was killed by Horus. Sanguinius looked around in surprise, his eyes naturally passed over the clone Primarchs, as if he saw nothing, and then his eyes fell on the Emperor. The Emperor's eyes flashed with psychic light, and his face was full of excitement that could not be concealed. Including you, I have 4 descendants who have officially returned. Chapter 949. A barren and cracked land on Terra has now become a battlefield. The two warring parties did not shoot at each other on the trench-filled battlefield, but gathered together, formed squares, and confronted each other. On one side were the tribesmen holding various high-tech melee weapons. On the other side were the army wearing uniform power armor and holding standard rifles. A large number of flags were erected in the standardized army. On the left side of the flag was the Terra planet pattern, and below the pattern was written Terra Unification, and on the right side of the flag was a lightning pattern extending from the flame pattern, and below it was written Lord of Flame and Thunder. The two sides were hostile to each other, but there was no fighting at this time, because the two sides had already set the rules. Each side would send one person to fight in the duel. The winner of the duel would belong to the side that would win the war, and the loser would withdraw 100 miles and give up the territory. At the forefront of the confrontation between the two sides, the duel that would decide the outcome was going on. The warrior named Nagase-kin represented the Lord of Flame and Thunder. The one who represented the tribesman was a mutant, who was about 6 meters tall and extremely strong. Nagase-kin, who represented the Lord of Flame and Thunder, knew that he had no advantage in size, but he had an advantage in equipment. The power armor on his body, and the phase-long sword hanging on his waist were his equipment advantages. In the first round of the battle, Nagase-kin dodged the mutant's hammer, cut off the mutant's arms with his backhand, and then jumped up and stabbed the mutant's head with the long sword in his hand. The phase blade only looks different from the metal in color, but it is actually performing phase shuttle at a frequency that cannot be captured by the naked eye. The blade cut through the mutant's skull, which was already extremely hard and covered with armor plates, like cutting tofu. The winner of the duel has appeared. Thank you. Nagase-kin sheathed his sword and bowed to the mutant's body. The soldiers behind him burst into cheers. But the tribesmen who nominated the mutant to participate in the duel were unwilling to recognize the duel. After the chief raised his weapon and shouted something incomprehensible, void shields rose in the tribesmen's squares one after another, and dozens of strong warriors nominated by the barbarian tribes raised their shields, and the power weapons in their hands hummed. Nagase-kin! Come back! The officer behind the samurai shouted loudly. Although the fighting styles of the two sides were very different, and the standard weapons in the hands of the army were much more advanced than the melee weapons in the hands of the tribesmen, they were now face to face. Once the war started, it would inevitably be a hand-to-hand fight, and it was obvious that the tribesmen had a slight advantage. However, Nagase-kin did not turn around and run away, but drew his sword again and faced the tribesmen's square formation head-on. The tribesmen roared and launched an attack, rushing towards Nagase-kin and the army behind him. At this moment, a roar was heard in the sky. Shin-Emo was wrapped in flames and lightning, and he landed with a bang. When he appeared alone, the tribesmen suddenly stopped and looked at him in shock. The advanced army cheered again. Their leader, the Lord of Flame and Thunder, had arrived. The moment he appeared, the war was over. The warlord who hired you to harass my territory is dead. Shin-Mo's voice roared in the ears of all the tribesmen like thunder. He threw a head on the ground and rolled to the side of the mutant, who was killed by Nagase-kin before. Seeing the warlord's head, the tribesmen began to whisper to each other. In the end, these whispers were stopped by the chief's roar, and all the tribesmen advanced forward under the chief's threat and drive. Shin-Emo did not move, raised his hand to the chief in front of him, and his thumb was bent with his middle finger. The gesture looked like he was going to flick someone's head. But as his middle finger flicked out, a lightning bolt gathered in front of him, instantly pierced through the body of the tribal chief, and then penetrated the chief's back, and cut a bloody path vertically through the square formations formed by the tribesmen. Finally, the lightning dissipated behind the tribesmen. Along with it, the courage of the tribesmen also dissipated. A great rout began. I'm a little late, Jin. Shin-Emo turned his head and looked at the warriors behind him. That warlord was able to run away. It took me some time to chase him down. You came very timely. Nagase-jin bowed. Otherwise, we may have to pay a price to eliminate these tribesmen who have no martial ethics. Hearing this, Shin-Emo looked at the soldiers. It is estimated that there are about 20,000 people. These 20,000 people are all the people Shin-Emo has organized since he woke up on Terra in the 29th millennium. Shin-Emo was grateful for his timely response, because he and these 20,000 people were not high-tech nomads on Terra. They had cities and homes. If more than half of these people were killed or injured, the city's defense would be empty. On Terra, where warlords are everywhere, this state of empty defense is extremely dangerous, because even Shin-Emo himself can't count how many warlords are staring at the various advanced equipment in the city he personally built. Shin-Emo had armed these people in a very short time, but time was too tight. In addition, the technological barbarians and warlords of Terra were not vegetarians. It would probably take some time to gain a firm foothold in the cruel environment of Terra. Go back to the city. Shin-Emo waved to everyone. The soldiers immediately turned around and marched towards their homes. Shin-Emo and Nagase-kin walked side by side. The war was over, and the two relaxed and talked about trivial matters. Your wife has given birth, right? Shin-Emo suddenly asked. Nagase-kin nodded. Yes. Your child. Does he look like a human? Shin-Emo asked hesitantly. This is a very serious question. I don't know if it's because the environment on Terra has become extremely bad, or because the former humans have messed up their genes. In this barren place on the border of the Dragon Kingdoms, it's not easy for ordinary people to have ordinary offspring. Although I think that the child of Nagase-kin and his wife is likely to be a mutant, Shin-Emo still can't help asking, because he wants Nagase-kin to contribute his offspring for research. He is a healthy child. Nagase-jin stopped and said excitedly, a doctor injected my wife with medicine before my child was born. That's why my wife had radiation sickness, but was able to give birth to healthy children. Doctor? Shin-Emo asked curiously. Yes, a knowledgeable doctor who is promoting genetic medicine for free in our city. Nagase-jin nodded again. It was hard for Shin-Emo not to be alert. When Nagase-jin wanted to say something, Shin-Emo took 2 steps back and prepared to stand up and jump into the sky. You continue on your way, I will go back to the city to find the doctor first. Nagase-kin saluted. Shin-Emo did not jump up immediately. He thought of something and asked Nagase-kin, what is your child's name? Have you thought of it? Kong! Nagase-kin had a sunny smile on his face. Nagase Kong. He is my only son. I hope he can grow up healthy and pass on the entire family. Nagase Kong? Chin-mo tasted the name and said meaningfully, your child will not be a samurai like you. He will be an agent of the Prime Minister. Nagase-kin thought Chin-mo was joking, and did not ask any further questions. Chin-mo jumped up and returned to the city ahead of the army. Chapter 950. The city on the top of the mountain. This city built by the Lord of Flame and Thunder is not large. It is located in the mountains, and is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The population in the city is not large yet, but those flying black spheres are expanding new districts on the edge of the city to accommodate more people in the future. On the streets of the city, a doctor and his assistant were surrounded by citizens, knocking on doors from house to house. Whenever they saw a pregnant woman at home, they would go in and inject medicine into the pregnant woman. When encountering children with imperfect limbs, or with serious gene mutations or defects, the doctor and his assistant would stop and inject another drug into these children. The doctor does not ask for payment, nor does he have a fixed place to practice medicine. Whenever he goes to a citizen's home, the citizen will take out a table and chairs and put them at the door. Whenever it is time for dinner, the citizen will let the doctor stay at home for dinner. Your child's condition is not ordinary serious. The doctor put away the gene detector in his hand, and looked at the parents of the child crawling with 5 arms in front of him. His parents also crawled on the ground. The unfortunate child's parents thought the doctor might ask for some compensation, but the doctor did not do so. When the doctor reached out his hand, his old-looking assistant took out a huge machine from the box he carried with him. The people around were wondering how the machine could be stored in a container the size of a suitcase. But out of respect, no one asked. The doctor stood up and walked to the side of the machine, put the child's genetic sample into the machine, and then prepared a customized medicine. The new medicine was soon produced from the side of the machine, and the doctor took it and injected it into the child's body. The child with severe gene mutation went through a transformation and gradually became a normal person. The doctor thanked the child's parents expressionlessly, and took out a candy, and put it in the child's hand. Seeing the child intoxicated by the sweetness of the candy, the doctor looked up and asked the child's parents, "When will your Lord of Flame and Thunder come back?" "It should be soon." The child's father replied, "Wars led by the Lord of Flame and Thunder will always end quickly." The doctor nodded thoughtfully, slowly turning his head to look at the aging assistant beside him. The assistant gave a meaningful expression in return, and then the two went to the next house together. However, this time it was not so smooth. When the doctor and his assistant just sat down at the next house, a team of guards came over. "The Lord of Flame and Thunder invites you to come over," the guard said to the doctor, who was about to inject the medicine into the pregnant woman. The doctor seemed not to hear it. After injecting the medicine into the pregnant woman, he performed a fetal examination, and then stood up and responded to the guard, "Take me over." In the hall in the center of the city, the doctor and his assistant met the Lord of Flame and Thunder. Under the supervision of the guards, the doctor and his assistant walked into the hall. Chin-mo noticed their arrival, but did not look up, but studied the potion in front of him. A wonderful creation of genetic science. I am good at making machines, and I can build a city in less than a week, but I really don't know much about our human genes. You are not only a doctor, but also a genetic scientist, right? Chin-mo exclaimed without even looking up, and then changed the subject. I thought you were using my people as test subjects, or you had some ulterior motive, but now it seems that this medicine is a very mature genetic medicine. After hearing Chin-mo's praise, and the last sentence, the doctor was not moved. Chin-mo then received the doctor's extremely bland response. I have been committed to solving the problem of genetic mutation of the human species. Your people are not test subjects for this medicine. I have already experimented on them on my people. I came to you only after successfully solving the problem of genetic mutation. Hearing this, Chin-mo looked up at the doctor. The doctor was plain looking like an ordinary middle-aged man. But the doctor's eyes were extremely deep and steady, as if he had witnessed the changes of the stars and the earth with his own eyes. The assistant next to the doctor was an old man who was elegant in every move. His eyes were not as deep as his employer's, but under the green robe he wore seemed to hide endless secrets. Your people? Chin-mo looked at the doctor. Are you also a warlord? Yes. The doctor nodded. I am also a scientist, philosopher, military strategist, leader, observer. Now I am mainly a doctor. The assistant added. Okay. Chin-mo looked at the doctor, pondered for a while, and asked again, what reward do you want from me? The doctor shook his head. I don't want anything. I just want to save human genes. Please allow me and my assistant to stay among your people. If you are as kind as you are in the mouths of your people, you will allow us to stay, instead of letting us go like the tyrants we met before." Chin-Imo said nothing and stared at the doctor. There was deep helplessness in his expression. He wanted to say, "Emperor, go to the toilet and talk." Chin-Imo was now very sure that the unprepossessing middle-aged man in front of him was a powerful creature, a creature called Emperor. First, he felt strong spiritual energy from this doctor. Second, the doctor said that he was also a warlord, dedicated to solving genetic mutations. The Emperor in Chin-Imo's memory should be solving the problem of genetic mutations in the territory of the Terra Mountains at this time. The children whose genetic mutations he solved will become the first batch of Imperial Guards and Thunder Warriors. They all match. But Chin-Imo did not expose it, because he felt that the Emperor must have some purpose in coming here incognito, and he did not want others to know his identity and thoughts at this time. Chin-Imo wanted to pull the Emperor to sit at the table and talk to each other, but the Emperor was the kind of person who had a mouth but didn't use it. Thinking of this, Chin-Imo looked at the old assistant, and he guessed that this person should be McAdoo. I can't get into his head. What is he thinking? I don't know, Malkador. I can't get in either. When Chin-Imo was silent, the Emperor and Malkador, who was disguised as an assistant, were communicating with psychic energy that Chin-Imo could not perceive. Then you can confuse him and make him prostrate himself to you and open his heart to you. Malkador was calm on the surface, but he urged the Emperor with psychic energy. It's useless. When he first led a group of refugees to build a city, I came here disguised as a fragile and beautiful woman. He asked his guards why they looked at me as if I were a woman. The Emperor glanced at Malkador. Malkador was silent too. He almost forgot what the Emperor had said. If the Emperor's first attempt had not failed, the two would not have had to pretend to treat genetic mutations. He obviously doesn't use psychic energy. Malkador communicated with psychic energy, but his power is very similar to psychic energy, but neither you nor I can detect psychic energy fluctuations from him. What's wrong with him? That's why we're here. The Emperor waited for Chin-Imo to allow them to stay. I suspect he is a star god. If he is a star god, he is more terrifying than all the technological barbarians and warlords on Terra combined. We must find a way to seal it before the Thunder Warrior project begins. Malkador was stunned. I just suspect that he may be using another power, similar to a spell. The Emperor said, we must stay here until we find out what he is, and what he intends to do. It would be great if we can find the source of his power. Malkador thought for a moment and asked if he is not a star god, but just uses a power similar to a spell. Then of course we will become allies. The Emperor responded, the sooner the human home planet is unified, the sooner we can start to unify the human territories scattered across the galaxy, and the sooner humanity can revive. Chapter 951. Is it okay, Lord of Flame and Thunder? After communicating with the Emperor through psychic energy, Malkador took the initiative to ask Chin-Imo, who had not responded to their request to stay. Hearing the title of Lord of Flame and Thunder, Chin-Imo almost couldn't hold it. At this time, the Emperor was not called the Lord of Humanity, the Emperor of the Empire, or the Divine Emperor, but the Lord of Lightning and Thunder. His symbol is an eagle head, with 4 lightning bolts extending outward. Chin-Imo never wanted to replace this name, but he had the iconic power and behavior of using fire and lightning, so others called him the Lord of Flame and Thunder. But this name has spread. As for whether the Emperor and Malkador can stay here, Chin-Imo didn't want the Emperor and Malkador to stay, because he felt that the two of them must be holding back something. Perhaps from the perspective of practical interests, he and the Emperor might form an alliance in the future to face the various technological tyrants and crazy people on Terra, but that was a matter for the future. If we become enemies in the future, we must not let them stay. Since you are also a warlord and you have your own people, then you should go back. Chin-Imo said to the Emperor, I am just a small place with a population of less than 100,000 people, and I don't need a barefoot doctor of warlord level. Besides, I have studied your medicine, so you don't have to worry that I won't popularize it. After hearing this, the Emperor was immediately dissatisfied. Chin-Imo's words sounded a bit like killing the donkey after it has done its work. If it were someone else, the Emperor would not believe that a person could study his genetic science creations, but if the other person was a star god, then he only needed to learn about human genes and genetic science in his spare time, and he could study them clearly, and even improve them. The Emperor felt that he could not leave. Although there was order in this city, clean water and food, and people were returning to rationality, which was indeed very desirable, he also had his own things to do. If it was not a star god, he might be on Terra and become a more urgent crisis than the technological tyrants. Who had come here to make trouble? The emperor thought so, and he also had 100 words to say in his heart. But these words flowed from the emperor's heart to his throat, and finally turned into a look at Malkador. Malkador used his psychic power to gently pat the emperor's shoulder, and used body language to tell the emperor not to worry. Talking, socializing. In short, let Malkador do the talking. It has always been like this, and he didn't expect the emperor to say anything. When he met this guy who seemed to be a star god before, the self-introduction that the emperor said was already the limit. You can't just chase us away like this. Malkador said seriously, we have cured the genetic mutations of your people, and we have even cured the mutant children who have been born. I heard from your people that you would go over to give food and drink to the refugees when you saw them. You just sent us 2 free doctors away with just 1 sentence? As you heard, I am very generous. Chin-Emo looked at Nagase-kin who was walking into the hall, fully armed. Give them enough food and some things of trading value. Yes. Nagase-kin bowed, then walked to the emperor and Malkador, untied his water bottle from his waist, and took out a bag of food. Nagase-kin was naturally very grateful to these 2 doctors. After all, he had been afraid that his wife would give birth to mutants for more than 10 years. This water bottle can produce drinkable water even if you put sand in it. These foods are concentrated essences. Maybe they don't fill your stomach, but they can definitely satisfy your nutritional needs for 1 or 2 years when you are extremely hungry. Nagase-kin gave away all his assets, and then ran to the warehouse connected to the hall, and took out some precious metals. What's the use of this gold? Malkador looked dissatisfied. Can it make us more targeted by looters and technological barbarians? You can use it to buy things you want to take away in the city. Chin-Emo stood up and looked at Nagase-kin again. Take them to the trade market, recommend them some self-defense items, and stay with them until they leave. Yes. Nagase-kin saluted again, and then looked at the 2 benefactors eagerly. The emperor looked at Nagase-kin, and then at Malkador. Malkador shrugged helplessly. The 2 could only follow Nagase-kin. Although the city on the top of the mountain has less than 100,000 people, it is already quite prosperous. Why can 100,000 people support 20,000 troops? This question lingered in the emperor's mind before. But after coming here and now, the emperor is no longer confused. The city is full of floating black spherical robots. They look like very stupid passive robots. Only when people give them orders, these black balls will act to do what people ask them to do. The emperor's eyes did not stay on those black balls for long, because he did not think that such stupid passive robots would be the hateful intelligence or Iron Man technology that caused the human race to fall into catastrophe. Indeed, these robots called logistics machinery are very stupid and passive. They are not hateful intelligence, let alone Iron Men. They don't even have thoughts at all, just an empty shell. But in the terminal connected to those black spherical robots, the super AI called the main control intelligence lives in the terminal, directly controlling every move of these empty shells of machines. We have been threatened by a warlord alliance in the Dragon Realms recently, so there are not many weapons left on the market. If you had come earlier, I would have recommended you to buy the standard phase blade, but as I said, we have been threatened by the alliance recently. So I suggest you buy the individual energy shield. Nagase-kin promoted the weapons available on the market to the Emperor and Malkador. The Lord of Flame and Thunder actually allows weapons to be bought and sold freely. Malkador asked. The mountaintop city was established not long ago, and we haven't followed the Thunder Lord for a long time, so many systems are still being formulated. Nagase-kin took out his own money and gave it to the vendor to buy 2 single-soldier energy shields. Also, most of us who follow the Thunder Lord are wanderer clans on the Dead Land, and a small number are warrior families who lost in the competition in the Dragon Kingdoms. Martial arts and owning weapons are our traditions. The Emperor took the energy shield and immediately began to explore its internal structure. Malkador took the energy shield and put it on his back, then took out a talisman with a strange symbol from his pocket. This is a gift from me to your child. If he encounters danger in the future, this thing will ensure his safety. Thank you. Nagase-kin bowed and took the talisman with both hands, then looked at the beautiful pattern on the talisman and imagined what his son Nagase Yasushi would look like wearing it. Then the 3 continued to move forward in the market. The Emperor and Malkador were communicating in a way that Nagase-kin could not detect. This place looks pretty good. Malkador said, whether the leader is a star god or not, at least the humans here live well, much better than those living in the Pan-Pacific Empire and other hellholes. The Emperor showed an interested expression on the shield in his hand, but after hearing what Malkador said, he became cold and put the shield behind his back. It's just a sweet appearance. Perhaps those star gods, who like to eat souls, want to make the souls of the people here sweeter. Anyway, I have dealt with the star gods in the 12th century, and I know very well the likes and dislikes of these evil beings. After listening, Malkador also felt that what the Emperor said made sense. I understand your vigilance against the star gods. If he is really a star god, I will face him with you. This time you will not be a Saint George who challenges the Void Dragon alone. Chapter 952. This time, you will not be Saint George who challenges the Void Dragon alone. Malkador's words echoed in the Emperor's ears due to psychic communication. This sentence also echoed in the Emperor's heart. Although it was Malkador who took the initiative to find the Emperor and persuaded the Emperor to stand up, the Emperor still thanked Malkador for his persuasion. At this time when he stood up for a crisis, and saw a more terrible crisis, Malkador's words were particularly powerful. The Emperor wanted to thank him, and say a lot of things, but in the end, he swallowed all the words and turned into silence. But in the eyes of Malkador, who knew the Emperor's character during his interactions with him, he saw the Emperor's gratitude. Where is your territory? Nagasekin suddenly asked the Emperor. Is it also at the junction of the Eagle Kingdoms and the Dragon Kingdoms like us? Not at the junction, a place of dispute, but in a safer place. Malkador answered flawlessly, as if Nagasekin was asking about himself instead of the Emperor. That's great. Nagasekin looked up at the cloudy sky. I can't imagine that there is a place on Terra that is safer than the city on the mountain and the Lord of Fire and Thunder. When I was a child, my father told me that Terra was a place full of terrifying and tyrannical people. This human home planet has suffered a catastrophe, just like the human species itself. Do you know what's happening outside Terra? Malkador asked. Malkador likes to get along with people who have a better understanding of the overall situation, so Nagasekin's understanding of the human species aroused his interest in conversation. Yes. Nagasekin nodded respectfully. When the family was still in decline, my father found a samurai teacher for me. That teacher was a man from outer space. He knew a lot, and helped me understand a lot. Warrior. It was hard for Malkador to imagine that there were still warriors on Terra today. He thought that this symbol of human past, like the ancient warrior armor he collected in the secret room, now only existed in the memory and collection of the immortals. As the youngest and most immature immortal, Malkador still experienced firsthand how long human history was. Time has passed, and the world has changed. Even in the 28th or 27th millennium, the Terrans have generally forgotten the culture and traditions of their ancestors tens of thousands of years ago. Malkador had seen a warrior country, which might be where Nagasekin's ancestors lived. In that warrior country, many people's ancestors did not live in the East, and they looked different. As for the reason why the warrior country was established, it was not because some warrior family that has been passed down to this day tried to restore the glory of their ancestors, but because in a desert, a group of punk lunatics who drove around found books or images of ancient humans in a cave, and then they thought it was cool, so they called themselves warriors. Thinking of Nagasekin's child, Malkador gave a pessimistic prediction. Your child will be the last samurai, and your family's inheritance will end with your child. I don't want him to be a samurai. Nagasekin smiled politely, and shook his head. I hope he grows up healthily, and becomes an unknown person to live a stable life. I won't teach him martial arts. Malkador nodded and said, it's fate. Nagasekin didn't discuss the child anymore. He continued to take the Emperor and Malkador around the market to help these two benefactors, who were somehow out of touch with the world by what they needed. Suddenly, a soldier in streamlined power armor rushed past the three of them, creating a gust of wind, and then rushed towards the hall amid the shouts and curses of the vendors in the market. This kind of scout wearing streamlined specialized high-speed power armor is not uncommon. Nagasekin apologized on behalf of the scout for the Emperor and Malkador's clothes being rolled up, and then continued to take them to purchase supplies. Until a group of guards came looking around, and immediately rushed to Nagasekin after seeing him, and loudly conveyed the order. The Lord of Flame and Thunder requires the officers to go to the hall immediately. Yes. Nagasekin nodded, turned around and bowed to the Emperor and Malkador, then immediately rushed to the hall. In the hall, everyone gathered in front of the holographic projection, all silent. The projection showed a topographic map with some dense spots on it. These spots were enclosed by special signs and marked as hostile targets. There were hundreds of hostile targets on the map, and each hostile target did not represent a person, but an army. The sons of Eagle and Dragon have launched an attack on us. As the Lord of Flame and Thunder predicted, those bribed tribesmen are not a means of the warlords at all, they are just a harbinger of a larger invasion. The warlords can no longer restrain their greed, they want to seize our cities and our technology. A blond officer loudly proclaimed his views to the crowd. Chin is right. Yes, I predicted this before, but I didn't expect their offensive to come so quickly. Everyone was whispering. Then an officer who looked similar to Nagase-kin stood up and said loudly, "We should not discuss the intentions of the tribesmen and warlords. We should discuss what we should do. My suggestion is to hold the city firmly. We won't starve to death, and we have enough wealth to fight these wolfhounds." I also support Owen's suggestion. Nagase-kin looked at Chin-emo. Chin-emo sat there, frowning, and said nothing. It has been less than a month since the construction of the city on the top of the mountain. It was too hasty. The armies of these warlords are not like those barbarians, carrying small void shields and holding power hammers in their hands. From what he saw on the map, Chin-emo could find a few security robots that were not iron men, but mechanical life forms. Chin-emo was thinking, it would be great if his territory could have a good environment for development. For example, in a completely closed environment, people outside can't get in and people inside can't get out. Then develop to maturity in a closed environment, you can compete with the warlords, and then go to the outside world through means such as teleportation. But this is just a thought. In the extremely harsh environment of Terra, the good places are basically occupied by people. Even in this place with mountains, if Chin-emo hadn't been able to jump out of the atmosphere, he wouldn't have found it. Why did I come to Terra? Chin-emo asked himself in his heart. If it were any other place in the Milky Way, how could it be like Terra with a small temple, a big demon, a shallow pool and many turtles? At least I can farm and grow my crops in peace. Chin-emo didn't say these questions. What he told everyone was just his decision. Abandon the city on the top of the mountain. This is just a cover. I have built a safer place for you, so you leave here and I will stop the enemy and delay time. As soon as he finished speaking, someone wanted to persuade him. But Chin-emo waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave, and he stayed alone in the hall. Chapter 953. You should let them stay and fight alongside you. I thought your 20,000 troops were all soldiers, but now it seems that they are just weaklings who survive under your protection. The old voice reached Chin-mo's ears, and he looked up and saw the Emperor and Malkador walking into the hall. These troops are enough to kill my people while I am busy. Chin-mo glanced at the holographic image. They will not survive under my protection, but my people are still in the infant stage. I need to protect them until they grow up to protect themselves. Babies? Malkador frowned. They won't learn to protect themselves even if they grow up under your protection. Believe me, the reason is that you don't know what you want them to grow up to be. You just found an excuse to display your power and enjoy worship. Malkador's words sounded quite powerful to the Emperor. He wanted to say the same thing. The Emperor looked at Malkador with admiration, and at the same time felt that this so-called Lord of Flame and Thunder was more like a star god, because the Void Dragon that he had imprisoned on Mars was also like this, and they all enjoyed the worship of mortal bodies. The star gods are not the dark gods in the warp. Worship and belief are of no use to them, but they just love this. I hope they grow up to be able to not only protect themselves, but also to be rational, scientific, and fearless. Chin-mo responded to Malkador without any hesitation. They will be the beacon of this race that has fallen into the abyss. They will bring their rationality and scientific spirit to their compatriots. Hearing this, the Emperor was touched. Chin-mo saw that the Emperor was touched, and he continued, "You and this old man persuaded me to let my people fight the enemy in the face of certain death. Why don't you let your people fight the warlords immediately, and start the war to unify Terra? Aren't you all hiding in the ravines waiting for the super soldier project to be realized? The mountaintop city is so weak now. What's wrong with me contributing a little? You?" Malkador wanted to debate, but held back his words, wondering in his heart how this person in front of him knew about the super soldier project. Chin-mo didn't say much, but leaned back in his chair and thought for a while. He asked himself whether he was enjoying the admiration, or whether he really wanted to protect those who saved him when he was unconscious, or whether he was doing it out of duty to the human species. In the end, Chin-mo thought that it was all of the above, and they didn't conflict with each other. As a person with strong empathy, it was difficult for Chin-mo not to put himself in the shoes of a victim of some vicious incidents, and he also fantasized about changing everything. After coming to this universe, he did the same. Getting the human species out of trouble is just a purpose, not a motive. The motive is that when Chin-mo found that he had power, he really couldn't stand in the shadows, like an observer, and watch all the sad and lamentable things. This matter has nothing to do with you. Chin-mo said after a silence, "Leave here?" Malkador wanted to say something else, but the Emperor pulled him and turned away. After the two left, Chin-mo looked at the holographic image. The sophisticated equipment adjusted and changed according to his thoughts, and the satellites in orbit began to gather in the warlord's nest. In the home of one of the warlords, Nemo saw a figure that shocked him. A man in golden armor, and an old man in a robe. These two people were talking to the warlord. They were obviously the Emperor and Malkador, and Nemo even heard their conversation clearly. The Emperor was talking to the warlord about joining forces. He wanted to persuade the Eagle Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom to join his cause. As Nemo remembered, these two places would become one of the Emperor's bases. What's going on? Nemo looked at the holographic projection, and then at the door where the two people he thought were the Emperor and Malkador had left. After thinking about it, Nemo decided not to think about it. The important thing now was not to figure out which of the two creatures called the Emperor was real. The people in the city on the top of the mountain had obviously just settled down. They executed the transfer order without any delay, and packed up the modular furniture and property, and took them away together. They acted very quickly, and in an orderly manner. When they were still wanderers in the desert, they settled and moved countless times from childhood to adulthood. As for the new place Nemo mentioned, it was not a new residence, but a huge mobile fortress as big as a mountain. This was an emergency measure he prepared for the most desperate situation. Entering the mobile fortress meant that everyone could only live in an extremely conspicuous big thing before finding a more suitable residence, and kept moving in the harsh environment of Terra. It is conceivable that raids, whether from other wanderers or technological barbarian tribes, or tyrant warlords, will be as frequent as eating and drinking. As people were being transferred, a child who had lost both legs slipped off his father's back. His father was holding too many things in his hands, and could not pick him up immediately. Although people behaved very well, and in an orderly manner, it was still inevitable for individuals to panic when such a disaster happened to them. So much so that the child's father was in such a hurry that he did not notice that the child was unstable on his back. A guard who was maintaining order ran over and picked up the child. Nemo, who came out of the hall to urge Nagase-kin and other officers to ensure that the transfer was carried out quickly, saw him. Nemo walked forward and pressed his hands into the muddy soil. The stone under the soil underwent an atomic structure transformation, becoming a piece of metal, and then gradually made subtle adjustments to become a mechanical prosthesis. After lamenting that everything he had built was too young, so that the medical conditions were almost zero as before, Nemo pulled his hands out of the soil and held the prosthesis to the guard. Put it on her. No need to panic. Nemo looked at the others. Perhaps we will always be accompanied by the enemy's raids in the future, but I promise that the catastrophe at this time will not befall anyone. Just as you protected me when I was unconscious and weak, I will also protect all of you with the flames and thunder in my hands. After saying that, Nemo jumped and disappeared without a trace in the trusting eyes of everyone. The ability to fly and exceed the speed of light by using magnetic fields. The Emperor said to Malkador with psychic power, an ability that is enviable and admirable. Why can some star vampires so easily obtain this? This ability that a civilization will be in trouble if it does not have it. This is even innate. So are you sure he is a star god? Malkador asked. The Emperor nodded. He felt the brief disturbance of Terra's magnetic field just now. The movement of the Lord of Flame and Thunder in the atmosphere was like binding the magnetic field to his body, to make a slingshot, and then ejecting him. This ability was seen by the Emperor in the fragment of the Void Dragon in the 12th century AD. That damn fragment, a relatively weak fragment, jumped directly from Terra to Mars in this way. Then we have to find a way to seal it. Malkador said, when his attention is all on those warlords, we will see what happens. The Emperor said suddenly. Chapter 954. He stood on the only way to the city on the top of the mountain. He stood there, motionless, waiting for the troops to come to him. The Emperor and Malkador hid in a ravine. They could not see Nemo with their psychic vision, so Malkador could only use a thread detector, a survival essential that Nagase-kin had bought for him, to observe. The thread detector clearly marked a green outline. The Emperor did not observe or listen. He stood in the pit, looking at the cracked soil, obviously thinking about something. An armored force is coming. Malkador continued to report, it is indeed the home planet of mankind. Even any warlord on Terra has such a spectacular force. What do they use to travel? Maybe we can get the thing they use to travel. Malkador did not like this kind of peeping behavior, but he had to do it, because he could no longer sit cross-legged in one place and close his eyes to instantly see everything thousands of miles away. The Emperor said nothing, just looked at Malkador. He felt nostalgic at this moment. In the foreseeable future, Malkador would be silent and exhausted by the huge and terrible political affairs and various troubles. Malkador was the youngest among the immortals, but he would be so old in mentality that other immortals would think he was an old senior. In fact, we shouldn't say those words in the hall. The Emperor habitually spoke with psychic power. I'm not really accusing him of too much protection. After all, we are the same. Malkador smiled helplessly. I just wanted to test him and see what he was thinking. What was the result? The Emperor asked. Malkador frowned, his expression became solemn, and he said nothing but continued to observe. The armored troops arrived in front of him. He is definitely a star god, because his performance is exactly the same as the void dragon you mentioned. Malkador put down the detector and looked back at the Emperor. The Emperor could guess what the scene was. It was just a thought. Like the thought of a powerful psychic, the earth shook and the sky collapsed. The power of nature swallowed everything in an instant. For this star god, it was a torrent of flames and thunder that instantly swallowed up an entire armored unit. This was exactly what Malkador had seen. The lightning and fire that emerged out of thin air rushed together and swallowed up everything within a few kilometers ahead. If it were an ordinary person, he would be scared crazy by this scene, but the immortals, who had seen many storms and waves, thought it was very common. When Chi-Nemo stood on the road with the changed terrain, waiting for the next batch of dead ghosts to come to his door, Malkador put down the detector and turned to look at the Emperor again. If he was a psychic instead of a star god, would you be happy to cooperate with him? No. The Emperor looked at the soil in front of him. I would hate him even more, but the threat of psykers to humans is not as great as that of the star gods. So if he is a psyker, I will keep him until the Thunder Warriors and the Custodians are formed and the Unification War is over, and then kill him. The Emperor's answer was what Malkador expected. Malkador just put forward a better hypothesis, because he felt that if this was a psyker instead of a star god, it would be too easy to deal with, too lucky. In addition, Malkador could not help but feel sad for humans. How unlucky is this species to be coveted by a star god, especially at a time when the building is about to collapse? You say. The Emperor's voice sounded in Malkador's mind. Is it possible that there is really a star god who is friendly to humans? While was sealing the void dragon called humans rebellious children. Perhaps the origin of our species. The reason you have such thoughts is that you still have innocence that has not been erased. Malkador interrupted the Emperor. The Emperor thought for a moment, then nodded. Before I learned the truth about the gods and the truth about the high heavens, I was very happy when I learned that there really were gods, and that there might really be gods who would protect humanity and keep this species from going to destruction. Then you discovered that those gods were evil, and those so-called gods were nothing more than filthy things formed by extreme emotions. Malkador turned around and said, don't leave the fate of humanity to any so-called gods. If you want humanity to not go to destruction, it will ultimately depend on us and ourselves. No god can help us. The Emperor nodded. Malkador had persuaded him to stand up in this way. You are no different from God, aren't you? Malkador added, psychic power is more illusory than direct physical power. If it were you, you could stop the hearts of the enemies of the star god with a thought. You could kill the warlords and their lackeys silently. I am not a god. The Emperor stared at Malkador. I was born in Anatolia. I remember my parents clearly. I still herd sheep there. Malkador didn't listen any more, turned his head, and continued to observe. After the establishment of the empire, there must be people who think you are a god. We have to think about how to solve this problem in advance. Chi-Nemo, who was stuck on the road, encountered the next group of enemies who arrived during the conversation between the two. This is a group of infantrymen wearing huge power armor. Although the equipment on these infantrymen is what the security guards of the trading company on Terra wore hundreds of years ago, in this era, they and their own equipment can undoubtedly exert terrifying combat power. But when these infantrymen found that the armored forces sent by other warlords, who were supposed to join them in the communication, had disappeared without a trace, they chose to kneel down and worship. Lord of Flame and Thunder, we have heard of your reputation for a long time. You are the real God walking on earth. Let us believers form your loyal sacred guard. The mortal general said. I am not a god. Chi-Nemo looked down at the mortal general and stretched out his hand. Since he heard that the Lord of Flame and Thunder's hand would release flames and lightning, it was difficult for the general not to feel fear. He hesitated for a while before holding Chi-Mo's hand and standing up. Then he found that he did not turn into charcoal slag under his feet, and he was very grateful. I am just a person who got extraordinary power by accident. My father and mother shaped my body, not the power I used. If you decide to join me, then stand behind me. I will accept your surrender and protect your life. Chi-Nemo said. Okay. Malkador turned his head and looked at the Emperor again. It seems that you are not the only one who has identity recognition disorder in the eyes of others. Chapter 955. Those mortals can't do anything to him. What should we do? Now is the time to make a decision. After seeing the next batch of the army was also annihilated, Malkador turned the detector into powder. The reason for this question is that Malkador saw the Emperor's hesitation. The threat of the Star God has been revealed, which is more terrifying than the fragments of the Void Dragon. And the Emperor did not rush up immediately and use his psychic power to fight a battle that might cut Terra in half, nor did he send it to Mars or other planets for a decisive battle. The Emperor was silent. Malkador knew what the Emperor was thinking. The Emperor was not naive enough to think that this Star God would really stand on the side of humans just because it appeared to stand on the side of humans. The Emperor was only thinking whether it was the most appropriate time to take action now. As an older immortal, the Emperor had seen countless enemies who looked good on the surface, but actually had dark thoughts in their hearts, no matter whether such enemies were strong or weak. Now is not a good time to take action. The Emperor judged rationally, I am not sure I can kill a complete Star God, even with you. Even with you. This sentence sounded like a denial of Malkador's power, but Malkador was delighted, because this calm, rational and factual judgment showed that the Emperor was thinking rationally, and his faint innocence and sensibility hidden deep in his heart did not affect his judgment. If I think optimistically, I may be able to kill or seal it, but I will definitely be seriously injured. I cannot be hurt before the Thunder Warrior project succeeds, because if the people who trust and follow me are targeted, I cannot stand up and protect them like it did, and we have to build everything from scratch again. I must conduct targeted research tactics, weapons, and equipment. The Emperor's ideas are exactly the same as Malkador's. But as a think tank, Malkador must warn the Emperor. Perhaps during this period, it will completely expose its true colors and start hunting human souls. This is a gamble. I have made many gambles. The Emperor looked at Malkador firmly, and without exception, I have won. Malkador had nothing else to say, he nodded. In any case, he had to gamble. Even if the Emperor thought that the Star God had no ill intentions, it was still a gamble, betting that the Star God would not suddenly become greedy and start eating people in the future. There was no way around it. Just like even a powerful person like the Emperor had many things to do, such as he could not just stand up and make all the human civilizations scattered across the galaxy submit to him and serve his great cause of reviving mankind. Let's do it, Malkador said. The Emperor did not respond, but lowered his head in thought. At this moment, he thought about many things, about that Star God. A Star God can cross astronomical distances in an instant, travel from one galaxy to another, and even leave the Milky Way. This is the embodiment of the real universe's doting on this existence. If it wants to devour souls, it can leave Terra and go somewhere else, to those extremely chaotic worlds that do not have a strong family to squander like Terra. The humans there are vulnerable to aliens, let alone to Star Gods. What is its purpose? Hunting human souls is just one of the many possibilities that the Emperor can think of. Even such a being is bored and wants to find humans to entertain and cultivate, which is something the Emperor thinks is very likely. In the end, the Emperor stopped trying to figure out the reason why the Star God appeared, and he began to think about more important things. We must keep observing and communicating with this Star God. The Emperor said, I can't rule out that it has an interest in humans other than eating. If our positions and interests on a certain matter are consistent, then there is nothing wrong with cooperating with each other. Malkador also nodded. The Emperor said no more, stood up and opened the psychic channel, preparing to return to his residence on Terra. For unknown reasons, after Malkador entered the psychic channel opened by the Emperor did not immediately step into it. After thinking for a moment, the Emperor stretched out his hand and projected a psychic illusion to the mountain area. The original location of the mountaintop city was hidden and isolated, and a new mountaintop city appeared in the most conspicuous position in the mountain area. This mountaintop city has scenes of human life, and all the technological equipment that the Emperor saw in the mountaintop city were projected one-to-one into this illusory mountaintop city. After doing all this, the Emperor stepped into the psychic channel. The illusory mountaintop city was attacked by the army that secretly entered the mountainous area when Nemo went to find his people. Hundreds of security machines, soldiers wearing armor that can sneak through the real realm in the subspace, and various strange machines driven by baby blood destroyed the mountaintop city in an instant. This destruction is beyond human comprehension. Strange artillery fire appeared directly in the city, followed by bombs that could separate a part of space from reality. Buildings were torn apart, and people in the city were slaughtered by cruel ancient machines in a toy way. The entire offensive war started and ended at a very fast speed. When the occupation of the mountaintop city was heard by their respective warlords, it turned into the death of the Lord of Flame and Thunder and the destruction of opponents. Nemo's prediction was not wrong. As long as he was negligent or unable to split his attention, the city he built would be destroyed, and the people would be killed. When the power of the star god had not yet been fully mastered, Chin-mo had seen these horrifying things with the Wanderers. Most of the heritage left by human ancestors were terrifying killing tools. The Terrans, whose knowledge and inheritance were cut off, were like children playing with bombs, and they were squandering the malicious parts of their ancestors' heritage without fear, destroying not only each other, but also themselves. When Chin-mo came to the vicinity of the mobile fortress, before taking the defectors into the fortress, he stood there and looked back at the short-lived home he had built with his own hands. He saw the destroyers having fun in the psychic phantom created by the Emperor. Chin-mo had no intention of lingering, because none of the people he cared about died in this destruction. The Lord of Flame and Thunder turned around and entered the mobile fortress amid the shouts of the crowd, to welcome the next years of being attacked by looters and warlords. Those warlords, who controlled the malicious heritage of human ancestors and squandered the power of destruction, could not imagine that the real war machine would be born on Terra in the near future, and the warlords would be shocked to find that the heritage in their hands was like a toy. Those armies armed with incomprehensible advanced equipment, those ridiculous forms of war relying on ancient heritage, will be crushed to dust under the all-round offensive of real war machines and super soldiers armed to the limit from genes to equipment. And this only requires giving the Lord of Flame and Thunder some time, so that he can devote some energy to things other than ensuring that people have basic living conditions. Chapter 956. In the territory of the Eagle Kingdom. A warlord and his followers stood in the territory, looking at the huge black shadow moving towards the territory in the distance. A shaman wearing various psychic amplification devices stood beside the warlord, mumbling madly, warning the warlord and his followers of the coming destruction. Earthquake! Earthquake! The earth is roaring continuously. It is warning us of the coming destruction. We will eventually die in this destruction. We will all die. The warlord could not stand the shaman's mumbling, because every word he said was shaking people's determination, and even shaking his own determination. But the warlord had to admit that the shaman was right. The earth was roaring continuously. The earthquake occurred half a month ago. In the geological environment of Terra today, earthquakes are not strange or rare at all, but an earthquake lasted for half a month all the time, which is hard not to be strange. Even though the territory was still stable under the protection of the half-functioning geological restraint left by the ancestors, the earthquake itself was not terrible. What was really terrible was what the earthquake meant. At this moment, the warlord and his followers knew what the earthquake meant. The huge black shadow, as big as a mountain in the sky, was approaching the territory. Every time the black shadow got closer, the intensity of the earthquake would be stronger. It was not until today, when the warlord was shaken off his bed, that he ran out and saw the huge black shadow that should not exist far in front of the territory. "My lord!" The servant called out softly, and handed over a flashlight with both hands. The warlord took the flashlight, knocked it a few times, fiddled with it for a few seconds, then found the switch and turned it on. The light instantly illuminated the night as if it were daytime. The only difference between the whole earth and the daytime was that the sun was not hanging in the night sky. When the warlord adjusted the direction of the flashlight, the light shone beyond the horizon. Everyone in the territory saw what the thing that had been like a shadow under the cover of night was. It was not a mountain, even though it was as big and magnificent as a mountain. It was a city. The huge chassis carried the main part of the city, and the various huge buildings that made up the branches of the city connected the main part of the city, looking like the branches of a giant tree. Even the warlords, who had forgotten much of their ancestors' knowledge, could find that the structure of this city was simply impossible to achieve at the physical level. But it existed at the horizon, and it was not only stable, but could even continue to move forward. Small mountains were crushed by its chassis, and it drove over cliffs and rifts as easily as a tank driving over a trench, heading straight for the territory. "It's here to avenge us. It's here to avenge us." The warlord looked stunned, and muttered like a crazy shaman. No one in the Eagle Kingdoms knew the origin of the giant mobile city, because both the chiefs and warlords in the kingdoms had ordered their followers to launch a looting operation against the city. After the joint encirclement and suppression 3 months ago was determined to be just a fun in the psychic illusion. Just 3 months. 3 months, which was not long for a mortal, had developed into what it is now. It could no longer be plundered, and it began to take revenge on the culprits, who had forced its masters to leave their stable home called the City on the Hill. "Wake up the killing sentinels!" The warlord screamed at the people around him. Some soldiers rushed to the mines under the territory, and others rushed to the dungeons. 1,000 women and 1,000 children were taken out of the dungeons and escorted to the mines. These people were forced to line up in a square formation by the soldiers before they knew what they would be used for. Then the soldiers who had already set up an execution ground there fired at the square formation formed by these people. After all the soldiers in the mine quickly fled, fresh blood flowed out from the pile of corpses, flowing underground along the strange grooves and lines with unknown symbols on the ground. Further down the mine, 1,000 ancient machines were sleeping here. The blood flowing around was detected by the equipment hidden under the feet of the ancient machines, and the heat contained in the fresh blood was absorbed, briefly driving the equipment to operate and send out signals. The first ancient machine received the signal and began to wake up. The huge steel body of 20 meters high changed from a serval state to an upright position. The laser drill on the right hand began to rotate and gradually heated up to a point that was enough to melt the gold, and the artillery on the left hand used to open up a road in the deepest rock layer of the planet began to absorb spiritual energy. The observer on the head of the ancient machine lit up with a scarlet light. Machines like it were being awakened one by one. Finally, 1,000 machines raised their heads at the same time and looked beyond the Earth's crust. The psychic components in their observers scanned the figure of the warlord. DNA scan completed. Operator gene similarity comparison result. 70% similarity, determined to be the descendant of employee number 2921. Employee number 2921 of the United Mining Company is a family of indentured servants, and their descendants automatically inherit the control authority. The mobile fortress stopped 100 kilometers away from the warlord's territory. All the weapons on it, from small turrets to giant cannons that could flatten mountains, were not in operation. The only thing used for war was the huge energy shield covering the fortress. A corps that had been ready for battle in the barracks was teleported out of the fortress one after another. The first infantry squad appeared 40 kilometers in front of the warlord's territory. There were 10 soldiers in total, each of them wearing a fully wrapped power armor and holding a standard energy rifle that was more advanced than when they were still in the city on the top of the mountain. In addition to the 10 humans, there are 2 iron men about 4 meters tall. One of the iron men is equipped with a variety of anti-infantry and anti-armor weapons, while the other is even heavier. Under his armor plate, he hides enough supplies for an entire infantry squad to use for a month, and on his back is a cannon that can cover a mountain area with firepower. More and more infantry squads are being teleported out, and there are even larger firepower support platforms. These infantry and combat machines are very different from any existing forces on Terra simply in terms of their appearance. They look like a group of aliens who accidentally came to a post-apocalyptic wasteland planet. 3 months. These 3 months are not long at all for mortals. EP911 can only make do with some usable equipment. But these equipment are completely enough for these mortal armies, who need to learn how to protect themselves in this war, to let them learn instead of fighting. Chapter 957. 1,000 ancient machines named Killing Sentinels marched out of the mine. Just as the machines would detect the warlord's DNA every time they woke up, the warlord now gave the Killing Sentinels a killing order, just like they did every time they were awakened. The order was simple, that is, to kill all the invaders. The Killing Sentinels first reported this order to the United Mining Company that owned these assets, but the company obviously no longer existed. After not receiving a response within 10 minutes, they automatically gave the highest authority to the operator, so even orders that had nothing to do with mining were immediately obeyed. The Killing Sentinels rushed out of the territory. On the route they passed, or were about to pass, people bowed down on both sides of these armored soldiers. In people's eyes, these soldiers were servants of their rulers. These servants were mysterious. Every time they went out, they needed the blood of mortals as tribute, which cast a strong mystical color on them. These soldiers even represented the sacred destiny of the warlords, who ruled them. Every Terran should bow down at the feet of this real overlord. At least that's what the warlords told the people in the territory. With everyone in the territory watching in awe, the Killing Sentinels headed for the location where they scanned the hostile armed targets. Their every move was monitored by low Earth orbit satellites. These Killing Sentinels are very difficult to deal with. Should we destroy them with orbital weapons? In the meeting room inside the mobile fortress, EP911 and others watched the holographic images that directly displayed the situation in various places on the battlefield. Among those who recently joined the fortress were the fugitives from the warlord's territory, who participated in the command as consultants. As someone who knows the capabilities of the war machine known as the Killing Sentinel, coupled with the recent stable life in the mobile fortress and the stable future that can be imagined, the consultant could not help but boldly propose to the many officers and the Lord of Flame and Thunder what to do. There is no need to use orbital weapons, although we have the ability to launch orbital strikes the day before yesterday. If we just want to eliminate this warlord and his mining robots, the easiest way is not orbital strikes, but I go out the next second and come back the next second, and then those robots will be melted into molten iron. Shin-Mo directly rejected the consultant's suggestion. Seeing that the Lord of Flame and Thunder was so arrogant, the consultant looked at Nagase-kin beside him in astonishment, hoping that this person could help persuade him, at least to make the Lord of Flame and Thunder slightly aware that it was not a good idea to let the ground troops deal with those killing sentinels. But Nagase-kin stood solemnly with his arms crossed in front of his chest, without even looking at the consultant, obviously not wanting to pay attention to him. The ground troops also have weapons that are enough to destroy these mining robots. Shin-Mo took the initiative to speak. All they need to do is make the right decision at this time, the right decision on what weapons to use to eliminate the powerful enemy in front of them. It's that simple. The consultant looked at Shin-Mo in surprise. He thought about it, and suddenly realized that this was actually a process similar to playing cards. As the ground forces of the card players, they only need to play the right cards to deal with the enemy's cards. It's very simple. Then, he was even more confused. Why do we need to send out troops to complete such a simple thing? The Lord of Flame and Thunder just wanted to watch for fun. Shin-Mo didn't know what was in the consultant's mind. He stared at the image, expecting the army he sent out to make the right decision. He had only one motive. Just like the ancient heritage in the hands of the warlords on Terra, his army now also had powerful enough weapons and equipment, the principles and effects of which might be incomprehensible to humans. These soldiers had already learned the relevant knowledge of the weapons and equipment they used in a very short time. They must know when to use what next. It's that simple. Shin-Mo watched and waited. The killing sentinels raised their arms 30 kilometers away, their movements in unison. The engineering parts on their arms, which were used to blast a tunnel in a hard geological environment, were aimed forward. The intelligent units of these mining robots, which were not good at fighting, handled combat-related matters just as quickly. Enemies dozens of kilometers away were locked by the detection wave, and 1,000 beams were shot forward in the next second. The trajectory of these beams was not a straight line, but a curve that was curved enough to fall on the top of the locked target. This was obviously unreasonable, but it was caused by the skilled application of psychic energy. The physical environment that the beam relied on was distorted by psychic energy, and it fell vertically on the heads of the soldiers of the Lord of Flame and Thunder. The huge beam instantly engulfed the entire army, but the energy shield withstood the bombardment of the beam. It was not just as simple as blocking it with a shield-like principle, but it absorbed the energy of the beam itself to strengthen the shield. Shin-Mo did not conduct a detailed experiment on this hastily made energy shield, but he estimated. If nothing unexpected happened, the stronger the energy attack, the stronger the shield would be. In the first round of confrontation, dozens of kilometers away, the warriors of the Lord of Flame and Thunder resisted the attack with their shields. Then various counterattacks fell on the heads of the killing sentinels. A round of artillery bombardment was useless, and the killing sentinels didn't even scratch their shells. A round of energy beam concentrated fire was useless, and the killing sentinel shells only melted slightly. They were designed to work in the most extreme operating environment, and the electromagnetic interference caused by high temperature and energy weapons was useless to them. Then, there was another round of concentrated fire from the combat machines responsible for fire support in the infantry squad. The micro-missiles in the sky turned over the area where the killing sentinels were located, but it was still ineffective. This is the current situation on Terra. Shin-Mo glanced at Nagase-jin. On other planets, our current military strength is enough to capture a fortress, but on Terra we are fighting back and forth with the black technology in the hands of a warlord. Nagase-jin nodded helplessly. Our time is still too tight. Indeed we. Shin-Mo was halfway through his words, when an officer on the front line ordered the fire support combat machine to launch a special warhead. Compared to the earth-shaking bombardment before, this attack was just a small fight, with only a micro-missile carrying a special warhead being launched. But the effect was good. The micro-missile exploded above the heads of the killing sentinels, and then these mining machines and the barren land under their feet were permanently stripped from the real space, leaving only the smooth circular pits on the ground as proof of their existence. Very good. Shin-Mo nodded with satisfaction. I designed many weapons and equipment for them. There are more than a dozen types of micro-missile warheads alone. They should learn to use different weapons and equipment according to the situation. The atmosphere in the conference room was much more relaxed because the soldiers made the right choice. You will watch the battle to attack the warlord's territory next. Shin-Mo ordered Nagase-jin, and then looked at an old man in the corner of the conference room who had been silent from beginning to end. I have to talk to another messenger of the Lord of Thunder. The old man in the corner, that is, Malkador, saluted humbly after hearing Qin Mo's words, and then followed Qin Mo out of the conference room. Chapter 958. What message do you want to convey to the creature named Emperor? When Qin Mo arrived at a secluded room extending from the corridor of the meeting hall, he sat on a chair and looked at Malkador and asked him the purpose of his visit. Since the last time the Emperor and Malkador went to the mountaintop city for free medical treatment, the people living in the mobile fortress had some contact with Himalaya. The Emperor no longer disguised himself as a doctor. He directly confessed that he was a person named Emperor in several contexts. As for Malkador, he could only be honest with him. Qin Mo didn't know what the purpose was for Malkador and the Emperor to come to him disguised as doctors, but as he got to know his power more and more, he gradually guessed that the two came to test him, who used the power of the star god. As for the purpose of Malkador's coming this time, it is not known for the time being. What do you know about Saturn in the solar system? Malkador stood solemnly with his scepter, and spoke as if he was going to tell a story. Qin Mo shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. After humans fell into the era of strife, and the originally huge human kingdom fell apart, Saturn was taken over by an enlightened force called the Order of Silence. To be fair, their rule is enlightened and gentle, but there is a huge problem with their rule, which is that it is not solid and is always under threat. Among the many satellites of Saturn, many satellites are occupied by various alien species, and the humans on the satellites live under the brutal slavery of the alien species. Qin Mo actually knew the story of Saturn that Malkador was telling. He also knew that the alien species that Malkador was talking about was a strange creature called Bellman. Every time Qin Mo thought of these things, he felt sad for the fate of mankind. This species has really fallen into a pit and fallen into a trough. In the solar system, on a planet in the cradle of mankind, the aliens can directly enslave humans. So what does this have to do with me? What is your purpose in coming to me for this? Qin Mo asked. Malkador was keenly aware of the change in Qin Mo's attitude. He seemed much more impatient than the last time they met. This was beyond Malkador's expectations, because Malkador believed that in the previous 3 months of exchanges, the Emperor personally strangled a warlord who was about to bomb the mobile fortress with a vortex missile, and even extinguished the life of tens of thousands of looters. But on second thought, it seemed that these helps could be seen at a glance as diplomatic means, because the Lord of Flame and Thunder and the Lord of Lightning and Thunder had the same ability to break through the defense line and kill the thief and capture the king. The bell-bearers are performing a ritual. They are occupying the psychic heritage left by human ancestors to their descendants. They are trying to use the resonance of the psychic devices on Saturn's many satellites to upgrade their masters to more powerful beings. Malkador thought about it, and said whatever he wanted to say. Ritual? Qin Mo was calm. Before I heard you say that, I thought the Saturn aliens had come to Terra. Qin Mo was not unaware of the seriousness of the matter, but he was very clear about the future direction of the human species. The creature called the Emperor will take care of everything. It will just be a little troublesome. Malkador should not come to him. Nor should he come to him when he is working day and night for a technological creation. If the alien race on Saturn really does this, the solar system will be torn into a rift. I guess so, Malkador said. I think so. Qin Mo nodded, but I don't think this matter can't be solved by the Emperor, who can wipe out an entire army in an instant. You come to me. Let me guess, you want to test me to see if I really care about the future of the human species? Or do you want to test whether I have the ability to resist psychic energy? Hearing this, Malkador was a little confused about how to explain. When psychic energy had no effect on the negotiations became a traditional mode of grinding words and guessing. However, Malkador also had something to say in his heart, that is, the Emperor was really not testing, he just thought it would be safer for the two of them to go together. For the Lord of Flame and Thunder, and for the people in the mobile fortress, the Emperor's attitude was confirmed 3 months ago, that is, if the interests are consistent in the short term, of course they should cooperate. Suspicion, vigilance, fear and temptation of each other, but also trust and cooperation, this is the normal diplomacy between two forces. I don't need to please you. If you doubt me, I don't need to prove anything. Malkador, I now understand the purpose of your visit with the Emperor last time. If you just want to test me, then you can change to another simple and quick way, instead of letting me and the Emperor take a walk on Saturn, because I have more important things to do. After Qin Mo finished these 2 sentences, he stared at Malkador, waiting for Malkador to turn around and leave politely. But Malkador did not leave. He continued to persuade, if the aliens on Saturn succeed in their plan, Terra will also suffer a devastating catastrophe. The people you once valued for saving and caring for you may all die overnight. I know the consequences, really. I know what the threats of those subspace rituals are. I know it very well. Chin-Mo responded. Chin-Mo is aware of the threat, but he is not worried. He is researching a means of superluminal intergalactic navigation, and has already made some progress. Chin-Mo's plan is to take his people away from Terra when the time is right. Perhaps in Terra, a place with shallow waters and many turtles, it is still uncertain whether the mobile fortress and those advanced weapons and equipment have an overwhelming advantage, but outside Terra, the weapons and equipment of his army are at the level of frying fish. As for the so-called crisis mentioned by Malkador, Chin-Mo was not worried. The Emperor could handle it, otherwise the solar system would not be unified. Suspicion and temptation are the communication methods that have accompanied the human species since its birth. When Chin-Mo thought that Malkador would continue to persuade, Malkador suddenly talked about something that seemed completely unrelated. Because our species does not communicate with brain waves, our thinking is not transparent. I can only say that we will test each other anyway. It is strange that you did not test me and the Emperor, as if you already know what kind of people we are and what we want to do. If you don't know, you will also test us and doubt us. I hope you can still consider it. Having said this, Malkador stopped persuading, bowed slightly, and then took out a tube-like device from under his robe. Psychic energy lifted the device, and made it float in front of Chin-Mo. Chin-Mo took the device, opened the shell, and saw a scroll inside. What is this? Chin-Mo guessed that this was an antique from the private collection of the Seal Master Malkador. The Seal Master was originally an organization, and they collected human historical relics. Gift? Malkador said, I can't read your mind, so I can only guess which human race on Terra you are descended from, and then I chose a gift for you based on my guess. Chin-Mo looked at Malkador suspiciously, and unfolded the scroll. Along the river during the Qingming festival. Damn it. Chin-Mo muttered softly, then rolled up the scroll and put it into the cylinder. You go back first, I think about it. Chapter 959. In the void. The Emperor was not wearing any protective gear, nor was he in any warship. He just stood quietly in the void. Below him was the orbit of Saturn. In front of him was Titan, the largest satellite of Saturn. This satellite looked even bigger than the planet Mercury, so it was given the unique name Titan by humans. When the Emperor stood in the vacuum environment of the void, he could directly sense the ether torrent flowing around the entire diameter of Titan, and then flowing from Titan to other satellites of Saturn. Simply put, the ether flood is an overly large and abundant spiritual energy. The Bellman, an alien species, controls the source of the ether flood, which is the ancient and huge spiritual energy device left by the ancestors of humans on Titan. However, the Emperor was not thinking about what he should do, but whether he owed Malkador something. Just because he thought it would be safer to call the Lord of Flame and Thunder together, Malkador went to the mobile fortress because of this sentence, and brought a precious artifact that the Sigillite organization had found. After thinking for a while, the Emperor sighed. He didn't know how to compensate Malkador. It was too embarrassing to thank him. What else could he do? He didn't think about it. The Emperor looked at Titan. He knew that he was using psychic energy, including standing in the void now, which was also using psychic energy to make himself not bound by the rules of reality. The huge psychic array on Titan could easily detect him when he approached. He could also use psychic energy to pinch Titan into a glass ball, but before the powerful psychic energy bound the entire satellite and exerted influence, the aliens on Titan would still find him. Being discovered didn't matter to the Emperor, but he was worried that the aliens would choose to attack Saturn with psychic power. There was a human society on Saturn that was not as barbaric as Terra, and the ruling class was more enlightened and capable than Terra's tech barbarian chieftains and tech warlords. That was the human society the Emperor loved, and he didn't want Saturn to be affected. I went to the mobile fortress. Malkador suddenly appeared behind the Emperor, floating in the void like him. Seeing Malkador's expression, the Emperor knew that Malkador's diplomacy was as expected, but sometimes there was really no way. Although it was a precautionary measure, he couldn't just do nothing. So the Emperor raised his hand. His psychic energy flowed between the past and the future. While the aliens on Titan were still thinking about how to occupy the legacy left by human ancestors to their descendants, the psychic energy of the Emperor in the current timeline permeated Titan in the past timeline. His psychic energy began to wander, and eventually spread to the bodies of individual members of the entire alien race. As long as the Emperor had a thought and moved his fingers, he could kill the alien race in the past timeline and directly distort and superimpose the impact on the future on all timelines, thereby achieving a result in which this alien race completely disappeared in the future, which was equivalent to never existing. But the aliens also used psychic energy. When the Emperor tried, The powerful psychics among the aliens had already discovered the problems that occurred in the past timeline. They began to trace the source and find out where the influence came from. Soon they will figure out who is influencing them and where. When tracing the source, these aliens suspected that the Saturnians had started military operations against them. Their psychic devices were ready to launch a psychic attack on Saturn that would destroy both sides even if they could not win the war. At this moment, a meteor rose from the surface of Terra, jumped out of the atmosphere, and drew a perfect arc. The meteor passed by the Emperor and fell towards the place where the psychic device was located on the surface of Titan. The Emperor frowned, and then dispersed his gathered psychic energy in the past timeline. Although he did not see clearly what the meteor was, he also knew that in this universe where characteristics are more important than everything, another person, who can have a better solution to the current situation due to his characteristics has come. The surface of Titan. In the northern hemisphere where the psychic devices were deeply embedded in the ground like tree roots, the meteor hit the city. Before everyone could react, Chin-Mo walked out of the huge pit where he fell. Those aliens who survived the meteor impact looked at this inferior race, who could only be slaves and food on the satellites around Titan in a daze. They even forgot to scold this guy. The day of judgment has come. Chin-Mo was too lazy to see the appearance of these aliens clearly. He stretched out his finger and gently tapped the ground. On this alien planet, he didn't need to care about the serious damage his ability might bring. He could vent his desire for destruction. And the action of tapping the ground was the beginning of the heavy damage to the satellite. The crust of the northern hemisphere cracked, the satellite's magnetic field was disintegrated, and the gravitational binding of the giant planet Saturn on the satellite began to fail. All physical laws were distorted and disintegrated in the current area. The Emperor standing in the void outside Titan looked at the satellite. In his eyes, the satellite was safe and sound 1 second, and it was split into the next. An entire piece of land, along with the ancient psychic devices deeply rooted in the land plate, was shattered into pieces. These huge planet fragments were captured by Saturn's gravity after flying out of Titan's vicinity, and became part of the star ring. It can be seen that his habits seem to be human habits. Malkador looked at Titan and pondered. For example, he has to meet whoever he wants to attack, and he has to go to where he wants to attack. His way of doing things is completely different from that of the star god. This is a very strange thing. The Emperor nodded. I see. Perhaps his power is similar to that of a star god, and he has obtained this powerful power, but he is not yet able to use it skillfully. Malkador said, or perhaps he is a star god who has forgotten who he is, and he thinks he is a human. All are possible. The Emperor nodded again. Chin-Mo's fighting style reminded him of the Void Dragon. Although it is a fragment, it also has the terrible ability to destroy the world, but its memory is incomplete, and its thinking is not clear, which causes it to forget its various innate abilities, such as being able to pull the magnetic field of a galaxy from a long distance, but it forgets or does not know that it can do it. Chin-Mo seemed to be in a similar situation. If he is a star god who has forgotten everything and thinks he is a human. The Emperor raised his head, his eyes became deep, but he shook his head quickly. This is impossible, our species does not have such good luck. Malkador sighed and nodded, then shook his head again. No, our species has you. Isn't this lucky enough? The Emperor looked at Malkador. The two looked at each other for a few seconds. Let's go to Saturn together. Malkador glanced at Chin-Mo who was rushing towards the two of them. I haven't contacted my old friend for a long time. Chapter 960. It's hard to imagine. There is such a place in the solar system. Chin-Mo, Emperor, and Malkador sat in a luxurious room with earthy tones as the main color. This is not Terra, but Saturn. When Chin-Mo stood in front of the French window with emotion, he saw that the outside was a world that was not beautiful, but stable and safe. Of course, he knew that Saturn was ruled by the Silent Order, and he also knew what the situation was. But after seeing the situation of another human world opposite to Terra with his own eyes, Chin-Mo still found it difficult not to sigh. Thanks for your help. Malkador walked to Chin-Mo with a glass of wine. Chin-Mo subconsciously waved his hand to indicate that he didn't want to drink, and then said, For the painting you gave me. We are even now. Next time, I won't come and get involved in things that you and the Emperor can handle. Sometimes solving problems is not the only goal. Malkador smiled. Give me an example. If a powerful enemy that can only be solved cleanly with psychic power attacks your fortress, you can certainly kill this enemy. But it's not so fast and easy. But this enemy will pose a threat to the people you care about because you can't kill him so quickly and easily. And you will also want to find a psychic to help. Maybe. Chin-Mo did not comment. If you have such a thing next time, and can also produce something similar to the Qinming, a relic of my culture. I will also help you. McAdoo nodded. By the way, how did you? Qin wanted to ask McAdoo how he thought of giving the Qinming. McAdoo guessed what Qin was going to ask, but he just smiled and did not answer. This is a unique way of identifying people for the immortals. While Qin and McAdoo were talking, the Emperor sat alone in a corner. No one could read what he was thinking. Only his gaze at the human society of Saturn outside the window could become a clue for others to figure out what he was thinking. You want to build a world as stable as this one? Malkador pointed out the window. Bring stability, security, and order to the people you care about. Not a world like this one. Qin shook his head, but it is true that stability, security, and order are also what I want to create. The Emperor cast his eyes on Qin. I am not eager for the human species to conquer the galaxy again and compete with those ancient species. I don't want all humans to be philosophers, warriors, scientists, nor do I want everyone to be full of ambition and devote everything to a great goal. I just hope that everyone can live well, even if it is just a person who lives for the sake of living without any dreams or intentions. He can live smoothly according to his own wishes. After hearing Qin say this, the Emperor looked away. But in the current environment, in the environment of Terra, the solar system and the Milky Way, if I want to achieve what I want, I must develop military force, and the disintegrated human species must be reorganized, because without military force, it is impossible to create security and stability, and without a safe and stable environment, rationality and prosperity cannot be born. And if we want to achieve security and stability first, humans must devote everything to a common goal, fight and develop. After listening to 2 more sentences, the Emperor looked at Qin again. Malkador opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but the words that first reached Qin ears were not what Malkador said. This is also what I want to bring to humans. The Emperor said, security and stability, rationality and prosperity, these are what humans once had, and they are what humans should use. This race deserves to have them. The warp is dangerous. Humans once relied on the warp, but were eventually attacked by it. A warp storm alone can cause this race, that once relied heavily on the warp, to fall apart overnight. Humans must get rid of the warp. Only by completely getting rid of the influence of the warp and returning to rationality can this species create a prosperity that can never be interrupted. The Emperor stood up and said. Lines and grooves began to appear on the walls of the entire room, which was the manifestation of psychic energy that could not be captured by the naked eye engraving something on the wall. The scene of a prosperous human society appeared on the wall, and various scenes revealed scenes of prosperity and rationality. All species in the real universe have experienced ups and downs. The current decline of mankind is only temporary, and this species will rise again. Humans who have fallen into ignorance are full of vigilance and fear of everything around them, but one day they will become pioneering again. Like their ancestors, they will board the ship without hesitation to leave the mother planet of this species and head to the unknown void, until the footprints of mankind and the new home are all over the galaxy. The Emperor loudly spoke of his expectations and visions for the future of the human species. He carved his vision of a better future for the human species on the wall. Malkador looked at the Emperor, very excited, but also a little helpless. The Emperor was not very good at expressing and narrating, but sometimes, when he was in the mood, he would paint while talking like he was doing now. It was probably something Qin said that made him empathize. Malkador quietly observed Qin expression, and was surprised to find that he was not surprised at all to see the Emperor like this. Because the Emperor had previously presented himself to others as cold and rational. Qin heart was not as calm as he appeared, although he knew that the Emperor would imagine the future of mankind when he was with Malkador in private, and even the Emperor would draw a picture of the scene when mankind became rational and prosperous in his mind when he talked about the rise. But Qin did not expect the Emperor to behave like this when he was present. Humanity will definitely have a bright future. The Emperor's eyes were firm, and his tone was very firm. Malkador looked at the Emperor, nodded silently, and then took a sip of wine. Qin still looked at him. Ahem. The Emperor cleared his throat, and the whole person became less excited than before, and sat down silently. He doesn't often do this. Malkador whispered, it's just because you all have the same idea, so... You know. Qin nodded. The 3 of them were silent for a moment. Then Qin looked at the Emperor and said, I just don't understand a little bit. What? Malkador asked. How can a person, who was born when the human species was still relatively primitive, and played many roles in human history in various identities, still be so inarticulate and incommunicative at this point in time? Qin said. Malkador pondered for a moment, and after meeting the Emperor's gaze, he replied, "It's just that few people can live to the point where he is willing to reveal his inner thoughts." Chapter 961. Are you immortals? Seeing the Emperor sitting in the corner in a very awkward manner, Chin-Mo changed the subject in a considerate manner. He looked at Malkador and asked, "What is the difference between your genes and those of humans?" "The immortals are humans. This is not a racial difference, but a difference in the form of existence and certain other aspects. The immortals are undoubtedly humans." Malkador smiled and corrected the inappropriate part of the question. When he finished speaking, he glanced at the Emperor. Obviously, he did not correct this sentence for the sake of correction, but to take care of the psychological emotions of someone in the room besides himself and Chin-Mo. Chin-Mo asked again, "What is the difference between your genes and those of ordinary people?" Malkador pondered for a moment. The difference between your genes and those of ordinary people. Many immortals have tried to figure this out. And there is no doubt that although immortals and ordinary people both belong to the human species, they are genetically different. Some immortals are artificially created, using the technology of Ida or ancient humans. The genes of these immortals are very different from those of ordinary people. Some immortals are born naturally, but their genes are also special. Otherwise, if their genes are completely the same as those of ordinary people, how can they be immortal? There are also immortals who rely on psychic energy to achieve immortality. Apart from their psychic talents, these people do not have much difference in genes from ordinary people. Malkador is very clear about these things. He is indeed the youngest immortal, but he is also relatively young compared to old guys, like the Emperor or Orpesan. However, Malkador was thinking more about why Chin-Mo asked about genetics, so after a brief contemplation, he smiled and asked, "Do you want to replicate the immortal?" "No." Chin-Mo was a little confused by the question. "I don't want to replicate the immortals, although I do want to give immortality as a gift to the people I care about, but I will use material means, such as organ replacement and human body modification. You know, I am not a genetic god like the Emperor after all." Malkador was thoughtful. "Are you curious about our genes?" the Emperor suddenly asked. "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't ask." Chin-Mo nodded. He was really curious about what the Emperor's genes were like. The Emperor insisted that he was a human being, a natural person born by his father and raised by his mother. Chin-Mo also knew this, but if the Emperor was as ordinary as he said, how could he be so powerful? "We are also curious about your genes." The Emperor was silent again after saying this, as if he just jumped out to interrupt. But his eyes were always on Malkador. Malkador raised his eyebrows, realized something, and turned to Chin-Mo and said, "How about this, we exchange gene samples. I will give you the gene sample of the Thunder Lord I follow, and you will give us your gene sample." Seeing Chin-Mo thinking, Malkador said, "Curiosity is our human instinct. We are also curious about your genes and your form of existence. You and the Emperor's samples. You are both immortals, so isn't that equivalent to a one-for-one exchange?" Chin-Mo said. "Ha ha, that makes sense." Malkador smiled. "Then how about I give you another small collection? I'm not being fussy." Chin-Mo closed his eyes and thought. Chin-Mo was not without curiosity about his own existence. He studied his own strength and his own genes. In the end, he found that he was just an ordinary human's gene. Of course, it was not the gene of the ordinary human now on Terra or other places. Nothing special about it. As for how such an ordinary body could withstand the use, such as jumping out of the atmosphere, which is extremely suicidal for ordinary people, Chin-Mo found that the distorted physical rules acted on him in a passive way. Chin-Mo was very sure of these things. Although he found that he did not have the advantages when studying genes like he did when studying weapons, there were genetic science scholars in the Wanderer family who protected him when he was not so strong. Why would a Mad Max-style nomad family have genetic science scholars? That's why they say Terra is full of idiots. As for exchanging genes, Chin-Mo is sure that Malkador and the Emperor can't do anything with his genes. Besides, his genes might be used by the Emperor to promote the restoration of human genes, and perhaps the genes of humans that were ruined by the various genetic masters of the Golden Age can be saved. Okay. Chin-Mo agreed. Then it's settled. Let's exchange genetic samples. The wine glass in Malkador's hand was taken by Chin-Mo. The atoms of the material that made up the wine glass changed, and the entire material combination also changed. It changed from a cup to 3 boxes. Chin-Mo plucked a hair from himself, controlled a drop of blood to leave his body, and finally put the 2 things into a box, and then put the remaining 2 boxes into Malkador and the Emperor's hands respectively. Malkador took the box and looked at it. While pulling his hair and extracting blood, he said, "This thing actually has a constant temperature function, an amazing magic of creation." The Emperor was the same. In the end, the three exchanged materials that could extract genes. Whether it was the Emperor or Malkador, psychic sleight of hand or psychic transformation was ineffective against Qin Mo. So Qin Mo was also sure that the two were not playing tricks on him. The form of existence in genetic biology needs to be studied before it can be determined, whether it is us or you. Malkador looked at Qin Mo, but on the spiritual level, what is your self-existence identification like? Self-identification is similar to his. Qin Mo glanced at the Emperor. Malkador nodded with a complicated expression. He could actually see it. When the mountaintop city was destroyed, Malkador also said that the Emperor was not the only one who had self-awareness disorder in the eyes of others. Whether you believe it or not. Qin Mo looked up at the rings of Saturn outside the window. In the Golden Age, humans could transform a gas planet into a habitable world, but Saturn's rings were completely preserved. It seems that humans at that time also thought that the rings were a beautiful thing. Qin Mo said while looking at the star ring. I was born in an era. An era you can't believe I was born in. I was also born by my father, and raised by my mother. I feel confused about this era. The only thing I have adapted to is that the communication between people is still so complicated. I hate this complexity. I prefer to be simple and straightforward, and say what I want to say. But the communication method is the only thing I can feel familiar with at this time. Hearing this, McAdoo nodded. If humans have transparent thinking, many things will be easy to solve, and trust will be easy to establish. Transparent thinking? The Emperor frowned and muttered softly, "That's not good." Chapter 962. After returning to Terra from Saturn, the first thing Qin Mo did was to give the genes of the Emperor and Malkador to his genetic experts for research. He did not have any special purpose, he was just curious. And the geneticist quickly obtained relatively simple results, using various research instruments commissioned by Qin Mo. This simple research was even completed in front of Qin Mo. The genes of these two immortals are different. Of course, the difference from ordinary people is also huge, the scholar said while holding the results. But they are indeed all human. From the perspective of genetic science, this is undoubtedly the gene of the primate species Homo erectus. But there is no need to talk about whether it is human genes, because even the other people on Terra now, even the mutants, their genes belong to humans, but they are unique and exaggerated to the point that they can be named as a branch of the human species. But then again, the genes of the immortals are still very close to those of primitive humans. After all, they are too ancient. The scholar summarized it as clearly as possible. After listening, Qin Mo thought for a moment and couldn't help asking, can their genes have special uses? For example, prolonging life or resurrecting the dead? No, they are very unique. The scholar shook his head. Okay. Qin Mo felt that this answer was not unexpected. He didn't intend to use the genes of these two people, but for some reason, he couldn't help asking. The scholar preserved the two gene samples in a similar way to framing photos, and then returned the gene samples to Qin Mo. When Qin Mo was about to leave the laboratory, the scholar suddenly said, although this gene is unique, I just have no way to use it. Of course. Qin Mo thought that the Emperor could use his own genes, otherwise how could the pre-march come from? The scholar took off his gloves and sat in the corner of the laboratory, continuing his duty of studying drugs. Qin Mo stopped bothering him, and got up to leave. If it's a fraudster, it can definitely study it more thoroughly than me. When the Lord of Flame and Thunder was about to walk out the door, the scholar suddenly said this. What did you say? Qin Mo turned around suddenly. Fraudster. The scholar looked at Qin Mo. Don't you remember this damn bastard? Wait. Qin Mo narrowed his eyes, and opened his mouth in surprise. I thought you were just a mental patient with intermittent attacks. How do you know about fraudsters? The scholar looked at Qin Mo blankly, as if he should know, even if he appeared as a human now. But soon the blankness on the scholar's face turned into fear, as if he had just woken up from a dream, like a mental patient returning to normal. The two looked at each other. Oh my god! You are a star god lurking beside me. A stupid star god who exposed himself. On the other side, Malkador was called into the laboratory in the Himalayas by the Emperor shouting like a psychic shock. He thought the plan of the Thunder Warriors and the Imperial Guards was successful, but when he entered the laboratory, he saw the Emperor holding the hair in his hand, with a very surprised expression. What's wrong? Malkador stepped forward immediately. That person's genes. The Emperor pulled Malkador to the instrument genes. Malkador looked at the Emperor suspiciously, then leaned in to observe the instrument, muttering, Your psychic call just now made me think the laboratory exploded. When Malkador leaned in to observe, he had no expression on his face, but after observing, he was as surprised as the Emperor. What was presented to him was the gene of a Terran human. But it was not the Terra of today, but the Terra of an extremely ancient time, the Terra of a time when Terra was not yet called Terra. How could it be? Malkador moved his eyes away and looked at the Emperor in surprise. How is this possible? No. This is absolutely impossible. The Emperor was also surprised. He knew that Malkador must be wondering if the gene he was studying was wrong, but he had suspected this a long time ago. But the problem was that there would not be a second such gene sample at this time. Even if he wanted to make a mistake deliberately, he could not do it. It's unlikely, but it's true. The Emperor maintained psychic communication, that Lord of Flame and Thunder, that young man, he is indeed a human being, at least from the perspective of biological science, there is no doubt about it. And he is an ancient man. A man at the stage when humans have not been too seriously polluted by the warp. A man who can be called primitive and pure. Do you understand, Malkador, the kind of ancient human who is not soulless, but whose psychic potential is close to zero? After the opening of the Eye of Terror, after the warp storm, after humans have been in contact with the warp for so long, I can't believe that such primitive humans still exist. After listening to the words of the Emperor, Malkador was very shocked. He sat in a chair and pondered. Then Malkador asked, but what is the point? Humans have been in contact with the warp, and have been affected by the warp for a long time. Even if we have such pure primitive human genes, we can't turn humans back to the original humans. The Emperor lowered his head, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he became depressed. There are many legacies of the Golden Age, some of which require genetic scanning to obtain. However, genetic modification technology was already being used before humans left Terra, otherwise humans would not be able to adapt to void travel and certain worlds with harsh living environments, so his genes could not be used to inherit those legacies. Malkador continued. The Emperor understood what he said. The existence of this gene itself is valuable. The Emperor said, don't say it is meaningless. Don't just look at things from a practical perspective. Otherwise, why do you, the Sigillites, collect artifacts? Malkador nodded, admitting that the Emperor was right. The Emperor turned back to look at the instrument, and said in a deep voice, Star gods use living metal bodies. Human bodies cannot contain such powerful beings, but the fact is that a flesh and blood body with the power of star gods exists. We may not know why he exists, but at least we know that there is a reason why he identifies himself as a human. Do you know how I feel now? Malkador looked at the Emperor's majestic back, listening without saying a word. When I learned that there really was a god, when I naively hoped that perhaps the human species had a patron god, and that this species would be blessed by the gods, I felt the same as I do now, the feeling of seeing hope. Hearing this, Malkador noticed that the Emperor's current state was not as usual. The Emperor slowly turned his head. I will no longer hope that there will be gods to protect humans, because I know that gods are evil and despicable. But if there is a powerful being who wants our species to survive and prosper, it is like another material version of me. We can cooperate, we can share the pressure, and we can share the truth. Although his existence itself is foggy and suspicious, but... In Malkador's eyes, the Emperor stared with his eyes wide open, his nasolabial folds stretched to both sides, and his facial expression seemed to be smiling, but also seemed to express horror and unbelievable sadness. But this is really great. Chapter 963. I understand, dear friend. Although Malkador did not feel the same way, he knew what the Emperor wanted to express. Another physical version of him. If the Lord of Flame and Thunder is indeed as he appears to be, and thinks he is, then this is indeed good luck for mankind. We should show sincerity. The Emperor said, perhaps we can invite him to come to us, let him see our intentions, our power. This may not be a good idea. Malkador shook his head. Maybe not, maybe? The Emperor advised, we should not test it again. Although the matter of Saturn is not a test, he obviously does not think so. If he is really a like-minded person, our actions will push such a person to the opposite side. Malkador thought about what the Emperor said and agreed with it. It's settled. We will receive him, and then we will also carry out our most important task, integrating the Eagle Kingdoms and the Dragon Kingdoms. The Emperor said again. Malkador also thought again and nodded again. However, as a counselor and a like-minded person, Malkador must make the pros and cons clear. We must be aware of the consequences of misjudgment, even if the possibility of our misjudgment is not high. I know, Malkador, I know. The Emperor said, but what we should be more clear about is that the means of superliminal travel without contacting the warp is not a problem for this person, who uses the power of the star god. Perhaps the first step for mankind to get rid of the warp in the future does not have to be achieved by the web way. Think about this possibility, and it will be worth it no matter what price we pay. Malkador thought again and finally nodded. Yes. I will do as you say. Malkador is definitely an excellent assistant. When the last conversation between him and the Emperor in the laboratory ended, he immediately went to the mobile fortress to conduct diplomacy as before. Malkador invited Qin Emo to go to the Himalayas, and Qin Emo agreed without hesitation, because he was indeed curious about the laboratory where the first Imperial Guard and the first Thunder Warrior were born, as well as the beginning of these two legendary genetic science projects. When Qin Emo easily crossed thousands of miles from the mobile fortress to the Himalayas, the Emperor alone met Qin Emo and Malkador, who had successfully completed his mission, at the foot of the mountain. However, when the Emperor stood happily at the entrance of the village, thinking about whether he should say anything when he saw the two people coming, he saw another person besides Qin Emo and Malkador. This completely dispelled his idea of saying anything. The guardian of the Lord of Flame and Thunder. Malkador communicated with the Emperor using psychic energy. After all, he is coming to us, so he will have the necessary entourage. The Emperor listened to Malkador's psychic words calmly, and looked at the man behind Qin Emo. It was a warrior wearing power armor, but not the familiar warrior Nagase Ken. For some reason, the Emperor could feel abundant energy fluctuations from this man, but he thought it might be because the power armor's energy stand and energy core were outputting energy. My follower. Qin Emo looked back at the person behind him with a complicated expression. That person was not his follower at all, but the scholar who had previously interpreted the Emperor's genes. Of course, he was not a scholar either, but a stupid star god fragment who was unconscious and could expose himself. It was called mimicry. After being exposed, the star god fragment named Mimicry stopped pretending. It said that it was a star god, and came to observe Qin Emo, and claimed that it had no ill intentions. Qin Emo didn't want to bring Mimic with him, but Mimic thought that he had to be more careful when coming to the territory of the psychic upright ape, so it had to follow to protect Qin Mo's safety. Take this guest to the village, the Emperor said to Malkador. Malkador looked at Mimic, and made a gesture of invitation. But Mimic was unmoved. Go. Qin Emo said to Mimic helplessly, or you can go back first. Mimic could see that Qin Emo was quite dissatisfied with it pretending to be a genetic scholar, and a member of the Wanderer family, but it still wanted Qin Emo to understand that although it was attracted to Terra by Qin Mo's power, it was definitely not for doing anything bad. And it also wanted to remind Qin Emo to be careful in this psychic upright ape's territory. But since Qin Emo himself wanted to get rid of it, there was nothing he could do. I'm always here. The Mimic turned around and followed Malkador to the village. Its mental state is unstable. Qin Emo told Malkador, you have to be careful. Malkador looked at the back of the Mimic and nodded. I can see it. After the two deputies left, Qin Emo followed the Emperor into the underground laboratory in the Himalayas. The Emperor opened the psychic door directly. Qin Emo thought that psychic power was indeed convenient, and followed the Emperor into the psychic door, and came to the laboratory. When Malkador came to invite him before, Qin Emo heard that the Lord of Thunder hoped to meet with the Lord of Flame Thunder, talk and visit. This was actually hoping that Qin Emo could see the potential of the Lord of Thunder, and make this visit a good start for future cooperation. To put it bluntly, it was an act of goodwill. But what can the Emperor visit now? It's nothing more than the Imperial Guards, and the Thunder Warrior plan. After entering the laboratory, Qin Emo saw what he expected. It was similar to the laboratory in science fiction movies, with various complex instruments and equipment, and various jars containing human bodies. Since the Imperial Guard and Thunder Warrior project had not yet officially started, there were only these common things here. The Emperor took Qin Emo to the largest jar. There was a little giant soaking in the nutrient solution inside. Qin Emo recognized the identity of the little giant at a glance. The first commander of the Imperial Guard, Constantine Waldo. The Emperor remained silent, and patted the can containing Waldo. Qin Emo frowned slightly. He guessed that the Emperor was showing his strength and intentions. After all, the premise of cooperation is that both parties have sufficient strength. But the Emperor did not introduce his ongoing plan in detail, which made people guess what he wanted to say. This is not good. A cyborg? Qin Emo pretended to be completely ignorant of the Imperial Guard's plan. I have seen many cyborgs like this. The cyborg soldiers under the command of those warlords seem to be much stronger than your cyborgs. Is that it? The Emperor's face showed obvious dissatisfaction and anxiety. You actually compare the warlord's modified soldiers with my creations? Qin Emo glanced at the sleeping Waldo, turned around and was about to walk out of the laboratory. That's it, that's it? I might as well go to the warlord's territory I just conquered to see the modified soldiers I captured. Chapter 964. He is the product of human alchemy. When Qin Mo was about to pass through the wall and leave the laboratory, the Emperor finally spoke. I call this pure genetic science creation without any psychic energy or subspace human alchemy. They will be extremely powerful, 1 against 1,000, and invincible. In 3 sentences, the Emperor summarized the Imperial Guards, as well as his most cherished experimental subject, Constantine Waldo, who would also be the most powerful Imperial Guards experimental subject in the future. Human alchemy? Qin Mo stopped and turned to look at Valder. It seems that he is not as good as the warlord's modified warriors. Qin Mo's words were of course not true. Qin Mo knew how strong the Imperial Guards were, and how strong Valder was. He knew it better than the Emperor, who was carrying out this plan. But for someone like the Emperor, if you don't find something to talk about with him, he will really hold back until Qin Mo leaves without saying a word. You judge whether the modified warriors are strong or not based on whether they look big and strong enough? The Emperor walked to the sleeping Waldo. They can fight like killing machines without sleep, or become scholars who spread rationality and wisdom. Each of them is unique. What qualifications do warlords transformed warriors have to compare with my creations? Hearing this, Qin Mo turned around and walked to Waldo, looking up at the face of this little giant. Then he shook his head. Not big enough, not strong enough, no visual impact. I said, strong and big are not the basis for judging strength. The Emperor seriously corrected Qin Mo's misconception. Genetic science is also science and technology. It doesn't mean that the bigger and more impressive the technological creation is, the stronger it is. You are right. Qin Mo nodded, then shook his head, but it is still not big enough and not strong enough. Do you understand what I said? The Emperor stretched out his hands to Waldo eagerly and angrily, showing, you may think that the transformed warriors of those warlords are stronger than the creations I am proud of, but this is not the case. After the complete transformation, this warrior will be amazingly powerful, and they are not just good at fighting and killing. Big and strong are not necessarily good. Qin Mo deliberately argued, big is good. Good is big. The Emperor was speechless for a moment. He wanted to argue again, but suddenly realized something. The weapons and equipment of the mortal army in the mobile fortress did not follow the concept of big is good. Those combat machines were obviously condensed to the point where they could not be condensed anymore. The standard power armor and rifles of the infantry were designed with the concept of condensing the essence, and many functions were integrated into an extremely small module. So Qin Mo would not superficially think that bigger is better. Then there is only one possibility now. Qin Mo is just arguing, purely intentional, without any carelessness. I even showed you the things I care about most, but you deliberately made fun of me. The Emperor said. I'm not making fun of you, it's just that you are too silent. Qin Mo shrugged, looking helpless. If you have anything to say, you can just say it directly. You can also directly express how strong your transformed warrior is. You don't even have to ask me to come over to see what you care about most. Some things can be solved by just sitting at the table, having a cup of tea, and talking. You were born in Anatolia, right? We can sit at the table, and I make you a cup of milk tea. I forgot what it's called, but it's a kind of milk tea. When you're almost done, put it on hot sand and grind it a few times, and it will look full again. Qin Mo looked at the Emperor and said. The Emperor was silent for a long time, then shook his head. I was born in Anatolia, but when I was born, there was nothing like what you said. That was what the new people and the Empire drank after the great changes in the world. I'm just expressing a meaning. Qin Mo spread his hands. The Emperor was silent again. Qin Mo looked at Waldo again. I can see at a glance that he is very strong, and I understand what you mean, but you have to tell me how strong he is, instead of waiting for me to guess what you know. Guess what you can clearly explain in 1 or 2 sentences. What I hate most is the Riddler. Hearing this, the Emperor sighed and looked aside. Don't ask Malkador to come here. Qin Mo patted the jar. If you ask him to come here to introduce me, I will leave immediately. The Emperor's gaze was withdrawn. He thought for a long time. Finally, he compromised. As I said, they will be very powerful, but since this plan is still in progress, I can't say how strong they are without test data. But believe me, the lackeys of the warlords you mentioned are not even 1/10,000th of them, whether it is this warrior named Waldo, or another type of super warrior lying in other incubators. Although this plan has not been completely successful, I am proud of them. As he said this, the Emperor walked to the wall. He waved his hand gently, and the instrument on the wall released a projection, projecting a 3-dimensional image of a set of weapons and equipment. It was the weapons and equipment of the Imperial Guards, and Qin Imo could tell at a glance. The weapons and equipment prepared for them are also the best and worthy of him, the Emperor said. Qin Imo looked at the weapons and equipment of these Imperial Guards. The helmet looks like a big and plump corn, a unique agricultural product on the land of the Indians in the ancient times of Terra. If their culture has been passed down to the present, I guess they will design such a corn helmet. This is not a corn helmet. The Emperor frowned. Okay, I admit that it does look a bit like corn. But who else would know at this time that there was a crop called corn on Terra that looked very similar to the helmet I designed? Besides us. That's right. Qin Imo nodded. The weapons and equipment of the Imperial Guards actually look very beautiful, as long as you don't associate the unique helmet with corn. But it really looks too similar. Yellow color, corn shape. Do you want me to give you some advice and help you improve your weapons and equipment? Qin Imo suddenly asked. The Emperor looked indifferent. I don't think so, but if you insist, I can't refuse your kindness. Oh, then I won't make trouble for no reason, forget it. Qin Imo withdrew his eyes from the weapons and equipment of the Imperial Guards. The Emperor took a look at the weapons and looked at Qin Imo again. You won't help for nothing. If the plan succeeds, I will help you transform a few soldiers or military generals you trust very much. So you still want my help? Qin Imo smiled. Next time, just say it directly, okay? The Emperor looked away and hesitated. Okay. Chapter 965. Regarding the weapons and equipment of the Imperial Guards, the most important thing that needs help is not the design. The Emperor already has a mature design, and Qin Imo, who has his own things to do, cannot stay under the Himalayas for 10 days or half a month, nor can he redesign the weapons of the Imperial Guards. The only thing that needs help is the materials. As someone who can also rub high technology with his hands, the Emperor can use psychic energy to process materials, but only he can do it, and this is a long and complicated task. It takes many steps for a piece of metal to go from an unrefined state to a material that can be used to shape the weapons and equipment of the Imperial Guard. Qin Imo decided to help, not only because the Emperor promised to transform the warriors he trusted, but also because if the Emperor could have figured out the plan earlier and stood up, it would help attract a lot of attention, and it would not be the case that only one of the two people who wanted to save Terra was besieged and excluded by warlords every day. Pure material was easily shaped. This is not a simple shaping method that changes the atomic structure, but uses pure material power to change the material itself, making a material form that originally could not exist in the real universe become possible, just like adding a material to the entire real universe. This strange and powerful material has many super properties that metals cannot have in the raw material stage, such as self-repairability, energy generation and storage. When Qin Imo was shaping these metals, the Emperor also shared his proud genetic science and technology. In areas that he is not good at, Qin Imo will listen carefully and learn. When the two of them work together, everything progresses extremely quickly. Sometimes, the Emperor will use his psychic power as an assistant to help do something. And sometimes Qin Imo will help the Emperor do something, such as when he experiments on Waldo, he will forcefully stabilize Waldo's material form so that it will not deteriorate to death due to a wrong step. Without this insurance, the Emperor would not be willing to conduct immature experiments on Waldo. Waldo is indeed unique. The Emperor had spent a lot of money to find him. The safe experiments conducted on him greatly promoted the progress of the plan, until Waldo became a real Imperial Guard. The experience accumulated from a series of experiments made it possible to directly implement the Imperial Guard transformation on other people. Although it required the Emperor to implement it personally, the plan was at least successful. Human alchemy, a pure material transformation, can be performed on anyone, right? When Waldo's transformation was completed, Qin Imo looked at Waldo and said speculatively, "Of course." The Emperor nodded proudly. Anyone can, even women can, but the premise is that only those who are worthy of becoming the Imperial Guard can be transformed into the Imperial Guard. I will not allow this technology to be abused. Women too? Qin Imo raised his eyebrows. A nearly 3-meter tall, perfect human being created by human alchemy, a woman who is impeccable in every aspect? This sounds like it would be very... No, 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 you can never use the Imperial Guard transformation technology to create a wife. Absolutely not. The Emperor said seriously. I don't want to use this technology to create a wife. That's too inappropriate. Qin Imo shook his head vigorously. He was just thinking that if this transformation technology can be applied to women, but the Emperor doesn't use it, it means that he doesn't want the Imperial Guards to be able to breed new Imperial Guards. But if you think about it carefully, The people who have been transformed into Imperial Guards have lost the ability to reproduce. Maybe just like the Space Marines, they haven't become eunuchs, but they can't have offspring. After completing the transformation plan, it was easier for the Emperor to carry out the transformation plan for the Thunder Warriors, because the Thunder Warriors did not need to be as perfect as the Imperial Guards. But Qin Mo also intervened in the transformation of the Thunder Warriors, using material means to ensure that the Thunder Warriors would not be short-lived and easily corrupted by chaos. The two of them have indeed gotten along like comrades in arms, helping each other. Even the Emperor shared the transformation of the super soldiers and some precious genetic science research. When they could finally rest, the Emperor and Qin Mo sat in the corner of the laboratory, leaning against the wall. Watching Valdor entering the awakening process, the Emperor muttered to himself, "Even such a powerful masterpiece can only participate in the war as a part of promoting the unification of Terra, but cannot directly reverse the situation. Those warlords, who squandered the precious heritage of their ancestors, are too strong." Qin Mo nodded. Terra is definitely a dangerous place. After the Terra Unification War begins, the Emperor will face countless powerful enemies. Even the Legion composed of super soldiers will encounter the danger of collapse. For example, after attacking an enemy similar to Iron Man, the Space Marine Corps was reduced from tens of thousands dead to only a few hundred people. As strong as Waldo is, he can't physically penetrate the planet's atmosphere and disintegrate the planet's defense in one move. Qin Mo looked at Waldo, who had opened his eyelids, but was still rolling his eyes. "But you and I can do it, and Malkador can do it too. I never mind taking action myself, because the current situation of human beings is that some individuals are very strong and some are very weak." "Indeed?" The Emperor nodded. Then both of them were silent. Until a moment later, the Emperor suddenly stretched out his hand. "Our goals are the same. Why should we be scattered on Terra instead of uniting? If we all think that we are human beings, since we all want this race that has fallen into the trough to climb out of the abyss, why don't we join forces?" Qin Mo looked at the hand stretched out by the Emperor and hesitated. "I am named Emperor just because I don't want to use my real name directly. You don't need to treat me as your monarch." The Emperor continued, "You don't need to let your people listen to my orders. We can be like two cooperating forces, just fighting for a common goal. Just like you share what you are good at, I share what I am good at. As long as you are willing to send the warriors you trust, I will immediately transform them into your Imperial Guards. This is a reward for your help. Aren't you afraid that I am a star god who eats human souls?" Qin Mo raised his eyebrows and asked. He had guessed why the Emperor took the initiative to contact him. The Emperor was silent. He didn't know how to explain, and Qin Mo didn't want him to call Malkador. "Let's take a step back. Let's take a step back. Even if you eat souls, how much can you eat? There are many humans in the galaxy who are suffering in hell. The horrors this race is experiencing are far more tormenting and terrifying than being eaten. Even if I am still worried about you eating souls, even if you really covet souls, it doesn't matter. We can still cooperate. At worst, we can use the souls of alien species as a trading condition in the future." The Emperor looked at the symbol on the wall in front of the two of them. The symbol of the Lord of Thunder, with 4 lightning bolts extending from the eagle. Qin Mo also looked at the wall. Under his will, the flames began to outline the symbol on the wall. Another eagle was carved out, just like the double-headed eagle symbol that appeared after the Mechanicus and the Empire cooperated. The left half of the body and head of this double-headed eagle faced the 2 extended lightning bolts, and the other head and the right half of the body on the right side faced the 2 flame symbols. "I really don't have the impulse of Star God to eat human souls." Qin Mo looked back at the Emperor. "I only need to absorb the stars, but rabbits don't eat grass near their nests, and I won't eat the stars in the solar system." The Emperor looked at the symbol on the wall and understood Qin Mo's thoughts. Chapter 966. On the top of the Himalayas. The Emperor and Qin Mo stood on the edge of the cliff, with Malkador standing beside them. The 3 people's eyes passed through the Himalayas, through the barren and cracked land, through the gap left by the dry ocean, and their eyes ended at a plain. And the battle that broke out on the plain. Since the last trip to Saturn and a period of getting along, the Emperor and Qin Mo have established a clear cooperative relationship. The mobile fortress is docked next to the Himalayas, like another mountain. The battle at the end of the 2 Thunder Lord sites was the first step in their joint cause of Terra's unification. The enemy was the vanguard of a religious community called the Morantz Alliance, which came because their master coveted the Eagle Kingdoms. The one fighting against them was not a large army, but a small number of army infantry squads and 50 Imperial Guards, totaling no more than 1,000 people. The infantry squads using advanced weapons and equipment, and the 50 Imperial Guards led by Valdor lived in the Himalayas and the mobile fortress respectively, but the badges they wore were exactly the same. The two-headed eagle, and the lightning and flames extending from both sides of the two-headed eagle to the surroundings. This war itself is not the first step of the Unification War. The results of this war will show the Eagle Kingdoms that they will be protected, and then gain the loyalty of the Eagle Kingdoms. This is the real first step of the Unification War. Moranson Alliance. Malkador's psychic vision directly shows nearly 10,000 enemy troops. I heard that you have dealt with them, Lord of Flame. Yes. Chi Nemo recalled, when the Wanderers protected me instead of me protecting them, we almost joined this religious alliance, until we found them too extreme, so we left. Their genetically modified warriors left a deep impression on me. The genetically modified warriors of the Moranson Alliance are not special, and there are genetically modified warriors everywhere on Terra. The Black Chiton warriors of the Pan-Pacific Empire are the real leaders among all the genetically modified warriors on Terra. Chi Nemo once heard the Emperor say that the combat strength of the Black Chiton warriors is not much different from that of the Imperial Guards. But even if the level of the transformed warriors is not very strong, the Moranson Alliance is an enemy that cannot be underestimated for the current Terra unification seekers. But then again, it is just an advance army. If it is not a sure thing, it is impossible to arrange only more than 1,000 people to deal with them. Let us witness how good Valdor is. Malkador leaned on the scepter and moved his eyes to Chi Nemo. The Emperor just said this to me. The Emperor immediately turned his head to look at Malkador, questioning with his eyes why Malkador relayed his silent psychic words to Chi Nemo. Malkador shrugged. He felt that the Emperor's silence in this cooperation was not a good thing, because many misunderstandings often occurred because of silence. Next time you speak with psychic power, I will lock up the equipment of the Imperial Guards. Chi Nemo turned his head and looked at the Emperor, smiling. The Emperor would not joke, and no one joked with him, so he habitually took this as a real warning. But he guessed in his heart that Chi Nemo was not such a serious person. After frowning and thinking for a while, the Emperor said softly, "Don't." While they were having a relaxed conversation on the top of the Himalayas, on the battlefield in the distance, Waldo was also facing an extremely relaxed situation. When the battle started, Waldo led the Imperial Guards to rush to the side of the genetically modified warrior enemies at an astonishing speed. They specialized in hunting down officers, and the lower-level members were dealt with by the infantry squads sent by Chi Nemo. Waldo's strength made the battle easy, but he even let it go, making himself look no different from other Imperial Guards in the battle. The Imperial Guards were undoubtedly powerful, and they had an overwhelming advantage. A Imperial Guard swung his weapon 60 times in less than a second, and at the same time, as fast as lightning, he simply cut a bloody path through the warriors of the Moranson Alliance. When such Imperial Guards united in groups of 3 or 5, the formation of the warriors of the Moranson Alliance was shattered in a few breaths. Those genetically modified warriors were not afraid either. They were able to use their remaining will to drive their arms, and swing their weapons across the Imperial Guards' armor in the instant after the Imperial Guards chopped off their heads. The collapse of the formation was not a rout caused by fear, but simply because they were killed and scattered. On the other hand, the combat efficiency of the several infantry squads sent by Chi Nemo to help was naturally not as high as that of the Imperial Guards. At the beginning of the battle, they were still thinking about not accidentally hurting friendly forces, until they found that it was the Imperial Guards who paid attention to their attacks instead of them paying attention to the Imperial Guards' attacks, and they used those weapons and equipment suitable for the current battle without any taboos. Space-stripping warheads, grenades that produce extremely small singularities, honeycomb rockets, and various weapons took turns to fight. Even if they were aiming at an enemy who was engaging the Imperial Guards in close combat, the Imperial Guards would dodge neatly at the moment when missiles or various high-lethal weapons were about to hit the Imperial Guards. In the eyes of the mortals who participated in the war, those Imperial Guards were like ghosts on the battlefield. They actually caused damage to the enemy, but they were not affected by the environment, sudden situations, and accidental injuries. If you hadn't proposed to test the combat effectiveness of the Imperial Guards, it would have been more convenient and faster to send those Moranson Alliance's crooked melons and crack dates into the sky with a direct orbital attack. Chi Nemo yawned, and his eyes quietly moved down to look at the invention on his waist that was recording and analyzing the battles of the Imperial Guards. Baldo's level of letting go really amazed Chi Nemo. His invention couldn't even analyze which one of the Imperial Guards was Valdo. Valdo was just as the Emperor said, he was the representative of the Imperial Guards, a perfectly transformed warrior. Whether it was fighting or something else. Like acting, He was the best. My Imperial Guards, my creation? The Emperor spoke softly, hesitating for a moment before asking, now it seems that who is stronger, them or those warlords modified warriors? Shin-Emo looked at the Emperor. No. Do you still remember this? The Emperor looked at the superior performance of the Imperial Guards, held his head high, and curled his lips imperceptibly. Recalling the time when he invited Shin-Emo to visit the Himalayas laboratory after returning from Saturn, he said that Waldo was not as good as other warlords modified warriors, not big enough, not strong enough. The Emperor thought to himself, you have forgotten it. You will know after fighting with the modified warriors of the Pan-Pacific Empire. Shin-Emo said. Huh. The Emperor just chuckled, his face full of indifference, and he was thinking about asking again next time. Chapter 967. The Imperial Guards performed well in the battle, but this battle was too easy for the 50 Imperial Guards. When the Emperor was very satisfied with the data of the Imperial Guards' combat performance, he felt that there was no need to pay attention to the subsequent battles. But when he thought about it, his eyes were attracted by a mortal. That mortal was an ordinary soldier in an infantry squad. He was sent by Shin-Emo to participate in the battle as part of the emergency plan, just like his other comrades. If the Imperial Guards make any mistakes in this actual combat trial, these people can save the situation. Because the mortal was too involved in the battle, he gradually went deep into the enemy group and was treated as a soft persimmon by the transformed warriors of the Moran-Sun Alliance. Valda rushed up to rescue the mortal, and then killed all the enemies around the mortal in the Emperor's approving eyes. After Valda left, a corpse that had been lying on the ground suddenly moved. He was obviously not dead. The transformed warrior jumped up and swung an axe at the mortal soldier. The axe was intercepted by the energy plating on the power armor, but the energy plating and the material structure underneath were penetrated by some force, cracked, and could not withstand another blow. The huge transformed warrior opened his bloody mouth and roared at the mortal. The mortal, who was hit hard and fell to his knees, did something that surprised the Emperor. He actually roared at the transformed warrior, and the two sides roared at each other like wild beasts. When the transformed warrior felt that he was provoked and raised his axe again, the mortal suddenly stood up, grabbed a piece of bone from the broken arm of the transformed warrior that was almost cut off by the Imperial Guards, and pulled the bone out. The axe hit the mortal's shoulder again. The mortal held up the bones of the transformed warrior, and smashed the transformed warrior's head with the power provided by the power armor. The axe hit again, and the shoulder of the power armor almost broke. The mortal raised the bones, and smashed again. The two sides fought back and forth several times until Valda returned again, and cut off the transformed warrior's head again in the Emperor's approving eyes. Then Valda looked in the direction of the Emperor thousands of miles away, squatted down, and pulled out the transformed warrior's spine, and then he found that there was a piece of something that looked like a bug on this guy's spine, but the bug was obviously a product of biotechnology. This is why the modified warrior came back to life, and this is also what makes him different from other modified warriors. That person. The Emperor raised his finger and pointed at the infantryman, who was fighting with a modified warrior. Has his genes been enhanced by something? Or has he been injected with mania drugs? Shin-Emo has been staring at the unique mortal. He shook his head. He is just an ordinary infantryman. He has not been injected with mania drugs. The Emperor was puzzled. The mortal's fighting performance was too crazy and bloodthirsty. Facing an enemy several meters tall, his reaction was to roar like an animal, and then he hacked and smashed him, completely disregarding his own safety. He seemed to have no fear at all. This person is strange, I think so too. Shin-Emo recalled. The infantryman's name was Gear, and he was also a wanderer. Gear usually didn't say a word, and his eyes were cold. But once a battle occurred, once he joined the battle, Gear would fight like a bloodthirsty madman. He has no fear. There is no physiological structure in his brain that can sense fear. His body is 2 meters and 2 meters tall, and much stronger than other normal people. Shin-Emo once analyzed this strange man, and thought he was blessed by a god who sat on a brass toilet, but in the end, he found that he was just physiologically different from other normal people. This guy seemed to be born to fight. When he fights, his adrenaline will be secreted at a high speed and in large quantities, so that his brain, which is unable to perceive fear, cannot feel any pain. Another relic of a species' genetic enhancement experiment. Malkador speculated perhaps his ancestors were participants in a genetic enhancement experiment, and specialized their combat abilities for the purpose of fighting. It's highly likely. In addition, this man is quite strange. His wife has a completely opposite personality to him. Shin-Emo said, as cruel and crazy as he is, his wife is as gentle and kind as he is. I really don't know how these two people got together. Maybe their offspring will be someone who possesses both gentle and crazy traits. Malkador said, this is also a kind of genetic improvement. While Malkador and Chi-Nemo were talking, the Emperor looked at the crazy warrior named Gel. Gel blocked the hand extended by his comrade, and sat on the ground silently, tearing off the rotten flesh on his shoulder, inserting his fingers into the wound to stir and bring out the broken bones, and then sew the wound. The comrade next to him stood there with medical tools and grinned. Chi-Nemo also saw the scene, and he thought to himself that what Malkador said was really right. Gel and his wife have 6 children. All of them, whether boys or girls, have the same belligerent and crazy traits, but they also inherited their mother's gentleness and kindness, which led to their strong sense of justice and a tendency to commit violence for justice. Kindness and gentleness cannot be inherited through genes unless the genes themselves lead to the birth of such traits. Gel's wife has a psychic aura that heals others' moods. In any case, without fear, one cannot be called a true human being. The Emperor suddenly spoke. Is this still a precious thing? Chi-Nemo looked at the Emperor. The Emperor stared ahead and said in a deep voice, no, fear is not a precious thing. The shining behavior that extends from fear is precious. He began to explain his theory. Our species, humans, are prone to fear and timidity. Even abstract concepts such as the unknown can evoke fear. But our species has never lacked brave people. They are afraid of death in their genes, but they can still go forward one after another to die for an abstract concept called ideal. Our species fears suffering, but there is no shortage of people who grit their teeth and bear suffering to achieve a goal. It is precisely because we have fear and the flaw of greed that courage and tenacity are precious. If we are born without fear, then it would be natural for people to die one after another. After sighing, the Emperor looked back at Malkador. I agree. Malkador nodded. The Emperor's eyes moved to Chi-Nemo's face. It makes sense, and it sounds familiar. Chi-Nemo also nodded, and then asked, have you ever played a philosopher in human history? I have played many. The Emperor turned around. Chapter 968. The pitch-black night sky enveloped the tribe of the chieftains of the Eagle Nations. When lightning exploded in the night sky, the entire tribe, and the mountains where the tribe was located were illuminated in an instant, and then the sound of thunder slowly reached the ears of the people on the ground. Many people in the tribe walked out of their homes that looked like fur tents, but could remain motionless in tornadoes and sandstorms, looked up at the unnatural lightning in the night sky, and listened to the roar of thunder. As more and more people came out of their houses, the chief was also attracted by the exclamations of the crowd. He put on his coat and came to his tribesmen, standing with them and looking up at the lightning in the sky. This kind of lightning was very unnatural and appeared very abruptly in the night sky. This was a sight that the tribesmen had not seen for a long time. Only the shaman in the tribe knew where this lightning came from. It was not a natural phenomenon. The psychic fluctuations it was filled with revealed that it appeared only because of the will of a powerful psychic. As everyone was surprised, another bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck the plain far away from the tribe. The surging lightning illuminated the night sky, and the people in the tribe, who were attracted by the thunder, saw a tall figure appear on the plain. Another bolt of lightning hit a place closer to the tribe, and the tall figure appeared again between the lightning. Enemy attack. The tribesmen who reacted from the shock roared and rushed back to their homes, taking out the weapons they had obtained from the collection activities in the ancient ruins of mankind. The tribesmen formed a formation and gathered together as usual. The chieftain of the Eagle Kingdom stood in front of the formation formed by the tribesmen. He turned a deaf ear to the concerned voices of the younger generation behind him, and just stood there quietly watching the tall figure approaching on the plain with the bombardment of lightning. The figure was getting closer and closer. Until another lightning hit the entrance of the tribe, the lightning once again illuminated the night sky, and the tribesmen saw the specific appearance of the tall figure clearly. It was a giant in golden armor holding a halberd, wearing golden armor and a towering helmet. The giant no longer approached with the thunder and lightning. It looked forward, walked into the tribe, and slowly approached the tribesmen. The giant did nothing, he just walked forward. But this movement was steady but full of oppression, because he was too tall compared to normal people, and had more sophisticated equipment than the terrifying modified people of the Moran Sun Alliance, and his gestures revealed indifference and calmness. Finally, the golden giant came to a position less than 5 steps away from the chieftain and stopped. The tribesmen subconsciously took a step back, their expressions changed from vigilance to fear. The chieftain looked at the golden giant, and his hands trembling violently behind his back betrayed his calm appearance, and his heart was as frightened as his people. Why are you here? Who do you represent? The chieftain forced his voice to be less trembling, and asked these two questions with more courage than when he fought with the former chieftain. The golden-armored giant remained motionless, watching them in silence. It seemed that he felt that the trembling mortals in front of him were pitiful enough, or perhaps he felt that he did not need to observe them too much. In short, he took action. In silence, the head of a Morianson Alliance transformed warrior was taken out from behind by the golden-armored giant, and he stretched out his hand to show it to the mortals in front of him. Even if the head, which was larger than a cannonball, was seen by mortals, no mortal would think that this head was removed from another mortal. The mark on the forehead of the head further indicated that it was a warrior of the Morianson Alliance before he was separated from the neck. The chieftain and his people knew that if only a team of 5 transformed warriors from the Morianson Alliance came, they could slaughter the tribe completely, even the flesh and blood of women and children. The golden-armored giant did not need to say much. The lightning in the sky and the heads of the transformed warriors had already spoken for him. You came from the Himalayas. As the chief spoke, he glanced at the golden giant's shoulder, which was engraved with a double-headed eagle with lightning and flames extending all over its body. He was a little puzzled. Last time, it was still an eagle with only one head, and there was no flame symbol. The chief didn't know a lot. He didn't know that the man who killed the Morianson Alliance's transformed warriors, who they feared, was called the Imperial Guard. For these people who had lived in ignorance and darkness for too long after the human race fell into the trough, the golden giant in front of them was not a creation of genetic science, but a spokesperson for the gods. The guardsmen who were considered to be the spokespersons of the gods remained silent. His eyes were fixed on everyone in front of him, and even the smallest muscle in his hand holding the halberd was ready to exert force. The visual observer on the helmet allowed him to see the possible movement trajectories of all the molecules and atoms in front of him at the same time. In silence, the guardsmen only gave these people 2 choices. Praise the thunder. The chief knelt down and prostrated himself. The tribesmen behind him cleverly realized a choice that did not require them to experience constant fear, and they also knelt on the ground with their chief. The Imperial Guardsman looked down at the people in front of him. He slowly turned sideways, crushed the head of the transformed warrior in his hand, and pointed his bloody finger into the distance. Another lightning bolt fell from the sky. This time, the lightning illuminated a very far place. At the point where the Imperial Guards pointed, the vague shadow of a mountain appeared at the strongest point of the lightning. As the thunder reached everyone's ears, the shadow of the mountain and the lightning were hidden by the night. But the chiefs and tribesmen already knew which Himalayas the Imperial Guards, who they thought were messengers of God, were pointing to. They also understood the meaning of the mountain being pointed at and shown by the lightning. Prepare supplies. The chief stood up from the ground and roared at his people, prepare supplies, manpower, and gifts for me to go to the Himalayas. Everything I need, now, immediately. The entire technological barbarian tribe was in operation instantly. A large amount of supplies were transferred from the warehouse, and the strong young men pulled the carriages to load the supplies. The treasures handed down from the tribe in the Middle Ages were carried on the backs of the strongest warriors in the tribe. A large tribute team was gathered. Before joining the team to the Himalayas, the chief looked at the soldiers of the Imperial Guards, wondering whether what he did was in line with the wishes of the messenger of God. Of course, he could not observe any expression on the face of the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards did not say anything. He slowly turned around, leaving everyone with a majestic back. Then thunder fell from the sky, the night was briefly illuminated, and then returned to darkness, and the Imperial Guards disappeared from everyone's sight, as if they had never appeared. Chapter 969. The top of the Himalayas. Chin Mo sat in the wooden house, on a hill of heads of Morianson Alliance transformed warriors, looking ahead with a complicated expression. The Emperor and Malkador were the focus of Chin Mo's sight. The 2 psychic masters stood facing the wall of the wooden house, raising their hands and waving their fingers as if programming on a virtual panel. Chin Mo observed for a long time, and one finger of these 2 people probably represented the calling of thunder and lightning in an area and the completion of the task of continuously teleporting a guard. He also knew what these 2 were doing. They asked the Imperial Guards to take the heads of the Morianson Alliance warriors to the lairs of various warlord chiefs, and then show them the heads, and then let these people come to the Himalayas. It sounds simple, but the operation of the Emperor and Malkador is not simple at all. Create an atmosphere, let the Imperial Guards teleport to where they are going in the thunder and lightning, and of course teleport the head under Chin Mo's buttocks to the hands of the Imperial Guards. After all, the Imperial Guards have too many places to go, and too many rulers to meet. Carrying too many heads makes the Imperial Guards look like butchers, so the Emperor and Malkador on the Himalayas can only create a thunder and lightning atmosphere, while teleporting heads and Imperial guards. You are really amazing. Nemo picked up a head and threw it to Malkador, who was reaching out to him. The head drew an arc and was caught by Malkador and teleported out. Nemo picked up the next head and prepared to throw it to the Emperor, but the Emperor did not let him do it and directly teleported the head out from the floor. Whose idea was this? Nemo asked. Just send someone to tell the warlords and chiefs that the Moranson Alliance's cyborg advanced troops have been killed, and they need to gather in the Himalayas to decide whether to surrender or resist. Is it necessary to go through so much trouble? You primitive man, don't you know how ignorant humans are now? Malkador waved his 10 fingers. It's easy for you to say that. If we don't give those chiefs a little warning and do something mysterious, how can they come here honestly? Nemo sighed helplessly, one hand against his knee to support his chin, and the other hand picked up a head and threw it to Malkador. He pondered for a while, and then suddenly thought of something and asked Malkador, whose idea was this? Malkador sighed, then replied, I can't say whose idea it was. Anyway, if it were me, I would ask your Air Force to fly planes to the Dragon Kingdoms and Eagle Kingdoms to broadcast and drop leaflets everywhere. Whose idea was that? Nemo pretended not to know. It's so puzzling. Even if Malkador didn't say it, Nemo could guess that this was the Emperor's idea. The Emperor was indeed a person who was not good at speaking and expressing emotions, but this person sometimes liked to do some corny operations. For example, when the Mechanicus of Mars was first established, the Emperor went to Mars and preached to the Martians that a prophet, the OM Messiah, would come here in the future. He was the messenger of the God of all machines. This so-called OM Messiah was naturally the Emperor himself. Then when the Emperor announced that the OM Messiah would come to Mars in a few years, he praised the role he would play in the future, which gave people goosebumps. This is a last resort. The Emperor said, it is our goal for humans to become rational and scientific, but humans are ignorant now. If we want to be effective, we have to use some slightly ignorant means. It doesn't matter, the result is the most important. After explaining, regardless of whether Nemo understood or not, the Emperor remained silent and never said another word, just concentrating on creating the atmosphere for the Imperial Guards he sent out when they met those warlord chiefs. At this time, Waldo pushed open the door of the wooden house and walked in, patting the snow on his body that somehow still exists in the Himalayas today, and took out 3 cups of hot water from his arms and placed them on the table in the wooden house. What did you say to your subordinates to make them cooperate so well with the descent of the gods? Nemo asked Waldo. Waldo was silent for a moment before answering. It is a great honor and luck to act as the spokesperson of my lord. Waldo's answer was not unexpected by Nemo. He just wanted to ask. After the Imperial Guards completed the order and were all teleported back, the Emperor and Malkador stopped using their psychic powers and sat down at the table. Can a hall be arranged in the mobile fortress for meetings? Malkador suddenly said, otherwise, if the people from the Eagle and Dragon nations come, wouldn't it be too shabby for everyone to be crowded in this wooden house? Hearing this, Nemo drank a sip of water, his eyes moved across Malkador's face, and then fell on the Emperor's face. The Emperor sat expressionless, relaxed, and drank a sip of water silently. Is this what he just told you with his psychic power, and then asked you to relay it? Nemo asked. Malkador was silent for 2 seconds, restraining his urge to look at the Emperor with helpless eyes, and shook his head. No. Then I don't agree. Nemo refused immediately. Malkador remained silent. Is it okay? The Emperor asked. What's okay? Nemo asked back. Arrange the meeting place in the hall of the mobile fortress. Such a small matter. Nemo smiled. No need to arrange it in the hall. Can't I just build one directly on the Himalayas? The Emperor showed a helpless look on his face, and nodded silently. There is one thing. Nemo suddenly became serious. The Emperor raised his head, and listened very seriously. The warlords of the Eagle Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom, have caused indelible trauma to me and my people. There is an unforgettable hatred between us. Nemo recalled the fall of the mountaintop city. Although I have destroyed many enemies, there is still one who I didn't have time to kill after returning from Saturn. In any case, he must die. The Emperor thought about it carefully after listening. It seems that killing a warlord does not require Nemo to ask, but it is related to the previous agreement. Civilians belong to Nemo, and nobles belong to the Emperor. Warlords are also nobles. After thinking for a while, the Emperor nodded very slightly. I will not be the only one discussing things with him at that time. We will consider it then. Nemo nodded, got up and left the wooden house. After he left, the Emperor suddenly turned his head and looked at Malkador. Why do you always betray the fact that I communicate with you psychically to him? The Emperor's expression was not so serious, but Malkador was very, very serious. First, he knows you very well. Malkador put his hand on the Emperor's shoulder and persuaded him. Second, there are some things we should not discuss privately when he is present. Now our career is on the rise, but if there are any conflicts in the future, you may think that he is plotting a conspiracy by saying something insignificant with your psychic power. After listening to Malkador's words, the Emperor pondered. Communication is very important. Malkador said earnestly, sometimes, a huge misunderstanding can be resolved by a simple 2 sentences, and sometimes, a very small conflict will be amplified by silence. Since we have chosen to cooperate, these things need to be paid attention to. Chapter 970. The huge building rose from the ground overnight. When the leaders of the Eagle Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom arrived at the Himalayas and climbed to the top of the mountain with their entourage devoutly, a magnificent building standing in the cold wind appeared before them. The golden-armored giants that each of them had seen in their respective territories were standing in rows on both sides of the road, not welcoming them, but rather like they were on guard for their gods. The leaders separated from their respective entourages and walked into the building with a bewildered look on their faces. The accompanying personnel stood outside, and the transport machinery, as huge as the hills called carriages, was waiting outside. When the leaders walked into the building, they saw a meeting room with a strong visual impact. Everything here was extremely solemn and, of course, cold. The wall was engraved with the symbol of a double-headed eagle. The 2 leaders of the Himalayas were standing beside the long table, watching the people entering the meeting room at the same time. No one spoke until Malkador came out, greeted the leaders one by one with a smile, and then personally moved the chairs for them to sit down. The leaders were also curious about one thing, that is, why the golden-armored giants outside did not enter the meeting hall. Don't they have to be responsible for security when so many outsiders gather in the meeting hall? Lord of Thunder, Lord of Flame Thunder. A warlord stood up and saluted respectfully like a monkey learning human behavior, and said to Chin-Emo and the Emperor, my name is Merson, but I am not a stranger to one of you who has never met before. The Emperor nodded silently. Chin-Emo stared at the warlord. This warlord named Merson was the one he was talking about, the one who had not been punished in time. In the 3-month revenge operation, the mobile fortress eliminated many warlords and their lackeys. This should have been done by the Emperor, otherwise these leaders would not have come to discuss surrender so quickly even if the Imperial Guards had gone there in person. Among the warlords who participated in the destruction of the mountaintop city, you are the luckiest one. Chin-Emo said. That was my mistake. I sincerely apologize to you. Merson bowed and saluted. Can you forgive me? Chin-Emo said nothing. The destruction of the city on the top of the mountain was not caused by a group of warlords looking for a fight. There had been conflicts between them for a long time. The wanderers who were used to wandering would not be so angry about the destruction of a city that they wanted to eat the flesh and blood of the warlords, but it was not as simple as the destruction of a city. The hatred between generations of wanderers and the looters sent by the warlords, whether it was the casualties Chin-Emo witnessed or heard, these things could not end with a light apology. Without waiting for Chin-Emo to make a clear statement on whether he forgave or not, Merson sat back in his seat silently, his heart full of worry. The other leaders didn't care about Merson's mess at all. They had attacked each other before, so naturally they wouldn't stand together to bargain for one person's affairs. The troublemakers in the Eagle Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom had been cleaned up, including those Chin-Emo had retaliated against before, and those who were slaughtered by the Imperial Guards when he sent the Imperial Guards to visit them one by one. The rest were people who had long wanted to surrender, but were just observing whether the 2 people they were going to be loyal to were capable, so there was actually nothing to talk about in this meeting, and no conflict would break out. It was just some trivial details of surrender that needed to be discussed. In this meeting, Chin-Emo became as taciturn as the Emperor. Only Malkador and the leaders had a passionate discussion, arranging each troublesome matter in an extremely clear and orderly manner. Night. When the meeting ended and everyone started the dinner, Chin-Emo left the meeting room alone, not participating in the dinner with Malkador and the Emperor. He was now standing on the cliff of the Himalayas with the child of a leader in the entourage, looking at the mobile fortress in the distance. The silly little kid next to Chin-Emo, with snot running into his mouth, just stood there stupidly, staring blankly at the outline of the mobile fortress. He ran into Chin-Emo, who was out to relax alone, after getting lost. If the kid hadn't been lucky enough to run into the Lord of Flame and Thunder, whom he didn't even know, he would have frozen to death in the snow and wind that shouldn't exist in the Himalayas. Go back. Chin-Emo took the kid's hand and turned back. The kid followed blankly. What's your name? Chi-Nemo asked him. Bindis. The child sniffed, and then recited what his father told him before he left. I come from a territory that produces minerals. My ancestors and my compatriots are miners. We live in coal mines. We are weak, and we just want to surrender. Bindis, if anyone asks you, tell him this. Chi-Nemo nodded. But even if you come from a weak territory as you said, you are still a nobleman. You are likely to become a thunder warrior. What is a thunder warrior? Bindis looked up and asked. A powerful soldier. Chi-Nemo replied, if you can really become a thunder warrior, you will no longer be a road idiot, at least you won't get lost. The child named Bindis thought that was good. Chi-Nemo led Bindis back to the meeting room, and then handed Bindis to the guard, who was responsible for protecting the child, and was now almost crazy. Then Chi-Nemo took a far look at the brightly lit meeting room, jumped back to the cliff of the Himalayas, and looked at the outline of the mobile fortress, like the silly child named Bindis. The Emperor appeared silently behind him. Although the most powerful psychic in human history was on the other side of the cliff, he only used his psychic power slightly to make the leaders in the meeting room think that he was still in the meeting room to promise various conditions. I know you don't want to stay with a warlord named Merson for even a second. Thank you for not directly questioning me at the discussion meeting why I didn't mention his hatred for you, and didn't let those leaders think that we are incompatible. Usually Chi-Nemo would speak first, but now it was the Emperor who came here who spoke first. Chi-Nemo did not respond, and looked at the mobile fortress. He could easily guess why the Emperor did not mention the hatred at the meeting, because the Emperor wanted to consider the overall situation. In his opinion, as long as the Dragon Kingdoms and the Eagle Kingdoms could surrender, human unification would take the first step, and nothing else mattered. The Emperor wanted to say something, wanted to explain his motives, wanted to persuade a few words, but he was so full of words that he could not squeeze out even a syllable from his throat. Chapter 971. I promised them. Chi-Nemo took the initiative to speak. I promised my followers that I would avenge the victims. I promised this after a bloody battle 7 years ago. After returning from Saturn, my people are planning the next revenge. The satellites in the Golden Earth orbit are constantly searching for the doghouse of that bastard named Merson 24 hours a day. I also talked about this in the wooden house before. After hearing these words, the Emperor just nodded. But Malkador's words echoed directly in the Emperor's ears. What Malkador said that night. So the Emperor felt that he had to say something. So he spoke. Revenge is not our goal, the unification of mankind is. I know you may say that this is not my hatred, and I can't say it easily, but I have faced the same choice as you. More than once. Is it to put aside the hatred and gain the obedience of the enemy, and his subordinates, and the resources he has, or to go to a war that could have been avoided for revenge? The Emperor wanted Chi-Nemo to understand this truth. Now the matter of making the Eagle Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom surrender is underway. The most critical step has been completed, and now only the finishing touch is left. Killing one of their leaders at this time will undoubtedly cause suspicion and worry among the other leaders, even if the other leaders may have a deep hatred for the killed leader. Even if the attitudes of other leaders are not considered, if Merson dies, Merson's people will rise up in resistance. They will feel that if they surrender, they will end up like Merson. Then there was an unnecessary war, and the remaining humans on Terra continued to fight among themselves. It is better to be patient and put the overall situation first. The Emperor wanted to say these truths, but he held it in for a long time and only said 3 sentences. I understand what you want to say. Chi-Nemo turned and looked at the Emperor. It's not that I haven't considered it. It is true that Merson's cronies may rebel against us after his death, but how many of the people he rules are willing to die for him like his cronies? All they need is a clean and tidy place to live, a meal that doesn't look like fodder, and a little possibility of living a stable life in the future. The people in the Merson territory will surrender, and those few people are not powerful enemies that we need to worry about. Chi-Nemo has already made this plan in his mind. The Emperor also thought about it carefully, but he still didn't think it was a good idea to kill Merson. Merson is just an ant, as you said, he is an ant to us. But we can't set this precedent, unless he is so crazy that he can't communicate normally, unless his belief is the evil in the subspace. Otherwise we can't set this precedent, and let those who may surrender to us in the future hesitate because of Merson's matter. As he spoke, the Emperor opened his arms, as if embracing the entire Terra. The unification of Terra is only the first step, just like this matter is the first step. There are more worlds waiting to be saved. We cannot waste too much time on Terra. If any enemy is willing to surrender, and is not intolerable, we should accept them. It doesn't matter whether they will rebel later, because there will always be a reasonable way to make them die by then. Speed and efficiency are the top priorities of the Emperor. This pursuit greatly influenced the strategic approach of the Great Crusade after the end of the Unification War. This is why many planets in the Great Crusade, even the planets where the Primarchs landed, became worse after being taken over by the Empire, because speed and efficiency are the most important, and the Empire will not carefully manage any conquered world. All contradictions can be compromised, and can be left until the end of the Great Crusade, and when mankind is completely free from the crisis. Shin Imo understood this, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with the Emperor's ideas. He also knew that the reason why he could carefully manage his territory and people was simply because he had special abilities that were extremely beneficial at the material level, just like the special abilities of the Emperor at the psychic level. Management problems can be solved by the main control intelligence separated from material power, without having to rely on humans with limited energy because of the fear of AI that would indeed be affected by evil. Shin Imo knew all this very well. After thinking from the perspective of the Emperor, he felt that if he were the Emperor, he could only do it according to the Emperor's thinking. There was nothing he could do. Characteristics were more important than anything else. Without diamond drills, one could not do porcelain work, just like he could not perfectly solve things that could only be solved perfectly with psychic power if he did not have psychic power. This is the truth. Shin Imo understands it very well, but some things happen to him. Mercen must die. After thinking for a long time, Shin Imo said, I'm not saying he can't die. The Emperor shook his head. We just need to wait. We just need to be tactful. I can't go back to the fortress and tell people that the plan to kill Mercen is invalid, and we have to fight side by side with him in the future. Shin Imo said. You are still sentimental. You care too much about the thoughts of unimportant people. This is your weakness. The Emperor took a step forward and pointed at Shin Imo. Shin Imo looked back at the fortress. People without fear are not human in your eyes. And what is a person without a trace of emotion? The Emperor was stunned by the question. After a moment of silence, he whispered, This is why I can rest assured to cooperate with you, but sometimes it is really a headache. That's it. Shin Imo turned around and jumped towards the mobile fortress. Chapter 972. After returning to the cabin from the edge of the cliff, the Emperor, who wanted to be quiet, suddenly found that Malkador was also using psychic energy to conduct the banquet like him, and he was not in the meeting room at all. When faced with such an embarrassing situation, the Emperor had to talk to Malkador. Fortunately, psychic communication is very simple and direct. In just a few seconds, Malkador knew everything. He really cares about those who follow him. He is also very humane, so he can't wait. He just wants to take revenge on Mercen. There is no way. He can't look at things as coldly as we do. Malkador calmly speculated on the reasons. The Emperor listened silently, and he also agreed with Malkador's speculation. However, the Emperor wanted to hear Malkador's perfect advice, as always, rather than just speculating on Shin Imo's reasons. Suppose such a situation. Malkador said, If one day we can make the Pan-Pacific Empire surrender, but this Pan-Pacific Empire is in the same situation as Mercen, then should we force the surrender of the Pan-Pacific Empire and ignore the hatred of our allies, or give priority to the feelings of our allies? If our allies could think like us, we wouldn't have to face this situation. The Emperor said. If our allies could think like us. Malkador spread his hands. We would never be able to build trust. We would still suspect that he was a Tan waiting to devour souls, and even think that our souls were the first on his menu. Is our way of thinking so cold? The Emperor asked. We Eternals are accustomed to looking at things from a broader perspective. Malkador expressed his feelings. Even if an ordinary person's life is a tragedy, it is just a passing moment from a macro perspective. The Emperor thought about it, and felt that Malkador was right as always. He began to suspect that Malkador would say that he was wrong in this matter. But Malkador did not say so. He said in a deep voice, You are all right. You did not let him give up revenge completely. You just let him wait, even if he was unwilling to wait. And he has his own concerns just like you. The things he cares about make him want to kill Mercen as soon as possible. He just can't stand in front of his people and persuade them as rationally as you persuaded him. The Emperor nodded. Malkador continued, But there is one good thing, that is, our ally is also rational. He has thought about what will happen after his revenge and thinks that he can arrange everything properly to make the consequences of Mercen's death infinitely small. After speaking, Malkador narrowed his eyes and carefully thought about Shin Imo's reason for killing Mercen in the words relayed by the Emperor. Compared to a few people, Shin Imo obviously cares more about the majority, so he thinks that as long as the people ruled by Mercen completely surrender, that's enough. However, as one of the leaders, Mercen's death will have an impact. In the end, Malkador just looked at the Emperor and offered advice. Make a decision. We have encountered more troublesome things. No matter what trouble there is a solution. The Emperor looked aside and thought. After the surrender was thoroughly discussed, all the leaders were escorted back to their respective territories by the Imperial Guards to handle affairs. The Eagle Kingdoms and the Dragon Kingdoms will unite, and then the people of this vast land outside the Himalayas will fight for the same cause. As Merson sat on the carriage returning, he told his servants that he was happy that he did not die in the Himalayas, and would establish an eternal rule under the protection of the Lord of Thunder. The Emperor was watching him. The psychic power of the most powerful psyker and immortal in human history was penetrating every pore of Merson, and Merson, as a powerful psyker, was unaware of it. However, Merson did not immediately react to the powerful psychic energy. It was obvious that the Emperor was also hesitating and thinking. Finally, the Emperor, standing by the window in the cabin, made a decision, and the fingers of his hands behind his back moved. Merson's soul was instantly extracted and annihilated. The physical body of this leader of psychics twitched a few times and died quietly in the carriage. No matter what the cause of death was after his body was discovered, everyone on Terra, everyone who saw Merson's body and only knew about this person's death in the future, will only think that Merson's death was caused by sudden death. The sudden death caused by the well-known genetic disease of the Merson family. At this moment, the Emperor felt that what Malkador said before made sense, about the importance of communication. In fact, this was not a big problem at all. He just wanted Qin Mo to be prepared for similar compromises that might occur in the future. It was originally a matter that could be solved by just talking it out, but in the end, the two of them parted unhappily. The Emperor slowly turned around and decided to go to the mobile fortress to talk to Qin Mo. But when he had this idea, a sonic boom came from the air, and then the door of the wooden house was quickly pushed open. Merson is dead? Qin Mo, who jumped over from the mobile fortress, looked at the Emperor in surprise. Nagasaki, who was lurking around the Merson convoy and preparing to take action, discovered the death of this enemy. The Emperor thought about it expressionlessly and finally shook his head. I don't know. Who did it? Qin Mo asked. The Emperor shook his head. Oh, you did it. Qin Mo said, as if the Emperor had directly admitted it. Thank you for helping me kill this guy. It's not because of you that I killed him, the Emperor said calmly. So it was for me. I thought you killed Merson because you found out that he was corrupted by chaos, Qin Mo said. The Emperor wondered if you heard me. The reason why he refused to admit that he killed Merson was not because the Emperor was not good at expressing himself, but because he felt that no one should know that Merson's death was unnatural. If I have to choose between an important ally and a surrenderer, then of course I will choose an important ally. After all, an ally is more valuable. The Emperor said, I killed Merson, but you should not announce this to your people. Just consider it as a reward to me. Qin Mo nodded. Even Nagasaki, who was lurking in Merson's convoy, did not know the truth. He reported that Merson suddenly died because he saw the group suddenly change from laughing to crying and putting Merson's body into the static force field. Even if I didn't use psychic power to kill Merson and set a random guard, Merson would die quietly, but not so perfectly, the Emperor suddenly said. Qin Mo nodded, wondering what the Emperor meant by that. The Emperor lowered his head, checked his nails, and said casually, by the way, are the Imperial Guards strong? Qin Mo sighed, somewhat helpless. Well, I was wrong to say those things in the laboratory. The Imperial Guards are the most powerful transformed warriors. I have always felt that way. Chapter 973. 1 month after the Dragon Kingdoms and Eagle Kingdoms surrendered, an unmanned transport plane flew over the country called the Flame and Lightning Alliance. There were only 3 people in the cabin, but the collective travel of these 3 people was enough to make all the warlords on Terra panic and vigilant, because the 3 of them represented the emerging forces that emerged from the Himalayas and rose around the Himalayas. The Emperor sat in his seat without saying a word, looking straight ahead. Malkador sat opposite the Emperor, feeling somewhat helpless. In fact, Malkador's position was originally Qin Mo's, but Qin Mo always laughed when he looked at the silent Emperor, so the two exchanged positions. In order to avoid the warlord's reconnaissance, the transport plane flew outside the low Earth orbit. When it connected with the logistics route of the orbital space station created by Qin Mo, it automatically joined the team of transport vehicles that continuously transported materials from the space station to build satellites or orbital relay stations. Amazing productivity. Malkador turned his head and looked out the window. The warlords did not get involved much in everything on the surface of Terra and outside the atmosphere, because they were essentially a group of children with dangerous toys. They might have had a few space stations once, but that was inherited from their ancestors, and now they have been destroyed by weapon satellites in Terra's orbit. In fact, we don't need to take a transport plane, Chinemo said to Malkador, because we can go to the relay station from the surface, and then smash it down from the relay station. Or we can make it more convenient, that is, use the psychic power you are good at. Even if you don't want to take me with you, I can jump from the southern hemisphere of Terra to the northern hemisphere. At least we won't waste time on the plane. Malkador heard that Chinemo had some complaints about this air travel, but he was used to it. Chinemo always speaks his mind, and he will say anything he is dissatisfied with directly, instead of holding it in his heart and fermenting it. We can't use psychic power to get to where we want to go. Malkador thought that communicating with Chinemo was a kind of relaxation, because he could answer questions directly without thinking. Because there is a group of people who worship technology where we are going, we want them to see our technology. Psychic power is not enough, let alone jumping directly from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. Where are we going? Chinemo asked. Malkador smiled mysteriously and looked at the Emperor. This is a gift, you will know when you get there. When the transport plane crossed the Dragon Kingdoms and the Eagle Kingdoms, Malkador's eyes were mostly on the ground. Outside the atmosphere, in low Earth orbit, it is impossible for normal people to see everything on the surface, but it is very simple for psychics. Chinemo looked at the Emperor. He guessed that although this guy was looking forward, he must be looking at the ground with psychic power like Malkador, but not as obvious as the latter. The Dragon Kingdoms and the Eagle Kingdoms are countries in the rugged mountains. This country is a geographical concept, because these two countries are divided by warlords of all sizes and chieftains of technological barbarians, and each rules. But after they surrendered a month ago, these two countries are no longer like this. Cities were built one after another, in the ravines, at the bottom of the canyons, on the barren and cracked land that is most common on Terra. Huge cities are all industrial production areas, and surrounding the cities are agricultural production sites. The latter provide food for the people in the former, and the former produces various industrial products or parts. Industrial products flow between various cities and production sites, and parts are gathered in industrial production areas that are specifically responsible for assembly. A huge army was established, with uniforms and weapons in a very short time. Among the noble sons who surrendered, the Emperor selected young and strong men to take away, just as the two leaders of the alliance agreed. As for what those young and strong noble sons were taken away for, it was simple: Thunder Warriors. Amazing productivity. Malkador said with his eyes fixed, I'm not sure which star god's power is controlled by you, but I guess this star god must be related to productivity. Chinemo remained silent after hearing this, and was sure that Malkador had guessed correctly. Similar to the Void Dragon? The Emperor suddenly spoke. No, absolutely not. I think the power of the Void Dragon lies in its quality rather than quantity, Malkador speculated. The conversation between the two old friends ended here. Malkador continued to pay attention to the cities on the surface, even though the transport planes had long since left the skies above the countries. Unbelievable. The people in those cities were originally technological barbarians, or slaves of warlords. How could they have learned such a lifestyle in such a short time? I mean, obey the rules, respect order, live like humans used to, work, produce, and rest in an orderly manner. Although material things are important, it is normal for people's spirits to not get along with these materials in the short term. When Malkador raised these questions, the Emperor remained silent, as if he didn't care about it at all. But Chinemo felt that the large group of spiritual energy in front of him seemed to have turned. They don't obey the rules at all, nor do they respect order. Chinemo looked helpless. What you see is orderly, and these are all forced to achieve through technical means. What you see is orderly. When saying this, Chinemo can emphasize the pronunciation of the two words you. Then Chinemo felt that the large group of spiritual energy quickly turned. The drone equipped with each person accompanies this person 24 hours a day, providing professional psychological tests and production and life guidance. Armed drones patrol the city 24 hours a day. Whenever those technological barbarians who are not accustomed to order commit crimes, armed drones will fix the criminals in place, and then light drones will remind everyone nearby to go to the location of the criminals, and then witness the armed drones brutally execute the criminals. Chinemo answered Malkador's question. Before Malkador could speak, the Emperor spoke first. This is not your style, but something I can do. Of course not. Chinemo nodded, but they are not educated yet. How can I make a barbarian understand that jumping on the table to defecate in the cafeteria is not a good way, and he has done this countless times, and is used to it? There is only one way, that is to let the armed drone press him into the excrement on the table and beat him hard. I don't want to either. The Emperor nodded. seeming to agree and understand. What you see is what I can do in this month. Shin-Mo spread his hands and looked around. If you don't drag me on an orbital tour, I can at least have some time to plan how to educate these people and understand why they will be beaten for shitting on the dining table. Chapter 974. The transport plane was about to reach the preset destination outside the orbit and began to dive towards the ground. The target was the Ural Mountains. The transport plane dived at an extremely fast speed and reached the mountainous area from outside the orbit in just 2 seconds, but even so it was attacked by the defense system. Some unmaintained and unowned artillery positions on the ground fired into the air, and each shot hit the transport plane, but the shield protected it from continuing to fall. It was not until it landed in the Ural Mountains that it was completely safe. After landing, the transport plane hovered 2 meters above the ground. Shin-Mo saw a large group of people standing outside the window. Their looks were particularly strange. They were not the wasteland style of Mad Max, but the heavy industrial style of the post-apocalyptic era. Everyone wore a mask on their face, which looked like a welder's mask. Everyone had no hair, only iron pipes twisted on their heads like hair. Terawa tribe. When Malkador wanted to introduce, the Emperor spoke first. Just think of them as Martian mechanical believers on Terra. Before we arrived, I used my psychic power to give the then leader of the Terawa tribe a dream 130 years ago, telling him that the remnants of the technological age would come here 130 years later, and that's why they are standing here to greet us. After listening to the Emperor's words, Shin-Mo suddenly remembered who these familiar masked people were. The Terawa tribe, as the Emperor said, is almost the same as the Mechanicus on Terra, but the doctrines are different. They also worship machinery and technology. They also believe in machinery and technology. As for why they were no longer seen after the unification of Terra, Shin-Mo did not know the fate of the Terawa tribe, but he estimated that they might have been regarded as heretics by the Mechanicus and gradually killed. Before the Unification War officially began, after the Dragon Kingdoms and Eagle Kingdom surrendered, the Emperor would come to the Terawa tribe. Originally, it was like this. You want them to provide you with the weapons of the Imperial Guards and Thunder Warriors, and undertake the logistics production work. Shin-Mo asked, but why is this necessary? It is quite necessary. In the past. Originally, this tribe would be a gift for you. Malkador said for the Emperor, but who would have thought that you would no longer need them after we haven't seen each other for a month? Shin-Mo thought about it, and decided to go down and take over the Terawa tribe. Otherwise, it would be taken over by the forces in the Himalayan Valley or other warlords. The chieftain of the Terawa tribe and the senior figures in the tribe did not stand there waiting foolishly, but couldn't help but come to the transport plane. They stroked the transport plane and communicated with the electronic devices implanted in their mouths. Compared with the vehicles in the tribe, this transport plane was not so advanced, but it was smooth and complete, as if it was not spliced, but directly carved out of a piece of metal. The material used was also unprecedented. The Teravat people were very knowledgeable. What they appreciated was not this simple transport plane, but the processing technology and materials behind it. When the chief stroked the shell and tried to feel the traces of processing at the microscopic level with the device in his hand, the shell of the transporter surged like water, gradually spreading out and exit. 3 people walked out of the shell of the transporter that was flowing around like water. The flowing material automatically gathered into a staircase under their feet. The shell was restored after the 3 people stood in front of the Terawa people. The Terawa people subconsciously stepped back and watched the visitors, who walked out of the transporter. In the eyes of the chief, the Emperor was a man with golden light and thunder and lightning behind him, just like the image in the dream his father told him. Come! Shin-Mo waved to the chief. The chief took 2 steps forward. Shin-Mo stretched out his index finger in front of the chief. When the latter stared at the fingertips intently, a key emerged out of thin air and floated on the fingertips. For you. Shin-Mo threw the key to the chief. There was no mysterious meeting ceremony, no talking, just a gift brought the Terawa tribe and the visitor closer. These Terran mechanicians immediately turned around and welcomed the 3 visitors into the underground of the Ural Mountains. Before going to the residence of the Terawa tribe, Shin-Mo had guessed that this group of people just had an ancestor who liked to go into the ravines, like most warlords and chiefs, but when he really entered this underground world that he didn't know much about, he found that the Terawa tribe did not simply regard the ravines as a place to live. The entire underground world is completely different from the rough post-apocalyptic industrial style of the Terawa tribe. The underground facilities are very delicate, but they look old, and the Terawa tribe has arranged too many religious decorations. This may have been an arsenal in the past, an arsenal from ancient times. Shin-Mo and Malkador talked quietly, as the taciturn Teravat people led the way. I think so too. It is estimated that long ago, when Terra had just become a state of disorder, the employees in this factory used the factory as a refuge, and then the descendants of those employees became the Teravat people today. Yeah. The Emperor looked at Chi Nemo quietly with his peripheral vision. According to the original idea, Chi Nemo would wander around this underground world with a look of disdain, and then be as impatient as on the transport plane. But it was not like that. Chi Nemo looked like he was touring a museum, observing everything around him with interest, and the eyes that the later generations believed to be inevitable. Another classic case of blind faith caused by the black box of technology. McAdoo sighed. Chi Nemo agreed again. He had discussed privately with McAdoo why humans had become what they are now. Then the two agreed that it was the knowledge inheritance gap caused by the Iron Man rebellion that humans no longer used Iron Man and AI, and no longer trusted and tolerated Stone Man. Those witchcraft-like technologies are a technological black box in the eyes of later generations. For example, a square palm-sized thing can create a tank out of thin air. Users will not know how this thing can accomplish what a large factory can accomplish. Both the appearance and size are completely unrelated to the production of tanks. Even dismantling this thing to check its internal structure is impossible, because it cannot be disassembled. Many years after the knowledge inheritance is finally interrupted, users will think that technological creations are miracles, because they are miracles, and can accomplish things that are impossible to accomplish in common sense. Then, technological religions like the Terra tribe will appear. While using technology, they regard technology as a god. This is not funny, but sad. Chapter 975. You favor the Terra tribe? I remember when I mentioned the Mechanicus on Mars to you, you smiled and showed contempt in your eyes. The Emperor slowed down his pace, and walked beside Chi Nemo. Chi Nemo did not despise the Terra tribe, but he did despise the Mechanicus, which made the Emperor want to hear his opinion on the Mechanicus he promoted. I did smile with contempt, but I did not despise the existence of the Mechanicus itself, just like I did not despise the Terra tribe, a group that regards technology as a belief. My disdain for the Mechanicus comes from the fact that I know what this group will do in the future. They will try to turn technology into a monopoly commodity. They don't know which messiah they should believe in. They value technology itself more than the object it should serve, which leads to many adverse consequences. Then in the long history, they also did too many ridiculous things. Chi Nemo answered the Emperor's question and explained the reasons behind his first reaction when he heard the Emperor talk about the Mechanicus. But there is one thing that the Mechanicus and the Teravat tribe have in common, that is, although they are blindly religious, their actions are directly or indirectly protecting the technological heritage of human ancestors, which is an undeniable contribution. If they don't worship technology, if they are like those warlords outside, treating technology as something that hurts each other and themselves like children playing with explosives, then I will not only completely despise them, but also destroy them. After hearing this, the Emperor stopped talking. He only focused on the significance of the fact that he had helped establish the Mechanicus on Mars in Chi Nemo's eyes. Since he said that it had a positive meaning, that was enough. Malkador continued to talk with Chi Nemo, as usual. Then in your mouth, the Mechanicus sounds more like a good thing with more positives than negatives. You despise them, but you are generous in praising them when talking about them. I can often judge a person's attitude towards something through 1 or 2 words, or even a look, but this skill is not very useful in you. The Emperor would be inspected when he went to the mobile fortress, but Malkador didn't need to be inspected, because everyone knew that the old man often traveled between the mobile fortress and the top of the Himalayas, and then the two of them would stay together for a whole day. During their interactions, Chi Nemo didn't always talk or debate with Malkador, he was almost always the listener. Because of his age and experience, he didn't think he could compare with Malkador, the immortal, in knowledge and insight, so when Malkador didn't ask questions actively, Chi Nemo always listened and asked about what he was interested in, instead of trying to show Malkador how knowledgeable he was as a leader of a force. As a person, an individual, even if I have great power, I am used to thinking and viewing things from an individual perspective, so my first point of view must be subjective. Chi Nemo smiled and answered Malkador, then I can judge something from more perspectives through thinking. For example, the matter of the Mechanicus we are talking about. Malkador narrowed his eyes, and thought for a while, then nodded slowly. You are too clear and too honest, so you will admit that you have subjective judgments. This is a talent. Many people are unwilling to admit their shortcomings. Many people are unwilling to accept that their thoughts are subjective. Then, they keep arguing with themselves in their heads, wasting their energy. This is indeed a talent. Say what you mean. Chi Nemo smiled and nodded. Malkador also smiled. Only the Emperor, who heard Malkador's last sentence, remained expressionless. In his heart, he compared himself with the kind of person Malkador was talking about, and then found that he would not deny his shortcomings. But he could vaguely feel that Malkador was hinting at something. All the conversations and actions of the three people following the Teravat were shielded by psychic energy. In the eyes of others, the three of them were just walking without saying a word, without any emotion at all. And these Teravat people didn't talk to each other at all. In the eyes of these Terra version of the Mechanicus, unnecessary conversations were like materials wasted in production activities, and they didn't talk unless necessary. The group soon arrived at the bottom of the underground world. If Chi Nemo and Mikado's inference is correct, the residence of the Teravat tribe under the Ural Mountains is an arsenal, and the bottom of the underground world is a huge warehouse for storing materials. This place is extremely vast and huge. Chi Nemo, who is sensitive to the rules of space, noticed something that surprised him, that is, the space here is more vast and huge than the entire Ural Mountains, and the internal area of the building is larger than the floor area of the building. This vast place is full of production lines. Judging from the style and decoration, it is obvious that it was built by the Teravat tribe themselves, not left to them by their ancestors. The chief took a step forward with his staff, then turned around and looked at Chi Nemo. Urgent communication program activated. Organic biological language simulation. Vocation test. 1, 2, 3, 4. The chief's mask made a sound as rigid as mechanical equipment, and the third sentence was a normal communication. Excuse me, do you know what this production line is used to produce? As soon as the voice fell, everything around him stopped. Psychic energy created a realm where time does not exist here. This is used to produce armor and weapons. The Emperor pulled Chi Nemo's shoulder and told him very seriously, it is used to produce armor and weapons for Thunder Warriors, that's it. I can see that this is a production line for producing armor and weapons that normal people can't use. Chi Nemo looked at the Emperor in confusion. But why is it a production line for producing armor and weapons for Thunder Warriors? Because when we came just now, I told the previous chief of the Teravat tribe in a dream. Not only did I tell him that we would come, I also told him to prepare to produce weapons and equipment in advance. The Emperor said calmly. Chi Nemo nodded with a complicated expression. I should have thought of it. Psychic power, it's amazing, isn't it? The Emperor said what he should have said with a smile without any expression, making Chi Nemo unsure whether he really wanted to ask if psychic power was amazing or if he was joking. Yeah. Chi Nemo nodded and turned to look at the chief. When time was about to flow again, Chi Nemo turned his head again. Why are you looking at me? The Emperor asked seriously. Do you also want to create some mysterious atmosphere when conquering this tribe? No. Forget it. Chi Nemo turned his head again. Chapter 976. The production line of Thunder Warrior armor and weapons. Did your father not tell you the details of his prophetic dream, or do you just want to test us? Chi Nemo looked at the chief and asked him in a calm tone. No offense, but this matter cannot be taken lightly. The chief bowed respectfully to express his apology, and then knocked the ground with his scepter. The entire vast space instantly became bright, but the production line did not respond at all. My father has been preparing to produce what the Dream Messenger ordered since 150 years ago. We have been preparing for such a long time. We have made extremely detailed process technology and production rules. But there is still a problem. The energy core we used to power the entire production line has stopped working. The chief raised his hand and pointed to the distance. In a space located in this huge underground space, a sphere with a diameter of 1 kilometer lies in the pit it smashed when it fell. It is almost a ruin. It is conceivable that the chief did not find an excuse to shut down this thing, but it suddenly stopped working at that time, and when it fell vertically from the floating state, it smashed the entire energy room to pieces. Malkador and the Emperor originally planned to let the Teravat tribe be a producer, just like the people who surrendered to the warlords, and they would not do anything for Chi Nemo to make this tribe willing to surrender, so they did not speak. Chi Nemo sensed the thing called the energy core, which was 1 kilometer in diameter. It is indeed something that can be used to output energy, but such a huge creation can not only power the production line of Thunder Warrior armor and weapons. Its energy output power is enough to meet the needs of an entire industrial planet. After carefully sensing the structure of the energy core, Chi Nemo found that the structure of this thing is actually relatively primitive, relatively speaking. It needs to be ignited, that is, after a sufficient amount of energy is input, this energy core will be started and operated. As for how much energy is needed to make this thing work, it's probably the total energy released by the sun in 30 hours. Where does this thing come from? Chi Nemo was quite interested in the energy core, so he asked the chief. In the original legend of the tribe, a long, long time ago, two messengers of the god of all machines came to Terra. The chief recalled the legend that had been circulating in the tribe for a long time. The light released by the aircraft they were riding was like the sun, which attracted my ancestors. When the ancestors arrived, they saw the two messengers and immediately helped the messengers of the god of all machines, and then the two messengers gave us the energy core. Time paused again. The emperor added, "It's actually two people and a crashed Golden Age transport ship." Time flows normally. You don't just want this thing to supply energy to the production line, you also want it to supply energy to your entire huge underground world under the mountains, right? Chi Nemo looked at the chief and said, like questioning, but there was no questioning in his tone. The chief was as calm as ever, but he was indeed exposed. The entire underground world has been without energy supply for a long time. Compared with restoring energy supply, making the production line run normally is a secondary goal. But if the energy supply is not restored, the things that the previous chief's dream visitor asked him to make will not be made. Be more honest in the future, and communicate with me in a simple and straightforward way through mechanical communication, Chi Nemo said as he stretched out his hand. In the collapsed energy room, a cable with little effect slowly floated up, twisting and winding like a snake, and crawling out, floating towards Chi Nemo. This scene did not surprise the Terrawat people much, because this ability to control cables is a necessary ability for them, and they were given this ability by implants when they were still infants. The head of the cable floated to less than half a meter in front of Chi Nemo. Chi Nemo extended his index finger, and slowly moved his arm towards the cable, and finally his index finger gently touched the cable. A ray of light flowed along the cable to the energy core. The energy core detection and maintenance equipment that had been paralyzed for many years suddenly began to operate, and the input energy reading on the instrument panel instantly reached the highest. The entire underground world began to tremble and roar. The Terrawat people looked around in surprise. At this time, the energy core gradually floated up, and the anti-gravity device was given priority in energy supply. Then the remaining great energy entered the ignition device, making the entire energy core enter the highest level of operation. Chi Nemo could feel the energy he output to the energy core, which was constantly colliding and blending inside this huge sphere, and then he felt that the Emperor was right. This thing was the engine of the transport ship. It was very civilian. It was not a device that could generate energy. It just stored and output the stored energy with the greatest efficiency. After starting the energy core, Chi Nemo turned his head and looked at the people of Terrawat. These taciturn tech geeks didn't say anything to praise him. They just knelt down. "Don't produce the Thunder Warrior armor and weapons in the prophetic dream," Chi Nemo said. "Discard your original design drawings. I will design the equipment and weapons you need to produce before I leave. The first generation of Thunder Warrior armor only has qualified protection and power devices for the upper body, while the lower body protection is thin, and it can't improve the wearer's agility and speed like the Space Marine armor. Technology is limited, resources are limited. In the early days of the War of Unification, there were not enough resources to allow the Thunder Warriors to be armed to the teeth like the Imperial Guards. Although the Thunder Warriors can kill people with simple equipment, better equipment can speed up the progress of the war. The Thunder Warriors have not been produced like the Imperial Guards, and now is the time to prepare for a rainy day. When your main force, the Thunder Warriors, is produced, we can really launch an attack on the warlords." Chi Nemo looked back at the Emperor and Malkador, and said with a smile, "I am looking forward to that day, and I have prepared a lot for it." The Emperor was silent. Malkador spoke as if someone asked him to speak. "The Thunder Warrior project is about to succeed. It's not that we are slow, but we want to make this plan as perfect as possible in a limited time. Maybe we can work together to make the Thunder Warrior as perfect as the weapons and equipment designed by you." Don't always be his microphone. He should have learned to be more honest, Chi Nemo said helplessly. Malkador smiled and looked at the Emperor with a look at what I'm saying. The Emperor opened his mouth and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Do you have the ability to read minds?" Chapter 977. The Imperial Guards and the Thunder Warriors are both synchronized plans. Why do the Thunder Warriors have so many flaws, while the Imperial Guards are perfect? It's not that I suspect you deliberately created a tool that can be discarded after use, but this. Chi Nemo held the Thunder Warriors' information in his hand, sometimes reading the content on it, and sometimes looking up at the Emperor. No one can speak for the Emperor at this time, because Malkador is not present. Malkador is now outside the secret room in the underground world of the Terrawat tribe, helping the Terror What people to make the final adjustments to the Thunder Warriors' weapons and equipment production line. Since Malkador was not there, the Emperor could only respond positively to Qin Mo's question. The two plans of the Imperial Guards and the Thunder Warriors are carried out simultaneously, only in the manufacturing step. The Imperial Guards is a plan that I have long thought about and made sufficient preparations for, while the Thunder Warriors are just the opposite. I see. Qin Mo looked at the Thunder Warrior plan information in his hand. It clearly explains all aspects of the Thunder Warriors, and naturally no defects are omitted. The Thunder Warriors are brutal and bloodthirsty, mentally unstable, and have a short lifespan. These three core shortcomings existed before the first Thunder Warrior was created, and these shortcomings have long doomed the Thunder Warrior to be purged and forgotten. These unstable warriors are not allowed to exist in the war to conquer the Star Sea after the end of the Unification War. Although I learned quickly, I don't know much about genetic science. Qin Mo put down the information of the Thunder Warrior plan and looked at the Emperor with some helplessness. Weapons and equipment, these material things, I can get it done quickly, just like I designed the weapons and equipment of the Thunder Warrior in less than a day. But as for genetic science, Thunder Warriors are also material. The Emperor said, they are different from Astartes. Of course they are different from Astartes. Those who can be Thunder Warriors are all men, and they have basic differences in physiological structure from Ms. Astartes. Qin Mo smiled. I'm not talking about Ms. Astartes, not the genetic scientist who surrendered to me. The Emperor subconsciously refuted, and then suddenly realized that Qin Mo knew what Astartes he was talking about, and he was just inducing him to speak more with his mouth again. Thinking of this, the Emperor shut up and silently resisted Qin Mo's attempt. Just kidding, I know what Astartes is. Qin Mo said. Astartes, that is, Space Marines, is another superhuman warrior program besides the Imperial Guards and Thunder Warriors. However, at this point in time, except for a few people who know about the Astartes plan, this term does not refer to superhuman warriors, but a female scientist named Astartes, Amar Astartes. What is the difference between the products of the Thunder Warrior Project and the Astartes Project? Qin Mo looked puzzled and brought the topic back on track. Aren't they both superhuman warriors, who are bigger and stronger than ordinary people? The difference is huge. The Emperor immediately replied, you don't know much about biology, so I won't talk about those special terms. Thunder Warriors are another kind of Imperial Guards in a sense, because like the Imperial Guards, their transformation methods do not involve subspace technology at all. Oh, I see. Qin Mo nodded calmly, but when he shook his head, he looked as if he had suddenly realized something. The Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, looked away, and thought in his mind. He had always suspected that Qin Mo had the ability to read minds, because every time he asked Malkador to speak for him, Qin Mo could immediately expose it. In addition, there were many confidential things he knew, such as the Astartes Project. How could he not know the difference between Thunder Warriors and Astartes? Thinking about this, the Emperor realized that he had just been induced by Qin Mo to speak with his mouth again, and he couldn't help complaining in his heart. Why do you have such a big opinion on the way I express and communicate? What would it matter if I don't speak? Why do I have to speak with my mouth, or say unnecessary words? What is the difference between the genes of Thunder Warriors and Imperial Guards? Why can't they become Imperial Guards? Qin Mo asked again, pretending to be ignorant. In response to this question with a very obvious answer, the only thing that responded was the Emperor's silence. His eyes seemed to say that you can't seduce me this time. Hee. Qin Mo smiled, and didn't continue to ask, but thought about the Thunder Warriors. Join the Thunder Warrior Project, and improve the Thunder Warriors. This is the Emperor's invitation. Qin Mo also speculated why the Emperor made this invitation. The Thunder Warriors do not have to be improved. Even if they have several flaws and are not perfect, they can still complete their mission in the Unification War. Although it is a bit of hindsight to infer the cause from a later perspective, the Emperor can also predict the future. He should also know that the Thunder Warriors are not so flawed that they cannot complete the Unification War. Qin Mo can only think that this is an idea that Malkador gave to the Emperor, a way to deepen cooperation, show good diplomacy, and enhance mutual trust. As the double-headed eagle representing the flame, Qin Mo gave the Emperor sufficient supplies to build the surrendered Dragon Kingdoms and Eagle Kingdoms. The Emperor took out the Thunder Warrior plan as a plan to be carried out together with his allies, which was a kind of trust feedback. From this, it can also be inferred that the Emperor may make the Thunder Warriors an army under joint command in the future. But this is just Qin Mo's speculation. He thinks there is another possibility, that is, the Emperor really wants to make the Thunder Warrior plan as perfect as possible to avoid the possible tragedy caused by the genetic defects of the Thunder Warriors. After thinking for a while, Qin Imo scratched the back of his head and said in a deep voice, I do want to help you improve the Thunder Warrior, but I really don't understand genetic science, especially genetic science based on the human race. I am a human, but just like all the people in this race, who have nothing to do with genetic science, I can't even figure out the genes of my own race. Hearing this, the Emperor immediately said, this. The second syllable was swallowed before it came out. The Emperor thought for a while, speculating how likely Qin Mo's question was to induce him to speak again, and finally when he thought that Qin Mo's question was a real problem, he said it again. That's fine. The power you use gives you a strong ability to control matter. You haven't studied human genes, but I think you have a strong learning ability. If there is a very powerful and knowledgeable genetic expert who helps you understand human genes, you will learn it quickly. Hearing the Emperor say this, Qin Imo immediately became energetic and sat up straight in his seat as if he was a student ready to receive teaching at any time. Hearing what you said, this very powerful and knowledgeable genetic expert is far away and close at hand, and it is you, the great god in the field of genes named after the Emperor. Chapter 978. Haha, you're right, it's me. The Emperor said this in his mind, but on the surface he remained expressionless and took out a theology book of the Terawa tribe from the cabinet beside him elegantly, and then put his hand on it. In just a blink of an eye, the theology book turned into a scientific book covering genetic knowledge. The Emperor handed the changed book to Qin Imo. Take it and study it. Qin Imo took the book and flipped through it roughly, and then he was amazed that the Emperor really didn't treat him as an outsider. Every page of the book is filled with practical information. There is not much theoretical stuff, and most of it is practical, such as the role of a gene in the human genome and the influence it can exert on it, as well as the positive and negative effects after exerting the influence. It even includes the genetic experiments that the Emperor once conducted on a small number of people in extremely ancient times. He once modified the genes of a small number of people to make them completely immune to AIDS, but these people also paid a price for the benefits of immunity to AIDS. They are particularly prone to colds. You can light up the energy core of the Terawa tribe in an instant. The Emperor stood up and was about to leave the secret room, but as you said yourself, you don't know much about human genes. This is where I can help you. Study slowly. I go back to the Himalayas first. Wait a minute. Qin Imo closed the book and put the thick book aside. It's too long, I won't read it. The Emperor looked at Qin Imo in silence. He first suspected that Qin Imo was using the same old trick again, but then he remembered his and Malkador's judgment of this guy, thinking that his mentality was no different from that of a young human in his 20s, and he might really be unwilling to learn because of his lack of patience. Thinking of this, the Emperor returned to his seat. Just tell me what you want to learn and I will tell you briefly, as long as you can use your power to perfect the Thunder Warrior with me. I don't know what I want to learn. Qin Imo leaned back and looked up at the ceiling of the secret room that he had created with his fingers. I'm not very inclined to create a Superman warrior. I prefer to arm an ordinary person with powerful weapons and equipment. How about the idea of creating a Superman warrior and the necessary genetic technology conditions? The Emperor asked. The Imperial Guards are indeed the most perfect creation of genetic science. Although they do not contain subspace, they can be regarded as biological alchemy level technology. Even if I choose the superhuman warrior route, I can't beat you. Qin Imo shook his head. No. Hearing Qin Imo admit again that the Imperial Guards are the most perfect creation of genetic science, the Emperor's mouth corners slightly raised, and then patiently asked again, how about transforming your soldiers to be able to use the weapons and equipment you make more perfectly? It's nothing more than directly imprinting the application of weapons and equipment in the brain, or making the soldiers' bodies more proficient in using equipment such as power armor. These can be solved by brief training and systematic education. Qin Imo thought about it. I don't want to learn it. Then the cyborgs who are good at using tactics and strategies, natural tactical experts, just make up for the shortcomings of your army in the tactical application level. How about this? The Emperor asked. Qin Imo thought about it again, and then shook his head. I know that the theory of equipment supremacy is wrong, but the idea of equipment supremacy is the best solution at this stage when there is no complete military talent training system. I don't want to learn it. Then I will teach you how to thoroughly study and understand the genes of a race, such as what methods and processes are needed. This should be fine, right? The Emperor asked helplessly. Yes. Qin Imo nodded. The blackboard and teaching equipment immediately appeared in the secret room. The Emperor really didn't want to use this ancient teaching method, and he was not used to talking eloquently in front of others, but at this time he remembered all the persuasion of Malkador before, so he honestly walked to the blackboard and started teaching. When the emperor began to talk, he thought Qin Mo would be absent-minded and perfunctory, but Qin Mo listened very seriously, sometimes asking questions and sometimes thinking. Qin Mo really wanted to understand what the emperor said, just like he once wanted to understand what Malkador knew. These two immortals, one is thousands of years old, and the other was born before humans entered the slavery era. They may be inferior in material terms, but they are definitely seniors in terms of knowledge in specific fields. When learning about genes, Qin Mo didn't feel as relaxed as eating and drinking when making inventions, nor did he feel that the various physical science rules of the universe were applied at will. But he was very serious, and his learning ability was strong. Under the circumstances that the emperor deliberately accelerated the flow of time and the progress of events in this area, although it didn't take long, Qin Mo was able to roughly understand what the emperor said. When learning about the Thunder Warriors, Qin Mo realized that the weapons and equipment he designed for the Thunder Warriors were very subjective. That is, he put himself in the Thunder Warriors and thought about what kind of weapons and equipment they would want to use, instead of designing them based on the Thunder Warriors' physical qualities and advantages and disadvantages. Qin Mo also had an idea about improving the Thunder Warriors. The violent and bloodthirsty nature of the Thunder Warriors can only be a physiological effect without the use of subspace technology on them. We may be able to design special physiological hormone adjustment drugs to make their emotional state as close to that before the transformation as possible after the transformation. I know the reason for this problem. The emperor nodded, but the problem is that the Thunder Warrior transformation surgery is performed after adulthood. Unless you regress their bodies back to their childhood state, no drug you use can improve this problem. It's not difficult. Thunder Warriors are material. As long as they are absolutely material and not affected by psychic energy, it's easy to do anything you want. Qin Mo recorded his thoughts. The emperor thought about it and nodded. The two fell into silence. Qin Mo began to redesign weapons and equipment for the Thunder Warriors. This matter will be over soon, and then he can return to the Himalayas and improve the Thunder Warriors with the emperor. The emperor looked at the design of the equipment and suddenly recalled the weapons of the Imperial Guards. That weapon was also made by Qin Mo, which used a very special deformable metal. During the plastic process, this deformable metal is as plastic as plasticine, and after being cast into a weapon, it is extremely hard and can even automatically restore its original shape after being broken. That kind of deformable metal. The emperor asked, how is it made? Too much theoretical knowledge is involved. Qin Mo raised his head and looked at the emperor. Start with advanced materials science. The emperor nodded, and then suddenly changed his mind and shook his head. I want to study materials, not become a materials science expert. No. Chapter 979. You're using my tricks against me, right? Qin Mo, who was about to teach materials science, had this sentence popped into his head after hearing the emperor's no learning. The emperor was obviously quite interested in materials science, otherwise he wouldn't ask, so it was natural that he didn't want to learn, but just a little revenge on Qin Mo for not learning 3 times in a row. Qin Mo felt that the emperor's no learning was a joke, but there was no trace of a joke on his face, but he was serious. Don't want to learn? Qin Mo was about to stand up. If you don't want to learn, forget it. The emperor sat in his original position, looking at Qin Mo expressionlessly. The 4 characters steady, as a mountain seemed to be written on the clothes of this middle-aged man. Qin Mo left the chair naturally, and walked towards the exit of the secret room. It was not until Qin Mo put his hand on the door handle very naturally that the emperor behind him, who was still as steady as a mountain, slowly spoke. Don't. I will learn. You are so curious in your heart, but you pretend not to care on the surface. You can just say no. Qin Mo turned around and came to the emperor. I'm not that curious. The emperor took out a pen and paper out of thin air, but I really want to learn. The two exchanged positions, and now Qin Mo was standing next to the blackboard, but he didn't use teaching aids. Instead, he directly lifted a small piece of the floor of the secret room and controlled it to float in the air, and then used the method of changing the material structure while explaining and practicing. This ancient teaching method made the two teachers feel helpless, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the characteristics of the two were not on the same channel at all, otherwise it would be faster and more convenient to use psychic power or directly instill knowledge. When Qin Mo talked about the physical knowledge of the real universe that he felt, he thought that the emperor would remain silent as usual, but the emperor asked questions frequently, as he did just now. Although the emperor was an absolute senior in most areas of knowledge and experience, he was not arrogant at all, because he was also very clear about a truth like Qin Mo, that is, everyone has their own expertise. The natural perception of the rules of the real universe given by the characteristics of the star god cannot be compared with intelligence, wisdom, experience, and knowledge. The entire space of the secret room was accelerated as before, and the flow of time and the progress of events, so Qin Mo was able to let the Emperor understand what he knew very quickly. After the Emperor learned in a short period of time the shaping principle of a material that a species and civilization needed tens of thousands of years to research, he did not think about how to make such a material, but thought about what to do if such a material fell into the hands of others. The material called deformable metal that Qin Mo talked about is widely used in mobile fortresses that are capitals, like the Himalayas, as well as cities and agricultural production stations throughout the Dragon Kingdoms and Eagle Kingdoms. This is obviously not an extremely difficult and rare material to shape, even if the function of this material is extremely powerful. If this ubiquitous material falls into the hands of hostile forces, the consequences will obviously be extremely serious. Those warlords and technological barbarians are unlikely to master the technology of shaping deformable metal, but they have STC, which can directly absorb the material to complete a series of processing and output steps. After thinking for a moment, the Emperor expressed this concern. The characteristics of deformable metal are not just deformation. It is too beneficial and too convenient. If someone other than you and me gets this metal, I've thought about this. Qin Mo sat on the chair and slowly told the story. In order to save a child with cancer, I created a chemical substance that can flow easily in the human body. This substance can be used as a carrier for drugs. Then I suddenly thought of a question. What if this chemical substance is stolen and used to make extremely bad addicted drugs? The Emperor nodded and continued to listen in silence. Later, I thought of a solution. Add a molecular structure similar to a biological password locked to the chemical bond of the chemical substance I mentioned. This thing can detect the entire chemical bond. If the chemical substance I invented is abused, it will dissolve the chemical bond. Transformed metals also have similar insurance. Qin Mo smiled and answered the Emperor's question, but he did not say what the similar insurance was. The Emperor thought about it, and recalled that in the prosperous era of mankind, some worlds that opposed the abuse of technology and had strong moral standards used similar methods to prevent the abuse of certain particularly powerful chemicals. That kind of technology has reached a superb level of interference in the microscopic world. But this technology cannot be applied to metals. Everything in the real universe and matter is still too troublesome. The Emperor suddenly sighed. If it involves psychic energy, it won't be so troublesome. Everything will operate according to my will. In terms of convenience, of course, psychic energy from the chaotic non-material world is more convenient. Qin Mo said, but psychic energy in subspace has side effects, you know it very well. Otherwise you wouldn't hate psychics like you so much, especially powerful psychics. I don't hate psychics. The Emperor shook his head solemnly. I hate the chaos and negative things that the warp itself brings. Unstable psychic talents are very scary. Strong unstable psychic talents can lead to unimaginable horrific consequences, which are so scary that you and I are afraid. Qin Mo nodded. I know that uncontrolled psychic energy will attract warp creatures. Becoming a flesh gate that allows warp creatures to enter the real universe is only a minor consequence, not terrible. The Emperor said bluntly, fortunately, 99% of psychers have weak talents, but unfortunately, 99% of psychers are about to become, or have already become flesh gates. The Emperor seemed to be excited and angry, and stood up and continued to speak with curses and insults. As I said, I don't hate psychers, I hate the warp, and psychers are just a byproduct. If a baby with unstable psyker talents was born in a village in the Himalayas, I would strangle him to death on the spot or burn him with psyker fire. Because when I saw the unstable psyker, I didn't see a man or a woman, nor a flesh door with legs. What I saw was a warp rift opening in the cradle that gave birth to humanity and myself, and countless horrors from the warp rushed out to bring the men and women I had saved or were going to save into a hell where they could neither live nor die. The warp storm unfolded in the solar system, and the road to humanity's revival would be delayed by hundreds or even thousands of years. When the Emperor expressed his hatred for the warp, Qin Mo's reaction was very calm. It was not because Qin Mo did not care about the threat of the warp, but because he was very aware of the horror of unstable psychic energy. A psychic tyrant who used psychic energy to control the population of an entire star region. The wailing of this psychic tyrant before his death could even trigger a warp storm. Chapter 980. As I said, psychic power is extremely dangerous. While we are talking, there may be a child born under the oppression of a warlord who awakens an unstable psychic talent, and then this child will go berserk because his parents were beaten by the warlord's lackeys, and then cause terrible consequences. The Emperor was still muttering, but not as excited as before. He sat back in his chair and gradually fell silent. Qin Mo didn't speak either. Until a few minutes later, the Emperor suddenly said, "Do you think psychic power is dangerous?" This question made Qin Mo stunned, and then he nodded subconsciously. "This is undoubtedly very dangerous." The Emperor nodded, and was silent for half a minute before speaking. "It's good that we agree." Qin Mo looked at the Emperor in confusion. The Emperor knew the dangers of psychic energy and the subspace, and he must have thought about this more than once, and may have even witnessed terrible psychic disasters more than once. He has already made up his mind about psychic energy. If that's the case, why was he so excited just now, as if he had discovered the danger of psychic energy for the first time, and witnessed the occurrence of a psychic disaster for the first time? Qin Mo rarely felt this doubtful when he was with the Emperor, and the Emperor's words now really confused him. Since psychic energy is so dangerous. Ahem. The Emperor suddenly spoke again, with a thoughtful look on his face. "I think we should think of a way to prevent psychic disasters from happening. This is also natural." Qin Mo temporarily suppressed his doubts about the Emperor's words just now, and then thought of a solution with the Emperor. "I actually know the dangers of the subspace as well as you do, just as I told you when we were chatting in the cabin in the Himalayas. So I have long been thinking about how to guard against the threat posed by unstable psychic talents, and I have several plans. It's just that it's difficult to deal with psychic-related matters through material technology. My plan for the time being can only eliminate psychic reactions after detecting them, but cannot prevent them in advance. But after we became allies, I sometimes thought that maybe you could use your psychic power and my material technology to make something that can detect and directly eliminate unstable psychics." Qin Mo talked about his own ideas. The Emperor's mouth corners slightly raised, and then nodded. "The right idea, you and I coincide. We can do this while we are carrying out the Thunder Warrior improvement plan." Qin Mo nodded, and at the same time, he suddenly wondered if the Emperor's excited speech just now was to achieve the current situation, that is, he and he were studying anti-psychic things together. But Qin Mo immediately felt that it was wrong, because this kind of thing could be done naturally, and the Emperor should know that there was no need for him to talk excitedly, just to propose a cooperation project that was bound to appear between allies. "If the device for detecting psychics is made, I will immediately conduct experiments on Terra. We must find all psychics." The Emperor glanced at Qin Mo and said, "If there are psychics among my candidates for the Imperial Guard, I will not hesitate to eliminate them along with their souls. Of course, it is a bit dangerous for psychics to become candidates for the Imperial Guard." Qin Mo nodded again. The Emperor was silent again, and after a moment, he suddenly spoke again as before. "There may be psychics among your people if it is indeed possible." Qin Mo did not shy away from saying, "Of course." Halfway through his words, Qin Mo suddenly realized that the Emperor was actually waiting for him here. The Emperor wanted to propose a plan to screen and deal with psychics, and then have this plan strictly implemented in the Himalayas, the Dragon Kingdoms, and the Eagle Kingdoms. It was certainly not enough to just screen the nobles in the Himalayas and the children who surrendered to the warlords, but also to screen the civilians who belonged to him, Qin Mo. So this was actually a discussion, to discuss whether Qin Mo could accept the screening and processing of psychics among his own people. Realizing this, Qin Mo quickly realized that this might not be the Emperor's own idea, and he guessed that it might be Malkador who proposed it to him. This time, it is very likely that the Emperor was used as a messenger by Malkador. "No." Qin Mo looked helpless. "If you want to screen psychics, just say so directly. I don't protect psychics. Why do you pretend to be angry and excited and say so much just to go around in such a big circle to raise an issue?" The Emperor remained silent. When Qin Mo was about to speak, the Emperor stood up and said, "Since you agree, then it's settled." "No." Qin Mo stood up and blocked the door. "You must tell me your thoughts, otherwise I won't cooperate with you." "Why do you want to know my thoughts? You can read my mind, you know what I'm thinking." The Emperor frowned. "No, you must tell me." Qin Mo still didn't let go. "When you encounter similar things in the future, just remember today's confession, and you, the riddle man, will realize that there are some things that don't need to be beaten around the bush, and let others guess what you are thinking, and then say what you want to say. I just spent a long time thinking about what you were going to say. You must not let me have the same thought for the second time." The Emperor was silent. The two of them were in a stalemate for about 5 minutes. This was not the first time the Emperor had encountered such a situation, but if someone else asked him to confess, he would use his psychic power to solve the problem instead of staying in an embarrassing situation. Since he no longer reveals his true feelings to others, no one can make him speak unwillingly, because if he doesn't want to, then he doesn't have to explain anything to anyone. But Thinking back to what Malkador said, and considering the possible superluminal method of matter that may appear in the future of this cooperation, the Emperor roared in his heart, "Malkador, what are you doing? Do the Teravat people need you to interfere in debugging the production line? Why don't you show up where you should be? I think that we are a cooperative relationship after all, and screening and handling your people is a serious matter. If this matter is directly raised, you probably won't agree so readily. Maybe? I have discussed this with Malkador, and we feel that with your personality, you probably won't agree to this matter readily, so he asked me to be more tactful and explain the pros and cons." Seeing that the Emperor suddenly fell silent again, Qin Mo stopped pressing, and made way for him to leave the secret room. Before the Emperor left, Qin Mo said, "I do value those who follow me, and I do have a strong sense of morality, but I will not disregard everything just to pursue moral self-satisfaction. If there is something that requires me to make a difficult decision, I will make the decision rationally. So you and Malkador are wrong to think that I will not agree to this matter." The Emperor nodded. "Next time if there is something similar, express your inner thoughts directly like me, say everything simply and directly, and don't add unnecessary communication barriers, okay?" Qin Mo said. The Emperor thought about it, then nodded slightly. It is a talent to understand the importance of communication, and to overcome communication barriers. The door of the secret room was suddenly pushed open, and Malkador entered the secret room with the sound of words. Then Malkador glanced at the two people. "I have adjusted the production line for the Teravat people. Now don't make things difficult for the people I follow and serve. Let's go back to the Himalayas first." Chapter 981. An experiment that will give humanity another stable superhuman warrior army is being conducted underground in the Himalayas. The Emperor was wearing a white coat like a researcher or doctor, just like when he went to the mountaintop city to be a gene therapist. Qin Mo was dressed in a similar outfit, but his clothes had more features, such as anti-static, blood-free, and killing bacteria from the outside world. To the Emperor's surprise, Qin Mo had a backpack with 16 mechanical tentacles hanging on his back, which helped him complete various tasks very skillfully. Heavy reliance on external objects. This is consistent with the speculation and judgment that the Emperor and Malkador had made many times in private before. However, there are not only these two people in the laboratory, there is also a woman. This woman looks no different from a normal human, but the Emperor can feel the abundant and surging energy from her like a star. Mimicry, help me stabilize the material state of Tyrannis. Qin Mo ordered the woman, neither the Emperor nor I can be distracted. Mimicry, who was standing there in a trance, walked to the center of the laboratory after hearing the order. The first Thunder Warrior, a candidate for transformation named Tyrannis, was lying on the operating table, his lower body covered by heavy equipment, his upper body exposed outside the equipment, and his hands flat. The mimic put his hand on Tyrannis' head, and his material state was completely constant. Unless this state was lifted, or Tyrannis' body needed to show a corresponding positive reaction to Qin Mo and the Emperor's transformation, he would not die in this transformation like a little white mouse. The Emperor used psychic power to control the scalpel. The mechanical tentacles on Qin Mo's back danced, injecting various medicines into Tyrannis or performing microscopic transformations. There will never be another Thunder Warrior who will be transformed by the Lord of Thunder and the Lord of Flame on both sides of the double-headed eagle. It's not that Qin Mo and the Emperor can't create Thunder Warriors again without personally transforming them. It's just that this is the first transformation, and the two want to do it themselves, and they can also accumulate experience and collect a lot of data. As a transformed person, Tyrannis' talent far exceeds that of anyone else. Just like the first transformed Imperial Guard, Valdo. Tyrannis is no longer a normal person, he is very strong and tall. But when Qin Mo monitored Tyrannis' body, he found that Tyrannis was not in good condition. If you want to describe the condition of this first Thunder Warrior, then Qin Mo would say that this guy is like a chicken catalyzed by hormones in the chicken farm of the Eagle Kingdom Agricultural Station. The chickens in the agricultural station are put on the industrial assembly line when they are still in the egg state, and various screenings and catalysis are carried out. In less than 3 days, they can be transformed from chicks into fat chickens, and then become an extremely cheap and safe protein supplement. Tyrannis is almost the same as this, and what's worse is that he already has the genetic defects of a Thunder Warrior. He hasn't been completely transformed yet, and hasn't woken up to fight yet, and his strong body is already on the road to collapse. Is he like the chicken in the agricultural station? When Qin Mo was thinking about the relationship between Tyrannis and the chickens, the Emperor suddenly raised his head and asked this question. The two of them had the same idea. But the Emperor's expression was too serious, And Chinemo didn't know whether he was joking or wanted to discuss Tyrannies' status in depth based on the relationship between Tyrannies and the chickens. So Chinemo also answered seriously, "To be honest, it's not as good as the catalytic chicken." The mechanical tentacles rolled up the scalpel and cut open Tyrannies' brain nerves. "The chickens at the agricultural station are the product of my mining fossils back to the biological state. That is the source of all the chickens on the table now, the chicken progenitor. All eggs are cultivated in the laboratory, starting from scratch. Their genes are naturally suitable for being catalyzed and can decompose chemicals such as hormones. But Tyrannies is different. He was forcibly catalyzed from an adult state to what he is now. His biological cells are fighting against themselves. And the biological transformation of Tyrannies has caused his genes to be unstable. If he also has a chicken gene progenitor, this transformation will probably have no side effects." After listening to Chinemo's words, the Emperor calmly continued his work. After a moment of silence, the Emperor suddenly said, "This is why I want to create a progenitor with a gene template function for the next generation of super soldiers." Tyrannies' body was completely cut open. Anyone would have died at this time, but his physical state was forcibly anchored at a healthy stage, so his heart was still beating, and blood was still rushing at a high speed in some of the cut arteries. Chinemo's mechanical tentacles took a box with a static force field from the side, opened the box, took out an organ similar to a heart, and then implanted it into Tyrannies' chest. This organ was jointly researched and manufactured by him and the Emperor after returning to the Himalayas. Its function is not the same as that of the heart. Instead, it can produce a variety of chemical substances to stabilize the Thunder Warrior's body, which has been constantly disintegrating and collapsing since its birth, and stabilize the Thunder Warrior's emotions. In addition, the various chemical elements it can produce have more diverse functions, which can make the Thunder Warrior's already powerful combat power even better. The organ itself is like a mechanical device constructed with molecules, and it can also monitor vital signs in a unique form of biomechanics. After mass-producing Thunder Warriors to form an army, our logistical pressure will be very high," the Emperor suddenly said. "Of course, this organ will cause Thunder Warriors to have to eat a lot." Chinemo nodded, "But for us, logistical pressure is not a pressure. For example, we can set up a separate logistics supply system for Thunder Warriors, or make concentrated military rations. In short, there are many ways." After applying this unique organ, Tyrannies' body began to be sutured. The organ automatically repaired and widened Tyrannies' cut arteries to ensure a larger blood supply. The cut heart was also repaired and parasitized by the biological tissues extended from the organ. When this strong body was simply sutured, the Thunder Warrior's own cells that proliferated into the wound quickly repaired the wound, as if Tyrannies had never undergone such a hellish transformation and was as perfect as before. This transformation is too complicated. The Emperor put down the scalpel, and the blood stains on his hands and clothes were removed by psychic energy during the operation. Every Thunder Warrior must undergo such a transformation. We may need to train many medical elites. In fact, there is a simpler way. Chinemo patted Tyrannies' thigh. Thunder Warrior candidates like him will be automatically mass-produced like goods on an assembly line. We only need to integrate the technology of stabilizing the state of matter into the assembly line. It's that simple. Chapter 982. Tyrannies' vital signs have stabilized. Wake him up. Chinemo took 2 steps back and looked at the Emperor. As the mimicry released its anchor on Tyrannies' physical form, its protected soul was also awakened from its slumber by the Emperor. Tyrannies on the operating table suddenly woke up, took a deep breath like a suffocated person finally breathing fresh air, then sat up from the operating table, panting violently. "How do you feel now?" Chinemo stepped forward and pinched Tyrannies' eyelids to check his eyeballs. "I feel like I died once." Tyrannies recalled the shuddering feeling. "I left my body, but was stopped when I was about to enter a dark and terrifying world. I stood aside and watched you dissect my body." Not dissection, but improvement. Chinemo put down Tyrannies' eyelids. "You have been reborn." Tyrannies gradually calmed down. "Done." Chinemo was very satisfied with Tyrannies' condition. "I tell Malkador the good news later." "You go and tell Malkador about this yourself." "I won't go." The Emperor took off his gloves and turned to sit at a table in the corner of the laboratory. The Emperor had never spoken to Malkador since returning to the Himalayas. He was obviously a little dissatisfied with what happened in the Tarawat tribe before. Although Malkador had explained that he really wanted to help the Tarawat people use psychic means to test the operation of the production line, it was inexplicable that he did not show up when Chinemo pressed him step by step. Qin Imo was not worried that the Emperor and Malkador would fall out over such a small matter. Everyone has emotions, and he felt that the two would be talking to each other psychically again in 2 days. Just when the Emperor didn't want to go to Malkador, the gate of the laboratory rose, and Malkador came over with a scepter. Malkador's eyes fell on the Emperor. He was silent, but Qin Imo could guess that he reported something to the Emperor psychically. There is a reason why the two like to use psychic means to communicate, because it is really convenient. In less than half a second, the Emperor finished listening to Malkador's report, and then he immediately stood up, threw his white coat aside, and walked out of the laboratory. Malkador followed him. Qin Imo followed Malkador and asked, "What did you tell him?" "A private matter." Malkador did not hide it. "His old friend is here." "Old friend?" Qin Imo asked. "The one you mentioned in the mobile fortress, Orpesan, who stabbed the Emperor a long time ago?" "No, it's not." Malkador shook his head. Although the Emperor wrote a long apology letter to Orpesan, the friendship between the two could not be restored by the apology letter, so Orpesan certainly could not come. It was another old friend of his, Erda, who came. When Qin Imo heard the name Erda, he became alert instantly. He knew who Erda was, and what Erda would do in the future. This person was known as the mother of the Primarch. After the Primarch plan succeeded in the future, Erda would throw the Primarchs all over the galaxy to prevent them from becoming tools of the Emperor. The Emperor was not as silent and withdrawn as he is now at the beginning. Malkador whispered, "According to what I heard from Erda, the Emperor used to be a humorous person, but later he may have suffered too many blows and witnessed too many tragedies, so he became what he is now. You will be like him in the future, right? Is this the fate of you immortals or what?" Qin Mo's words sounded like a question to Malkador, but in fact it was not a question, but a prophecy. Malkador slowed down his pace and thought seriously about the question raised by Qin Mo. Then he nodded. "When the pressure on me becomes greater and greater, and the tragedies and betrayals I have witnessed become more and more, I may become like the Emperor. We all have the possibility of becoming like him." Qin Mo did not respond, but looked back at the mimic that followed him silently. The mimic fell into a trance again. As long as it is not the same as it. Qin Mo looked at the mimic and thought so. The group came to the central area of the huge underground laboratory, where the Emperor lived and worked during his long-term research. The immortal named Erda stood here, looking at the scroll on the wall that Malkador gave to the Emperor, with his back to everyone. At this time, the Emperor slowed down his pace, became expressionless as when facing others, and coughed lightly. Erda turned around. Qin Mo looked at Erda. The woman was wearing a loose black robe. Half of her face was covered by a veil, only her eyes and high nose were exposed. Erda's eyes were not as cold as the Emperor's, revealing a clear stupidity. As an immortal, Erda had met and worked with the Emperor in the ancient times of mankind. She once couldn't stand the Emperor like Orpesan, but she didn't stab the Emperor like Orpesan when she left. As Erda still cherished the old friendship with Emperor Orpesan, having worked with him before, he would naturally not be a stranger to him. Qin Mo felt that this might be the reason why Erda was not sought out by the Emperor after throwing the Primarch out of Terra. "You?" The Emperor spoke with difficulty. "You came back to help me." He knew that one of the many reasons why Erda could not stand him and left was that he was becoming less and less like a human being, so the Emperor chose to speak instead of greeting him with psychic energy first. But the next second, he was pulled into a psychic exchange by Erda. Everything around him seemed to be still, and the two powerful psychics met at this moment. In the real universe, the two could have an extremely long conversation in 1 second. In Erda's eyes, a star-like light that drew psychic energy from the warp was right in front of her, extremely hot and terrifying. In the eyes of the Emperor, Erda's psychic energy was born from the flesh, not drawn from the warp. "Did Valdor have a smooth journey to pick you up?" the Emperor asked. Irda did not answer this concern, but responded coldly, "I will help you one last time. Since you were once a human, I will join your Primarch project." "Yes." The Emperor nodded. Irda is an extremely powerful genetics expert, but knowledge is not the only thing the Emperor wants from her. There is also Irda's unique genome. Every immortal is unique, and their genes are different from those of normal humans. Irda's unique genome will play a crucial role in the Primarch project. She and her knowledge are indispensable. Chapter 983. Why are you so obsessed with the Primarch project? On the way here, I saw what your new ally did, and what you just did. The perfect Thunder Warrior may replace Ms. Astarte's new generation of super warriors. Elda asked. The Primarch's subspace essence has already belonged to me. The Emperor said, if I don't use them, should I leave them to the gods? As we speak, There may be a powerful biologist who is bewitched by the gods and is preparing to shape them into puppets that belong entirely to the gods after the gods take them from me. A powerful biologist, bewitched by the gods. Erda felt that this biologist was right in front of him. The Pre-March project will create powerful tools and weapons for the human race. The Emperor said again. If you intend to make those things in the warp become living beings in the real universe, then you should not treat them as tools and weapons, but as living people. Erda retorted. It's the same meaning. The Emperor said, to get the human race out of the trough, many people need to become tools, and I myself am one of these tools. Erda wanted to argue again, but she suppressed the impulse in her heart because she guessed what the Emperor would say to end the debate. Two choices. You don't help me, and I won't bind the things I got into the tool container I built for the human species, waiting for them to be taken away from me by the gods one day, and then some scientist in a dark world in the galaxy will shape them into an extension of the gods in the real universe. You help me, and then we make the Pre-March plan a success, and let those powerful beings in the warp become handy tools for the future of mankind. The Emperor raised two fingers, waiting for Erda's decision. This did not require any decision. Erda had already made the decision when she came over after being approached by Valder. She only asked one question. How many years will it take for the Pre-March plan to be realized? Hundreds of years, or 1,000 years. The Emperor said, the unification of Terra is in progress, and the Pre-March is not needed now. When I think about working with you for thousands of years, I wish I could go back 20 days ago and use my psychic power to kill Valder, who was sent by you. Erda said. The conversation between the two was conducted on the psychic level, and it was completed in a very short time in reality. At this time, Erda glanced at Chin Mo, and the communication on the psychic level continued. As Waldo said, that is a star god, and the energy in him is enough to send the entire solar system into a black hole. Erda warned the Emperor, no matter what you want to get from this star god, you are courting death. The Emperor did not answer or refute immediately, but turned around and motioned Erda to follow him. The two people's spirits left the place where their bodies were, and came to a room in the laboratory for testing genes. The Emperor signaled Erda to go forward to check the results of the genetic test. Erda checked, and then she saw the genes of an extremely ancient human, but she did not have any emotional reaction. She raised her head and asked the Emperor coldly, what does this mean? Could it be that you, who have personally dealt with the star god, would be so stupid as to think that the star god cannot live in a human body? No, I'm just showing you the source of a cooperative relationship. The Emperor said, I don't deny that he is a star god, because his abilities are exactly the same as those of a star god, but at the same time, his thoughts and behaviors are exactly the same as those of a human. If this is not the case, I will never establish a cooperative relationship with him. What if he is a star god who is good at imitating? Erda pointed outside the room. If this is true, you who have been deceived by him will be an accomplice to the tiger. If humans become the dessert of the star god in the future, you will be the culprit. I have discussed this with Malkador thousands of times. You don't need to remind me. The Emperor roared excitedly. If you had come into contact with him as early as I did, you would have been attracted by his rationality and beautiful promises and everything he built in the Eagle Kingdoms and the Dragon Kingdoms, because you are so naive. Erda stared at the Emperor without showing any weakness and asked again, why do you have the confidence to cooperate? There are many reasons. The Emperor turned around and sat in his chair. He is simply a human being, that's one thing. There are many other reasons. Even if he is a star god waiting to eat human souls, there is still one thing that is worth a gamble for me to obtain, that is, superluminal means. Star god can fly at superluminal speeds like swimming. As long as he allows humans to obtain superluminal means that do not rely on the warp, then any price is worth it. I don't have to attempt to complete what the current Eldar cannot accomplish and build a webway from scratch. When the Emperor directly stated his reasons, Erda thought silently. The communication between the two fell into silence. But the communication continued. Until Erda thought about the result of the problem she wanted to think about, she spoke. You are cold-blooded, but not completely cold-blooded. You advocate pragmatism, but you hold on to unattainable ideals. This is the most hateful thing about you. You are the embodiment of the word contradiction. Isn't this complexity the most fascinating and characteristic part of the human species? The Emperor asked back. Erda stopped talking and ended the communication. The two people's consciousness returned to their bodies, and in their subjective perspective, time began to flow again. In Chin Mo's eyes, this period of time was just a blink of an eye. Arrange a place for me to stay, Erda said to Malkador. Malkador nodded. Erda glanced at the Emperor and turned away. The Emperor's eyes shifted to Malkador, and then to Chin Mo. He was silent for 2 minutes before speaking. As I said before, the Primarch plan can begin. Although the Primarchs are not needed in the war on Terra, they can be used in the future to integrate the humans scattered in the galaxy. The Emperor had mentioned this plan before. Qin Imo knew it without him even mentioning it. Qin Imo even knew what the Primarch plan would bring. The Primarch plan will not achieve everything you envisioned. Qin Imo said, some of the products of this plan will smash everything you will have in the future. As I told you before, I warned you. Hearing this, the Emperor lowered his head and pondered. You will regret it. Qin Imo warned again, then turned around without hesitation and walked out of the laboratory. Seeing Qin Imo leave, Mimic quickly followed. Chapter 984. A few days later. Qin Imo was designing on the top floor of a building in the mobile fortress. In an empty room of nearly 700 square meters, the structures of various huge mechanical devices projected by the holographic imaging equipment almost filled the entire room. Qin Imo stood in the center of the holographic image, reaching out to adjust the existing designs. All the holographic images formed an automated production line, and the supercomputer under the floor simulated the normal operation of the production line. An ordinary person is injected with sleeping drugs and placed in a jar, which is connected to various mechanical devices for injecting drugs. Then the jar is transferred to a house-sized device. The material form is anchored, the soul is bound, and the body is rejuvenated. All of this is done in the device until the ordinary person is catalyzed to the size of a Thunder Warrior, and then he is dissected in the device, and the most important artificial organs are implanted. Finally, when this ordinary person leaves the house-sized device, he becomes a sleeping Thunder Warrior, but without armor and weapons. While Qin Imo was watching all this, a person was teleported into the wide secret room. He and his power armor merged with a projection of a jar. Qin Imo looked at this person. It was Nagase Kin. How is the selection of people suitable to become Thunder Warriors going? Qin Imo withdrew his gaze from Nagase Kin and continued to adjust the production line he designed. I believe you are doing well. Compared to a general or a warrior, I think you are more suitable to be a manager. The people have been selected. Nagase Jin saluted, and then continued to answer, the Thunder Warriors will form 100 regiments, with half of the people from us and the Himalayas. The people I selected are all the people who followed you the earliest, and all of them are members of the army. Great. Qin Imo nodded calmly, I knew it was right to entrust this matter to you. Nagase Jin also nodded. But after reporting this matter, he did not leave, but still stood there, waiting. Until Qin Imo finished improving a component, he found that Nagase Jin was still standing there, so he asked, what else? A man from the Himalayas came. Nagase Jin replied. Malkador? Qin Imo waved his hand to make all the holographic images disappear. Let Malkador come in directly, I just have a lot of questions, and hope to get his advice. It's not that old man, it's that middle-aged man, the other half of the double-headed eagle. Nagase Jin shook his head. Qin Imo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the Emperor to come here on his own initiative, so he nodded to Nagase Jin. After Nagase Kin used the teleportation device to go out, Qin Imo quickly called up the closed holographic image again, and then continued to design. Soon the Emperor came out from the wall. He first looked at Qin Imo who was busy, then created 2 chairs out of thin air, sat on one of them and waited. After realizing that Qin Imo intended to wait for him to speak first, the Emperor said, mass production of Thunder Warriors, like producing an industrial product. If I don't have your help, I might want to improve the Thunder Warriors, but I will never produce Thunder Warriors at the speed of producing industrial products without doing it myself. The Emperor used the matter of the Thunder Warriors as a topic to break the silence, but Qin Imo did not take up the topic. Instead, he told the Emperor directly, I know that you came here for the matter of the Primarch. I also told you why I oppose the Primarch plan. I said it a long time ago. From the time we officially established a cooperative relationship to now, I will tell you what I know as soon as I have the chance. The Primarch you created will never become your tool as you think, or in other words, like you, regard yourself as a tool to help mankind get out of the trough. They will betray you, and make you want to live but not die. Qin Imo never conceals extremely important things. He will not keep silent about what will happen in the future, just to prevent the Emperor from thinking that he knows too much. Because this is not a matter involving 2 people, it is a matter involving the entire race, and the entire real universe. As Qin Imo once said, he will make a rational choice. But you also said that not all the Primarchs betrayed me. The Emperor said, besides, you know more than I can predict. Our information advantage allows us to avoid those betrayals and tragedies. Qin Imo wanted to question the Emperor, how can a Primarch like Perturabo, who inherited your stubbornness and emotional intelligence, but not your kindness, be put on the right path. But Qin Mo did not ask this question, but maintained the still relaxed atmosphere. But why do you have to create a pre-march? No matter how powerful the pre-march is, can it withstand the volley of all the artillery on my mobile fortress? No. But the pre-march will not let himself fall into the dilemma of facing your entire mobile fortress alone. The Emperor argued. That's not necessarily true. Qin Mo waved his hand to dispel all the images, walked to the Emperor and looked at him. As I said, you created problem children. These problem children have all kinds of problems. Some are good at wits, but want to fight alone when they are hot-headed, and their individual fighting power is not that strong. There are also those who want to kill without caring about anything else. The Emperor nodded repeatedly. I know you said all this. Qin Mo spread his hands. Then what are we arguing about? The Primarchs need to be educated. They have no nature of their own. Their essence is in the warp. How you shape them will determine what kind of people they are. The Emperor stood up from his chair, paced back and forth, and reasoned. Since you learned about the pre-march plan from me, and then told me privately that if the pre-march was born, it would be thrown everywhere by Erda. I've thought about it, and I think the problem is that they are thrown everywhere. If they were on Terra, in the palace, by my side, accepting my teachings and the ideals of reviving humanity, they would become normal people. Like Angan, if he had not fallen on Nikilia, who could have snatched him from me and put the butcher's nail on him, turning a pre-march, who was originally sentimental, and could affect the emotions of others into a bloodthirsty madman. The Emperor stopped and lowered his voice. I asked Valder to monitor Erda. I have obtained her genome, but I still need her knowledge. I will let her go, while the pre-march is still in the embryonic stage. There are many ways to avoid Erda's affairs. Qin Mo looked at the Emperor. To be honest, a few of the Primarchs would rather be thrown out and fall into the hands of people who are better at education than growing up by your side. Chapter 985. Then let the Primarchs grow up around Malkador. They can learn responsibility, commitment, wisdom, and diplomacy from Malkador. It was Malkador who persuaded them to stand up with me to shoulder the burden of the human race. They can also learn from you, learn your kindness, simple and direct communication, and learn your humanity. You still retain your humanity, and everyone who comes into contact with you will inevitably be influenced by you. The Primarchs will learn something from you. The Emperor imagined all kinds of possibilities about the education of the Primarchs. Qin Mo looked at the Emperor, his eyes revealing helplessness. The Emperor continued to speak to himself. No matter what, I must turn the Primarchs into something that belongs to humans. Their essence is a powerful existence in the warp. You don't know how much effort I put in to obtain them. I can't wait for them to become weapons of the enemy. You always say that Erda caused something. She has a naive problem, but she must have been affected by something, such as the gods in the warp. If I just keep the essence of the Primarchs in my hands, maybe one day the gods will take them away in other ways, and turn them into their weapons. The Emperor muttered, trying to figure out the gods' thoughts. No matter how powerful the gods are, they cannot enter the real universe from the warp. They need agents in the real universe. After the Primarchs are created, I can still collect them and lead them, but if their essence is taken away in this state, then I will be completely helpless. Hearing this, Qin Mo nodded in agreement. That's right, the gods need agents in the real universe, and then you created something as powerful as the Primarch, and the fallen Primarch became the extension of the gods in the real universe. You know that a series of tragedies led to this result, that's right. The Emperor also nodded, but the essence of the Primarch is not an extension of the gods, they are independent, and will not be passively eroded by the power of the gods, because the various tragedies you mentioned led them to actively throw themselves into the arms of the gods, and actively accept the infusion of the power of the gods. Otherwise, even if they awakened their essence in the material state and became monsters that were not human, they would not stand on the opposite side of humans, such as Korix you mentioned. I understand the truth, but some Primarchs are just unreasonable. If you treat them well, they will think you are after something and then hate you. What should I do? Qin Mo raised his voice and questioned the Emperor. You don't think this Primarch will learn human nature from me, right? Or can Malkador teach him a good way? This question made the Emperor silent. After thinking for a few seconds in silence, the Emperor's eyes became cold. Then you eat his essence. You can do this. Although I don't know why you don't desire souls. Even star gods can eat souls. Qin Mo was stunned for a moment, then pointed at his chest. Why don't you let me eat the Sea of Souls, or the subspace, as the four gods and the Eldar call it? The Emperor was silent again. He slowly sat back in his chair, covering his forehead. The two of them were silent for nearly half an hour before the Emperor spoke again. Erda asked me why I cooperated with you, and why there was trust, the basis of cooperation between us. The reason is simple, because you are good at communication and resolving misunderstandings, and you never use the things you know about the longer term as a bargaining chip to exchange interests. You have more humanity than me and Malkador. When the warlord surrendered, I went with you to take over their territories and people. The hatred for the current situation, and the pity for these people in your eyes, when you looked at those poor people, were not false. I trust you. Can you trust me too? Hearing this, Chin-Mo sighed, and sat next to the emperor. After thinking for a while, Chin-Mo said, "You don't need to gain trust from me, because I know what you have done, and what you are going to do. You said that Erda may be influenced by the gods in the future, and then throw the Primarch out of Terra. This is a possibility, so we should not just think about letting Erda go when the Primarch is still an embryo. This is just one of the precautions we have to make." The emperor turned his head, and looked at Chin-Mo, nodding. Chin-Mo continued to think and said, "Every star god has a companion, perhaps a characteristic or a weapon, but there is one thing that every star god has since birth, that is, their own dimension. We can let the Primarch exist in the dimension I can create, which is safer than my own situation, and they can be born there." The emperor opened his eyes wide. He thought this was a good idea. Although the dimension of the star god is fatal to any creature with a soul, their understanding and interference ability of the independent world they own is definitely far beyond reality, and there is always a way to keep creatures alive. I need you to promise me. Chin-Mo became very serious. If there is a Primarch who cannot be taught, you must kill this Primarch with me. Of course, I will not allow the tool to get out of control. The emperor agreed very readily. Chin-Mo nodded. That's it. Then the emperor began to think about more long-term things. It is crucial to guard against Erda, and he is doing so. Erda will not be exposed to the core part of the Primarch plan. What she is doing is conducting genetic research in another laboratory in the Himalayas, accompanied by Waldo. Chin-Mo did not ask what Erda was doing specifically, because he knew that the emperor would not be defenseless against Erda when he knew what he might do. If Erda was the stumbling block for humanity to get out of the predicament, the emperor would make the most cold-blooded and rational choice, even if this choice might make him feel painful. After careful consideration, the emperor decided to store the research related to the Primarch in the dimension that Chin-Mo could open earlier to ensure that no third person could get within 1 meter of this plan, including Malkador. Transfer to the dimensional space so that the Primarch can survive in it after it is born. Prevent anyone affected by chaos from interfering with this plan, and the more important thing at the moment is the unification of Terra. All kinds of things are squeezed together, but fortunately, Terra has not yet been unified, and the Primarch cannot be created in a short period of time. These things can be solved one by one. I plan to declare war on the Moran-Sun Alliance. While the emperor was thinking, Chin-Mo suddenly spoke out a plan. We can make all things go hand in hand, and maximize the use of the limited time. Chapter 986. Melanson Alliance. In the huge nest of one of the strongest forces in the Terra wasteland, priests wearing blue and white religious clothes held daggers and slaughtered sacrifices for the gods in front of the towering statues in the shadows. The sacrifices trembled. They were bound in front of the priests, and could not resist. Because their vocal organs were completely removed, they could not even howl in fear. While the priests were performing this killing ritual, all the rulers of the Melanson Alliance stood not far away, watching and waiting. There was a dead silence in the temple, and no one dared to speak to disrupt the atmosphere during this sacred ceremony. Until a very heavy sound of footsteps came into the temple, followed by an angry roar that broke the solemn atmosphere in the temple. You slaughtered many times more sacrifices than usual. In return, what kind of revelation did the gods give you? This roar, which made the brass ornaments in the entire temple buzz, attracted everyone's attention. The priests stopped what they were doing, and the top leaders of the alliance turned around. Then, these people all made way for him, almost subconsciously and instinctively. The people who were much larger than normal humans, and wearing heavy armor were surrounded by the alliance's most proud force, the genetically modified warriors, and they walked towards the statues and priests in the shadows with great momentum. When the sturdy men passed by, everyone bowed their heads and saluted. No one dared to look him in the eye, and no one dared to utter even a syllable when he was not asking them. This is the ruler of the Melanson Alliance, a tyrant who is above everyone else. The ruler has no name. He was once just an unknown person beside the previous ruler of the Melanson Alliance. People often call him by the word nameless. Until the previous ruler of the Alliance died suddenly, this unknown person was appointed as the successor. When the priests asked the name of the new ruler to report to the gods, the priests only heard a word called tyrant. Nameless still does not have a real name, and is still called by a word, but his status is different from before. What revelation did the gods give you? When the tyrant came to the priests hesitated, and the angry roar of questioning resounded throughout the temple again. No response, my majesty. A priestess stood up and looked at the tyrant flatteringly. As always, from 3 years ago to now, the gods have not given us any will or revelation for a long time. Or maybe the gods are not talking to you, but to these sacrifices. The tyrant pushed the priestess away, walked into the pool of blood, grabbed a leg, and with a little force, he dragged a sacrifice out of the pool of blood. He bit the Achilles tendon of the leg hard. A large amount of memory was transmitted from the tyrant's mouth to his brain. This man, who was also a member of the genetically modified warrior, absorbed the memory through predation. Then the tyrant threw the corpse aside, while everyone avoided him, grinning and spreading his hands. Obviously, the gods didn't talk to these sacrifices, otherwise I can tell what they heard. No one dared to answer, and the atmosphere in the temple became suffocating. The tyrant's eyes swept over everyone present, like a hungry wolf looking at food, and finally his eyes fell on the modified warriors he brought with him, and he announced his orders one after another. Since the gods won't give us any revelation, we have to find a way to protect ourselves. I have lobbied some tribes and warlords around us, inviting them to participate in the defense or attack against the powerful enemies in the Himalayas. We will have a lot of military force at our disposal. Hearing this, the priests began to exchange glances. Cooperating with the unbelievers around the Melanson alliance is not in line with the teachings of the gods. But no one spoke, and everyone still listened to the tyrant's orders. We will build 21 lines of defense with no loopholes. The lines of defense formed by us Melansons, and the tribal warriors and warlords' lackeys that I persuaded to join will surround all of us. And those killing weapons, all deployed on all the lines of defense. After saying that, the tyrant's eyes moved up to the ceiling of the temple, thinking in his head whether there were any gaps that needed to be checked and filled. After thinking about it, he felt that there were no gaps. The 21 lines of defense were strong enough. As long as the enemies from the Himalayas could be delayed by these 21 lines of defense for a while, so that other warlords on Terra could see how strong they were and intervene, then it would be the stage of turning defense into offense. As for whether they can hold off, hundreds of thousands of elite mortal troops, plus mobilized civilians, about 100,000 genetically modified warriors, who can march at high speed, plus those messy steel security and artillery that can flatten a city, are enough. If all the troops are deployed to the defense line, and we are attacked here, that would be bad. Someone made a suggestion in a low voice. When the last syllable of this sentence fell, the head of the person who made the suggestion suddenly exploded. The tyrant, who was not even noticed by the crowd, pulled his arm out of the dead man's chest, tore off the nerves wrapped around his arm, and said to the crowd, "You can't speak without my permission, but now I have thought about it, you can express your opinions." The temple was silent. Since no one is talking, I will assume that you have no opinions, and this session is over. The tyrant looked at a family leader, put the divine punishment on the 13th line of defense. Divine punishment is an extremely terrible weapon. It draws energy from the subspace, and unknowingly removes the souls of tens of thousands of people from the real universe. Such a weapon is in danger of falling into the hands of the enemy when it is brought to the battlefield, but no one dares to object in this situation. The tyrant's order was naturally not obstructed. Seeing that the atmosphere in the temple was too solemn, the tyrant comforted everyone. Don't worry too much. As far as I know, the group in the Himalayas just took the 2 ant concentration camps of the Dragon Kingdoms and the Eagle Kingdoms into their pockets. They haven't developed for a long time, so naturally they won't be particularly powerful. But I have always been cautious, so I have formulated such a strategy. As soon as the voice fell, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. But this reaction of putting one's heart at ease was also fake. The intelligence personnel sent to the Himalayas have never returned, and any infiltration cannot penetrate into the former territories of the Eagle Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom, let alone the Himalayas. Now that the gods are silent and do not give any revelation, it is really hard to say what the situation is. Chapter 987. Outside Terra's orbit. No matter how bad the environment on Terra's surface is, the void outside Terra's planet is still peaceful and tranquil without contact with the Cygnus X anomaly, the Eye of Terror. There is nothing outside the void. There is nothing in the naked eyes of all humans on the surface, and in the detection equipment controlled by the warlords, but in fact it is already very prosperous. With the help of detection interference devices and invisible force fields, a huge space station is hidden outside Terra's orbit. The formation of unmanned transport aircraft fills the distance from the top of the Himalayas to the space station. Countless materials are transported from the surface to the space station, including personnel. This kind of void facility that is not on the track is better called a void fortress than a space station. Malkador took a transport plane to enter the invisible force field, and everything here was captured by his naked eyes. The transport plane flew towards the huge void building, and was deployed by the system to a landing point that could access the space station faster. After the transport plane and the space station docked, Malkador entered a single-person aircraft to travel through this huge void facility. On the ground was the neatly arranged army, the mortal army of the Lord of Fire, including their weapons and equipment, heavy armored vehicles, and those killing machines similar to Iron Man. Outside the mortal army's preparation area is where the Thunder Warriors and the Imperial Guards gather. These superhuman warriors are making all preparations for the upcoming battle. When the single-person aircraft stopped, Malkador entered the top floor of the space station. He left the aircraft and walked towards the door at the end of the corridor. When he opened the door, Malkador saw a vast room filled with various screens and people with different functions. Jean Mo Valdo, Tyrannes, and the commanders of the mortal army gathered at the tactical table to discuss strategy. The Melanson Alliance is indeed not easy to deal with. They have a large population, advanced technology, and military equipment. As we have seen, the defense they deployed is like this. Even if I don't lead the army in person, I have to say it is indestructible. Jean Mo looked at the open door and nodded after seeing Malkador, then turned back to Tyrannes and continued. Based on what we know, I need you to make a judgment, that is, if you launch an attack with the Thunder Warriors and the Mortal Army, what will the price be? The Thunder Warrior commander Tyrannes did not respond immediately, but thought carefully. The emotional and physiological states of the products of the improved Thunder Warrior project are very stable, ensuring that their humanity and characteristics before the transformation are not distorted to the point of extreme violence. Tyrannes carefully thought about Jean Mo's question. His eyes swept across the screens in the room one by one. Clear satellite images. 21 defensive positions marked by tactical indicator boxes. A close-up bird's-eye view of each unique weapon, and the results of the detection program's speculation on its effect. In the more than 2 months of preparation for the war against the Melanson Alliance has also made sufficient preparations, 21 lines of defense, which can be seen by satellites. Are you really thinking about it? Jean Mo interrupted Tyrannes' thinking. When Tyrannes looked at the Lord of Fire with a puzzled look, Jean Mo pointed to the 21 lines of defense displayed on the screen. We should not think about how to break through this line of defense. We should find a way to put it behind our minds and ignore it completely. Tyrannes was stunned for a moment. He's right. Malkador walked to the tactical table. You Thunder Warriors are still too straightforward. You should learn to avoid the sharp edge. This is the tactic I want to tell you. Jean Mo walked in front of the screens around the tactical table, saying as he walked, the teleporter will teleport the mortal army to the doghouse of the Melanson Alliance. But there are defense devices and information interference there. The teleporter cannot analyze places that are too deep, so you Thunder Warriors and the Imperial Guards will take the airdrop capsule of the orbital relay station and smash directly into places that mortals cannot teleport into. A holographic projection appeared above the tactical table. It was a model of an orbital airdrop pod. The characteristics of the airdrop pod were marked by several fine lines of light. Tyrannes saw that this airdrop pod was equipped with a laser drill and energy shield, as well as various heavy firepower weapons and support devices. Even if the enemy was under the Earth's crust, this airdrop pod could take the crew to where the crew wanted to go. It doesn't matter how many lines of defense the enemy has. They will be slowly resolved by orbital bombardment. You don't need to run over to attack the position after conquering the enemy's doghouse. The model of the orbital airdrop module was replaced by the orbital strike station. This is an orbital facility similar to an orbital relay station, equipped with ground attack weapons. The existence of this orbital weapon is the reason why the Lord of Fire firmly opposed the establishment of an air force in the previous high-level meetings held in the mobile fortress, even though the air force of the Melanson Alliance was very powerful, and it seemed necessary to form a branch of the military to fight against it. But if you control the orbit, you don't need an air force. The weapons on the orbit will turn any fighter planes operating in the space below the low Earth orbit into meaningless and unresistible mosquitoes. Unless you want to fight on a planet where there is no sufficient time to deploy orbital weapons, you don't need an air force. As for why they don't use orbital strike weapons to decapitate, it's because they have powerful void shield devices, but there aren't enough of them to use in the defensive positions where the cannon fodder is. After saying that, Jean Mo turned and looked at Valder. The commander of the Imperial Guards remained silent. He did not express his opinion because his understanding of the Emperor's orders was that he must obey the arrangements of the Lord of Fire. There are many civilians in the nest of the Melanson Alliance. A team of Imperial Guards is needed to guide and protect the civilians until the mortal soldiers take over. Shin-Emo said it with some hesitation. In fact, this kind of low-priority matter should be handed over to the Thunder Warriors, who are weaker than the Imperial Guards, but it is not feasible to let the Thunder Warriors take charge of matters such as protection. It is not the Thunder Warriors' strength to gain the trust of civilians, guide and protect them. But if the Imperial Guards are asked to do this, Waldo will have to convince his Imperial Guards to send a team to protect civilians instead of fighting in the name of the Emperor. Okay. Waldo agreed without hesitation, but he had no objection. Then let it be. Shin-Emo closed the tactical table. Waldo and Tyrannes left the command room and walked towards the place where the Imperial Guards and Thunder Warriors were on the space station, and the officers of the Mortal Army also dispersed. Chapter 988. After Waldo, Tyrannes, and the others left, Malkador said, "You shouldn't care about the civilians, at least not to protect them immediately after the war. Not all of the civilians are oppressed, and have accumulated rebellious anger in their hearts. Some of them are on the side of the warlords. There may be many spies and saboteurs who survive under your protection. Then, those spies and saboteurs will be taken to the city you built, and then bring you one trouble after another." Hearing this, Shin-Emo shook his head. Those spies and saboteurs among the civilians will be sent to the transfer station with other people, and then artificial intelligence will examine each of them, making multidimensional judgments on psychology, behavior and past events. Those who are screened out without problems will be assigned to live in the city normally. Even if there are spies who are so powerful that they are shocking, they will face drones and security machines after they get into the city. If I am sure that I can't do something well, then I won't do it, so don't worry, I have already considered these problems, and have already established corresponding solutions. Malkador did not question it. He also believed what Shin-Emo said. It was just that it was his duty to bring up certain things. He had to say what he should say, otherwise he would be derelict in his duty. "What is the Emperor doing?" Shin-Emo asked. "He is carrying out the pre-march project in the laboratory, just as you agreed with him at the beginning. He doesn't have to come out to take care of the war." Malkador replied, "It must be said that it is a good thing that someone shares the responsibility with him. He told me so himself. Otherwise, he would have to put the pre-march project aside and come to command the battle. I have a lot of things to do myself." Shin-Emo found a chair and sat down. "Valdo and Tyrannes are much better at strategic command than me. After all, I have not been specially trained in this area, so they just need to know how to proceed with the support I can provide. I don't need to say more or stay here. I have to go back to Terra to do my work." "Research, invention?" Malkador asked. "Yes." Shin-Emo spread his hands and looked around the room. "Everything we have now is barely usable. It can be said that it was made in a hurry. It's not good enough at all." Malkador also scanned the room. Shin-Emo smiled and said nothing. Both of them were silent for a moment, and when Malkador spoke again, he asked a question that had been in his mind for a long time. "Is it difficult for you to develop a superluminal engine?" "Of course it's not difficult." Shin-Emo shook his head. "The Star God's dimensional space is very easy to use, and it can be used to achieve superluminal travel." Malkador nodded. "Humans, bad luck is really bad luck, and good luck is also really lucky." 20 groups of orbital strike stations were separated from the space station in groups of 10. The invisible and anti-reconnaissance force fields on them made them undetectable and unobservable after leaving the protection of the space station. These void facilities carrying light spears descended to the Terra orbit below, and after reaching the predetermined coordinates, they were sent to the top of the Melanson Alliance nest by the thrusters on board. The energy core began to absorb energy from the sun, and the light spear weapons entered the filling state. The orbital relay station, which had long been located in the Terra orbit, began to prepare the airdrop capsule. The Imperial Guards and Thunder Warriors were teleported into the relay station and entered the airdrop capsules they were supposed to carry and waited. The observation device on the satellite shifted its gaze from the 21 lines of defense to the nest of the Melanson Alliance. The transmission device in the space station began to analyze the coordinates transmitted by the satellite. A circular launch hole at the bottom of the space station was aimed at the ground, and a conical object was quietly launched. The object entered orbit and entered the atmosphere. The outer shell burned fiercely, while rapidly passing through the atmosphere until it completely passed through the atmosphere and broke into pieces, and a large amount of white dust fell to the ground. The dust was made up of extremely tiny robots, which slowly fell to the surface. No one from the Melanson Alliance on the ground noticed the dust because the robots had already dispersed during the fall, and went to where they were supposed to go. They attached to vehicles, weapons, human bodies, and transmitted everything they observed to the space station. The Mortal Army soldiers in the space station had made their final preparations and assembled into square formations one after another. In the HUD display system provided by their power armor, the data link composed of information transmitted from tiny robots, satellites, and all other reconnaissance devices went online, and red symbols representing enemies and important military facilities appeared on the topographic map in the upper right corner. For the Lord of Fire, an army instantly disappeared in the space station, according to the established transmission sequence. Everyone shuttled through the dimensional space. After a second, the lines in the field of vision disappeared, replaced by the defense points on the walls of the Melanson Alliance's nest, and some of the confused guards at the defense points, who happened to look behind them, and saw the invaders. The battle started instantly. In the space station, Chi Nemo and Malkador were in the command room, monitoring everything. When the huge settlement built by the Melanson Alliance on the satellite map was instantly filled with blue symbols representing their own army soldiers, and the red symbols representing the enemy decreased by 40% in a few breaths, Chi Nemo looked to the other side. There were important military facilities and defense points on the ground. These targets marked with red diamonds were also decreasing rapidly. On the other side, a large number of dense red dots on the 21 defense lines that were completely forgotten by the army were alarmed, and their movement trajectories clearly showed their shock and confusion. The people on the defense line were not attacked, but some of them obviously discovered that their homes were attacked. The speed of information transmission of the Melanson Alliance is so fast. Chi Nemo was quite surprised. Those people on the defense line actually learned about the invasion so quickly. It must be because of some treasure left by human ancestors. Malkador was no longer surprised. Chi Nemo nodded and looked away. Everything was running normally, and he didn't need to react to the enemies on the defense line. All orbital strike stations located in Terra's orbit immediately launched bombings on the defense line. The first wave of bombings were those dangerous weapons, followed by fortifications, and then groups of infantry. Fine beams of light fell from the sky to the defense positions, and then the separated defense positions on the defense line turned into a sea of fire in an instant. The few security machines in the hands of the Melanson Alliance were melted into molten iron, and those dangerous weapons were also cleared one by one. Everything went well. The Mortal Army that had been teleported did not need to retreat, and the Imperial Guards and Thunder Warriors should also be dispatched. Chapter 989. As the Mortal Army gradually took control of the walls of the huge city of the Melanson Alliance and began to advance along the streets towards the high tower in the center of the city where high-ranking officials and religious personnel lived, the Imperial Guards and Thunder Warriors were deployed. The orbital relay station fired all the airdrop capsules in rapid succession like a gun, and the landing points of these airdrop capsules were the parts of the high tower that were protected by various factors underground where the transmission device could not analyze the transmission point. At this time, the northern hemisphere of Terra was out of the sun's rays during the planet's rotation, and the surface was the night sky. The airdrop pods quickly entered the atmosphere, and the flames turned the sky blood red. These airdrop pods quickly arrived outside the void shield, and when they were about to pass through the void shield, they quickly slowed down to a state where they would not be intercepted. This extreme deceleration would bring heavy pressure to the people in the airdrop pods even with protected devices, but for the physical fitness of the Thunder Warriors and the Imperial Guards, it was just like a big bump when an ordinary person was riding in a car. After entering the void shield, the airdrop pods were immediately intercepted by defensive firepower, but the energy shield protected the pods and easily passed through the firepower network. The laser drill at the tip drilled the ground. After traveling underground at an astonishing speed for 10 minutes, all the airdrop pods arrived at all target locations. In the temple, the meeting hall, the supply warehouse, all the target locations, the superhuman warriors will carry out decapitation operations. As the only accident in this war, the amazingly efficient communication of the Melanson Alliance made the Thunder Warriors and the Imperial Guards intercepted as soon as they appeared at any target location. The guards who stayed in the city, the elite troops of genetically modified warriors, and their generals were assigned to the places where the airdrop pods landed. One airdrop pod was equipped with 1 Imperial Guard and 20 Thunder Warriors, and these 21 people in total would face the siege of hundreds of people. In the temple, all the high-ranking members of the Melanson Alliance, including the Tyrant, watched the airdrop pod that landed in the center of the hall. Beside them, many warriors were ready to attack. The airdrop pod released gas that could shield biological signals, and the intelligent weapons carried by it fired at all enemies. Although these firepower were intercepted by equipment, such as individual shields, the enemies were panicked and looked for cover, which also avoided being concentrated. After the airdrop pod was opened, an energy bomb tore through the smoke and hit the priest, who was calling on spiritual energy. Then the commander of the Imperial Army, Waldo, walked out of the smoke alone. Waldo walked slowly and leisurely. The soldiers of the Melanson Alliance, hiding in the dark, aimed their missiles at it. Dense tiny missiles flew towards Waldo from all directions. But when they were about to hit, the armor of the commander of the Imperial Army automatically analyzed the chips inside all the incoming missiles, and these anti-tank weapons immediately turned around and flew towards their launchers and the heavy weapons set up in the hall. For the Lord of Flame and the Lord of Thunder. Along with the explosion, there was a roar in the hall of the Tremor Temple. 2 teams of Thunder Warriors followed Waldo to behead the enemy's supreme ruler and rushed out of the airdrop cabin, holding power swords and bolt pistols to kill all the enemies in the hall. Waldo paid attention to the performance of these super soldiers. He stood in place with a halberd and watched quietly. A Thunder Warrior rushed to the front, and the guards beside the tyrant of the Melanson Alliance, who was protected by a single soldier shield in front, took action. The latter ran wildly at a very fast speed, roaring and raising the axe. The Thunder Warrior was also sprinting, but he just pointed his heavy shoulder armor towards the enemy. The two collided. At that moment, Waldo's amazing vision allowed him to capture more detailed information. The Thunder Warrior suddenly exerted force when colliding with the enemy, and then smashed the genetically modified warrior of the Melanson Alliance that was rushing towards him. A large amount of mincemeat and blood splashed out, and some blood mixed with mincemeat even splashed towards Waldo, but was blocked by the shield built into the Imperial Guard's armor. Waldo frowned slightly as he watched the blood and flesh being evaporated by the shield. The commander of the Imperial Guards remembered the Astartes plan his master had mentioned, and the combat effectiveness of the Astartes described in the plan. Obviously, if the Astartes plan was to be carried out, the products of this plan would generally not be able to compare with the products of the Thunder Warrior plan. Coward! Waldo suddenly heard a voice coming towards him in the air, and he looked in the direction of the voice. The tyrant of the Melanson Alliance swung his swords and uttered insults. You just stand there and watch others charge for you. I give you a chance to challenge me. The tyrant's roar did not cause any emotional fluctuations in Waldo. No anger, no sarcasm. In Waldo's eyes, this tyrant was just a transformed warrior who was taller and stronger than other transformed warriors of the Melanson Alliance, an ordinary hunting target, a red and yellow symbol specially marked in the HUD, nothing more. While cursing, the tyrant walked towards Waldo. A Thunder Warrior tried to intercept him, but he easily dodged the attack and pierced his chest with a sword. The sword in his hand was obviously not an ordinary weapon. Waldo ordered the Thunder Warriors to focus on what they should do, and then he slowly walked towards the tyrant. The tyrant's eyes were bloodshot, and he walked towards Waldo aggressively. Then the two of them increased their speed at the same time. It was Waldo who rushed to the front of the tyrant and swung his weapon. When the tyrant subconsciously dodged, Waldo suddenly changed the trajectory of the weapon's swing counterintuitively. When the tyrant dodged and saw the cold light rushing towards his neck, he immediately dodged again. He reacted and dodged. But not the body, but the brain. Before the tyrant had the idea of dodging, before the biological signal of the brain was transmitted to the body, his head was cut off by Waldo, flew into the air, and fell to the ground and was trampled to pieces by a Thunder Warrior who rushed in from nowhere. It's really different now. Waldo looked at the kneeling body of the tyrant and suddenly sighed. The first product of the Imperial Guard's plan was Waldo. When Waldo woke up from the nutrient solution, the double-headed eagle was still very weak. The part of the symbol surrounded by lightning represented the Lord of Thunder, who is just a small warlord in the Himalayan valley. The other side of the double-headed eagle symbol surrounded by flames was the Lord of Blazing Flame, who was also a small warlord who had to abandon his home and evacuate his people under the siege of the warlords of the Eagle Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom. But now, the once unprovoked Melanson Alliance lost its ruler 10 minutes and 7 seconds after the war began. Perhaps a few years ago, those warlords, who controlled the malicious heritage of human ancestors and squandered the power of destruction, could not have imagined that the real powerful enemy was not on their borders, but in the 2 ravines on Terra. Those armies armed with incomprehensible advanced equipment, and those ridiculous forms of war relying on ancient heritage, will be crushed to dust by the all-round offensive of real war machines, advanced tactics, and super soldiers and mortals who are armed to the limit from genes to equipment. Chapter 990. The combination of Thunder Warriors and Imperial Guards completed their respective tasks faster than the mortal troops. Those who were beheaded were not only the rulers of the Melanson Alliance, but also the generals, priests, and religious personnel who used highly efficient communication devices to command the battle in the city. A group of 3 Imperial Guards was assigned by Waldo to perform the task of protecting civilians. All religious people who wanted to use various weapons to kill civilians and bury the rulers during the battle were killed by the Imperial Guards. When the mortal army marched through the streets and made great progress against the remaining enemy troops, many Melanson people took out simple homemade weapons and squeezed into their ranks. Obviously, these people were not just civilians, but organizations in the Melanson Alliance waiting for the opportunity to resist. After the battle, a large number of drones swarmed into the city to maintain order, and logistics machinery sprayed medicine to kill germs and distributed food. At the moment the battle ended, Chin Mo in the space station stood up from his chair, patted the table twice, and said with a satisfied expression, "Perfect, the battle ended in 14 minutes and 21 seconds. The timer on the table showed the time from the army transmission to the end of the battle, 14 minutes and 20 seconds, but when Chin Mo said this, the time was 14 minutes and 21 seconds. A surprisingly efficient war machine. Malkador was also quite surprised. He thought the battle would last for a month or 2. Then Malkador felt that he was habitually pessimistic. He always needed to consider the worst-case scenario, including all the worst possible scenarios in the war. 14 minutes and 21 seconds? You defeated the Melanson Alliance so quickly? Hearing this question, Chin Mo and Malkador turned back at the same time to look in the direction of the voice, only to see that the Emperor had appeared in the room at some point, standing at the door and looking at them in surprise. Yes, 14 minutes and 21 seconds. Chin Mo waved his hand and brought up the holographic image of the battle replay. From the army's teleportation, to the decapitation battle between the Imperial Guards and the Thunder Warriors, to now maintaining order in the city. In the escape competition held by many forces in Terra, the Melanson Alliance was eliminated. If the tyrant was still alive, he would have only 2 words to say. What can I say? The Melanson Alliance is out. You teleported up directly to celebrate the victory with us? Chin Mo asked the Emperor. No, I just stayed in the Himalayas for a long time, and came out to take a breath. The Emperor shook his head and denied. In Chin Mo's eyes, the Emperor was not a strong man with golden light and full charm, but the original appearance of the Emperor. A dark-skinned middle-aged man with messy hair, looking a little tired. Winning a war is not difficult, but management is difficult. The Emperor walked to the tactical table and waved his hand, and the information page was adjusted to population data. The Melanson Alliance has a population of more than 1 million. Anyway, this war ended quickly. Chin Mo leaned over the tactical table and looked at the population composition of the Melanson Alliance. I will have time to implement the education plan, which is the top priority. Scholars and generals who are proficient in military theory, businessmen, and all kinds of people will be born under our rule, and then Terra will become prosperous. As for the next war against the small warlords around the Melanson Alliance, Baldur and the generals in the mortal army can complete it, and I don't need to tell them anything. The Emperor nodded, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Someone once told me that we should ensure that most people are ignorant and miserable. Only in this way can we cultivate brave warriors. Because people who live in ignorance and misery will not know too much, and there will be no unnecessary kindness and humanity to interfere with their arm-swinging weapons. Chin Mo felt helpless when he heard him say this. As far as Chin Mo knew, more than one person thought so. 10,000 years later, a Blood Angels chapter captain named Dante also thought so. Dante believes that education that is not necessary will make people cowardly, and only a difficult living environment and poor material conditions can forge the most qualified warrior candidates. Then Dante was taught by Gilliman that it was wrong to think so. If people live in hell, they will not be able to resist the temptation of the devil. But I don't agree with that person. The Emperor spoke again. The Emperor's reason was different from Gilliman's. People who have received education know more and think more. When they need to wield the sword, they will be even more cruel and decisive than ignorant barbarians, because education will make them think they know why they must wield the sword. I have seen this situation in such soldiers. The Emperor turned to Chin Mo and said, "Give me a request." "What request?" Chin Mo asked. "National military education or what?" The Emperor rolled his eyes. He knew that he was a little extreme in Chin Mo's eyes, but he would not train everyone to be a killing machine when it was not particularly necessary. Eradicate the religious traces of the Melanson Alliance. The Emperor said, "That's my only request, it's that simple." "Of course." Chin Mo nodded. The Emperor also nodded and teleported back to the underground of the Himalayas with psychic power. He also said that he didn't come here specifically for victory. Chin Mo looked at Malkador. He left without saying anything else. Malkador shrugged. At least he is now willing to take the initiative to say something, and he didn't communicate with me with psychic power just now. Chapter 991. For 99.M42. The 499th year of the 42nd millennium. In a galaxy in the Centaurus spiral arm of the Milky Way, on a planet made of pure metal, the Lord of Tyrone and the gods of Tyrone temporarily lived here. Chi-Nemo sat on a living metal device, whose function was unknown, eating the portable dry food of the star region while looking at the data board in his hand that played the TV channels of the star region. Mimic sat beside Chi-Nemo to accompany him, while the other star gods were busy with their own things. The burner vents destruction and hatred for traitors in this world of dead tombs. Saranoga and the Void Dragon collect lost technological artifacts, and the recorder is compiling a history book for the fall of this weak dead dynasty. Why are you always paying attention to the things in the star zone recently? Mimicry and Chi-Nemo looked at the data board together. Do you miss home? Of course, after all, I haven't been back to the star zone for 50 years. Chi-Nemo looked at it intently and nodded, responding to Mimicry's question. 50 years. 50 years have passed since the victory of the Golden Crusade. The celebration of victory did not last long, because Gilliman, Lion and Sanguinius had to immediately devote themselves to another huge threat facing the Empire, the Necrons, which suddenly began to awaken on a large scale. The Talon sector was also involved in this war, and could not stay out of it as another human force. Because 47 years ago, an expansion into the Ghoul sector was interrupted by the accelerated awakening of the Necrons. The colony was attacked, the colony ship was destroyed, and the entire colony area instantly became a war zone, interrupting the expansion process. Chi-Nemo launched a revenge operation against these necromancer dynasties. When the Star Zone was preparing for the upcoming huge war, he led the Star Gods to snatch the Star God fragments and annihilated the necromancer dynasties that had slaughtered his people one by one. A new war is about to come, and no matter what attitude the silent king of the necromancer, Zolok, holds towards humans, it cannot prevent the outbreak of this war. The Necrons didn't even put all their energy into the war with humans. They paid more attention to the front line, where Storm King Imhotep and Silent King Zolok were confronting each other. I will make you as complete as possible, so that if humans go to war with the Necrons, they will have a greater chance of winning. Chi-Nemo said to Mimic. He did just that. Revenge on the many necromancer dynasties was not the focus of this Star God operation, but obtaining the fragments of the Star God was. However, during the rest time after the battle, Chi-Nemo didn't want to talk about business. He still wanted to review his habits as a human being and take a look at the recent situation in the Star Zone. What was playing on the data board was the recruitment advertisement of the Star Zone. The recruitment advertisement was filmed for the Star Zone Army Department for free by the media with absolute dominance in the Star Zone, that is, News Channel 44. Humanistic thinking. From the beginning of the establishment of Tyrone to the current purpose of action, the Lord of Tyrone and his humanistic thinking have led us to prosper, grow and become rich. As the narration of the advertisement appeared, the statue on the world's largest square in the capital of the Tyrone Star Zone was presented. Lord Tyrone stood on a stone holding a chainsaw sword, pointing forward. Lord Tyrone was surrounded by his guards, ordinary soldiers, naval sailors, workers, scientists, cultural scholars. Countless tests have proved the advantages and tenacity of our way of life and ideological themes. We shoulder the main responsibilities in the galaxy and take on the responsibility of protecting our species for the Empire. The advertisement flashed images of countless enemies that the Star Zone had faced, Chaos Space Marines, Necrons, and aliens that could not find common ground. After the end of the Great Golden Crusade, we are facing new threats. The scene of the awakening Necrons appears. Then the scene changes to the Tyrone army, which is lined up and about to board the transport ship. Join the Tyrone army and defend our humanistic ideas and lifestyles, as well as the survival of our primate species in the galaxy with our proud invincible fleet. And our warriors are ready to face challenges and defend everything. The camera turns to the soldiers in the army queue. Stand by. Stand by. The camera focused on handsome men and beautiful women wearing power armor without helmets, with equally resolute expressions and tones. Finally, a childish voice of standby came into the camera. The camera turned to the back and captured nothing until it moved down to capture a little boy wearing a cardboard power armor and holding a toy gun. The soldiers nearby looked at the boy and laughed. You are not yet 19, kid. A middle-aged female officer with short white hair picked up the boy and looked at the camera. Chi-Nemo recognized this person. She was the woman whose parents were model children, whose siblings and parents almost all died in the war, and whose parents could form a standard infantry squad. Qin Mo had seen her before. She was not dead, but missing. She was promoted after being found, and now she is one of the field marshals. But we will all grow old. The female field marshal held the boy and said to the camera, "When we are too old to move, and our way of life, and everything we have built under the leadership of Lord Talon are once again challenged, our next generation must be ready at all times like us. Children like him, who need our protection, are the future of all of us." The scene changed. The infantry squads of the Tyrone army soldiers arrived on the surface during the teleportation, and were thrown into the battlefield with roaring artillery fire, fighting against the staggering steel skeletons together with those iron men. Respond to the call of the Lord of Tyrone, and join the Tyrone army immediately. Defend our humanistic ideals, defend our homeland, and defend our descendants. For the Lord of Tyrone, for humanity, for humanity. After watching the advertisement, Qin Mo stuffed the last bite of food into his mouth and pressed the screen-off button on the data board. The data board began to absorb the slight temperature emitted by the flesh and quickly charged. The advantage of humans is that they can reproduce. The Void Dragon returned from another part of the planet, and came to Qin Mo compared with the exquisite dolls named Ida created by the psychic reptiles. They are just crude wild animals, but they can reproduce. How many humans died in the Golden Expedition, and now they can still pull out billions of cannon fodder at any time. Hearing what the Void Dragon said, Qin Mo raised his head and looked at this star god. The next second, the Void Dragon flew backwards and crashed into a living metal structure as huge as Mount Everest. Your integrity has exceeded 50%, but you still speak without thinking, just like when you just came out of Mars. Saranoga floated over and looked at the Void Dragon helplessly. This is not the first time you have been beaten by him. Remember this, Magladros. Chapter 992. Magladros has been repaired 3 times recently. The recorder flipped through the past records and said so. The recorder said, "I have given him a part of my essence. Don't I even have the right to say a few words?" The Void Dragon was not hurt by the collision just now. There was not even a scratch on its living metal body. You might as well eat 2 soul crystals instead of talking. Saranoga took out a handful of soul matter produced by the demon processing factory in the subspace from his own dimension, and absorbed these substances to satisfy his appetite. The Void Dragon also ate some soul matter, and then it really didn't want to talk nonsense. Psychic energy and the warp are still good, Saranoga said. At least the things made by the psychic reptiles can be used to solve our soul needs. This is the only good thing those psychic reptiles have done for the real universe. Ha ha. After venting his desire for destruction, the burner returned to where the gods were. Psychic reptiles. There is no doubt that the reptiles mentioned by the star gods are the old saints. Because the ancient saints are cold-blooded lizard-like creatures, they are good at using psychic power. Should we continue to discuss a species that has already died, or should we leave here immediately and go to the next place, so that one of you can become more complete? Qin Mo stood up and said to the gods. The star gods were silent for a moment and stopped talking. Although handing over the essence to Qin Mo, who used the power of the forger, meant being controlled forever, this was nothing compared to the torment brought by incompleteness. Similarly, the more they hated and suffered for their incomplete state, the more they desired to become relatively complete. Insight into the evolution of the stars. Qin Mo ordered the mimic, "See if there is a revived dynasty near us." The mimic immediately did so. The changes of every molecule and atom in the real universe were sensed and predicted by the mimic, which was an insight and prediction based on reality. However, the mimic did not tell Qin Mo whether there was a revived dynasty nearby, but reported another thing it had seen. "A fleet is heading towards us, the fleet of the dead," Mimic said. "Terrasim's fleet. Then we wait here." Qin Mo looked into the void. A moment later, a fleet roared into the galaxy at a speed dozens of times faster than the speed of light, surrounding the entire planet. This huge fleet is composed of a large number of iconic half-moon-shaped ships, and the logo of each ship represents that this fleet belongs to the owner of the tomb world of Solemnes, the overlord of the Necrons, the infinite Trarazin. These fleets have no intention of launching an attack. Regardless of whether it was Trazin or not, the owner of this fleet would realize that a fleet could not pose any threat to the star gods in groups. This fleet was just too large, so large that they just parked there and covered the entire planet. Under Qin Mo's gaze, a green beam was emitted from the largest warship in the fleet and landed on the surface. The strong energy impact was repelled into the environment on the surface of the planet, causing the temperature in an area to rise suddenly. Trazin appeared with a scepter, accompanied by a human. Human slaves. Mimic observed Qin Mo's reaction. Trazen had human slaves, and the slave he brought now should be the leader of a group of slaves. However, he did not look oppressed. He was wearing a space suit with a strong Necrunner style, and his behavior was also Necrunner etiquette. These slaves did not need to be saved, because their days as slaves to Trazen were much more comfortable than in the Empire. Hello again, gods. Terrasim saluted the gods. His polite behavior revealed a hint of arrogance. I come to present a gift to you, the masters of the star gods. The gods looked at Terrasin. Terrasim led his human slave towards Chinimo under the horrifying gaze of the gods. While being watched, the human slave was already trembling with fear, but fortunately, Terrasin brought him with him only to show his open-minded attitude towards humans, and he did not need the slave to say or do anything. What are you leading your fleet to do? Chinimo asked. To maintain the rule of the Silent King. Trazen stood in front of Chinimo, shook his hand gently, and a box appeared in his iron claws. You know, the rule of the Silent King is facing the challenge of the Storm King, and the civil war of our entire species may be imminent. If the war breaks out, I have an obligation to support the Silent King. You are about to have a civil war, and you still have time to slaughter humans after waking up? Chinimo said. I can't judge or bear the consequences of my compatriots' behavior. Taraxin presented the box in his hand, but in the many worlds where humans live now, there are many that once belonged to my race. They may just be recovering lost territory. Chinimo took the box and opened it, and found a seal inside. The pattern on the seal once appeared in the past images shown by the recorder. That is the symbol of the Cassid dynasty. Cassid dynasty, the most powerful artisan dynasty. Trazen looked at the seal. They are only strong in productivity, not in war. They have no desire for glory, and they do not abide by war etiquette. Although they are despised, their existence is indeed indispensable. They have an irreconcilable hatred with the Storm King Imhotep, because the way the Storm King obtained weapons from this dynasty was to slaughter and plunder them. The Cassid dynasty once launched a war of revenge against the Storm King, but they were not good at fighting. Countless war machines were fooled by Imhotep's war wisdom, and finally lost the war in a muddle. Now the King of Silence hopes that the Cassid dynasty can be awakened and join this internal struggle. Taraxin recounted the past of the Cassid dynasty. But Chinimo had heard all this from the recorder. He looked at the seal in his hand and asked Taraxin, Is this thing a key? No, it is a guide. Taraxin spread his hands. The Cassid dynasty is sleeping in another dimension. Except for this guide, no one knows where they are sleeping. They may be at the other end of the galaxy, or they may be right next to us. Chinimo put the seal into his own dimension, and after thinking, he asked again, Is the Cassid dynasty loyal to the Silent King? The reason why your king hopes that it can be awakened is because the Cassid dynasty will immediately join its army once it wakes up? No, it has a bad relationship with the Silent King, but at this time, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. Taraxin's slender metal finger pointed to the gradually closing dimensional rift, so I said it was a gift. If you can pretend to be a real forger instead of a human, they will obey you, but they will also want revenge. Hearing the words of the Endless, Chinimo turned to the recorder for confirmation. The recorder nodded, indicating that what Taraxin said was not false. Chapter 993. Your Silent King is as arrogant and ignorant as before. This ridiculous traitor chieftain is like a little reptile that wants to play with everything. It thinks that what it does is right. It thinks that after the Cassid dynasty wakes up, it will automatically stand in its camp for revenge. The Void Dragon instantly approached Trazen, staring at the Overlord in front of it like a giant looking down at an ant. With Trazen's undisguised explanation, the gods can easily figure out the purpose of its special trip, and the reason why it gave away the seal that could find the Cassid dynasty's shelter for nothing. The Necrons are not unified, and each dynasty has its own ideas. Above those dynasties with their own ideas is the Silent King, the apparent leader of the species. However, the Silent King has many opponents, and the most powerful of those dynasties that oppose him is the Storm King Imhotep. Although Trazen did not say the situation at the forefront of the confrontation between the two kings, everyone can guess that the Silent King is negotiating with the Storm King, and Trazen is traveling with the fleet to participate in the war that may break out after the negotiations fail. The two sides were deadlocked. If another powerful dynasty joined either side at this time, the side that joined would gain a huge advantage. It was obviously not Trazen's own idea to come and give the seal. This guy might want to collect the seal more, but it was difficult for him to disobey the order of the King of Silence. This is simply exploitation. The King of Silence did make an offer that was hard to refuse. Trazen looked directly at the Void Dragon. As its sound device emitted a message that everyone could interpret, his face flashed green light rhythmically. We can all benefit from it, so why not? The Kasa dynasty is a dynasty that controls abundant resources. Their war machines may be several times more than several of your dynasties combined. Why are they always being bullied? Chi Nemo asked. Taraxon's eyes moved away from the Void Dragon and fell on Chi Nemo, and then answered, the Forger also controls a powerful productivity. Wasn't it also ordered around by other powerful star gods during the war in heaven? Being good at forging weapons, and being good at using weapons in combat are two different things. Chi Nemo nodded, thinking that what Trazyn said made sense. The events of the Kasa dynasty were a thing of the past, as were their hatred for other dynasties, and their weakness. At a time when many Necron's dynasties are generally not as strong as before they fell asleep, the Kasa dynasty has advantages that other dynasties cannot match. If they are willing to obey my orders. Chi Nemo stared at Trazyn. I promise that they will not serve your silent king, nor will they be involved in your civil war. It doesn't matter what choice the Kasa dynasty makes, as long as the Storm King believes that the Kasa dynasty will take revenge on it, Taraxon said. After discussing the matter, Terashin slowly retreated with his human slaves. Under the gaze of the gods, it turned into a green light, and returned to its huge warship. The fleet of the entire Selenda's tomb world immediately sailed to the end of their journey. The eyes of the gods fell on Chi Nemo. Although these star gods did not speak, they obviously wanted to express their opinions on whether to find and awaken the Kasa dynasty. This may be a trap. The Void Dragon reminded, Taraxon can use the seal to awaken the Kasa dynasty, but it insisted on coming to you. I think this is a trap. Taraxon didn't dare to awaken the Kasa dynasty himself, just because he was afraid of being beaten. He stole things from the Kasa dynasty in the past. The recorder said. Then we will eat their souls too. Once they wake up, they will regard us as enemies. The Void Dragon roared at the recorder. The recorder glanced at the Void Dragon. Chi Nemo thought for a moment, and said to the Void Dragon, their souls are still there, they have not been eaten by you. The Void Dragon was obviously shocked, and then it fell silent. However, Chi Nemo did not make a decision immediately. He first thought about it from the perspective of humans, and then from the perspective of the Talon Star Zone and his identity as the Lord of Talon. There is no need to intervene in the civil war of the Necrons. It is better for them to fight among themselves. If they all unite and think about regaining lost territory, then humans will suffer. As an ancient species that once fought the war of heaven with the ancient saints, the Necrons are not as powerful as they used to be after hibernation, but they still cannot be underestimated and possess unimaginable military power. If humans and Necrons fight a full-scale war, no matter what the result, the series of negative effects brought by the war will become the nourishment for the gods of the warp. But if war is inevitable, then don't think about peace talks. Fighting to victory is the only choice. If the Kasa dynasty can stand on the side of humans, because of hatred for their own kind, because of gratitude to the Forger, because, in any case, as long as they can stand on the side of humans, the chances of winning will increase a lot. Recorder. Chi Nemo's voice entered the perception of another complete star god. The recorder who was recording the current incident immediately focused on Chi Nemo. I ask you to give me a definite answer. To what extent can the past of the Kasa dynasty being protected by the caster affect their decision-making? Hearing Chi Nemo's question, the recorder thought for a while. It believed that the Kasa dynasty would habitually accept the guidance of the caster, even if the caster was not so caster now. But this was actually better, because at least Chi Nemo would not bring terrible punishment to the Kasa dynasty because of some trivial matters. He had more personal charm than the caster. I think those past events will greatly affect the decision-making of the Kasa dynasty. The recorder said with certainty. Chi Nemo nodded and looked at the mimic with predictive ability. The mimic made a prophecy, but it found that it could not see any member of the Kasa dynasty in the future, just like it could not use prophecy to see where the Kasa dynasty was sleeping. Not only were they sleeping in another dimension, they were also protected by a device used to shield the perception of the Star God in the War of Revenge against the Star God after the end of the War of Heaven. After seeing that the mimicry could not make predictions, Chi Nemo did not force it, and took out the guidance seal of the Kasa dynasty from the dimension. This seal seemed to have detected something. This extremely small device, as thin as a card, drew energy from the star and then projected a faint light that spread hundreds of light years away. The faint light was the guidance. The galaxy we are going to. The mimicry saw something. It is the territory of the Manak dynasty. The territory of the Manak dynasty? Chi Nemo looked at the end of the guidance. No, I will call it the Orpheus Star region. Chapter 994. Storm Star region. The former Orpheus Star region, now the territory of the Manak dynasty. Under the leadership of the regent of the Manak dynasty, Ixatok, the astrologer Orican entered the most important place of the dynasty. This is not a planet, but a giant structure floating in the void. The emperor of the Manak dynasty lives here, and that emperor is also the person Orikan wants to see on this trip. After traveling into a pocket universe in the giant structure, Orikan met the master of the entire Manak dynasty, Backer, under the leadership of Ixatok. Just like the information that Orikan saw before coming here, this so-called forgotten matron is a woman. At least in the Necrotter era, she was a woman. After the Necrotter was completely extinct, the female magistrate Backer still had female characteristics. Her living metal body was more slender than other similar ones, and also had a beautiful curve outline. John, don't say those red tape in front of me, just tell me the purpose of your coming, Orikan. When the astrologer Orikan wanted to introduce himself according to etiquette, the queen spoke up and made him hold back all the words he had not yet said. As the rumor said, the members of the Manak dynasty, a dynasty with powerful military force and extremely martial and bloodthirsty beliefs, hate red tape to the extreme. Orikan was not rigid either. He stated his purpose directly. The guidance seal of the Casa dynasty revealed their sleeping place, which is in another dimension where your dynasty is located. The King of Silence hopes that your dynasty can help the Casa dynasty wake up. Hearing this, the female Empress Bakker stared at Orikan, looking quite puzzled. Orikan is a relatively independent individual, and it is difficult to say who it is loyal to. Unlike the Overlord who is loyal to the Empire, the astrologer has the authority to act freely. If anyone could represent the King of Silence to announce the decree. Anyway, Orikan is the least likely to represent the King of Silence. The Manak dynasty will carry out the orders of the King of Silence without any discount, as always. But astrologer, did the King of Silence tell you what the awakening of the Casa dynasty means to this noble king? Backer asked. The Manak dynasty is always the right-hand man of the Silent King. Backer will not refuse any order from the Silent King, but she does not know what the meaning of the awakening of the Casa dynasty is. This dynasty is like a star god, and everyone wants to kill it. And their sleeping place is within the territory of the Manak dynasty. For the extremely martial and bloodthirsty Manak dynasty, it is a great humiliation to sleep with the most despicable and cowardly dynasty. Those past grievances are not worth mentioning in front of this humiliation. This is the will of the King of Silence. Orikan only gave a brief answer. It doesn't care about the significance of the awakening of the Casa dynasty. The reason why it came here is just because of an exchange of interests. The King of Silence allowed and even supported Orikan's upgrade experiment. Orikan used his special ability to help him coordinate the revival of the Casa dynasty. Since it is the will of the most honorable king, I will definitely execute it. Baker nodded. Who will awaken the Casa dynasty? Orikan thought for a moment, suppressed the envy and jealousy in his heart, and replied, the one who was promoted from a human to a god for some unknown reason. To be honest, I really don't want to help him indirectly, but I can't deny that his existence makes me more determined that the upgrade experiment will definitely succeed. That star god? Backer stood up from the throne. At this time, the judicial officers and the subordinates of the queen were all whispering in the palace. The Manak dynasty hated the star god the most. The Skinners were buried in the hands of this dynasty, and were completely annihilated. Are you sure this is the order of the Silent King? Backer asked. Orikan did not say much, and directly showed the scene where the Silent King's Grand Justice personally relayed the decree. Then, the Manak dynasty, as the dynasty most trusted by the Silent King, showed an obedience that surprised Orikan. Backer finally agreed. Since it is the decree of the noble king, I will obey it naturally. Then let the star god in, awaken the Casa dynasty, and then let it, and the cowardly dynasty that likes to forge iron get out of my territory. The queen quickly figured out why the King of Silence wanted the star god to awaken the Casa dynasty. There is an irrepressible hatred between the Casa dynasty and the Manak dynasty. If the King of Silence wants the Casa dynasty to play a role, then it must let a guy who has a good relationship with the Casa dynasty to awaken them, so as to avoid a civil war between the two dynasties in this critical situation. Considering that this was the order of the Silent King, they could only endure it. Otherwise, when the ethnic civil war was about to break out, the Manak dynasty could not be the first supporter of the Silent King and sing against the Silent King. The Silent King also hopes that the Manak dynasty can divide half of its territory for the Casa dynasty to live in. Orikan said the Silent King promised that he would compensate them afterwards. Backer stared at Orikan, but did not get angry. If this kind of thing that is difficult for the Manak dynasty to accept is proposed by the Silent King, then it can be discussed. This is because this dynasty has extreme trust in the Silent King. They believe that no matter what price they pay for the Silent King, they will get more compensation and rewards from the Silent King. After the Skinner virus spread throughout the dynasty, the dynasty became a thorn in the eyes of other dynasties. It was the Silent King who tried his best to protect Manak. It can be said that if the Silent King had not been so biased, the Manak dynasty would have long been history. Yes. Backer was silent for a long time, and finally nodded. Seeing that the queen agreed, Orican felt a little proud. Everyone, including the queen, didn't know that the conversation they were having with Orican was not the first one at all. Orican did not succeed in persuading them once. He reviewed the situation many times, and had many battles with the warriors of the Manak dynasty. Every time he failed, he would rewind the timeline and start over. In the end, the trick of promising the Manak dynasty compensation on behalf of the King of Silence worked. I obey the order of the King of Silence, but the war between the Manak dynasty and humans will continue, and will not be affected by this incident, Queen Backer stated. Yes. Orkin nodded indifferently. It has nothing to do with me. My mission is over. Chapter 995. Faced with the increasing number of resurrected dead spirits, and the threat of the upcoming Necromancer dynasty, Gilliman established many alert star zones outside the borders of the Necromancer dynasty after the Golden Crusade. In the alert star zones, there will be fortress worlds like Cadia. These fortress worlds will gather huge armies. All the galaxies they are located in are affiliated planets. They will serve as the front line when the awakened Necromancer dynasty begins to expand, resisting the invasion and delaying time to ensure that the reinforcements of the human empire can arrive. Salo is such a fortress world. When Chinemo led the gods to awaken the Kassa dynasty according to the instructions of the seal, they inevitably had to pass through a fortress world like Salo, and the galaxy where this fortress world was located. But when he really arrived here, Chinemo found that there was no fortress world here at all. It was not that Gilliman's order, as the regent of the empire, was not executed by the empire, but that this fortress world and the entire galaxy where it was located had fallen. The speed of the fall was so fast that the Tailong Intelligence Department did not even have time to obtain and send this key information. Chinemo, who did not get any intelligence, plunged into the territory actually controlled by the Manak dynasty, and ran into the Manak dynasty's fleet. It was unknown whether this huge fleet had just completed its combat mission, and had not had time to return, or because they stayed here specifically to wait for something. It was not until the projection of Ixatok, the regent of the Manak dynasty, known as the Jackal, appeared in the void in front of Chinemo and the gods that they figured out that the reason this fleet stayed here was to wait. The Silent Kings will have been known to the dynasty. We were enemies before, and are still enemies now, but at least when the Silent King allows you to safely awaken the Kassa dynasty, we will not fight you. Compared to the attitude of the Endless One Talaxan, the Jackal regent Ixatok enlarged his projection to a size larger than the largest Saranoga, looking down at the gods from a high position. However, in the eyes of the gods, this was not a provocation. They just wondered if the projection technology of the Manak dynasty had regressed to its ancestors, so that there was no way to project the body of a small ant with an equal volume. When Ixatok finished speaking, the gods looked at Chinemo, waiting for him to make a decision. But Chinmo's attention was not on the projection of the Manak regent, nor was he deciding whether to honestly achieve his goal peacefully, or to show off his military power. He was watching. Looking at every planet in this galaxy, every world that once belonged to humans. Follow the god-killing fleet to the pigsty of the blacksmith cowards, Ixatok said again. Chinemo still had no reaction. God-killing fleet? Mimic took over the conversation for Chinemo. You are not here to start a war, but you dare to let your fleet use God-killing as its name? No, I didn't come here to see you, so I chose this name. Ixatok's metal skull shook slowly. The name of this fleet after the war in heaven ended as God-killing, because it wiped out your pathetic and hateful fellow called Skinner. Ixatok's provocation was evident in his words. From the time he enlarged his own projection to look down at the gods, to now deliberately leading the gods to ask about the origin of the name of the god-killing fleet, he has been provoking them all the time. Facing its provocation, the only response was an inappropriate laugh. Ha ha ha. The burner looked around. Langigal was really bitten to death by these ants. Good death, the mimic said. The star gods rarely have the concept of companions, and the same kind. When Ixatok used the death of the Skinner to provoke, the star gods would only think that the Skinner was bitten to death by ants was really ridiculous. Even the star gods like Mimic and Recorder, who have the concept of companions, would only think that the Skinner should have died long ago. After seeing the reactions of the star gods, Ixatok was speechless. He turned to look at Chinemo. What are you looking at? Aren't the pig pens of the blacksmith cowards marked with seals? I'm looking at your evil deeds. Chinmo's eyes penetrated all obstacles, and directly saw the most miserable situation of mankind. The tragedy that happened on all the planets in this galaxy made Shin-Emo dumbfounded. Hundreds of billions of humans are being slaughtered. They are imprisoned in human ranches like livestock. A huge trough runs through the entire ranch, and the humans inside are tied to the ground beside the trough with iron rings. When the spaceship carrying a huge amount of nutrients arrived at the ranch to drop off food, the hungry humans poked their heads into the river-like trough to suck the flowing food. Some humans have been fed to the point where they can be used for the next step. These no longer skinny humans are escorted to the processing plant and tied to devices. Their skin is removed by lasers, and then the skin is transported by spaceship to the original fortress world in the galaxy and dropped to the countless skinners gathered there. Although they are all called skinners, the skinners on the planet are not star gods, but the space necrons who are affected by the Skinner curse meme virus and become extremely greedy for flesh and blood. Shin-Emo simply cannot imagine how much hatred the Manak dynasty has for flesh and blood to commit such evil deeds that have no practical use except to torture people. Compared with these Manak dynasty people, the Infinite One Trazyn, the arrogant overlord with politeness, seems extremely cute. You have no idea about me, and you foolishly think that I will turn a blind eye to this cold-eyed observation. Shin-Emo looked at the projection of Ixatok. Or do you think that I and these star gods cannot break through the defense of your Manak dynasty, and cannot make all the Manak nobles, including your emperor, receive the same treatment? We just captured this place, and cleaned up the bugs here. Ixatok spread his hands. To be honest, such a large-scale collective action can only be seen during the War of Heaven. If I came here with the purpose of war, I would never bring only one fleet. Send the living humans out of your occupied area. Shin-Emo took out the scepter and chainsaw sword from the dimensional space. Otherwise, let your fleet, which claims to kill gods, be killed by gods. Hearing this request, Ixatok suddenly had a good idea. How about this? You admit that you have rejected the goodwill of the Manak dynasty, and the opportunity to peacefully enter the territory of the Manak dynasty to awaken the Kassid dynasty, and you want to start a war. Then we will send the living humans away with you, and then wait for the war to start. How about it? Do you think you have a chance of winning? Shin-Emo pointed his sword at the god-killing fleet, and the mini-star systems occupied by the Manak dynasty behind the god-killing fleet. I am not alone. I have companions, I have my people, and I have my navy. It doesn't matter. The key is that we don't have to watch a group of star gods swagger into our territory, and let us violate the blood oath made by our ancestors. We don't have to share half of our territory with damn cowards, just because these cowards are favored by the King of Silence. This dynasty will not be like the loyal dog of the King of Silence, letting him have whatever he wants. Or you can choose to attack us now, but I promise that you will not have enough time to save those humans, and you will only get skins. Ixatok said arrogantly and crazily. Although Shin-Emo had been prepared for the common cyber-psychosis of the undead race, he could not help but knock on his helmet after listening to the words of the Regent Manak. You are not normal. Ixatok simulated a laugh. We, who have lost our souls, are indeed not as normal as the Kassid dynasty, which has been able to save its soul by wagging its tail to you for mercy. Shin-Emo was silent for a moment. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say it. Do you think that all blacksmiths are cowards? Shin-Emo nodded, and threw the chainsaw sword and scepter into his dimension. Send all humans to me, and I will take them away. Then I will give you a chance to prove how warlike and good at fighting you are. Chapter 996. Marshal Earl stood by the porthole of the office in the void port, looking out at the boundless void outside. A dozen small ships were docked outside the void port, and workers were covering the logos of various shipbuilding companies in the Tyrone Star region on these ships with a logo that looked like the sun god. That was the logo of the Orpheus Star region. When Orpheus existed, the Orpheus Star region fleet used such a logo. When he was young, Earls had heard his father talk about the Orpheus Star region fleet. Legend has it that when the Orpheus people's homeland still existed, that Star region fleet had hundreds of warships. Until Orpheus fell in less than 100 days, and lost contact with the Empire, the Star Zone fleet naturally disappeared without a trace, just like the Orphic homeland. Ayres once asked his father how the descendants of the Orphic people survived. His father told him that it just happened that there was a small patrol fleet that did not have time to participate in the large-scale fleet battle. After this fleet realized that they were fighting against an enemy that could never be defeated, they chose to transport a small number of Orphic people to flee their hometown, at least to preserve the fire of the Orphic Star Zone's restoration. What about the surviving fleet, father? Earl's mind echoed with the question from his childhood. Our family's ancestor, the leader of that fleet. He sold all his warships to the Star region that took in our Orpheans in exchange for the shelter under our feet called New Orpheus. Father's answer also lingered in Earl's mind. Remember that our homeland is Orpheus, the star region occupied by the abominable aliens. Remember the revenge of Orpheusm and the wishes of our ancestors. I don't expect you to achieve much, child. I just hope you can tell your children what I said. As long as the Orpheans remember the revenge of losing their homeland and the long-cherished wish to recover Orpheus from generation to generation, we will definitely be able to return to our homeland one day and drive out those hateful aliens, under the blessing of the throne. Earls, who was standing alone by the porthole, heard these words, as if his father, who died in a reconnaissance operation against the occupied area of Orpheus, was standing next to him, patting his shoulder, and repeating over and over again the words that have been passed down in the family, and on this planet called New Orpheus. I did it, father. Earl said to himself, my people, and I have rebuilt the fleet. We will return to our lost homeland, even if we just take a look at it. The door was pushed open. An officer hurried into the office, while changing into a navy uniform. When the officer pushed the door open as usual, he saw Earls standing by the porthole, looking at the small fleet of more than a dozen ships. When Earls turned his head and looked at him, the officer pointed at the corner of his eye. Earls reached out and wiped his eyes, only to find that he didn't know when he had started crying. Sorry. Earls cleared his throat and glanced at the fleet outside. It's just that we finally have our own fleet, and the time for us to return home has finally come, so The officer shook his head and talked about business. The Tylong people from the Bice's shipbuilding group said that they can give us an extra transport ship, but they won't give us weapons used by the Tylong Navy, because the weapons used by the Tylong Navy are prohibited from trading unless we can get a special trade license issued by the regent himself. We are not eligible to apply for a permit. Earl said, thank the tyrant for me. I am grateful for their generosity on behalf of all the descendants of the Orpheans. The officer nodded and passed on the order of the mini-fleet marshal on the data board. After the Eye of Terror was closed, the data board finally worked better than parchment. Although he could not get more advanced weapons, Earl still felt that he was lucky. After the Golden Expedition, the Tyrants had a large number of transport ships to deal with. Some of the ships would be sold to companies in their sector or to some people on the planet who raised funds to buy ships, while those damaged ships would be sold to people outside the sector after repair. The fleet of more than a dozen ships outside the Void Port was made up of transport ships purchased from the Tyrone sector. Even so, purchasing transport ships was not an easy task, but the unity of the descendants of the Orpheans allowed at least a small fleet to fight in the name of the Orphic sector. That was an event that made Earl's blood boil when he recalled it. People on the entire planet New Orpheus spontaneously raised funds. Whether they were businessmen or ordinary people, they contributed their own strength, and even the descendants of the Orpheans who were stranded in other places tried to provide help within their capacity. Now that the fleet is finally organized, the homecoming operation can begin. Marshal. The officer interrupted Earl's sigh. Can our fleet really rush into Orpheus before it is destroyed, and really see our hometown as we expected? Hearing this, Earls fell silent. Everyone knows what will happen if this fleet really dares to set foot in the occupied area of Orpheus. Destruction. This is undoubtedly a suicidal action, but Earls picked the right time. He chose to lead the fleet personally to carry out a suicidal attack, and he calculated that this attack would bring better results. So Earls replied, to be honest, I think we may be annihilated as soon as we come into contact with the alien patrol fleet, but our actions will have an effect and will promote the recovery of Orpheus. Hearing Earl's pessimistic answer, the officer had no expression on his face, just thinking it was expected. He had already prepared to die like everyone else in this fleet, otherwise he would not be standing here as a member of the Orpheus fleet. The regent plans to counterattack the awakening aliens, and he is selecting a star region suitable as the front line of the war. Earl said, the action we are about to carry out at this time may make the regent focus on this star region. The regent will choose this place as the war front, and our hometown may be recovered by the War Master and the Sons of God. The officer continued with Earl's words. But Earls did not nod. He thought about it, and said in a deep voice, maybe it won't be so smooth. But at least the regent knows that the Orpheus star region that once fell still has its descendants, who are eager to recover it from the hands of the aliens, eager to bleed for it, and sacrifice for it. The officer still felt that Earl's frank response was expected. This nobleman, the descendant of the fleet leader who once sheltered the survivors of Orpheus, was respected for a reason. At least, he did not deceive others to die. He clearly told these idiots who joined the fleet what the consequences would be, and then he would personally lead the idiots who still insisted on staying in the fleet to die. For Orpheus. The officer saluted. For Orpheus. Earls put on his military cap, When you are ready, set sail. Chapter 997. The homecoming fleet set sail from the starport of New Orpheus and headed for the occupied area of Orpheus. Although this mini fleet of transport ships was equipped with macro cannons controlled by humans, at least it was good at one thing, which was to travel quickly. In addition to the dimensional engine, the other superluminal navigation engine used by the entire fleet was activated, accelerating the fleet to a speed dozens of times faster than the speed of light. The entire fleet left New Orpheus in an instant like a blurry image. Earls was in the ship named Orpheus's Vengeance, which was designated as the flagship because it was relatively intact. As the star map showed that the entire fleet was getting closer and closer to the occupied area, the possibility that the fleet could rush into the homeland in the occupied area before being destroyed was increasing, and Earl's heart was gradually relieved. Cheers rang out on every ship in the fleet. Tens of thousands of naval sailors and millions of volunteer soldiers were happy that they could really see their hometown. Some soldiers in the army, who even had different equipment, thought that they might be lucky enough to land on a planet in the occupied area, and then die under the weapons of the aliens on the land of their ancestors. But in fact, they were not discovered by the aliens because of their quick action and small scale, as some people expected. The void monitoring station set up by the Manak dynasty at the border captured their traces when these fleets just set sail. But the void monitoring station did not launch an attack because the person in charge of the monitoring station believed that this small fleet was the outpost of a larger fleet. In order to let the human fleet relax its vigilance, rush in all at once while the outpost fleet is safe and sound, and then be completely annihilated, the void monitoring station allowed this tiny fleet identified as an outpost to approach. The void monitoring station closely monitors the human territory, scanning over and over again to see if there are signs of a large fleet stationed or about to appear. An extremely small device travels back and forth between the present and future timelines at the same time, confirming whether the large fleet will appear within the monitoring range in the future. Until the device did not find the fleet that might appear in the future, the person in charge of the monitoring station gave an order in disappointment. This ordinary servant of the Manak dynasty sent a signal, ordering the monitoring station to eliminate these puzzling offenders. The weapon system on the monitoring station rotated, facing a direction calculated by the computing device, and fired 2 beams into the vast void, and then the inferior weapon system used by the monitoring station began to charge. The homecoming fleet, which was sailing at superluminal speed 10 light-years away, was hit. The 2 ships at the front of the fleet exploded without warning. As the wreckage of the 2 ships was burned to ashes by some high-energy attack, the fire of hope in the hearts of all the gradually optimistic Orpheans, including Earls, also dissipated. 10 seconds later, 2 more ships exploded. Earls found that there were only 10 ships left in the fleet after a few breaths, and was unable to react. The knowledge of naval command and combat that he had spent his whole life learning was useless at this time. At this time, Earls and his followers realized that the Orphic sector's fall in 100 days, which was ridiculed by them, was not a shame at all. They, the descendants of the Orphics, should not feel ashamed of their ancestors. They should feel proud that their ancestors could hold out for nearly 100 days under the attack of such an enemy. Just like their ancestors, who were almost all destroyed in that war, this was already a proof of their loyalty to the empire and the throne. We should at least react. 100,000. No, 200,000 people died in the attack just now. They should have died, and so should we, because we came here for this purpose. As roars and shouts rang out in the bridge, 2 more ships disappeared without warning. The remaining people didn't even know where the enemy was, and what exactly attacked them. They didn't know that just a very long distance away, a monitoring station that had no attack capability in principle, but installed small weapons, because the Manak dynasty was extremely martial and bloodthirsty, and did not allow any individual or creature to be without weapons, destroyed half of their ships in a few breaths. A metal skeleton in the monitoring station sat on a chair, and controlled the inferior weapon. When the Necrota race was destroyed, the skeleton entered the biotransformation furnace because the star god was too lazy to deal with them, resulting in their bodies coming out of the biotransformation furnace without even a slightly complex thinking unit like the dynasty's advanced individuals. It would only do one thing repeatedly, that is, as a low-level operator in the monitoring station, it would tap buttons. Kill us. Earls did not issue an order, but just stared at the void in front of him and murmured, the hatred of Orpheus will be passed on, and there will be people like me who will come here one after another. The premonition of death suddenly came, like a pair of big hands pinching Earl's heart. Earls believed in this feeling of death, and he was sure that he would die with this ship in the next second, because he discovered in his childhood that he had a psychic talent that could predict the future, But now this talent was only a weak premonition that was difficult to perceive. But the premonition was definitely true. The next second, the ships were not destroyed, and all the remaining ships were like being forcibly intercepted by something on the highway, and suddenly broke out of the superluminal state with a bang. Then a beam of light shot from the back of the fleet to the front, and it seemed to collide with something that was attacking. The two energies collided with each other, and the light penetrated into the surrounding void like seawater seeping into the beach, forming a beautiful energy pattern, like a glittering spider web. Earls, with bloodshot eyes, reacted after a few seconds. He looked around the porthole blankly. A huge ship that could truly be called a warship passed by the right porthole, and the simple star pattern of the Talon star region on it shone brightly under the shining stars. The warship sailed forward and fired a spear of light into the void. After that, there were no more strange attacks that destroyed any ship without warning. Imperial Navy number. You don't have a number. A holographic image appeared in the bridge, and a middle-aged man in an officer's uniform glanced at the Imperials in the bridge in confusion. When the officer in the holographic image saw the image of the Lord of Tyrone on the wall of the bridge, which had not been taken down in time, he saluted the image. After the salute, the officer looked away and looked at the crowd. In any case, I suggest that you stop the suicide action and return to the starport to rest together. Ayres couldn't believe his eyes. The Tyrone Navy came, which meant that the regent might have chosen the star zone where New Orpheus was located as the front line of the war when they just left the starport. Just like in the Golden Expedition, the huge Imperial fleet will also rush here, and the War Master and the Sons of God will also arrive. But just when Earls was thinking this, the Tyrone told him, "You don't have to be included in the Imperial Navy's combat sequence because they haven't arrived, but the Tyrone Navy will carry out the offensive mission against the Minak Dynasty aliens." Earls felt like he was poured with a bucket of cold water, and he asked disappointedly, "How much fleet do you have?" "An invincible fleet." The officer replied, "A total of 74,000 warships of various types." Chapter 998. After returning to the starport with the small-scale Tyrone fleet that came to rescue, Earls discovered that there was another celestial system in the star system, where the New Orpheus world was located. A huge, dazzling star was suspended, and around this star was a planet with a volume equal to that of a normal habitable world, and this planet also had 2 satellites. If he hadn't seen that this other celestial system was made of metal, Earls would definitely have thought that there were stars in New Orpheus. He guessed that it was something called a celestial engine. In addition to the celestial engine, there was also an extremely large fleet docked near the satellite of the celestial engine planetary structure, receiving sufficient supplies from the 2 satellites. Led by a Tyrone naval officer, Earls took a transport plane to the celestial engine planetary structure and landed in the steel forest on the surface. After taking another transport into a huge and magnificent building, he met the Tyrone naval high-level officials, who were in a meeting to discuss things in the basement of the building. A dense crowd of people crowded in this extremely vast underground hall, surrounding a few people in the center. All of these people were captains, fleet commanders above the captain level, or marshals of the entire Tyrone Navy. Because Earls was born very tall, he was able to look past the people in front of him and directly see the Lord of Tyrone standing in front of the tactical table in the center. He exclaimed in his heart, "Here we are," said the officer who brought Earls here. The people who were discussing fell silent. The elites selected from thousands of worlds gathered in the hall all turned their heads to look at the door in Earls. Then these elites made way. Earls was pushed by the officer and realized that he should move forward. He walked through the path made by everyone, stood in front of the tactical table, and carefully observed the Lord of Tyrone. Just as he heard, this was a person who was not eroded by time and looked to be only in his 20s. "Marshal Earls?" Chien-Mo smiled at Earls and pointed to the part marked as the occupied area of Orpheus on the tactical table. "What kind of attack did you, the Marshal, and your fleet encounter?" Earls did not respond. It was not that he did not want to respond, but he was still a little dazed. He had a feeling that he was actually dead, and everything in front of him was just the comfort and nourishment of his soul under the golden throne. "Take him to the mental clinic." Adam, wearing a black marshal's uniform, said to the attendants in the hall, "He may be frightened by the dead. Let him come back here after receiving treatment." After the trance ended, Earls, who realized that this might be the only chance to recover Orpheus, immediately forced himself to calm down and answered loudly, "My fleet and I encountered an attack that we cannot understand. The ships where the victims were located were directly smashed without any warning." "You have definitely been discovered," someone said. Chien-Mo looked at the officer who brought Earls, glanced at the badge on his chest, and then asked, "Captain Chiofeng, Did you also encounter the kind of attack he said? No. Captain Chiofeng shook his head. We were not discovered. That means our commonly used anti-detection devices are also effective against undead. Qin Emo looked around at everyone. Marshal Earls and his victims proved this. Earls wanted to say that he was not a marshal at all. He did not have a huge fleet, only some small boats converted from transport ships. But considering the current situation, he thought he should not say unnecessary words. I know you may be thinking that we came with celestial engines, and it doesn't matter whether the necromancer can detect our fleet or not, or whether we fight a void war or not. Qin Emo raised his voice. But this will not be our first war with the necromancer. We must fight a void war and collect all the combat information of the opponent, including their specialties, their combat methods, and other things, because our understanding of them is still infinitely close to zero, and I only know some general theoretical things. And that is the Orpheus Fallen Zone. Except for non-essential situations, we must ensure that the world there can be preserved. Everyone present nodded. Although the opponent is the powerful necromancer, the necromancer is a material enemy, not a psychic enemy. Even if they have the black stone construct that amplifies the influence of the warp to deal with the star god, they also have black stone, and more, and can be made on the spot. The Void Dragon is in the fleet. And the Navy also desperately needs a large-scale void war to prove its strength, to prove that the investment of the Star Zone in naval power during and after the Golden Crusade in the past is definitely not meaningless. You led the work of shaping the Invincible Fleet, a naval force. You also proposed this method of gathering most of the elite to seek a decisive battle with the enemy. Qin Emo looked at Adam. Prove to me how invincible it is. Yes. Adam saluted. Qin Emo nodded and looked at Earls. Earls was still a little dazed at this time, and the excitement and joy that almost burst his heart were locked by his guilt. He was thinking, if the Tyrone Navy and the suicide fleet he organized came and went at the same time, would he cause the meaningless death of hundreds of thousands of sons of Orpheus? Qin Emo saw what Earls was thinking, and he said gently, the sacrifice of those dead was not necessary, but it was meaningful. Your mistakes can be forgiven. After all, you cannot predict the future. Even if you are a psychic prophet who is so powerful that you are not affected after the Eye of Terror is closed, my fleet also has a shielding device against psychic energy, and you will not foresee our arrival. What is the meaning of this sacrifice? Earls looked up blankly. Qin Emo said, the meaning is that you are still thinking about the recovery of Orpheus, instead of sitting there waiting for others to help you. Although your efforts may be insignificant, and even if you die, the High Lord will not inform your regent of your sacrifice, but at least you are not sitting there waiting. After patting Earls on the shoulder, Qin Emo looked at the others. We are not fighting in the Eye of Terror this time. Let the enemy see how powerful our fleet, which the entire Tyrone is proud of, is in material warfare. Let's start our war machine. With an order from the Lord of Tyrone, the entire Tyrone Navy did not waste any time. The huge fleet quickly assembled and left the celestial engine. The gory humanity deployed a superluminal stance and set the end point of the voyage outside the Orpheus Fallen area. The prophecy of the mimicry has revealed that the location of the large-scale fleet battle is there. Qin Emo will not personally command the fleet, nor will he help the fleet fight. Before the fleet sets sail, he will lead the gods to the core of the Manak dynasty. If the fleet battle does not go well, then the awakened Kasa dynasty will prove whether they are still not good at fighting in this era. Chapter 999. Earls had never seen such a large fleet. When he insisted on joining the battle and took his followers to a cruiser at the request of the Tyrone Navy, his cruiser followed the large fleet and sailed directly to the outside of the Orpheus-occupied area. The undead fleet, which also had the ability to predict, had already assembled and was waiting there. Now that the Kasa dynasty was sleeping beside the Manak dynasty, but the Manak dynasty could not catch them. Even if the fleet of this dynasty had been fully assembled, it was still not as large as the number of the Tyrone Navy. But that was also a number that made Earls despair at a glance. There were probably tens of thousands of ships. The two sides immediately engaged in battle after meeting. When Earls stood by the porthole and tried to learn the fighting method of the Tyrone Navy, he found that this was simply a pure battle without any tactical and strategic embellishment. The warships of both sides were arranged in battle formations and bombarded each other at a distance of 1 light second. Before the fleets of both sides approached each other to 1 light second, various beyond visual range weapons had already been deployed in turn, and their particle light spears were even firing before the Tyrone Navy had even left the superluminal state. After the inefficient situation of being evenly matched in the BVR battle, both sides chose the simplest and most effective way, which was to fight at close range to maximize firepower, just to decide the winner in the shortest time. When he was young, Earls followed his father to participate in the Golden Expedition. As the captain of a ship, he responded to the call of the regent and the War Master as a descendant of the Orcs. He went deep into the Eye of Terror and witnessed the Battle of Bloom and the Battle of the Iron Ring, which completely changed the course of the real universe. He had thought that it was the coldest, most ruthless and cruelest battle he had ever seen, but at this moment he found out that he was wrong. Because they were in the real universe instead of the Eye of Terror, the firepower of the fleet was no longer as useless as fireworks. The army, which was not in the void but on the surface of the planet, had no effect at all. On the edge of the Orpheus-occupied area, several huge fortresses built by the dead souls were instantly blown into space junk by the firepower of the Tyrone Navy fleet. The size of both sides determined that they could only fight head-on. The energy spilled by the dense, light spears on this side, when crossing the void, illuminated the dark void like stars, and the scale of the green beams and material ammunition fired by the Necron's ships on the other side was almost the same as this side. The energy shield was shattered, and the hull was shattered. The protective position of the Necron ships that did not use energy shields was torn apart, and the warships made of living metal were evaporated before they could be repaired. Neither side of the war had a strange-looking boarding vehicle that could rush back and forth under countless artillery fire. Only the necromancers were teleported into the ships of the Tyrone Navy, or the mixed marines of the Tyrone Navy, composed of Iron Men and humans, were teleported into the ships of the necromancers. Every small formation of the huge fleet was like a world after another, conducting brutal landing and anti-landing battles when it encountered a boarding attack. The Tyrone men wearing power armor fought against the necromancers inside the huge ships that were like a world. The material impact rifles turned the bodies of the necromancers into quicksand, or the Gauss rifles turned a Tyrone or Iron Man into molecules sucked into the gun body. The ship where Earls was too far forward because of the Orpheans' overly enthusiastic war passion, and it was unexpectedly boarded by the Necrons. The Orpheans rushed to the boarding point to prepare for a bloody battle with the invading Necrons, but the Iron Men who were teleported into the ship fought fiercely with the Necrons before them. These are just the most basic ways of fighting. There are also ways of fighting that Earls cannot understand or even perceive. When the Tyrone Navy tried to deploy a large number of Iron Men in another dimension, and then use dimensional superposition to place these Iron Men directly in all enemy warships, the high-level scholars of the Necrons were able to analyze the coordinates and levels of the dimension that the Iron Men entered, and at the same time let their own army intercept the Iron Men. When the Necrons responded with information warfare and began to invade the fleet's communication network and Iron Man command program, the main control intelligence began to upgrade the firewall step by step, while the Necrons updated and iterated the invasion method step by step, and carried out an ultra-fast race of invasion and anti-invasion. When humans blinked their eyes, the firewall may have been upgraded and iterated hundreds of times. The accumulation of tens of millions of years of the Necrons will not be defeated by the hundreds of years of efforts of the Tyrone Navy. But the problem is that most of the accumulation of tens of millions of years of the Necrons is sleep time. In the case of only the Menak dynasty, the Necrons' fleet inevitably fell into a disadvantage. Moreover, the Menak dynasty needed to deal with not only the fleet, but also someone who had already penetrated deep into the occupied area of Orpheus. The temporary decline was magnified. Like two giants in a boxing match, the black metal giant gradually became exhausted, and the opponent seized this opportunity and fed it several heavy punches in succession. The temporary decline turned into a disadvantage, and the disadvantage was magnified. The battle line maintained by the undead ships began to collapse. The tradition of the Menak dynasty did not allow any combatants to turn their backs on the enemy. They did not retreat. Facing the enemies rushing from all directions and trying to completely devour them, these warships persisted until the last moment. The Tyrone Navy's invincible fleet did not stop at all. The fleet formation that had become loose in the encirclement and suppression battle quickly returned to its normal assembly state under the restraint of the Glory Human's tractor beam. The superliminal position was deployed again. The Tyrone Navy passed through the wreckage of the Necromancer warship in an instant and rushed towards the Orpheus-occupied area. Earl stared at the stars that were rapidly passing by the porthole. He trembled and picked up the microphone and announced to the Orpheus people on the warship, "We can go back." The cheers made the entire battleship tremble. Earl stood calmly on the surface, his mind imagining the situation in the Orpheus sector. His father told him that it was a sector with many prosperous worlds. Although the Orpheus sector was once occupied by the dead, Earl has always firmly believed that there must be traces of human activities in the sector. Those prosperous worlds in the past may have withered now, but there must be traces left by their ancestors on those worlds. But when the Tyrone Navy went deep into the Orpheus sector, every star system they passed through was a dead scene. There were no ruins, no garden worlds, and every star system was just one bare planet after another. Earls knelt on the ground, covering his face with his hands. His body trembled a few times, but when others tried to comfort him, he put his hands down and raised his head. The future Lord of Orpheus said the words that would later reach the ears of the regent. Orpheus, recover. Chapter 1000. 3 world engines are arranged together. A dazzling flaming meteor pierces through the 3 world engines arranged together at the same time. The meteor draws an arc in the void in a way that it cannot be a meteor, rushes in the opposite direction, and pierces through the 3 world engines at the same time again. The world engines begin to collapse. The laughter of the burner, who turned into a meteor, resounded throughout the universe. Every time it passed through a world engine, it left more than just a penetrating wound on the giant Necrons. Matter crumbled around the track it left behind, and the structure of the world engine was burning. Every atom that made up this huge war machine was ablaze with flames burning from the inside out. But the burner's happy time did not last long. Saranova transformed into a celestial body with a mass exceeding the sum of 10 stars, and used gravity to tear apart the galaxy, including the world engine, warships, and various undead creations. Even when it appeared and transformed into a celestial body, the space within a range of only 10 light years began to sink. The burner stopped, no longer looking like a meteor. It fell down in disappointment and asked, why were the flayers killed by the Menak dynasty? They are not that powerful, even weaker than during the war in heaven. They have weapons that can kill gods. The recorder looked at the burner and reminded the tyrannical star god. When the burner was puzzled, the recorder explained, they don't use those weapons that can kill gods. Why is that? The burner asked. The burner pointed at the recorder. Don't let me warn you a second time, don't use your words to describe what I'm doing. The burner Nidrasasa warned the recorder like this. The recorder didn't take this warning seriously, because it was its habit, and it determined that Nidrasasa, who was only 60% complete, could not defeat another complete star god, even if this complete star god named recorder was the weakest. Damn it. The burner stared at the recorder, but you're right. Chi-Nemo ignored the quarrel between the star gods. He was using his own power to activate the guiding seal. As for why the Menak dynasty had the god-killing weapon, but didn't use it, Chi-Nemo knew the reason. The Emperor of Menak should go to the Silent King Zolok to settle accounts after this incident, because Zolok was worried that the weapons used to attack the star gods would be used on itself, so it erased the memory of the dynasties about the god-killing weapons. Oh! The burner smiled twistedly. Thank you, Zolok. Thank you, this noble Silent King. At least it helped us avoid some small troubles, this pathetic and ridiculous dictator. The star gods would inevitably make fun of Zolok for this matter. Chi-Nemo still did not participate in the activities of making fun of Zolok. In his opinion, Zolok was a responsible but unlucky monarch. He cared about his people, and sought ways to free the Necroner from their weak bodies, but he was fooled by the star gods. Zolok was a standard last monarch. He might have a long-cherished wish to save the world, but he was still a monarch who would never give in when it came to his own interests. So even if it cancelled the Master Control Agreement, it also selfishly wiped out the biggest threat to it from the dynasties. At least now, Storm King Imhotep can't use weapons that can crush the star god to remotely blast Zolok's lair. No matter what the Menak dynasty is like, the soon-to-awaken Kasset dynasty does have the ability to kill gods. Chi-Nemo glanced at the Void Dragon when he said this, although it can only kill gods in the case of sneak attacks without martial ethics. I'm not the only one who was broken by the traitor. Why are you looking at me? The Void Dragon asked. The seal absorbed the power of matter, and it began to work as if it was decoding. Then a circular cross-section appeared in the entire void. This cross-section looked very abrupt, like a two-dimensional black picture appearing in a three-dimensional world. The channel connecting to another dimension was opened. Countless fleets scattered in the dimensional space, such as giants, such as the world engine, began to gather with the awakening of the entire dynasty. In the artificial structure as huge as a star, the core world of the dynasty began to hold discussions with the arrival of the awakening event. The Kasset dynasty has no emperor, and it was not a dynasty in the past. It was just that the tribe changed its name according to it. The dynasty is composed of artisan organizations specializing in different production fields. The leaders of the artisan organizations are leaders called Forge Masters. The status of these leaders is equivalent to the overlord of the regular dead dynasty, similar to the infinite Taraxan. The Forge Masters form the Forge Council, and the leader of the Forge Council is a high-level Forge Master who is elected by all artisan organizations and can almost represent the interests of each artisan organization. the awakening of the dynasty, and what to do after the awakening are all decided by the Forging Council. All the Forging Masters and the high-level Forging Master gathered in the Council Hall to discuss the important matter that determines the fate of the dynasty. High-level Forging Master Tukamon sat on the high seat and listened to the opinions of the low-level Forging Masters. Even now after awakening, they are still talking at the same time. The Manak dynasty must have awakened before us. It's time for us to take revenge. They propose to dismember us and divide our heritage in front of the Triumvirate in Zolok, which is why we took up residence in another dimension where they were after they fell asleep. It's time for revenge. Not just the bitch emperor of the Manak dynasty, but also other dynasties, Imitek. Destroy them. The last revenge was also decided by the council. What was the result? We lost the war in a muddle, and gave Imitek so many war machines for nothing. Master Atanza's words make sense. We should think carefully. I suggest that we leave the galaxy and find another place to live. Tukamon listened to all these suggestions silently, without expressing his opinion. Because it listened to those suggestions last time, and went to war with the Storm King, but ended up losing. It was the one who signed the peace treaty, and was punished by the Three Holy Council. These chattering Forging Masters started crying and wailing just because they lost some of their creations. However, Tukamon looked at the dome of the meeting hall, which was as huge as a satellite. It recalled the scene when it admitted the mistake of attacking the Storm King in front of the Silent King Zolok and the Three Holy Council, and then was smashed on the head by Imitek's scepter. Tukamon retracted his gaze, and a bitter whine in the throat expression appeared on his metal face. But things change. Although we don't know what the dynasties are like now, they are likely to be worse than before as expected. The Kasad dynasty, which is good at production, can predict the extent of damage and loss of individual bodies, and war machines of other dynasties, after they have been asleep for a very long time. The Kasad dynasty has this confidence. Revenge. The high-level Forging Master stood up from the throne and shouted to everyone in the meeting hall, including hundreds of thousands of low-level Forging Masters. Since we have awakened, it means that our gods have returned. We will drown them with our war machines, whether it is the Three Holy Council or Zolok, or the damned Breeze King Imitek. Tukamon clenched his fists and shouted under the gaze of the war faction. Crush them with the torrent of the world engine. Chapter 1001. When the calls of the war faction reached a peak and those who had other ideas remained silent, a figure penetrated the dome and landed in the center of the conference hall. Following closely behind were the other star gods. The appearance of the star gods instantly stopped the calls, and the atmosphere in the conference hall became 100 times more solemn. These soulful undeads could feel the change in the atmosphere, and the caster's not perfunctory biological transformation also made them not restricted by the hardware level like other undeads. Chin Imo held the seal, and the blue, flame-like star energy burned on his body. When he turned around with the seal in his hand, everyone, including low-level and high-level Forging Masters, stood up from their seats and saluted with the customary etiquette of the Kasad dynasty, which was different from that of other dynasties. In the eyes of everyone, as Tukamon said and expected, the god of this dynasty has returned. You can't take revenge on other dynasties yet. Chin Mo's voice echoed in the meeting hall. Things outside this dimension are not as simple as you think, but I promise that you may get the revenge you want on other dynasties in the future. Chin Imo was not partial to other undead dynasties, or had any good feelings towards dynasties, like Manak, nor did he want to help Zolok stabilize the internal situation of the undead. He just wanted to verify whether the identity of the forger still had appeal to these undead. The voices of the war faction did not sound again. But I am paying attention to you, and I care about you. Chin Imo put away the seal, and looked at the high-level Forging Master Tukamon, whose body looked thicker than other undead. Tell me, what happened to you after I left? Hearing the first half of the sentence, Tukamon's eyes moved, feeling something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. The high-level Forging Master habitually obeyed the order, and then ordered the Grand Justice in the meeting hall to bring a certain item. Finally, the Grand Justice brought something that looked like a book, but there was no way to turn the pages to Chin Imo. Chin Imo reached out and took it. The moment he touched the book, he saw what he wanted to know, even including the book itself. The book is called Dynasty History Book. This is what the recorder left for the Kasad dynasty when he came to visit the caster when the Necroner had completely become the servants of the Star God. It can automatically record everything that happened in this dynasty, no matter how big or small. Anyone who wants to check the past only needs to contact the Dynasty History Book to gain insight into countless micro and macro events in the past. From the fate of a person to the fate of a dynasty. After gaining insight into the past, in Chin Mo's eyes, The living metal faces in this meeting room seemed to be engraved with the words misery written in the Necroner language. Words. After most of the star gods were smashed to pieces, and the Necrons avenged their predecessors, the Necromancers, the species fell into internal strife as usual. The exploitation of the Kassa dynasty by many dynasties headed by the Storm King continued to the point that they could no longer tolerate it. They took revenge on the Storm King Imhotep, but as Chi Nemo knew, they were played by Imhotep's strategy because they had no combat experience. The heart world of the dynasty under their feet, called the Crucible Core, was occupied by Imhotep, and they finally lost in a muddle. Then Tukamon was thrown out to take the blame, punished by the Three Holy Council in Zolok, and smashed to pieces by Imhotep in front of the emperors and other bigwigs. Then there were various investigations and studies on the Kassa dynasty. Only on dealing with the Kassa dynasty could the undead reach a consensus. Because all dynasties need the supplies of the Kassa dynasty, but they don't want this dynasty to have too much say because of productivity. When the Silent King Zolok asked the undead to fall into slumber and discuss this matter, the Manak dynasty and many other dynasties stood up and proposed to simply divide the property of the Kassa dynasty. Zolok also set his sights on this piece of fat meat. He wanted to use the Kassa dynasty to satisfy the appetites of many supporters, including the Manak dynasty, and win over their emperors. If it weren't for Imhotep jumping out to sing a different tune, there would be no need to wake up the Kassa dynasty at this time. This dynasty would have disappeared that year. Then something else happened. Tukamon even questioned the Three Holy Council in Zolok. Why can even something like shattering the Void Dragon become a condition for accusing us? For these miserable people, the soul host device made by the forger is their only good luck. Chi Nemo also saw that the Kassa dynasty is not weak at all. They can easily raise an army. They have an unimaginable number of giant war machines. They only need to press their creations in groups on the border of the hostile dynasty to be able to sweep across. But the problem is, war is not a 1 versus 1 solo duel. The Kassa dynasty must choose whether to fight other dynasties alone or be beaten by other dynasties. The Storm King Imhotep defeated the Kassa dynasty because it had the support of more dynasties. At this point, the tide has really turned. The Kassa dynasty hates other dynasties so much, but Zolok can still safely hand over the seal to me and let me wake them up. Chi Nemo looked at the recorder and said in a communication method that only the Star God could hear, it actually thinks that the Kassa dynasty may indirectly or directly support it. This dynasty is more likely to take advantage of their internal strife to kill Imhotep and Zolok together. The recorder was silent. It didn't know what Zolok was thinking. What else is possible? The burner mocked Zolok again. That ridiculous dictator is playing with fire again, and it's not the first time he has done this. Chi Nemo thought about it. He only felt that what the burner said was a possibility. But Zolok probably had other ideas. His intention to awaken the Kassa dynasty should not be another plan that has failed. Chapter 1002. Should we allow these Avengers to retaliate against the Manak dynasty? The recorder is ready to record this historical moment. It is looking forward to any possible choices that follow, and what effects these choices will have on the history of multiple species. When the recorder was ready to start recording, Chi Nemo thought for a while. As it wished, the entire time began to slow down. His communication with other star gods was just a moment of hesitation, and trance in the eyes of others. We should allow these ants to retaliate against another group of ants. Saranoga flashed to Chi Nemo's side, leaned over his right shoulder and advised, there is nothing more fun than using hatred to provoke a race's civil war. Start the war, whether it is Manak or something else. We have to destroy something to make this journey complete. The burner gave an unexpected suggestion. As for the Void Dragon, it did not make any suggestions, but it obviously had the same idea as the burner and Saranoga. The Manak dynasty once truly killed gods, and the weapons they used must be super weapons that were beyond the controllable system of the Star God. It was the Void Dragon's intention to obtain such weapons and study them. The recorder was recording this moment, and it had no suggestions. It just watched and recorded quietly, and never interfered. And the mimicry. This Star God, who accompanied Chi Nemo from weak to strong individual strength, from small to important individual status, its suggestions were what Chi Nemo would really refer to. I think we should suppress the revenge of the Kassa dynasty. The mimic said, otherwise we may be involved in the internal conflicts of this race. Your regent friend is planning a massive counterattack. The place where you, the regent representing the human empire, and another human force, are really worth your trouble. That's what I thought last second. Chi Nemo looked at the mimic, but now I don't think so. From the moment I refused to peacefully enter the territory of the Manak dynasty, we were inevitably involved in the internal conflicts of the dead. At this point, Qin Mo looked at the people of the Kasa dynasty, who were affected by the slowed time. Time began to flow normally. Qin Mo paced along the center of the meeting hall, to every forging master, every forging master's entourage, and every judicial officer who was ready to convey the results of this meeting. From now on, the authority of the Forging Council will be lowered by 1 level, and my decision will directly skip the deliberation stage of the council. The Manak dynasty is just outside your sleeping place, and my fleet has not completely destroyed their nest. Start the war, do what you want. The deliberations of the Kasa dynasty council, which could not be finalized due to the absence of the emperor, now became insignificant, and only one voice remained in the entire council. Tukumon raised the scepter under the magnificent portrait of the caster on the wall behind him, and relayed the orders from the upper level to his subordinates. Let our war machine run. We will make the Manak dynasty pay for everything it has done. This unproductive and reckless dynasty can only pay for everything it has taken from us with death. The war party kept repeating the word revenge, and their voices echoed throughout the meeting hall. Those who did not want to start a war could only shout for revenge with the war party. The remaining fleets and armies of the Manak dynasty, and the many awakened war machines gathered in front of the construct where the emperor was, ready to fight against the human fleet that was wreaking havoc on the territory. Regent Ixatok kept scolding the star gods for their rude behavior to Mother Backer, and blamed the star gods for the cause of the war. However, for the angry craftsman in another hidden dimension, what the Manak dynasty did was irrelevant. In the most hidden and marginal location in the void, a dimensional rift with a radius of 1 meter opened and released a beetle. The beetle appeared silently, detected silently, collected all the external situations, and forwarded them to another dimension. Then the beetle disappeared silently. The monitoring technology of the Manak dynasty was not enough to detect the tiny creations invented by the professional craftsman dynasty. But when the giants in another dimension began to move, and were about to descend into the three-dimensional world, the monitoring station of the Manak dynasty detected this situation. It was like many huge objects were about to emerge from the bottom of the sea. The Manak dynasty did not need to detect the object itself, it only needed to detect the waves caused by the object floating up and about to break through the sea surface. But when they detected it, they had no time to react. Many cracks spread throughout the void, and something that looked like a smooth disk slowly emerged from each crack, and there were countless black dots or black lines near this smooth disk. When these objects penetrated the rift and entered a higher dimension, they began to unfold. The disk became the world engine, and the black dots and black lines around the world engine became structures or warships used for void warfare. The rifts were almost all over the void. If these rifts themselves had defensive or offensive capabilities, then their number and orientation would prevent the fleet that the Manak dynasty had just assembled from finding any possible route to break out. Qin Mo and the members of the Forging Council of the Kasa dynasty stayed in the meeting hall together. This huge building, like a towering mountain, and the world it sat on were themselves a kind of creation. There was nothing in the dimension where Kasa lived. Everything they had was shaped before they entered the dormant state. Significant sufficient productivity. The Void Dragon recalled something and suddenly sighed. The number of world engines owned by the Kasa dynasty is as many as thousands, and their fleets are too numerous to count. But as other undead members said, the Kasa dynasty has no combat experience. This void battle is like arranging troops, and then rushing forward on the ancient battlefield, and the feeling is similar to the Tyranids besieging their prey. It was like a higher-level existence had selected those armies together, and then clicked on the enemies of the Manak dynasty trapped in the center. The world engines and the fleet could not even keep up with the synchronicity of sailing, and the fleet rushed to the huge structure where the Manak Emperor was and the defenders around it. When the beams of light emitted by the world engines penetrated the void, the remaining fleets of the Manak dynasty and the fleets of the Kasa dynasty were annihilated together. In the many purely artificial worlds of the dynasty that were similar to the world engines but had no attack capabilities, the huge factories that towered into the sky continued to produce mechanical bodies and carriers for souls, and the sacrificed crew members woke up in new bodies, like normal dead warriors with rebirth agreements. Chapter 1003. The tactics of the Kasa dynasty is to have no tactics, and use quantity and quality to cover tactical weaknesses. Such behavior will be played by tricks and surprise strategies, when the enemy does not want to seek a decisive battle, but fortunately, there is no Imatek and other dynasties to assist the Manak dynasty in the galaxy. After a brief period of simple bombardment and being bombarded, the remaining fleet and troops that the Manak dynasty had just assembled were annihilated. The tomb world was penetrated and disintegrated by the attack of the world engine. The dense structures in the void were nothing more than fireworks that exploded after a tiny light flashed past in the eyes of the onlookers in the distance. The Manak dynasty also possessed powerful weapons, but after the queen gave the order to activate the weapons at the bottom of the box, even if the warships and world engines were annihilated on a large scale, more fleets would still pour out from the cracks, and the world engines behind would fill the vacancies of the world engines in front. In the place where the queen lived, when several people at the top of the Manak dynasty standing by the window could feel the tremor, Backer angrily scolded the regent Ixatok. "You started the war." Backer's roar resounded throughout the audience hall. Although he was the emperor, Backer's body had many devices for fighting, and his voice was amplified countless times and enhanced to have an impact. Ixatok, as the person who faced the propagation path of the roar, had cracks on the living metal on his body. The Jackal regent had nothing to say now. Although he had explained in every possible way that the war was started by the Star God, it was obvious that Backer did not believe it. It is normal to deceive superiors and subordinates. Although Ixatok has no soul, its logic unit contains habits extracted from its deeds and its life, which are used to simulate thinking, so that this metal replica of the dead body appears more like a living thing. Backer is also aware of this. Even if we don't take the initiative to start a war, the Kassa dynasty will take the initiative to start a war with us after waking up. Don't you understand their characteristics? When Backer was about to scold, Ixatok spoke. This made Backer silent. Although it is difficult for the Kassa dynasty to unify opinions, they will still unify opinions after the minority is overwhelmed by the majority. If they find that the Manak dynasty is in a worse situation than before it fell into slumber, they will indeed take the initiative to attack. They are typical people who are addicted to being weak. Whether they can win or not is verified by practice. Anyway, they have no substantial losses. It is nothing more than dragging people out to take the blame and continuing to do their old business to easily make up for the lost creations. Seeking help. Backer leaned back. "Please help the King of Silence." "Yes." Ixatok executed the order of the Emperor without hesitation, because it thought so too. The King of Silence arranged the awakening of the Manak dynasty in an orderly manner. It can be said that the affairs of this dynasty are the affairs of the King of Silence himself. When the Manak dynasty was infected by the Skinner virus, and could not even block the spread of the virus, and was discriminated against and excluded by other dynasties, and even demanded the extermination of the Manak dynasty, the King of Silence was able to save the dynasty against all odds. Compared with the internal pressure of the race, the current assistance or mediation in the war can only be regarded as a small favor. In any case, Baker and his ministers could not think of a reason why the Silent King would refuse to help. But when the message for help was sent across the Star Sea, there was no response. As the head of the Three Holy Council, the Silent King has the most powerful fleet and the most magic weapons. It can even come here before the war. Even from a very far distance, they used a killing weapon similar to the Brilliant Star map to wipe out everything here. But these imagined simple and powerful aids did not come. The void structure where the Queen resided had been landed. Countless warriors called armed craftsmen rushed into the structure in a chaotic formation. They advanced rapidly, but were also killed in large numbers. The soulless undead individuals could effectively kill these enemies, who were crowded together like fighting an ancient war, with the tactics imprinted in the logic unit. But if they didn't have this tactical advantage, the void structure would have been taken down long ago. The rebirth device was occupied and robbed, and a large number of areas in the void structure fell. Until the war reached the Emperor, and even Baker had seen the invaders with his own eyes, everything around him suddenly stopped. The structure where the female Emperor was located seemed to have been taken from one space to another space alone. Everything inside was still except the Emperor and his ministers. There was still artillery fire outside, but no matter what attack, it could not hit the structure where the Emperor was located. At this time, the French Emperor Baker immediately realized that the King of Silence had reached out to him. The walls of the audience hall began to collapse, and the entire environment where Baker and his ministers were located disappeared after the walls collapsed. But they were not exposed in the void, but appeared on the top of a pyramid-shaped warship. There were no enemies around, only a familiar environment. Behind the energy layer that isolated the cold void environment was not a beam of light or material ammunition that passed through the void, but a calm and peaceful void. No world engine used by the Kassa dynasty as a warship could be seen. Opposite Backer, at the end of the straight passage, on the grand stairs, the Silent King sat on his throne, his hand resting on the right armrest to support his head. There could be no expression on his living metal skull, and his observer could not show any eyes. But Backer was in a trance, and returned to the time when the Necrona race had not yet been destroyed, to the time when he first inherited the Manak dynasty, and was invited by the Silent King, and had the honor of an audience when he was 12 years old. The tired and aged face of the Silent King was expressionless, just like the living metal skull now, but his narrowed eyes revealed contempt and the majesty of the king. Without any hesitation, Backer and his ministers saluted the Silent King. After a complicated etiquette process, the Grand Justice standing next to the Silent King said, "Your losses will be compensated, and you will also receive the grace of the Honorable Last Silent King." Backer thought about the heavy blow that almost led to the destruction of the dynasty, but he said nothing. Regent Ixatok said, "Why do you want to wake up the Casa dynasty? Does the noble King of Silence think that those damned iron pigs might stand on our side?" "It is not polite." No response. The Grand Justice said. Then Ixatok was punished, and its body began to collapse without any signs. It knew that it would really die and would not be reborn. The desire for survival simulated by its logic unit made it reach out to the Emperor for help. But Backer did not respond. In response to this lack of response, Ixatok gave advice with his eyes about whether the Manak dynasty needs to obey the advice of the King of Silence. Chapter 1004. Time flows again, and the huge structure that was stationary in space is no longer invulnerable, and is annihilated in the void with the beam emitted by a world engine. The Forging Council directly observed this victory, and shouts of ecstasy broke out in the meeting hall. This is the first time that the Casa dynasty has achieved results in external revenge. They did not know that the Queen of the Manak dynasty was taken away by the King of Silence, but even if they knew, this matter would not suppress the joy of revenge. As an extremely martial dynasty, the leader did not die in battle but survived. This was an extreme humiliation and revenge. Even the attack on the Manak dynasty, and the public execution of its emperor were not as good as this. The Casa dynasty did not notice the unique space disturbance just now, but the star gods did. When the mimic's eyes looked at Chinemo, the latter had already noticed the disturbance and omen in the real space. The Necrons have a history of tens of millions of years, and they have countless black technology creations in their hands. It is not surprising to be able to come to a place before it is destroyed and take away the people inside. The Silent King will not sit idly by and watch the real destruction of the Manak dynasty, but Chinemo did not expect it to be in this way. No fleet, no orders, just running away with people. That dictator doesn't even have the courage to face us. The burner once again found an opportunity to disparage the Silent King Zolok. At this critical juncture, when he is already standing in the hostile camp with the Silent King, Chinemo will not reprimand the burner's nonsense, nor will he judge the hatred between the Star God and the death-fearing species again, but he does not think that Zolok does not have the courage to face the gods and the Casa dynasty. Since Zolok was able to complete his revenge on the Star God, it proves that he is also capable. "How does revenge feel to you?" Chinemo asked Tukamon. The leader of the Forging Council savored his mood, and then nodded. "It's really refreshing, but I know very well that if my god is not on our side, we will never be able to complete this revenge. We are craftsmen who specialize in production, and are not as rigid and fearless as those soulless people. We will surely be played by the generals of the Manak dynasty with exquisite tactics." Undeniable. Chinemo, who had observed the battle, agreed with Tukamon. The tactics of the Casa dynasty were to crush with pure material. They would have an absolute advantage against the rigid human empire, but their tactical weakness would be magnified against their kind, who could also move into dimensions or pocket universes and move directly. As Tukamon said, Chinemo stood on the side of their Casa dynasty and allowed them to take revenge on the Manak dynasty. Even though this was because the conflict with the Manak dynasty had begun and there was no need to pursue peace with the dynasty, Chinemo also considered it from the perspective of the Casa dynasty. He allowed this group of people who had been sleeping in hatred for many years to take revenge, which was a means of granting favors. This is a favor, not an attempt to turn the Casa dynasty into a revenge chariot out of control. You still have many old grudges with other dynasties, and you are no longer short-lived creatures like the necromancers. You have plenty of time to wait for the next opportunity for revenge. Chinemo said. Tukamon bowed and saluted to show his obedience. The Casa dynasty will be immersed in the joy of successful revenge for some time to come, and Tukamon will no longer suffer any pressure from the war faction. The dynasty's compliance was not unexpected, and Chinemo had to think more from a higher perspective, such as the future of this dynasty. Since he had awakened this dynasty, he would not abandon it, and this dynasty would also be included in the scope of his rule. This should not be a difficult task. The Casa dynasty had a large population, unlike the Ida people in the Star Zone who could survive in any world they arranged, but this dynasty had more advanced technology, and its living space needs were met by another completely independent dimension. As for whether this dynasty will be accepted, Assuming that Zalek really goes to war with humans to divert conflicts, then if the Kasa dynasty stands on a united front with humans, at least after the war, even its existence itself will not be difficult for the people of Tyrone to accept. Anyway, there is no need to let individuals of this dynasty and individuals of humans live in the same place. The Imperials obviously cannot tolerate the existence of this super alien ally, but most of the Imperial high-ranking officials cannot even tolerate the existence of Tyrone, so Tyrone does not need to consider the Empire's thoughts. After thinking it over in his mind, Qin-Mo had a preliminary plan for the future of this dynasty. While Qin-Mo was thinking about these things, Tukomon was also thinking about the gods. When Tukomon wanted to propose to build a temple world, just like before, Qin-Mo's words interrupted Tukomon's thoughts before he said it. You return to your space and prepare for war. Tukomon naturally obeyed again. He was curious about where the gods would go, but the experience of the previous high-level forging masters made his curiosity just curiosity, not an inquiry that came out of his mouth. No ships are needed for transportation, nor special technology. The gods leap up like living creatures and disappear into the void. Humanity is trying to recover the territory of the Manak dynasty. A low-level forging master received a report from his subordinates. He knew what happened in the real universe before and after they woke up. Orpheus sector. Territorial dispute. This information was read from the captured high-ranking members of the Manak dynasty and shared with the minds of the leaders of the entire dynasty at the beginning of acquisition. Tukomon did not make a decision immediately, but started to think. From the shared information, he read the reason why the Manak dynasty faced more than one enemy, the Kasa dynasty, and knew that they had once kept and slaughtered humans as livestock. He also knew that in order to take away those humans, the gods gave up the conditions for peacefully awakening the Kasa dynasty. But Tukomon did not know the gods' thoughts, and what they had experienced. He could only make a judgment, that is, humans might be the gods' new servant race. It is possible, but Tukomon thinks it is unlikely, because there is no mortal body worthy of the gods' mercy, and those humans are not worth being taken away. Tukomon has no hatred for humans, and he has just learned about the existence of this species. Finally, after thinking about it, Tukomon gave an order. The galaxy we are in now is the entrance and exit anchor point of the dimension. It is impossible to hand it over to those humans, but we also have no demand for the real territory of the Manak dynasty. So, keep this entrance and exit anchor point, that's all. The orders of the high-level forging master were all passed and executed. A huge device built in the tomb world of the capital of the Kasa dynasty began to operate, and then the black curtain began to spread around based on the stars until it included the entire galaxy. Then the black curtain disappeared. Although it seemed as if nothing happened, this galaxy was cut from the real universe and attached to the branch line created by the Kasa dynasty, just like creating a new branch on the big tree of the real universe, and the cut galaxy is the fruit hanging on this branch. The original galaxy still exists, but it has returned to its original state, without the original state when the Kasa dynasty came here to set up the entrance and exit anchor point. Chapter 1005. After awakening the Kasa dynasty, Qin-Mo still led the gods in the void to do what they had been interrupted by the appearance of Taraxin, that is, to find the awakened dead dynasty and find ways to obtain the fragments of the star god. Qin-Mo did not encounter humans enslaved by the awakened dead dynasty, because except for the Manak dynasty ravaged by the Skinner virus, other dynasties had no need to obtain flesh and skin. When these dead dynasty awakened, all the star regions where they were located lost contact with the Empire in a very short time. The humans in the awakened areas were not treated as captives or skinned, and were killed directly. However, when Qin-Mo used magnetic force to travel faster than the speed of light in the void, he could sense the space disturbance that was following him in the distance. It was as if something that wanted to tear the space was charging or had already taken effect, but this space disturbance was completely different from the influence of psychic energy on the real space, and its disturbance itself also came from matter. At first, Qin-Mo didn't care. The other star gods didn't care even more. But this spatial disturbance followed them like a shadow. When they left the distance where they could sense the disturbance, new disturbances appeared. And this disturbance was forming a specific frequency, like notes on a musical score. The language of the Necronter. The narrator first broke away from the superluminal state, stopped to sense it, and then looked at Qin-Mo and other star gods, who also stopped. This is a specific frequency used for interplanetary communication when the Necronter was just able to leave the mother planet. It is probably similar to a kind of text. What did it express? Qin-Mo asked, the user's excitement about the mass awakening of the dead? It expressed a call. This way of communication is not used to express accurate words. Now this frequency is a call, similar to asking each other if they can hear before communication. The recorder answered. Hearing this, Qin and Mo confirmed that this space disturbance was not natural but man-made, and the target of this space disturbance that followed him like a shadow was to convey information to himself and the star gods. This means that the star gods' undisguised actions were noticed, which was not unexpected. After all, it was an original idea to travel in the void without any cover to attract the dead spirits who came to seek revenge. However, there was no fleet coming to seek revenge, only this ancient harmless communication behavior. After thinking about it, Qin and Mo made a decision. You continue to move forward. I will go to the place where the space disturbance occurred to see. Why don't we just block the space disturbance and pretend nothing happened? The burner is ready to distort the physical rules that can cause space disturbances. You only think about burning, killing. I want to think about us, my people, my allies, my... Qin and Mo realized that it was meaningless to explain the motivation of non-war actions to the burner. He turned around and flew to the place where the space disturbance occurred. Star gods, you look at me, I look at you. It was still the irritable burner who took the initiative to break the silence. We have to follow. What if this guy is lured by the ants and smashed with a god-killing weapon? Do you think the weapon of god-killing is the flame in your hand, and you can use it whenever you want? The mimic's eyes passed over the burner. Let's move on. Don't forget that our mission is to restore as much integrity as possible. We must race against time. Why not release the star god that was eaten by this guy before? The void dragon's spear pointed at Saranoga. If the forger's idea is to strengthen the military before the war with the undead, then he should activate the star god that was eaten and separated by Saranoga before, instead of just thinking about perfecting us. Mimic was silent for a moment, then said, those complete star gods that were eaten by Saranoga, is it possible for them to take out their essence? The void dragon was silent. The essence of the star god was born with the birth of the real universe. No one can take it away unless it is separated voluntarily, otherwise the undead would not only use the fragments of the star god. Qin and Mo crossed a distance of dozens of light years in a very short time, and came to the galaxy where the space disturbance appeared. Before coming here, he suspected that Zolok might want to communicate with him. Based on this unlikely possibility, he speculated that Zolok would appear in the way described by Sanguinius. No matter where he was, everything around him would stop, and then the person Zolok wanted to see would appear on his warship. But what happened next was not as Qin and Mo had guessed. The space disturbance became more intense until the space folded, and then the two spaces began to intersect. It looked like a portal had been opened, and inside and outside the portal were different worlds that were forcibly spliced together. Standing outside the portal, Qin and Mo saw what was inside. As Sanguinius described, Zolok's throne, towering steps, and the guards of the King of Silence. The portal began to expand until it covered half of the galaxy. When this strange phenomenon occurred, Qin and Mo could sense it. He not only knew it was going to happen, but also knew its principle. It was to use a technological creation to piece together two spaces that might be hundreds of light years apart, but this effect would be extremely short-lived, not limited by energy, but by the self-repair of the real universe itself. The Necrons are a terrible opponent. The voice of Gilliman suddenly appeared in Qin Mo's mind. The regent of the human empire kept saying this sentence in the past few decades of communication. It was indeed as he said. After the souls of the Necron were devoured by the star god, the Necrons awakened in the tomb of this civilization were extremely powerful opponents. They once fought a decisive battle with the Old Ones, who created the Eldar and the Orcs, and they once crushed the star god. The material artifact they created, the brilliant star map, can be operated on this artifact itself to truly destroy a galaxy in the real universe. There are naturally more other technological creations like witchcraft. The portal connecting the two spaces began to shrink gradually. Qin and Mo stepped into the opposite side without fear and came to where Zolok was. Star God, human. No matter who you are, where you come from, in front of you is the last and most noble King of Silence. The Grand Justice would shout like this every time, and this process was included in its procedures. It is the greatest honor of your life to be able to meet the last and most noble King of Silence you. When the Grand Justice continued to shout, and the King of Silence sat on the throne in silence, Qin and Mo had an idea. The rules of physics were distorted, and space was folded. The throne where the King of Silence was, and the towering steps under the throne were instantly pulled to less than 1 meter in front of Qin and Mo. The two were level. Chapter 1006. When the King of Silence was instantly pulled in to the same level as Qin and Mo, his guards immediately began to move. The Grand Justice officer and some unarmed civil servants began to avoid, making way for the warriors, who were specially used for fighting. However, the King of Silence raised his hand, and the guards all stopped and stood back to their original positions. Being able to simply and roughly pull the space closer without any technical means, this is the power of the star god. But don't get me wrong, I don't judge whether you are a human or a star god. In this universe where there is a real soul, self-awareness is obviously more important than material form. These two sentences were not said by the Grand Justice, but by the King of Silence. The light between the gaps in its bones flickered as each syllable came out of the sound device. The Grand Justice obviously did not think it was a polite thing for the King of Silence to speak in person, but it was not qualified to point fingers at the King of Silence's behavior, as it served the true king. I agree. Chin-Mo looked at the King of Silence. Do you think you are a Necronter, or a programmed leader of a robot race? The Necronter has perished, and the real Zolek has died in the biotransformation furnace. This is a cruel truth that my people cannot accept, but I know it very well and accept it. Zolek's tone was very cold and gentle. I don't know if it was because the sound device it used did not have the function of simulating emotions, or if it had the same tone of voice before it turned into a metal skeleton. But after hearing Zolek's words, Chin-Mo felt that he had achieved 3 points of the purpose that prompted him to cross the portal and come here. Although the Necronter race has souls, it is not a species with strong psychic talents like humans today. The Necronter do not explore the spiritual world very much, even though the Necronter's lifespan in the material world is very short. Although the Necronter has perished, in your eyes, we robots also have a corresponding inheritance relationship with them, so we do not explore the spiritual world, and therefore do not discuss philosophy. I believe that you did not come here to discuss philosophy with me. Zolek slowly stood up from the throne. His body was not as agile and strong as that of a combat-type necromancer, so he looked like an old man when he came down from the throne. When Chin-Mo closed the distance, he deliberately let Zolek sit on the throne at the same height as himself, instead of looking up at him. This is a kind of respect, and correspondingly, as the leader of a species, Zolek will also give equal respect. The King of Silence stood up from the throne and faced Chin-Mo. Instead of sitting, the visitor stood. This is not in accordance with etiquette, the Grand Justice said. How do you make the etiquette of the Necronter period apply to foreigners? It doesn't even fully apply to us. Zolek said and moved his fingers, and then the Grand Justice's voice device was temporarily blocked. It was not an act similar to taking over the voice device, but directly invading and controlling the voice device was something. Chin-Mo could feel what that thing was, an advanced hacking device, attached to the moving finger of the King of Silence with a molecular volume. It is estimated that the invasion equipment used by the Minak Dynasty fleet in information warfare is less than 1/10,000th of this. Continue. The Silent King made a gesture of invitation, indicating that the conversation could continue. You said that the Necronters did not explore the spiritual world deeply, but I think you have at least explored the philosophy of death to a very deep extent. Chin-Mo looked around. This is a common tomb of the necromancer species, a tomb world, a tomb battleship, and a tomb structure. That is not where they sleep, but where they work, live, and live. This worship of death permeates the entire culture of the Necronter. No matter how uninterested a species is in philosophy, when it faces the death that cannot be forgotten due to its short lifespan, it will also explore it in depth. As Zolek responded to Chin-Mo's words, the space on the scene changed. There were no other people besides the two of them, no other structures, only endless silence and darkness. In the darkness, a huge square tombstone rose from the ground, engraved with a condensed historical picture of the entire Necronter race. The short life of the Necronter was caused by the star that burned their home planet. The internal activity of this star was too intense, releasing powerful radiation. The Necronter was born in such an environment, and each of them was a radiation patient. Later, the Necronter scientists discovered that the abnormal activity of the star in the galaxy where the home planet was located was not without reason, because a star god named Nightbringer lived there, which led to the origin of all the tragedies of the Necronter race. Zolek stretched out his hand. The pattern engraved on the tombstone released enough information to make Chin-Mo feel as if he had returned to the time when the Necronter race was just born. At that time, you had not yet created a living metal body for the star god, and they were not yet self-conscious life forms. Chin-Mo looked at the stars. This may not be a conspiracy of the Night Holders. This is certainly not a conspiracy, but the unconscious instinctive behavior of the star god, a star vampire, in a chaotic state. Zolek stretched out his hand. The whole space seemed to change and flow in his hand. Chin-Mo gradually saw the other history of the short-lived species of the Deathfiras. Radiation sickness plagued this species, and they were eager to solve the problem of their short lifespan, and then they discovered the long-lived species of the Ancient Saints. The Ancient Saints refused to share their secret of longevity, So the Death Furies went to war out of jealousy, and the urgent need to divert internal conflicts. It was not the heavenly war that broke out later under the leadership of the Star God, but its cruelty was far beyond the limit that the young species could imagine now. Zolok wanted to show the past of this race, but Chin-Mo was more concerned about the details. The Necronter are a tenacious race. Chin-Mo sighed heartfeltly. He was full of admiration for the Necronter. This was not flattery or a political means to leave a good impression on the other party, but just sincere admiration. This race was abnormally short-lived, but they still passed on their culture and accumulated knowledge. Among the information released by the pattern on the tombstone, Chin-Mo saw the history that he admired the most. The elders of the Necronter race, teachers with rich knowledge, designed a language of almost transparent thinking, and put everything they knew into the huge library on the mother planet without reservation, to ensure that the younger generations after entering the library can master the knowledge accumulated by their predecessors for hundreds of years and dozens of generations in the shortest time. If it were not for such selfless dissemination and painstaking learning and inheritance, the short-lived Necronter race would not have the possibility of leaving the mother planet. Chapter 1007. The Ancient Ones refused to share the secret of longevity. Zolok raised his hand, and the surrounding environment turned into a still picture, which was the tragic scene of the first battle between the Ancient Ones and the Necronter. But I think, maybe they really have no solution. It's not just the radiation sickness caused by the Tan parasitizing on the star that makes the Necronter short-lived. The existence of the Tan named Nightbringer will bring conceptual death. What can the Ancient Ones do? Zolok defended the Necronter race's old enemy. Chin-Mo nodded. If the Silent King at that time had the same understanding as you, perhaps the probability of the two races fighting would not be so high. My understanding of this matter comes from that generation of Silent King who defended the old saints. Zolok looked at Chin-Mo, but the most important thing in this universe is often not reason. You know this very well. Even if the old saints are innocent, will the Necronter not attack them, and sit, and wait for death in their own internal conflicts? Chin-Mo nodded. Zolok waved his hand, and the endless black curtain around him dissipated, and the tombstone disappeared with it. Chin-Mo knew that after briefly talking about the Necronter race, Zolok would use this as an introduction to talk about the current situation. It is indeed me who sent Taraxon to give you the seal to awaken the Cassid dynasty, Zolok said. Chin-Mo asked, then have you ever thought about why the Cassid dynasty stood on your side after waking up, instead of standing against you and the Storm King and killing both of you? Although this is impossible, they do have such an intention. You should know more about the members of the Cassid dynasty. Oh, that's what Trazyn told you. It guessed my thoughts, but it was wrong. I didn't want the Cassid dynasty to stand on my side. It's better for it to take revenge. The powerful weapons of the Manak dynasty are all unusable, and they are isolated and helpless. They will be easily defeated by the Cassid dynasty. Then, such a bloodthirsty and powerful dynasty was defeated by the Cassid dynasty. The Cassid dynasty will be given due attention and vigilance by other dynasties. This dynasty will become the enemy of other dynasties. I will not try to win over the Cassid dynasty to stand on my side. I will deal with them together with Imatek. After Zolok said this, Chin-Mo pondered for a while. He couldn't believe it. The Manak dynasty was actually used as bait and sacrifice by Zolok. Zolok's real purpose is not to win over the Cassid dynasty, but to make this dynasty the most threatening enemy in the eyes of other dynasties, and then transfer the contradictions to this dynasty. Chin-Mo once speculated on Zolok's motives, but he could not believe that Zolok would use the right-hand man who supported him the most and was trusted by him as a sacrifice. No. Impossible. Chin-Mo asked after thinking. The Cassid dynasty does not have the strength to become a public enemy. They do have a huge amount of war machines, but their weaknesses also make them vulnerable. You can't want such a dynasty to become a public enemy. A public enemy doesn't need to be really strong. Zolok replied, as long as his enemies think he is strong, that's enough. What happens after that? The Cassid dynasty is destroyed by your united efforts. Will the contradiction between you and Imatek be eliminated? Will it not rebel against you? Chin-Mo asked again. Zolok answered calmly again, of course the contradiction will still exist. But as long as we no longer maintain this state of gathering troops and confronting each other, as long as it attacks our target as a marshal, I will have 100 ways to make it pay and weaken its strength. I am the leader of the Three Holy Council. Once the war begins, Imatek must go to war as the marshal, and I will still be the decision-maker. Chin-Mo did not ask any more questions. He did not think that Zolok was a fool like the burner did. It is not difficult to plan a conspiracy, nor is it a great thing. This conspiracy can grasp the interests and needs of anyone involved, and then let people who stand on completely different positions from the planner act as he wishes. This is the real strength. Qin-Mo needs the Casa dynasty, an ally that may stand on the side of humans in the war between humans and the Necrons. Zolek needs to divert conflicts and needs a buffer between him and Imhotep. And if a civil war against the Casa dynasty begins, Imhotep will not refuse to fight as a general and a pioneer, because it needs the war machines of the Casa dynasty to fight against Zolek in armed conflicts. Qin-Mo can imagine that if Zolek gets what he wants, then when the Three Holy Council orders Imhotep to lead the troops to fight and formulates a series of methods to weaken it, Imhotep will smile and agree, thinking that he has picked up a bargain, and Zolek, the dictator, has once again shot himself in the foot. If your idea still goes wrong, and the Casa dynasty does not take revenge, it will not become a public enemy. Have you ever thought about this possibility? Qin-Mo could not help asking. Zolek was still very frank, and explained it clearly, as if he was talking to his comrades in arms. Then humans will be the public enemy, which is even better. The size of the human empire will make Imhotep's expedition fall into a quagmire, and I will have more room for operation. However, the entire race will also fall into the quagmire of war, so the human empire will not be my first choice. Qin-Mo stood there, and thought for a while. He didn't sigh at how powerful Zolek's plan was, but just wondered what Zolek's intention was. The intention of this meeting. From the past history of the Necroner, to the complete honesty of the entire plan, Zolek obviously intended to create a sense of honesty for the person he was talking to. Then what was your idea of deliberately facilitating this meeting between us? When asking this question, Qin-Mo had already guessed how Zolek would answer. It wanted him to participate in this conspiracy, or do something to show his favor. But he still wanted to hear from Zolek as an important reference condition. Abandon the Casa dynasty, and don't stand behind it like the forger. Zolek said, we are accomplices. If you abandon them, just like I abandoned Manak, humans will no longer have to prepare for war with my people. And your worry that the war between the two behemoths will set off a storm of negative emotions in the subspace will not happen. Looking into Qin-Mo's eyes, Zolek promised, I will tell you where those dynasties that have not yet awakened are sleeping. I will give you and your race room to deal with it. We can establish a communication channel to avoid all possible frictions. This series of promises from the mouth of an alien leader is naturally unreliable. But it is credible when it comes from Zolek's mouth, because it does not want to deal with the Casa dynasty, humans, and Imhotep at the same time. It just speaks out the benefits of things that are in its interests to humans. Chapter 1008. You sold out the Manak dynasty. Really? Qin-Mo said something that had long been a consensus and an ironclad truth in their conversation. Zolek did not respond as fluently as before. He was silent for 2 seconds before speaking. To put it in your language, yes, this is what I did. The thoughts of creatures with souls are difficult to fathom. But don't tell me that you are thinking about how pitiful the Manak dynasty is now. I have no sympathy for the Manak dynasty, but your behavior does make me feel unbelievable. Qin-Mo said, you just sold out the one you trusted the most, and who trusted you, just to make your plan come true? Zolek's skull shook up and down. Disgusting behavior. Qin-Mo said, I will not give up the Casa dynasty, not like you gave up the Manak dynasty. This behavior of selling out your own people for profit is what I hate the most. Why? Zolek spread his hands. Could it be that in your self-perception, you are indeed the star god named Castor, and you have pity and partiality for the Casa dynasty, a slave dynasty that believes in you, and this pity and partiality overwhelms your feelings for humans? I have been with this dynasty for less than a day, and I have no feelings for them. If I assume the most extreme situation, that is, I have to choose between the Casa dynasty and the people who once followed me, I will choose the latter. Qin-Mo replied. Zolek raised his head and looked at the stars above his head. It seemed to be thinking about something. Until it lowered its head, it seemed to have thought out the result, and then sneered, Hee hee hee. You are just a god, who looks down on all living beings with your powerful power. Zolek said, your sense of morality and values can be placed before the crisis you face because of your power. You judge the weak and ridicule us only because you are not like us, who have to mediate and compromise because of insufficient individual power. Hearing this, Qin-Mo nodded. You are half right in the second half of your sentence. I am not a saint with extremely high morals. There are too many people like me in the universe on the moral level, but most of them either died in the trenches, fell in the acid rain of the Nest City, or were easily slaughtered by the enemy. The difference between me and those people is that I have power, and I made a choice that people with the same power would not make, that is, I took on responsibilities that I didn't have to take on and be responsible for. But I don't ridicule you. What I think of your behavior is my subjective judgment. If it doesn't conform to my values, I will belittle it, but it is definitely not ridicule. If I were an ordinary Astra Militarum infantryman, would I not think your behavior is despicable? Would I say to you, Zolek, you are a wise and noble king? It's just that I will be strangled to death by you after I tell you, and I can't let you do nothing to me like now. After saying that, Chinemo was ready to leave. Zolek looked at his back and warned loudly, you have a point. But have you ever thought about what your sense of morality and values will lead to? You are not a pure star god. If you stand on the side of the Kasa dynasty, your people will also stand on their side. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions, trillions of humans will die because you rejected the olive branch I threw out today. You have to prepare for a war that you could have avoided. Chinemo knew it without the Silent King telling him. Chinemo had already thought it through when he made his subjective judgment on the Silent King's plan. He stopped and turned to look at Zolek. When the Kasa dynasty is destroyed and Imitek's power is weakened by your conspiracy, will humans coexist peacefully with you? Zolek stood there and did not respond. I reject your so-called olive branch not because I hate your behavior, so I can let humans get involved in the war. I don't stand on the side of the Kasa dynasty because I hate your behavior. No, this is not the most fundamental reason. Chinemo raised his hand and pointed at Zolek and all the guards behind Zolek, the top individuals of the necromancer race. He was not pointing at a Silent King, but at a race. There is only one real reason. It is not advisable to seek the skin of a tiger. After saying that, Chinemo waved his hand to open a crack and left where Zolek was. Although Chinemo said the last sentence in human language, Zolek still understood it. There is a similar saying in the Necronter race, except that the tiger in the saying is a star god. A transparent leader. Zolek said so after the rift closed. After standing there for a long time, Zolek turned around and ordered his general. Put the war plan against humans after solving Imitek and now. You rejected Zolek like this? After returning to the gods, Chinemo told the star gods about his meeting with Zolek. The star gods didn't care about this kind of thing, but Chinemo had to remind them that they were about to be thrown into an inevitable war. Yes, I rejected Zolek like this. Chinemo withdrew his gaze from the mimic. This is equivalent to declaring war. Saranoga subconsciously advised Chinemo, at least the dictator was right in one thing, that is, you have to consider the sacrifices that humans may make in this war. It's not me who declared war. The possible sacrifice of humans in the war has been considered by the people of the Talon sector and the top leaders of the empire. Chinemo replied, we have no choice at all. Whether the war starts is not decided by humans. Even if I compromise, humans will still go to war with the dead spirits. Why? The burner asked. The burner couldn't figure out the twists and turns here. It felt that humans and dead spirits were like the relationship between the Necron Fear and the old saints. The dead spirits want to destroy humans. What does it have to do with humans? Chinemo asked back. Why is there no relationship? The burner spread his hands. Aren't the two sides of the conflict the descendants of the skeletons of humans and the Necronter? Chinemo took a breath and shrugged his nose. Saranoga said, Nyadrazasa, you have to learn how to get along with each other and the diplomatic relations between mortals. Why should I learn? The burner looked down on him. These mortals are all ants. I don't care about the twists and turns between them, and I'm not going to learn for this. I'm just a little interested. Yes. Saranoga said, your mentality is the same as that of the undead. Chapter 1009. After Chinemo talked with Zolek and left, a ship suddenly arrived in the Orpheus star zone and came to a wild and primitive galaxy. Then this ship, which seemed to be from the Imperial Navy, suddenly opened an energy channel in the void. The ship passed through the channel and came to another galaxy that was as wild and primitive as the previous galaxy, but there was a stone tablet standing in the center of the galaxy. Imperial Navy. The ship used energy to activate the stone tablet, which was similar to sending a signal for the owner of the stone tablet to receive. Then the stone tablet opened automatically, and a crack leading to another independent dimension was opened. Imperial Navy. The ship entered it, and the energy field around the ship suddenly dissipated, revealing the true face of the ship. It was a half-moon-shaped ship. Inside the dimension, the technical craftsmen of the Kasa dynasty were closing the channel for the half-moon ship to enter the dimension, and commanding the ship to dock in the starport. And the people inside the ship had already arrived directly at a corner of the Kasa dynasty tomb world with a green light. After the green light faded, the undead overlord standing in the dots of light slowly turned his head and scanned the surroundings. If Chinemo had not left the Kasa dynasty to talk to Zolek, he would have discovered that the owner of the ship that entered the Kasa dynasty's tomb world was actually Taraxan, who had gone to help Zolek before. The infinite Taraxan's eyes were fixed on the entrance of this small tomb. The Kasa dynasty's high-level forging master, equivalent to the Emperor of the Fae, walked into the tomb alone. The two faced each other, looking at each other. After a few seconds of silence, Tukamon suddenly came forward and hugged Trazyn. "My dear friend. I sent someone to invite you to the resurrection celebration after I woke up, but you came first. Do you know how happy I was when the technical craftsman reported that you arrived at the dimension entry point by ship and applied for entry?" Hearing Tukamon's warm words, Trazyn simulated emotions such as joy and friendship. It has no soul and cannot feel these freely like a normal creature. But even the simulated emotions were cherished by Trazyn. The overlord of another dead dynasty patted Tukamon on the back gently. "Sorry, this is not my real body. My real body is beside the King of Silence. You know, the situation is unpredictable now." "Then why are you here? At such an important moment, your consciousness is not where your real body is," Tukamon asked tentatively. Trazyn remained silent, and walked along the road in the small tomb with ease. Before the entire race fell into slumber, it had visited the tomb world of the Kasa dynasty more than once. It didn't need to steal anything, because these craftsmen were happy to trade their creations after getting paid, instead of holding on to their things for unknown reasons. Perhaps in the eyes of the Kasa dynasty, those rare and exquisite things were not treasures, or perhaps they were used to losing, so they were flattered when someone was willing to trade with them fairly. Just trading was not enough for Trazyn and Tukamon to establish a relationship. The two were once the most friendly playmates, when they were still flesh and blood creatures called Deathers. Because of another failed revenge, the young Tukamon was mortgaged to Selenia's, and lived with the next Selenia's Lord Trazyn as a hostage. "Look!" When the two walked out of the tomb, Tukamon pointed his finger at the sky. In the sky, above the capital tomb world where the two were, there was a huge world engine. Countless beetles and construction workers are creating a magnificent building on it like painting. The god of casting has returned. Its temple world has long been destroyed by the Little Wind King Imhotep, but we will rebuild a temple world, and it will have a more magnificent temple again. This is a beautiful era. Kasa's enemies have declined, and the god of casting's kind has also weakened. This dynasty, and this god will no longer survive in the cracks. The words coming out of Tukamon's voice device made Trazyn interpret the emotion of joy. Trazyn's brain simulated a trance. It was incredible that there were still people of the same kind who believed in the star god at this time. But in essence, it was just that the star god of the forger, even though he was extremely cold and cruel like other star gods, did not wantonly slaughter and vent his desire for destruction, or eat hundreds of millions of people to satisfy his appetite. The Kasa dynasty has paid the price for their beliefs more than once, but they have also benefited more than once. At least the caster, who does not slaughter and eat at will, is predictable in most cases. Even if it is still as cruel and bloodthirsty as its kind, it at least knows how to find a reason. The caster is indeed a unique star god. It is not as weak as the mimic and the recorder, so weak that it is forced to learn to cooperate and coexist, but it is not as cruel as the star gods of the same level. Trazyn calmly expressed his judgment on the caster. When it finished speaking, and when Tukamon agreed, the Endless One added a sentence that made Tukamon suspicious. Whether it was the former caster or the current caster, its past and present are completely different, but they are indeed unique enough. There is no doubt about that. Tukamon shuddered after hearing this. Trazyn turned his eyes away from the temple world and looked at his best friend. Tukamon asked, "The former and current caster, what do you mean?" "Ha ha ha." Tarasim chuckled twice. "You have seen it. Don't tell me you didn't notice its difference." Tukamon recalled for a moment, then fell silent. As Tarasim said, Tukamon, the high-level forging master, did feel that the god of the forger was different. It was hard to say exactly where the difference was. "Do you still remember Orikan?" Tarasim mentioned this old rival. "Orikan, the astrologer." Tukamon nodded. "That old bastard is still thinking about ascending to become a god?" "Yes." Tarasim nodded. "Orkan wants to ascend to become a star god-like being, and he has been working hard for this for a long time, and the forger you saw." Hearing this, Tukamon suddenly thought of what Tarasim wanted to say. The high-level forging master stepped back subconsciously. Tarasim did not stop talking, and told him clearly what his friend had thought of. "The forger you see now is the ultimate vision that Orkan wants to achieve, a creature that ascends to become a god, but this creature is not Orkan or our compatriots, but a human." Chapter 10:10. Tarasim's words hit Tukamon's head like a heavy punch. The latter retreated again and again, as if avoiding some terrible but known horror. This kind of fear is what Tarasim doesn't want to see, because it proves that Tukamon is running away. "No. Impossible. Tucumon retreated 3 meters, stopped and fell into deep thought. After thinking about the result, he pretended to be calm and denied Tarasim. You, Tarasim, you came here on behalf of the King of Silence to alienate me, right? Did it ask you to come? Tucumon asked repeatedly. It just recalled the things that the caster said when the caster and the gods descended, including that Taraxin was assigned by the King of Silence to deliver the guide seal to the caster to find the entrance and exit of the dimension space of the Casa dynasty. Tucumon was too worried and habitually thought too much. So it thought deeply about why Taraxin was assigned by the King of Silence to deliver the seal, and what the King of Silence considered. Then the leader of the Casa dynasty, who was the least like a Casa person, thought of a possibility, that is, the King of Silence was going to play the trick of diverting contradictions again. Tucumon assumed that his speculation was true, and put himself in the shoes of the Silent King to think about what to do next to alienate the relationship between Casa and the Star God. At first, these things were just assumptions that Tucumon could not stick to, but now that Trazyn came here, he said that the forger was not the real forger, which made it hard not to be suspicious. As for the purpose of Trazyn coming here, Tucumon could not be sure, and he only had one guess that seemed unlikely to him, that is, the Silent King did not get any benefits from the Star God, so he sent Trazyn to do the alienation work. You know the Silent King too well. Tarasim sighed. The human disguised as the caster could not have imagined that the Silent King would make such a move, because he felt that the Silent King would not sell his right-hand man, the Manak dynasty, as a sacrifice, but you know it, so you can guess it. Tarasim admitted with these 2 sentences that he was assigned by the Silent King. Tucumon lowered his head, but the observer in his eyes was still locked on Tarasim, which made him look a little fierce. My dear friend, you are too heavy-hearted and too smart. Tarasim spread his hands and said, when we were still the Necroner, you were sent to Selendis as a hostage, but in fact the relationship between our fathers is just like us. My father just wanted to protect the only offspring of his dead friend, but my father had to treat you coldly and cruelly because he couldn't let the spies see that he was actually protecting you. As he said, Tarasim stretched out his scepter and pointed at Tucumon, but I never told you the truth, because I know you understood it all the moment you stepped into Selendis, and you also verified the true relationship between him and your father from my father's words and deeds. As I said, you think too much and you are too smart. Tucumon remained silent. Tarasim approached his best friend and looked up at its sturdy body. If you keep telling me that you can't see what the current forger is, I won't believe it. Tucumon finally spoke. I can see it, but just like I don't know what you and Zalek think, I can only guess. I am also guessing, but your arrival and your words have verified my guess, verified all my guesses. The high-level forging master turned and paced. With every step, it threw a question to Trazyn. Has the tyrant Zalek met the forger? Trazyn nodded. Did the tyrant ask the forger to give up the Casa dynasty? Trazyn nodded again. Then I can be sure of your purpose. I will not let you alienate the relationship between the dynasty and God, because you are here on behalf of Zalek, and what you say cannot be believed. Trazyn nodded again, but also threw a question in the opposite direction. Then Tucumon, you clearly know that what I said is true. What's the point of assuming that I can't be trusted? You know that the forger is not that Star God. No, Trazyn, this. Let's put it this way. Even if what you said is the truth, what's the use? Trazyn frowned. You are not believing in the forger, but a human who has ascended, just like the dream that Orican wants to realize like crazy. The endless thought so in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud, because Tucumon had guessed what he was thinking. First of all, in this situation, even if it is not the caster, we have to believe it as the caster. Tucumon raised a finger. Taraxin nodded. This is a very pragmatic idea, which is in line with the general mentality of individuals in the Casa dynasty. Tucumon raised a second finger. Since Zalek has met with the caster but still sent you, it means that the caster has not accepted any conditions given by Zalek. No matter what the conditions are and what it wants, it stands on the side of the Casa dynasty. Am I right? Trazyn still nodded. That's great. From this point, we can see that the forger, or the person who possesses the power of the forger, is not like the tyrant Zalek. Tucumon put down his hand. Whether it is a god or an individual of another race, it is much more reliable than other dynasties and Zalek himself. So what else can we say? Trazyn nodded again. It felt like a female plaything given by the emperor to the victorious general during the Necrotter period. Whether the general accepted it or not, it had to come. This is exactly the situation now. It knows that Tucumon will not accept this, but Zalek has given the order, so it has no choice but to come. Then I will reply to the Silent King in this way. Tarasim said. Okay. Tucumon nodded. Considering that you are the one coming and your situation, I will not ask you to help me pass on harsh words to the Silent King. Ha ha ha. Tarasim smiled and nodded helplessly. The atmosphere between the two eased a lot. Then Tarasim really asked the question that Zalek did not ask him to ask as a visiting friend. What method did the forger use to preserve your souls? This is a question that puzzled Tukamon. However, Tukamon still answered as best as possible. The souls of the Casa people are contained in a chip device called the Soul Corridor, which is a psychic creation. I did not participate in the manufacture and production of the Soul Corridor, but at that time I always received reports that there were strong psychic reactions in the forger's laboratory. Hearing this, Trayson thought about what Tukamon said. Then it asked, "You mean there are psychic species working with the forger to create the Soul Corridor? Is it the Old Saints or the Eldar?" "I'm not sure." Tukamon shook his head slowly. When the biological transformation was going on, the forger did not consume the souls of the Casa people, but let them flow into the warp. Then, when the war in heaven was about to end, the forger took the souls out of the warp and put them into the Soul Corridor it created, and then returned them to the Casa people. I think it seems that it is not only the Old Saints who can retrieve souls from the warp, so both the Eldar and the Old Saints are possible. Tukamon smiled again. I'm telling you this because it's useless and meaningless. All the things related to the soul have become the past, but you are a person who likes to collect. You can record it as the past of the race. After getting the answer, Taraxin put this matter into the memory module. There is no practical meaning for it to ask about this matter. It is just a habitual collection. After fulfilling its purpose, Taraxin left. But on the way out of the Casa dynasty, Taraxin couldn't help thinking about what Tukamon said. If the Eldar cooperated with the forger to create the Soul Corridor, it would be a surprising thing. But if they cooperated with the Old Saints, when the war in heaven was about to end, it would be a bit scary. However, Trayson did not think too deeply about who the forger cooperated with to create the Soul Corridor. This was like a mystery in the history book. It had limited meaning for the past, and no meaning for the future. The half-moon-shaped ship disguised as the Imperial Navy left the dimensional space entrance and exit points.